Ambush, Monarch Slaying 2 in 1 2641 Ambush, Monarch Slaying 2 in 1. Li Luoluo's cultivation technique to ask for the technique of the Tao of extreme balance would definitely fail. This was because even if she severed all her personalities, she couldn't cut her soul body and send it into the soul sea to forge a soul heritage like the demon god. Besides, the demon god only had 2 personalities, but Li Luolu had 7 personalities. Once she became a god, how could she kill her other personalities? However, Han Fei said, as a friend, I'll get you a way to switch from dual extreme Tao to singular extreme Tao, but not now, because I don't know the way now. Li Luoluo snorted. But it's not as strong as the dual extreme Tao. Han Fei smiled and said, not necessarily. It depends on how you think of this problem. If you obtain the time worm and the space worm one day, you can immediately become a great monarch. Then you will have to consider how to become a god. If you take the Tao of extreme balance, perhaps you can only stay in the great monarch realm in the end. But if you take the Tao of extreme balance, as long as your divine path is fine, once you become a god, there won't be any obstacles. Li Luoluo was speechless. Don't make it sound so easy. Is becoming a god so easy? In the entire sea realm, do you know where there are still gods? Han Fei paused. I don't know if there are gods, but I do know that in the Age of the Gods, it was because there were many gods that it was called the Age of the Gods. At that time, the sea realm could give birth to gods. Why can't it do it now? Li Luolu looked at Han Fei in surprise. You didn't know? Han Fei was puzzled. What should I know? The corners of Li Luoluo's mouth twitched. As a descendant of the Void Temple, you don't know why there are no gods now. Do you think no one can become a god? Han Fei was even more puzzled. He asked in surprise, isn't it? Li Luoluo rolled her eyes. Let me ask you, why couldn't a king be born in the yin-yang world in the past? It's naturally because of the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. Does the sea realm also have the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye? Li Luoluo curled her lips. It's not the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, but that after the Age of Doom, there won't be any divine tribulation in the sea realm. Huh? Han Fei was dumbfounded. No divine tribulation? Han Fei hurriedly said, if there is no divine tribulation in the sea realm, why not go to the Sea of Stars to get one? Li Luoluo, there's no divine tribulation in the Sea of Stars either. Ah, well, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Wait, I can understand there is no divine tribulation in the sea realm, but how can there be no divine tribulation in the boundless Sea of Stars? Li Luoluo said, because, forget it, I'd better not tell you this. This is a problem that only great monarch-level powerhouses should consider. When you go to the Sea of Stars one day or become a great monarch, you will naturally know. I can only say that the problem lies in the Sea of Stars. Once the problem there is resolved and the path of divinity is paved, there will be more than one new god in the sea realm. Han Fei was quite curious. This was the first time he had heard that the sea realm couldn't have a god, and no one had ever mentioned it to him. He had always thought that no one became a god because they were not talented enough, not smart enough, and not cultivating enough. But now hearing Li Luoluo's words, Han Fei was completely lost. What the hell was going on? Didn't this mean that as long as the problem of the Sea of Stars wasn't resolved, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't become a god? But Han Fei quickly realized something. No wonder Li Luoluo wanted to take the Tao of extreme balance. This was because when there were no gods, there were still some great monarchs comparable to gods. In the age of no god, such an existence was equivalent to a god. This was the case for the god of war and the Emperor Sparrow, and Li Luoluo wanted to be such an existence too. And Han Fei felt that if this was the case, he was also in this category. And it turned out that there were still gods in this world, such as eldest senior brother, demon god, and the like. They were real gods, which meant that in the entire sea realm, or even the entire Sea of Stars, they were the peak existences, unparalleled extraordinary powerhouses. Seeing that Han Fei was dumbfounded, Li Luoluo couldn't help but wave her hand in front of Han Fei's eyes. Hey, don't think too much. You aren't even a monarch, so don't think that far. Let me tell you, it's easy to reach the immortal level, but it's difficult to become a great monarch. There are still many things waiting for you to do. Han Fei slowly came back to himself. After more than 10 seconds, he smiled. All right, then let me become a great monarch first. Even if you want to prove Tao, you have to ensure that you're alive to do it. All right, I've given you 5 cute, pure-blooded, ferocious beasts and pointed out the location of the God-Burying Ridge to you. In return, you have to at least give me a way to change from dual extreme Tao to singular extreme Tao. As for the other benefits, I haven't decided yet. I'll ask you for them when I decide. Han Fei asked, do I owe you such a big favor? Li Luoluo said, sure. Don't you know how long the ferocious beasts have guarded the Storm Ridge? Do you think anyone can enter the God-Burying Ridge without my approval? That's true. Han Fei didn't argue. With the methods Li Luolu had shown, she could indeed kill him. If Li Luolu had taken the Tao of extreme balance, then although her current realm hadn't reached the great monarch level, her strength might have long reached that level. If Li Luoluo hadn't allowed it, even a great emperor might not have been able to enter the God-Burying Ridge, let alone others. In this aspect, he really had to thank Li Luoluo. Han Fei said, fine. When I come out of the Godfiend Sea and return to the infinite mining area again, I'll give you the way to switch to the singular extreme Tao. When Han Fei was about to leave the ferocious beast's lineage, Lu Qianxi, Wang Xiaozhu, and the others hadn't returned. After waiting for 3 days, Han Fei didn't see anyone. He was lost for words, wondering if they were all crawling on the ground. They should have arrived after 3 days of crawling. When Han Fei found these guys, Wang Xiaozhu and the others were taking Lu Qianxi to travel and play, and Wang Xiaozhu and the others were acting as guides. After seeing Han Fei, Wang Xiaozhu and the others were all shocked, and Wang Lanlan asked in shock, "Didn't Master Keke ask you to stay for 2 more days?" Han Fei asked. "Why would she keep me here?" "Li Keke just wanted to have dinner with me and chat with me." "A chat?" Wang Lanlan and the others couldn't help but raise their voices. They were extremely suspicious of what Han Fei said, but they had no evidence to prove he was lying. Han Fei said with a black face, "I told you to come back early, but you were sightseeing outside." "Are you rebelling?" Lu Qianxi looked at Wang Lanlan and the others, and Han Fei looked at them, confused. "Why the look?" Wang Xiaozhu muttered. "Master Han Fei, Master Keke let you go so easily?" "Yes," Huang Ergo asked. "Didn't Master Keke bully you?" Han Fei said, "Of course not. Li Keke is very obedient. How could she bully me?" Wang Lanlan and the others looked at each other, wondering if Master Keke had changed. Han Fei ignored them. He was in a hurry. He said, "All of you, enter my origin star to cultivate. Leave the ferocious beast lineage with me this time and we'll go to the northern mining area." Wang Xiaozhu exclaimed, "Again?" Han Fei said, "I'm not asking you to fight. Be quick." After a while, Han Fei and Lu Qianxi embarked on the journey north. Lu Qianxi said, "I heard from them that Lady Li Keke often seems to be in a bad mood. Whenever she is in a bad mood, she will unconsciously exert some uncontrollable power." Han Fei touched his nose. Although he had long felt that something was wrong with Li Keke, at least he hadn't seen her in a strange state except when he was in the yin-yang world. However, he didn't take it to heart. He just said, "Don't talk to these lunatics." Lu Qianxi asked, "Then what should we do now?" Wang Xiaozhu said that you had a fight with a great monarch in the northern mining area last time. Han Fei couldn't help but raise his head slightly. "It's a piece of cake." Lu Qianxi, COO, 5 days later. After more than 30 abnormal encounters and battles, Han Fei and Lu Qianxi finally left the western mining area. Although they didn't see the old turtle on this trip, they gained more from seeing the demon god. However, working with the demon god was more or less like dancing with wolves. Fortunately, he had his eldest senior brother to protect him this time. However, in the future, he'd better not do this kind of thing. After all, he'd better be strong enough himself. There were 2 ways to go from the western mining area to the northern mining area. One was to go directly to the northwest, and the other was to take the direction of the 100 Alliance City. However, Li Luoluo had reminded him before he came that going directly to the northwest wasn't a good choice. In the infinite mining areas, the locations occupied by the major factions were usually the safest. The reason why no one occupied other places except these safe areas meant that there was something wrong in those places. For example, in the northwestern mining area, there were mountains and miasma all year round. It was said that the miasma had a strong bewildering effect. There were even some special places with strong poisonous miasma. The mine demons there were mostly poisonous too. Furthermore, there were Monarch Realm mine demons there. Although it was better than the Storm Ridge, it was best not to enter it unless it was necessary. In fact, Han Fei wasn't afraid of places with miasma, but there were Monarch Realm mine demons, so he had to be careful. With his current bad luck, if he went in, there was a 100% chance that he would encounter Monarch Realm mine demons. He might as well go in the direction of the 100 Alliance City. At least, although some monarchs had come to the 100 Alliance City, they were quite scattered. Besides, there weren't many powerful monarchs in the 100 Alliance City. Unless there were special circumstances, carefree-level cultivators wouldn't come here. Therefore, after making up his mind, Han Fei knew that although it was very likely that he would encounter the monarchs from the 100 Alliance City, with Lu Qianxi here, he should be able to deal with them. Then, it was only 2 hours after they left the western mining area. When Han Fei and Lu Qianxi were rushing to the edge of the 100 Alliance City without any scruples, suddenly, Lu Qianxi shouted in a low voice, "Not good, there is an ambush." To be honest, Han Fei didn't sense this ambush in advance. His current perception range was huge. He didn't care if it was an ambush at the level of the sky-opening realm. However, the ambush escaped his perception, which was a little scary. This meant that the other party wasn't in the sky-opening realm at all. Otherwise, no matter how they hid, he would be able to find some clues. Since it wasn't the sky-opening realm, it could only be a monarch. Buzz. Almost at the same time, Han Fei sensed the descent of 3 laws. One was the law of strength, another was the law of the sword, and the other was a hallucinogenic law. As the 3 laws were activated, a sword light instantly shot hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, stabbing at Han Fei's chest. However, Lu Qianxi's reaction was not slow. Dozens of his hair rolled into vines and he also stabbed out. Han Fei shouted, "No!" Before Han Fei finished speaking, Lu Qianxi's green vines exploded and were crushed. How was it possible? Lu Qianxi was shocked. He didn't feel that this blow was very powerful. How could it shatter his attack so easily? Han Fei said, "Stupid. Sword cultivators value killing the most. The law of sword intent is not something your hair can withstand. Although he failed to block this sword, Lu Qianxi's blow had also depleted 50% of the opponent's strength. With this buffer time, Lu Qianxi attacked again and knocked the sword with 3 green vines, narrowly breaking this sword. Huh? Behind Han Fei came a fist light. The fist force was majestic, followed by white clouds. It was an explosive blow with the power of the sky. The 3,000 willows took the shape of a sharp knife, protecting Lu Qianxi and Han Fei. Puff, the power of this fist mark strangely passed by the green hair, and less than 20% of the power seeped in. This power might be able to hurt other Dao Lock level powerhouses, but it couldn't hurt Han Fei. Han Fei didn't care about this person. Lu Qianxi fought against the Great Dao of Strength in the stormy quicksand sea every day, so he was most familiar with the Great Dao of Strength. Only the last person was Han Fei's focus. He said to Lu Qianxi, "Pay attention to your mind." Lu Qianxi said, "My soul power is extremely high." However, in the next moment, Lu Qianxi's soul froze as if he was brought into an illusion by some force. Steal. Han Fei took action without hesitation and stole the hallucinogenic power. After he stole the power, the demon purification pot shook it off and Lu Qianxi recovered. Han Fei quickly said, "I told you to be careful." "Do you think we're still in the storm quicksand sea? The mind demons there are unconscious, but none of the strong masters outside are weak." Lu Qianxi was shocked. He didn't know why he was tricked. Were these the cultivators from the outside world? They were all so powerful. However, he couldn't understand why these Monarch Realm cultivators all went to Han Fei. Not just Lu Qianxi, even Han Fei himself was dumbfounded. He was confident that his whereabouts were definitely a secret. The only people who knew it were Li Luoluo, Liu Qianxi, and Wang Xiaoju, so there was really no reason for this ambush. He didn't think Li Luoluo would reveal his whereabouts. Li Luolu had a lot of things to count on him. Why would she reveal his whereabouts? It wouldn't do her any good. Could it be revealed by the big-mouthed Wang Xiaoju? That was possible. After getting rid of this battle, he would definitely drag this guy out to interrogate him. But at this moment, Lu Qianxi probably couldn't resist these people alone. Lu Qianxi was strong, but he could only resist one of the 3 people at most. Once they fought for a long time, the loopholes of Lu Qianxi's fighting style would inevitably be found out. Besides, these 3 people didn't seem to have used their full strength. If they really fought, even if he attacked, he might not be able to escape unscathed. At this moment, their first round of attacks was fruitless, but they were not in a hurry to attack immediately. Originally, they just wanted to catch Han Fei off guard or cripple him first. They didn't expect this guy to have a Monarch Realm demon plant protecting him. However, they didn't care. After a round of confrontation, they basically had a preliminary understanding of Lu Qianxi's strength. At this moment, the 3 of them surrounded Han Fei and Lu Qianxi in a triangle. Han Fei took the lead to ask, "I'm really curious. How did you know my whereabouts? Logically speaking, it's impossible." The fist powerhouse sneered. "There are many impossible things in this world. Human butcher, right? Hand over Puppet City and we'll stop immediately." Han Fei said indifferently, "What if I don't?" The man said, "Boy, you only have a Dao Prover protecting you. Do you think you can escape today?" Han Fei said. "Since you know that I'm the master of Puppet City, you should know that I have a large number of puppets to use. If you want to take me down today, aren't you afraid of getting killed? After all, it's not easy to prove Dao." The female monarch with the law of hallucination chuckled. "You're quite unique. However, there are no monarchs in your Puppet City. How can you resist us?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The demon god's words weren't accurate. Didn't he say that there would only be sky openers attacking him at the beginning? He had just left the settlement of the ferocious beasts. If the ones attacking him were monarchs from the beginning, there seemed to be no need for him to hold back. This was because sky openers didn't even show up. He said telepathically to Lu Qianxi, "In a moment, prepare a powerful attack. I'll make this woman lose her consciousness for a while, target this woman, and kill her. Let's join forces and kill one first." Lu Qianxi was surprised. "You're finally willing to help?" Han Fei said. "I have no choice, because I found that it doesn't matter whether I attack or not." The woman said, "In such a situation, is it really good for you two to discuss how to kill me? Human butcher, right? I know you have the means to become stronger in the short term, but you have to think carefully. If you don't kill me, you might be the one who dies." Han Fei was shocked. "You can hear me?" the woman said. "Otherwise, what do you think a monarch is? Kill." The woman was about to mock Han Fei when Lu Qianxi and Han Fei suddenly attacked in unison. Han Fei activated the Great Dao and his strength soared in an instant. He punched out with the silencing fist. Lu Qianxi threw out tens of thousands of willow threads at the same time, instantly piercing through the void and appearing behind the woman. In terms of speed, the 2 of them were already very fast. Han Fei even burst out with more than 30 times the speed of light. But even so, the woman took 10 steps back, and a bell rang in her hands. Clang, clang, clang. In the next moment, Han Fei saw thousands of women appear in front of him, each of whom was ringing a bell, and the power that Han Fei and Lu Qianxi blasted out was indeed fierce. The sword cultivator arrived with a sword. With a wave of his hand, the sea behind him surged, and the waves turned into a sword as he slashed at Han Fei. Lu Qianxi was horrified. Thousands of strands of hair intertwined and turned into green vines to resist. Even so, countless sword beams were missed, and Han Fei was forced to retreat quickly. In the next moment, Han Fei's expression changed drastically. It was not because of this sword, but because the fist light blasted out by another person behind him was like fireworks blooming in the starry river. Faced with this punch, Lu Qianxi wanted to attack, but with a giggle, the woman approached at some point of time and snapped her fingers beside Lu Qianxi. The woman and the sword cultivator restrained Lu Qianxi and came to watch the scene of Han Fei being penetrated. Seeing that the fist mark was almost touching the back of Han Fei's hand, the two of them knew that the winner had been decided. But at this moment, what they expected to see didn't happen. The dazzling fist mark suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterward, the puncher suddenly froze, and Lu Qianxi, who should have been hypnotized, suddenly woke up and a half-foot-long green spike broke out of the void. Puh! 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 Yes, from the beginning, Han Fei's target was not the woman. The voice transmission with Lu Qianxi was also intentional. Compared to a female monarch who had mastered the law of hallucination, both Han Fei and Lu Qianxi were more familiar with the law of strength, so their first target must be this fist-wielding man. Han Fei spewed out 2 mouthfuls of essence blood in a row, bleeding from his 7 orifices at the same time, and he was a little dispirited. This couldn't be helped. At that moment, he stole the fist-mark man's consciousness and fist light, as well as the woman's method of hypnotizing Lu Qianxi. In order to stab out, Lu Qianxi was caught in the sword torrent, and in the blink of an eye, his body was covered with sword marks. As for Han Fei, his entire arm was extremely red, and fist intent rumbled out. Puff-to-bang. The fist-wielding man's soul-subduing godly weapon was first broken by an awl, and the second punch directly blew him up. Originally, even if this person was blown up, he should have recondensed his body as fast as lightning. However, there was a bloody light and golden light flickering in the void. The destructive intent attacked the minds of this woman and the sword cultivator. Impossible. The woman was horrified. How could Han Fei master the law of strength? She could clearly sense that Han Fei's fist mark not only contained the law of strength, but also contained a terrifying destructive intent. Even Han Fei's fist mark had shattered a large portion of the soul of the monarch. In the blink of an eye, the sword cultivator stabbed at Han Fei, and a law of sword chi that was so sharp that Han Fei felt his blood freeze descended. Han Fei didn't dare to move, but a layer of gravel appeared on his body. Chila. This sword light was of course powerful, but the sand was like a wall, struck by this sword light and dense cracks appeared on it. However, the sword missed. When the sword aura disappeared, the sand naturally dispersed and enveloped Han Fei. He said, "It's not like I haven't killed monarchs before, now we're even. Are you still fighting?" Just as Han Fei was speaking, the million-knife art cut through the void. The fist monarch, who was still hoping to be resurrected, felt that his soul had been cut into pieces. Every knife light contained power that was obliterating his soul and vitality. How is it possible? How can a sky opener cut through my soul? Ah! The roars were ceaseless and only lasted for less than a second before they disappeared. Rumble! At that moment, a rain of blood poured down from the blood-colored sky. This phenomenon was high in the sky and radiated billions of kilometers. Han Fei said casually, "Let's talk now. How did you find me?" Seeing that the woman and the sword cultivator seemed to be vigilant, Han Fei smiled. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, but you should know that I'm a vengeful person. I'll find your base camp and wipe out your forces in one fell swoop." Chapter 2642-2642, Bloodbath in the Northwestern Mining Area, 2, in 12642 Bloodbath in the Northwestern Mining Area, 2 in 1. Han Fei and Lu Qianxi killed a monarch so quickly that the other two were shocked. The remaining 2 monarchs found it unbelievable. As far as they knew, Han Fei's combat power was actually not so strong. Back in Puppet City, he had to use the power of Puppet City to participate in the Monarch War. Furthermore, the yin-yang millstone that Han Fei used to kill the last remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand didn't appear, nor his Dharma world or his 5 Dao locks. Yet he had killed a Dao-proving realm powerhouse. This combat power was a little terrifying. A rare treasure? The 2 monarchs looked at each other. First of all, they were sure that Han Fei suffered a backlash. He must have used some special method to transform the punch just now into his own. This demon plant wasn't simple either. The female monarch wondered why her slumbering illusion didn't make the other party pause or hesitate at all. Could it be that this demon plant was born with the ability to resist her? This ambush was over because of the death of a monarch. The remaining sword cultivator and the female monarch didn't attack again, but took a deep look at Han Fei and disappeared into the void. Naturally, Han Fei and Lu Qianxi didn't chase after them. They would be idiots if they did. Just now, Han Fei seemed to have killed a monarch so easily, but he stole the power of 2 monarchs in an instant and suffered a backlash on the spot. His spiritual power was greatly consumed. Lu Qianxi's soul-breaking strike, condensed with his high soul power, seemed to have easily shattered the monarch's soul-suppressing godly weapon, but he could launch another attack of this level at most. After all, he was a Dao prover, but the other party was too. If he wanted to win, it depended on who paid the most. After the 2 monarchs left, Lu Qianxi suddenly said, "It's only been a few days. How did you meet so many monarchs? Do you have so many enemies in the outside world?" Lu Qianxi did some calculations. Since they came out of the god-burying ridge, they had encountered countless obstacles along the way. If he was given another chance to choose, he would definitely continue to stay in the storm quicksand sea. It was too dangerous outside. Han Fei swallowed a mass of liquid divine radiance and said solemnly, "Watch your words." Those two might not have left. Lu Qianzi was immediately alarmed and didn't dare to ask any more. As Han Fei expected, the two people didn't leave immediately. The woman said, "How badly do you think the human butcher and the demon plant were injured?" The sword cultivator said, "Human butcher lost at least 30% of his combat power. The demon plant wasn't injured, but his soul power is probably extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy a soul-suppressing godly weapon in an instant. It's just not worth it for us to take action now." "Did you see the last punch of the human butcher?" the woman asked. "Yes," the sword cultivator said. "The power contained in that punch is too complicated. It can break the body before it becomes a law. It can block the soul power of a monarch. It's a bit like the legendary technique of dual killing of body and soul." "What?" The woman couldn't help but look shocked. "The technique of dual killing of body and soul," the sword cultivator said. "It's completely possible. The human butcher's strength can't be weak. In the battle in Puppet City, it's said that he took the Blood Hand Divine Fist head on. Just now, that punch actually defeated the soul of Silver Fist. That power even has the power to destroy the recombination of the soul. It must be the technique of dual killing of body and soul." The woman's face was solemn. "These damn divine beasts. They wanted to use us to kill the human butcher, but they didn't even tell us some basic information." The sword cultivator said, "Not necessarily. They might not know. It's just like how we didn't know that there would be a demon plant to protect him. The ferocious beasts shouldn't have monarch realm demon plants. It can only be said that the human butcher has many unknown secrets." The woman asked, "If this is the technique of dual killing of body and soul, can it resist the power of our laws?" "Just now, the three of us tried to suppress them with the power of laws, but we failed." The sword cultivator said, "It's possible. Whether it's because of this special technique or not, the human butcher definitely has the ability to resist the power of the law, but he can't completely withstand it. That demon plant couldn't completely resist your hallucinogenic law at first. What I'm worried about is that the treasure in human butcher's hand can actually forcibly transform the attack of Silver Fist into his own." The woman asked, "Is it possible that it's a divine technique?" The sword cultivator frowned slightly. "Divine technique? If there is such a divine technique in the world, what level is it? Forget it. It's useless to say anything now. This time, we were too naive and underestimated him. But the news of Human Butcher's appearance has already spread throughout the 100 Alliance City. There are many people who want to attack him. Now that we have seen his strength, we might as well let those people attack him first. The death of a monarch should have caused a sensation. Unfortunately, the place where this monarch died was too remote, very far away from the 100 Alliance City. The ferocious beast lineage received the news immediately. Li Luoluo just looked at the distance and stopped the agitated ferocious beasts. She muttered to herself, "He has been targeted so quickly? Are there spies among the ferocious beasts? Impossible. I know my people." "But why?" Han Fei and Lu Qianzi soon recovered. Lu Qianzi said, "Are we still going the same way?" Han Fei shook his head. "Of course not. If my whereabouts hadn't been leaked, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But now, even monarchs have begun to ambush me. If I still follow the original path, I'll only be courting death." Han Fei said, "Walk along the edge of the northwestern mining area." The northwestern mining area was full of miasma and poison miasma. Han Fei didn't go deep, so in the next 2 days, although he accidentally entered the miasma once and encountered a few mine demons in the perfected star transformation realm, there was no big problem. On the 3rd day, Han Fei suddenly sensed the synchronization of information from Zhang Daqian. Here, Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Zhang Daqian shouldn't be here at all. But when he sensed the synchronization of information, he immediately learned a lot of information. For example, in the 100 Alliance City, someone reported his whereabouts every half a day. For example, there were undercurrents surging in the 100 Alliance City, and countless forces were forming an alliance, preparing to hunt him. These forces were quite mixed. They were also afraid of Han Fei's revenge, so the strong masters of many forces formed teams. Considering Han Fei's fame, these teams needed an average of 100 people. There was even a message that a monarch leading a group of 5 or 6 teams was going to attack Han Fei. However, none of the intelligence he obtained from Zhang Daqian mentioned that there was a monarch realm demon plant around him, nor did anyone mention that a monarch had died under his hands. Lastly, it was naturally where Zhang Daqian was. These people had actually entered the miasma in advance and hid. There were even array powerhouses setting up arrays, waiting for Han Fei to walk into the trap. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. It wasn't because someone set up an array to intercept him in advance, but that his whereabouts were updated every half a day with great accuracy. There was even a fucking roadmap. Han Fei couldn't understand it. The only person who knew his whereabouts was Lu Qianzi, but Lu Qianzi had never left him. Or maybe, there were strong masters secretly following him, but if they were only in the Dao-proving realm, he would have long discovered them. If they weren't in the Dao-proving realm, they could have taken him down directly. There was no need to do this. Therefore, Han Fei immediately discovered the problem. Someone had some kind of rare treasure or strange ability that could accurately locate his whereabouts. Han Fei paused with an ugly expression. It was already too late when he received the message from Zhang Daqians. This was because they were hiding in the miasma and had set up a large array affecting the distance of the information synchronization. In addition, their hunt this time wasn't just an ambush in one place. The other party had set up 6 ambushes at once, and there was a Dao-proving realm leader in each of them. From the moment Han Fei sensed the synchronization of information, he had already entered the encirclement, and Zhang Daqian's team happened to be led by a monarch of the divine demon forest from the central sea divine realm that he had once attacked. Han Fei was speechless. Just to kill him? The 6 monarchs had joined forces and each brought 200 or 300-person teams. Zhang Daqian could sneak in because the City of Scavengers sent a 4 Dao Lock level powerhouse and 3 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses, which gave him the qualification to watch the battle. Clearly, Zhang Daqian had long known of the danger and specially followed to inform his original body. Unfortunately, it was still a little late. At this moment, Han Fei looked solemn. In 6 directions, the 6 monarchs had been blocked from the front and back. There was even an ambush in the miasma in the northwest mining area. Son of a biatch who dared leak my information. If I don't rip off your head, I'll write my surname upside down. At this moment, if it weren't for these 6 monarchs, it was actually very easy to get rid of these people. 10,000 puppets could easily flatten these 6 teams. However, the 6 monarchs were so powerful that even an army of 20,000 puppets wouldn't be able to resist them. Even if he fought them head-on, the puppet army would inevitably suffer heavy losses, and the 6 monarchs would just run away and then come back to surround him again. How many soldiers could he have to fight them? Besides, it wouldn't be worth it if the puppet army of Puppet City died in such a place. So Han Fei gave up the idea of pushing through with the puppet army. Lu Qianzi and he could only deal with 3 monarchs at most, and they had to catch them off guard and launch a sneak attack. If he fought seriously, he could probably fight a monarch in a short time. He might be able to win in a one-on-one fight, but other monarchs weren't fools and wouldn't give him this chance. In the face of the 6 monarchs, even if he could launch a sneak attack, and even if he could launch a sneak attack on 2 monarchs, he and Lu Qianzi couldn't resist the remaining 4 monarchs. Therefore, be it with the puppet army or fighting head-on, he was completely at a disadvantage and didn't have any advantage. Then, there was only one result, which was to rush into the northwest mining area. Only in this way could he truly escape the pursuit of these forces. When he was safe, he would go to the bastard who revealed his whereabouts. Han Fei said to Lu Qianzi via voice transmission, "Don't show any abnormalities. We were ambushed. In 6 directions, there are 6 monarchs and more than 2,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. But they probably don't know of your existence. Disguise yourself as my weapon. Later, let's break through the way and enter the northwest mining area." 6 monarchs? Lu Qianzi couldn't have felt worse. There were only 3 monarchs just now, but now there were twice as many. Were there so many monarchs in the outside world? Lu Qianzi asked. "Did you offend so many people outside?" Han Fei asked. "Are you scared?" Lu Qianzi said, "How is that possible? I just feel that I've met more strong masters than I've ever seen in my life after being with you for a few days." Han Fei said, "This shows that the outside world is very interesting." Lu Qianzi was speechless. Interesting? Cruel instead. Don't you know that you're hunted every day? Lu Qianzi immediately turned into a rod and flew to Han Fei's hand, and Han Fei grabbed it. About an hour later, Han Fei knew from the information synchronized with Zhang Daqian that the monarch of the divine demon forest informed them to get ready to attack. At this time, Lu Qianzi also reminded him, "There seems to be demon plants spying on us. Shall we continue forward?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, let's leave." In the blink of an eye, the moment Han Fei decided to leave, he grabbed Lu Qianzi and sprinted crazily towards the northwestern mining area. The strong master from the divine demon forest, who had been waiting for Han Fei to fall into the trap, was puzzled. Could it be that something went wrong and this guy found out? He shouted, "Everyone enter my origin star." Chase him. At this time, Han Fei had obviously begun to escape. These ambushers certainly wouldn't wait stupidly. It was rare to know all the routes of this guy. If they still let him escape, it would be unforgivable. Some monarchs sneered. They had long been guarding against this guy running into the northwestern mining area, so they had already set an ambush there. Today, he wouldn't be able to escape. In the previous trip to the north, Han Fei had only captured the hearts of the itinerant cultivators. The cultivators of the major forces all hated Han Fei. Besides, everyone present would envy and covet the inheritance Han Fei had obtained. At this moment, Han Fei didn't panic. He knew that these people who ambushed him weren't stupid. Since they could ambush him here, they must be prepared for him to enter the northwest mining area. However, you only left a monarch in the miasma. Aren't you a little naive to think he can catch me? Although it had only been a few days and he had encountered so many dangers, Han Fei already had a certain understanding of the bad luck given to him by the heavens. The so-called heavenly Tao wouldn't directly attack him. It would only change his future through some coincidence like writing a script. However, the protagonist in the script was not under control. At this moment, Han Fei was piercing through the void at 32 times the speed of light. This speed was actually comparable to some of Dao Prover's. However, it was only comparable. If it were anywhere else, Han Fei would definitely not be able to escape. But in the northwestern mining area, he had been walking close to this miasma mine since he came here, so now that something happened, he entered the mining area very quickly. The so-called miasma could bewilder one's mind, distort space, make one lose direction, and produce disordered perception. This was normal. The first time he entered the miasma, the god's prayer beads glowed and formed a faint glow on Han Fei's body, helping him block the corrosion of the miasma. Han Fei put on a smile. An ultra-quality godly weapon was indeed powerful, especially an auxiliary one. Han Fei didn't know where the monarch hidden in the miasma was, but he didn't think that the monarch might know where he was. After all, the monarch was not a god. How could he know so much? An hour later, Han Fei passed a miasma and encountered another wave of poisonous miasma. There was a power in the miasma to suppress perception, which reduced the sensitivity of perception by almost 10 times. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to find him directly. However, just when he had just let down his guard, Lu Qianzi suddenly said, "Someone is here, a monarch." Han Fei was surprised. "How is that possible?" Lu Qianzi said. "I saw it with my hair. The person turned into a cloud of mist, so it's not easy to be discovered." Han Fei frowned. "Just one?" Lu Qianzi said. "Just this one." Han Fei gritted his teeth. Although a large-scale battle in such a situation was meaningless to him, if he could make an example out of this monarch again, the effect would be good. Young Yunwu was a Dao Prover from the Cloud Fog sect of the Central Sea Divine Realm. He had nothing to do with Han Fei and had never made enemies with him. Only a few of their disciples went to the northern expedition. In the end, they were saved by Han Fei. However, he still joined the ambush. After all, who could hold back from obtaining the inheritance of a great monarch? At this moment, Yang Yunwu held a sensor stone in his hand and thought to himself, "This brat is really bold yet careful." He entered the miasma at the first sign of trouble outside. When the sensor stone was quite close to the target, the light would become brighter and brighter. Yang Yunwu grew vigilant. Although this time they were besieging a skin-opening realm powerhouse, they couldn't underestimate him. This wasn't a simple sky-opening realm powerhouse. They had to treat him as a powerhouse on the god roll. On this side, Yang Yunwu quickly caught up to where Han Fei was just now, and the power in his body was already circulating. However, he didn't expect that a saber beam would sweep over from the void. Yang Yunwu was speechless. Did this human butcher misunderstand something? He was the one who was hunted. Now that he had found something wrong, he should have run away. Why did he ambush him here? Yang Yunwu felt that Han Fei was really stupid. How dare a sky opener ambush him, a Dao Prover? If he wasn't crazy, he must be really bold. Yang Yunwu instantly turned into a human and waved his hand. The miasma seemed to be compressed and enveloped Han Fei. There was a reason why it was he who stayed in the miasma to ambush. The Cloud Fog sect was best at controlling cloud mist. Whether it was miasma or poisonous miasma, it might be useful to others, but to Yang Yunwu, not only was it useless, but it might even become his weapon. As the clouds swept over, Yang Yunwu grinned. The inheritance of a great monarch was right before his eyes. How could he not be excited? Swish, 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 swish. When a large piece of miasma was cut apart by the knife light, Yang Yunwu clenched his fist and the power of the law surged. The clouds were thick and sticky. As long as he was in the clouds, Yang Yunwu was confident that he could easily take down Han Fei. But in the next moment, Yang Yunwu's face changed slightly. How could a sky opener break his cloud law? A sword light emerged from the clouds and slashed at Yang Yunwu. It was just a saber beam. Although it was very powerful and seemed to have reached the limit of the sky-opening realm, how could such an attack be taken seriously by Yang Yuanwu? He pointed his finger gently, and the clouds in the sky rolled into a cloud dragon, enveloping Han Fei's knife light. Puffer Ripper. After pointing at Han Fei, Yang Yunwu was waiting for Han Fei to make a fool of himself. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He saw that his Cloud Sea Flood Dragon had been completely penetrated by Han Fei's blow and its entire body was cut from head to tail. That's impossible. Yang Yunwu finally became solemn. Although it was just a cloud dragon, it contained the power of his soul and the law of clouds. How could it be cut open by a sky opener? Even the top 10 powerhouses on the god roll couldn't break a law. At this moment, a 10,000-foot-tall giant was clenching a destructive fist mark. Humph! How dare you play Dharma World with me in the clouds, cloud binding, rain twining. At that moment, Han Fei saw that all the clouds and mist gathered here, and the clouds were unusually moist and sticky. Because he was in the mist, this power couldn't be avoided. The silencing fist was blasted out and fell into the clouds. Yang Yunwu was shocked to see that his cloud mist divine technique was collapsing. What was the background of this human butcher? His physique and soul had reached a terrifying height. Finally, Yang Yunwu didn't dare to underestimate Han Fei anymore. He waved his hand and seemed to turn into a cloud, looking like a fairy. However, just as Yang Yunwu raised his head to the sky, thinking about how to break the Dharma idol of the human butcher, his body suddenly stiffened because a force rushed into his body. Who else could it be but Lu Qianzi? At that moment, Yang Yunwu knew that something was wrong and immediately released 200 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. At the moment when these people appeared, Han Fei walked out of the void mountain, but he ignored them. With a casual wave of his hand, an army of 1,000 puppets appeared in the void and surrounded the 200 people. Han Fei said indifferently, "I don't know who told you about my whereabouts. Didn't he tell you that I've already killed a monarch?" Seeing Yang Yunwu's surprised expression, Han Fei smiled and said, "They really didn't tell you? Isn't that cheating you?" Yang Yunwu felt like a marionette. When he looked down with difficulty, he saw a cyan rod with billions of strands of hair inserted into his body. Bang! Lu Qianzi said, "He blew himself up, but not willingly." Han Fei said, "Since he likes to blow himself up, I don't mind giving him a hand." Lu Qianzi was surprised. "Aren't you going to sign a master-servant contract with him?" Han Fei said, "I can't sign a contract with a humanoid. Besides, I've changed my mind. I'm not in a hurry to go to the northern mining area on this trip." Chapter 2643, One Man vs. 5 Monarchs. 2 in 12643, One Man vs. 5 Monarchs, 2 in 1, Han Fei discovered that the curse of the heavens and bad luck couldn't be avoided. If he took a normal path, there would be people coming out to intercept him. If he entered the northwest mining area, he would definitely encounter Monarch Realm mine demons and might fall into some special miasma. Even though he had never shown up, his whereabouts had been leaked and updated in real time. This made Han Fei speechless. What methods did the other party have? If a carefree level or even an immortal level powerhouse wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't have had to be so troublesome. It was possible if it was an ultra-quality godly weapon, or even a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, or a chaotic spiritual treasure. For example, the vast ocean navigator had such an unreasonable directional ability. At first, Han Fei thought that just like the 9-palace luck ruler, the vast ocean navigator would become less and less useful as his strength increased. But in fact, it was not the case. Not long after he reached the sky-opening realm, the 9-palace luck ruler was almost useless, but the vast ocean navigator could even point out the location of a god. The quality difference between the two was huge. And this functional device that could detect his whereabouts was probably far more powerful than the vast ocean navigator. After all, the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day. Although he was pressed for time, Han Fei still wanted to take a look at Yang Yunwu's memories. He wanted to see who leaked his whereabouts. Because the memories were very close, Han Fei found them easily. However, he saw a golden turtle that drew a roadmap of Han Fei's operation without any help. Then, it gave a bead to each of Yang Yunwu and the others. The turtle said, "I've planted a mark on the human butcher. As long as he approaches, the bead will shine and flash. Even if he hides in his origin star, this connection won't be severed. If he really enters his origin star, this will be your chance." Upon reading this, Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. When had he ever offended such a turtle? This was not a turtle, but a prophet. Also, Han Fei was still scared. A moment ago, he really wanted to hide in his origin star for a while. Now it seemed that he was lucky that he didn't have time to think carefully. Otherwise, if he really entered his origin star, he would be doomed. After being delayed for nearly 10 seconds, Han Fei knew that he had to go. There were monarchs in the other directions who must be coming to him at full speed. However, before leaving, Han Fei had to send Yang Yunwu to hell. Rumble. In the 5 directions, the 5 monarchs' faces suddenly changed. Such a violent astronomical phenomenon could be sensed even across billions of kilometers of sky. This was the sign of the death of a monarch. Furthermore, their perception was even sharper. In an extremely short period of time, there was a great Dao crack on the left and one on the right, indicating that every time a heavenly Dao crack faintly appeared, it meant that a perfected star transformation realm cultivator had died. On Han Fei's side, the puppet army almost crushed the perfected star transformation realm cultivators. It wasn't that they were stronger in individual combat, but there were too many of them. After all, the 1,000 puppet army was all in the perfected star transformation realm. Furthermore, puppets didn't feel tired or in pain, but only knew how to fight. Unfortunately, the time was too short. Even with Lu Qianzi's help, Han Fei couldn't kill all the perfected star transformation realm cultivators in just 10 seconds. He only killed 18 people, and only 3 of the puppets died. After all, when these cultivators saw that a monarch was captured, they knew that something was wrong and their fighting intent was greatly reduced. They just rushed forward blindly, trying to escape. Han Fei didn't care if these perfected star transformation realm cultivators were all dead or not. He recalled the puppet army and ran. While running, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and asked silently, "Where is the mark on my body?" Han Fei was shocked when the vast ocean navigator pointed. This was because the vast ocean navigator was not pointing at a certain part of his body, but at something he had never expected. It was the god's prayer bead. God's prayer bead? Han Fei was lost for a moment. How could it be the god's prayer bead? He got this thing from the ruins of God, and the guy who gave it to him called himself a god. Although he guessed that that guy was definitely not a god, he would never have thought that this was the reason why he was besieged. A divine beast? Han Fei became solemn. He would be a fool if he still couldn't figure it out at this moment. The god's prayer bead had only passed through the hands of two people. One was the guy he released back then, and the other was him. Now, someone had used this to locate him. It could only be the guy he had released back then. And the Emperor Sparrow had said that the guy suppressed back then had the aura of a divine beast. It seemed that this judgment was very correct. So, the golden turtle he saw in Yang Yunwu's memory must be him. And now that he had returned to the lineage of divine beasts, he took the opportunity to attack him. Previously, Li Luoluo had reminded him that because of the northern expedition, the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow made the divine beast lineage pay special attention to the movements of the ferocious beasts. As for this turtle, it must have guessed his identity with the god's prayer bead and learned that he had appeared among the ferocious beasts. That was why he wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. The lineage of divine beasts? I didn't want to be your enemy. I even let your people go during the northern expedition, but in the end, you want to kill me, you bastards. Sure enough, there was a reason why this turtle gave him an ultra-quality godly weapon like the god's prayer bead. Perhaps he had known about the existence of the Emperor Sparrow from the beginning, so he gave him the god's prayer bead in order to be of use in the future. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why the turtle gave him an ultra-quality godly weapon like the god's prayer bead. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. However, at this moment, the god's prayer bead had been refined by him. He didn't know if the turtle could locate the god's prayer bead itself or him after he refined the god's prayer bead. The turtle said that even if he hid in his origin star, he would still be detected. This meant that even if he put away the god's prayer bead, it might not help. The only way was to reforge the god's prayer bead, modify it with the demon purification pot, and refine it again. In this way, maybe he could get rid of this state of being tracked. However, he didn't have the time to complete this series of operations now. Many thoughts flashed through Han Fei's mind in the blink of an eye. If such an ambush was inevitable, why not go all out? In any case, he couldn't avoid misfortune. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well kill his way out and make these people afraid of him. Besides, since he already knew how he was located, he had regained the initiative. With a thought from Han Fei, the vast ocean navigator pointed again. This time, it pointed to the northwestern mining area, a desperate place. For him, it was a desperate place, but for those monarchs, it was at least a dangerous place. The vast ocean navigator immediately turned and pointed to the depths of the northwestern mining area, and Han Fei rushed in that direction without hesitation. Since it was the bad luck given by the heavenly Tao, it must be very dangerous for him to walk into the mining area. But at this moment, who cared? Soon, the 5 monarchs arrived at the place where Yang Yunwu died one after another, less than 100 seconds after Han Fei escaped. Thunder was still rumbling in the sky. Someone said, Yang Yunwu is dead. Someone said solemnly, the strong master from the Cloud Fog sect died just like that. It seems that the power of the human butcher can't be measured with the standard of the sky-opening realm. He's not a monarch, but he's even stronger than a monarch. Someone said, cut the crap, let's go. Although he can intercept Yang Yunwu, it has taken him some time. No matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than us, so it's only a matter of time before we catch up with him. Another person held a bead in his hand and said, it seems that he is going to the depths of the northwestern mining area. Idiot, there will only be more obstacles in the depths of the mining area. Does he think he can get rid of us by running around in this miasma? The 5 monarchs attacked at the same time, so they were naturally not afraid. Han Fei could kill Yang Yunwu. They felt that he must have used the power of Puppet City or some other means. However, they all felt that it was too unbelievable that a sky opener could kill a monarch. Even if Han Fei won by a fluke, it was impossible for him to have the strength to fight the 5 of them. Otherwise, Han Fei didn't need to run. He just needed to wait for them to come and fight a good battle. Therefore, when the 5 of them saw Han Fei running to the depths of the northwestern mining area, they were not anxious at all. To be honest, in such a short time, they didn't think Han Fei could run far. If he didn't run for days and nights, he might not meet a mine demon that could threaten a monarch. However, they didn't know that Han Fei had bad luck at this moment. His existence would attract bad luck, so he didn't need to go deep into the western mining area at all. As long as he entered the northwestern mining area, he would be in danger. As Han Fei expected, he only ran for about 200 seconds before he encountered a large mass of poisonous miasma. In this poisonous miasma, a centipede in the Tao-proving realm covered in a bright red carapace attacked Han Fei. However, Han Fei simply ignored this guy. He still used the god's prayer bead, and his body was quickly absorbing and adapting to the poisonous miasma here. As for the centipede's attack, with Lu Qianxi temporarily resisting it, he just needed to rush forward. Unless he encountered another Monarch Realm Mine Demon in a short period of time, it was impossible to slow down his speed of escape. However, Han Fei underestimated his bad luck. Before he rushed out of this poisonous miasma area, he encountered another spotted spider with black shells and white spots. It didn't look like a good thing. Chiliu. As soon as the spider spewed out, an invisible silk net covered him from the seawater. Han Fei slashed backhand. The knife light contained the true meaning of Ragnarok, so the net was broken with one slash, which made Han Fei take a long breath of relief, as expected of a divine technique that could only be used by people cultivating the Tao of extreme balance. With this divine technique, he would have the means to slay a monarch. At this moment, under the one-on-one battle, Han Fei was no longer afraid of the Tao prover. This was a great improvement. However, when Han Fei was about to run, he found that he was still entangled, because he found that the seawater had turned into threads and was about to solidify into a cocoon. The drawing technique. Han Fei had the draw technique, and Lu Qianxi had the silk thread soul stab. This spider restrained Han Fei, and Lu Qianxi directly pierced his soul. Han Fei took the opportunity to unfold the threads that were holding him and cut open the silk cocoon in front of him. At that moment, Han Fei grabbed Lu Qianxi and ran. Now was not the time to waste. The longer he was intercepted, the more danger he would be in. Once the 5 monarchs behind caught up to him, he would be in danger even if he activated all 5 of his Dao Lock and had the help of Lu Qianxi. Besides, the 5 Dao Locks had to be used at the most critical moment. After the 3rd use, he would have to prove Dao. How could he use it here? After another few seconds, Han Fei continued to rush deeper. Lu Qianxi said, "Well, why don't we change direction? I feel that wherever you run, monarch mind demons will appear. Did the demon god curse you?" At this time, Lu Qianxi also noticed Han Fei's abnormality. When he left the god-bearing ridge, he found it strange. He hadn't encountered any monarch realm mind demons before, but several of them had appeared at once at that time. In the storm quicksand sea, with his ability, even if he encountered a group of mind demons, he could avoid most of them, but at that time, he encountered many waves of mind demons in a row. He was ambushed after he left the ferocious beast settlement, but only 3 days later he was ambushed again. Now that he had just entered the northwestern mining area, he had met 2 monarch realm mind demons in a row. This made him feel that it was a miracle that Han Fei could survive until now. Han Fei said, "It's the same in any direction. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we're seeking survival now. The more dangerous a place is, the safer it is for us." What kind of logic is this? Lu Qianxi felt that Han Fei was out of his mind. Are these centipedes and spiders safe? These are 2 Dao-proving level mind demons. Their speed is no slower than yours. Han Fei didn't slow down. Only Lu Qianxi dealt with the centipede and the spider for the time being. Another 200 seconds later, after encountering more than 30 waves of ordinary peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm Mind Demons, Han Fei finally encountered the first gregarious Mind Demons in the northwestern mining area. This was a species of Mind Demon called the Great Halberd Crab. They had a hard carapace, one pincer was like a halberd, used to wave, and the other pincer was like a spear, which could throw and attack. Lu Qianxi screamed, "Not good, let's take a detour. I hate this kind of mind demon the most. I hate all mind demons with hard carapaces." Han Fei grinned. That's exactly what we're waiting for. Han Fei bet that he couldn't reach the forbidden place at all, but he didn't really need to go there. With his bad luck, the strongest people he had attracted so far were only Dao Provers. However, Dao Provers couldn't be everywhere. It was a little unrealistic for 5, 6, or even 8 of them to appear in 2 hours. Otherwise, it was because the heavenly Dao was disgusting and would do anything to kill him. Besides, theoretically speaking, he hadn't gone far into the northwestern mining area. It was already unbelievable enough that he had encountered 2 Dao-proving level mind demons. It couldn't be that all the monarchs attacked him, right? At this moment, Han Fei finally got what he wanted. As the saying went, there was chaos, there was a chance. As long as the purpose was clear, there was a way to turn danger into safety. The great halberd crabs were slowly marching, so it was a dense mass. Han Fei didn't need to release much perception to know that the number was definitely not small, at least tens of thousands. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to encounter so many powerful crabs at this depth of this mining area. The answer could only be a coincidence. These crabs were marching and migrating. He happened to enter the northwest mining area and meet them. The moment they saw Han Fei, these great halberd crabs separated into more than 1,000 crabs and raised their halberds and spears, ready to fight. Because there were Monarch Realm centipedes and spiders behind, Han Fei was forced to attack the migrating great halberd crabs. This was a manifestation of bad luck. Gregarious mind demons were also very difficult to deal with. In fact, these great halberd crabs didn't care if they could stop Han Fei, as long as they could force him into a dilemma. Han Fei took a closer look. Nearly half of these crabs were in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm, and a small number were in the perfected Star Transformation Realm. For the time being, no Monarch Realm crabs appeared. At this moment, Han Fei took a deep breath. He could create a desperate situation himself and then have a narrow escape. He said to Lu Qianxi, "You run first. Find a random corner and wait for me hundreds of millions of kilometers away." With that, Han Fei threw Lu Qianxi out. Lu Qianxi was slightly shocked. He thought that at such a moment, Han Fei would never be able to leave him. According to Han Fei's personality, he would only occasionally attack when he was defeated by others. Lu Qianxi asked, "Are you sure?" Han Fei grinned. It's just an ambush. Just be prepared to take action at any time. Lu Qianxi thought to himself, sure enough, when was this guy so nice? He asked me to hide so that I can catch his enemies off guard. However, he didn't know how Han Fei could survive the attacks of so many monarchs. Could he survive with this bunch of crabs? Come on, there was no monarch here. No matter how powerful these crabs were, they were useless. Go. Han Fei shouted and urged Lu Qianxi to leave because those great halberd crabs had already begun to move. One spear shadow after another, there were as many as 20,000 of them. Faced with such a storm-like blow, Han Fei wouldn't stupidly go up to fight head-on. The Starsea mystic sand floated outside his body, and in this environment where spear beams rained down, he activated the void descending art. At the moment the technique was activated, his original body and clone switched, and Han Fei appeared above these crabs. Fist of destruction, explode, rumble. The strongest punch of the Star Fist technique was launched when these crabs were unprepared, directly collapsing part of the seabed. As many as 60 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm crabs died by Han Fei's hand. Yes, Han Fei chose the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm crabs to attack, but even so, he only killed more than 60 of them, which showed how strong the defense power of this halberd crab was. After the punch, Han Fei didn't stop. Instead, he grabbed 3 crabs in the perfected Star Transformation Realm with the void lines. The 3 halberd crabs slashed at Han Fei. When the 3 halberd crabs rushed out to chase Han Fei, the entire crab swarm went crazy. But Han Fei's speed was much faster. He reversed time and instantly returned to where he had just come from before turning around and running. Yes, Han Fei had a very strong feeling. This feeling told him that if the 5 monarchs arrived, he would definitely be no match for them. But it was a chaotic battle. They didn't have to be evenly matched. With the god's prayer bead and the golden turtle, no matter where he ran, he would be discovered. As long as his whereabouts were exposed, he would be hunted all the way. However, seeing Han Fei return, the happiest was the Monarch Realm centipede and spider that were chasing him. But this wasn't important. Han Fei activated his great Dao and even opened the invincible eyes between his eyebrows. He said indifferently, "From the beginning, the bad luck imposed on me by the heavenly Dao is the hunting of Dao provers. If I keep running, I will only be chased. Today, I won't run." The speed of the 5 monarchs was very fast. Suddenly, their hearts stirred. He is getting closer and closer. He must have encountered difficulties that made it difficult for him to move forward. This was the only reason that everyone could think of. This was the most likely reason. Therefore, the 5 people immediately slowed down and released nearly 2,000 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. These perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouses were all good at arrays. Their task was to seize some time to stop Han Fei's puppet army. In less than 50 seconds, the mist surging in the miasma was shaking. One of the monarchs said, "I feel that something is wrong. Everyone, you have to be careful when facing the human butcher. After all, he has the means to slay a monarch." In the next moment, Han Fei's figure appeared in their perception. However, a centipede and a spider appeared with him. They were both at the Dao proving level. This made everyone's expression change. How fucking troublesome is this guy? How long has it been since he entered the northwestern mining area? And he has already encountered 2 Dao proving level mine demons. Not just them, even Han Fei couldn't figure it out, but he didn't care. Emperor Sparrow, fuse, swish. At that moment, Han Fei had a pair of black wings on his back, the third eye between his eyebrows opened, and his body was shining with golden light. Clearly, he had pushed his strength to its peak. Among the 5 monarchs, someone snorted coldly. "Idiot, you think you can fight 5 monarchs alone?" The other person smiled contemptuously. Not to mention that only 2 of these mine demons are at the Dao proving level. Even if there are 5, they are nothing. One of the monarchs shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, stop these crabs." After that, the 5 of them stepped out of the void at the same time. If they captured Han Fei, the inheritance of a great monarch would belong to them. In the end, whoever obtained it first was the winner. However, at the moment when the 5 powerhouses were about to attack, Han Fei suddenly grinned. Frenzying eye. The monarch closest to Han Fei suddenly froze, and his eyes were cloudy. Han Fei continued, "Steal consciousness." At the moment when Han Fei stole this person's consciousness, a pearl flew out from between this person's eyebrows, shaking non-stop. Han Fei's 7 orifices were bleeding, and he seemed to be struggling. However, Han Fei said unhurriedly, "Steal again." In the next moment, the pearl miraculously disappeared and appeared in Han Fei's palm. At this moment, the other 4 monarchs attacked at the same time, and 4 laws descended on Han Fei. At the same time, one of them pressed his palm on Han Fei's back, and another pressed on Han Fei's head. Another person split his longsword into tens of thousands of pieces, as if he were going to kill Han Fei. The last person put his hands together, creating a space of strength that devoured Han Fei. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the 4 monarchs discovered that Han Fei had been beaten into a white mist without any dregs left. But at this moment, there was a roar behind him. Another Han Fei appeared in front of the dazed monarch, and his fist mark had already landed on this person's head. Rumble. With one punch, the monarch exploded into countless pieces. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the other party wasn't blown to pieces by him, even though he had actually reached the limit of the dual extreme Dao in the sky-opening realm. The monarch's fragments bulged and extinguished in the void, but they couldn't condense the soul and regather their body. The four monarchs were all shocked. Someone was shocked. How is it possible? Is this the technique of dual killing of body and soul? Chapter 2644, an immortal, level demon 2, in 12644, an immortal. Level demon 2 in 1, Han Fei finally realized that the strength of a monarch wasn't the body and soul. What was important was the circulation of the true meaning of the law. When he killed this person, it was even easier than last time. This was because from the moment he appeared, he had already targeted him. From the frenzying eye, to the void-stealing technique, to stealing his soul-suppressing godly weapon, everything happened in a flash, giving this person no time to react. In addition, the characteristics of the Ragnarok could destroy and shatter laws and great Daos. Coupled with the lingering killing intent of the Dao of Slaughter God, it hindered the condensation of the monarch's body and soul. Therefore, he was able to achieve a real killing blow. Therefore, in this case, the difference between a monarch and a perfected star transformation realm cultivator with 5 Dao locks wasn't very big. Han Fei's kill was stunning enough. The other 4 monarchs finally understood how Yang Yunwu died. Those who could become monarchs had good eyesight. Although the technique of dual killing of body and soul was rare in the world, it was still recognized at a glance. Besides, they had noticed that the dead monarch was in a trance before he died and had seen Han Fei's strange method of stealing the soul-suppressing godly weapon. They realized that Han Fei had the ability to instantly snatch other people's consciousness and weapons. The 4 of them became solemn. One of them said, "Don't underestimate this guy. His soul power should be abnormally powerful to be able to trick a Dao-proving realm cultivator. Furthermore, this is the rare technique of dual killing of body and soul. Once we really fall into a passive state, the consequences will be unimaginable." Someone said, "How did he take Old Key's soul-suppressing godly weapon?" If the soul-suppressing godly weapon hadn't disappeared, he should have been able to block this blow, and then he wouldn't have died. Swish, swish, swish. Without giving them much time to consider, the centipede and the spider had already rushed over. After all, they were mind demons. They would attack all foreign species that were not mind demons. It was the same for Han Fei or these monarchs. Therefore, it was impossible for these people to ignore the attacks of these 2 Dao-proving level mind demons. One of them said, "Let's split up. Master Hua, Wen Busheng, you take care of these 2 mind demons. Chen Bai and I will deal with the human butcher." No one had any objections to this distribution, although they didn't know how Han Fei provoked 2 Dao-proving level mind demons in the northwestern mining area. However, since they had been lured over, they must be involved in this chaotic battle. However, the army of crabs that followed them from a distance was ignored. For them, the mind demons could only give them some trouble at most, and it was almost impossible to make up for the gap in strength with human-tied tactics. Han Fei was relieved to see that the other party sent 2 monarchs to deal with the centipede and the spider. As long as these 2 mind demons appeared, they would have to deal with them. These monarchs figured this out from the beginning and took the initiative to send 2 monarchs to deal with these 2 mind demons. As for the remaining 2 people on the other side, they didn't panic at all when facing him, even though he had just killed a Dao Prover. At this time, Han Fei was thinking that he probably couldn't beat 2 monarchs at the same time. Then he heard a monarch on the opposite side say, "Human butcher, do you really think you can contend with monarchs just because you luckily killed a monarch? Now I'll give you a chance. Hand over Puppet City, and I may let you go." Han Fei sneered. Idiot. Of course, Han Fei knew that the other party was just talking nonsense. Not to mention handing over Puppet City, even if he offered 10 Puppet Cities, these people wouldn't let him off. However, he didn't intend to let them go either. They attacked him over and over again. Did they really think he was a pushover? So what if they were monarchs? If it were before he learned the Ragnarok, his methods to deal with monarchs were indeed limited, and he couldn't kill even the weakest monarch. However, the Ragnarok gave him the possibility of crossing realms to slay a monarch. Therefore, when he found that he was completely targeted and had nowhere to escape, he needed a victory that amazed and shocked everyone. 1, 2, 3. Dao locks appeared on Han Fei's body. Ka. The 3 Dao locks cracked, and Han Fei felt an even more magnificent power bursting out of his body. At this moment, Han Fei's combat power when he hadn't even activated his Great Dao was already comparable to his full combat power when he activated his Great Dao in the Divine Capital Dynasty. As soon as the 3 Dao locks were opened, his soul power and strength both exceeded 800,000 points. Han Fei didn't hide his invincible eyes at all. He didn't mind being seen again. Activating the Great Dao, Han Fei's body was like a diamond, his blood was surging like a tidal wave, and his soul was clear. With the enhancement of 6 times his combat power, his strength exceeded 5 million waves, and so was his soul. Swish to Han Fei moved and punched out with the silencing fist. He had never thought that he could win by trickery. The monarchs had the power of laws, and he had the Ragnarok. If the Ragnarok was regarded as a power of laws, then he could be considered a monarch now. The gap in the realm had been quickly smoothed out. Now it was just a competition of strength. The two monarchs changed their expressions and attacked him head-on. They knew that Han Fei had other means, but it didn't mean that this method could really close the gap in the realm. Therefore, when they saw Han Fei's punch, a wave rose under one of their feet and a huge tide swept up, blocking in front of them. The law of water? This wave was not ordinary. This wave was extremely thick, giving Han Fei the illusion that it was the softened product of a steel torrent and no longer looked like water. However, Han Fei scoffed at this. He pounced on him, and with a bang, the sound was not loud, but it seemed to be cutting. In the next moment, a hole was punched through the middle of the vortex wave. The two monarchs were both surprised. They found it a little strange. Not only did Han Fei have the technique of dual killing of body and soul, but why could his combat skills also penetrate the power of the law? The essential difference between the sky-opening realm and the monarch realm was the law. Without the law, the only difference between the sky-opening realm and the monarch realm was the difference in basic strength. However, now they had the illusion that they were fighting a powerhouse of the same level. This was because Han Fei could easily break the power of the law, which made their advantage as a monarch disappear. Therefore, after Han Fei broke through the barrier of the heavy water, the two of them looked at each other and regarded Han Fei as an opponent of the same realm for the first time. Another person sneered. Suddenly, his speed soared, far exceeding 30 times the speed of light. In an instant, he slashed out tens of thousands of swords, trying to shatter Han Fei's fist of destruction. However, when the 10,000 swords failed to completely shatter the fist of destruction, the man's face changed and he shouted in a low voice, "It's a top divine technique, Chen Bai." The monarch named Chen Bai roared, and the law of water condensed into a spearlight in his chest and abdomen. He shouted, "Brody, you are not the only one who has a divine technique." Divine technique, waterfall spear. At the moment when the spearlight appeared, Han Fei suddenly grinned. Steel. In the blink of an eye, the waterfall spear that had just been condensed suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared in front of Han Fei and attacked the other monarch. The man's face changed greatly. It could even steal an attack? What kind of technique was that? Han Fei had been waiting for this moment. He was going to use a divine technique in exchange for a divine technique to steal the strongest attack of one of the opponents. The fist of destruction was still launched, and the waterfall spear appeared, which was equivalent to 2 divine techniques. The other person had to take out a giant shield to block it. At this moment, Han Fei stole Chen Bai's consciousness and forced a sapphire mirror, which was his soul-suppressing godly weapon, to leave his body, steal again. In the next moment, the green jade mirror appeared on Han Fei's side. Chen Bai had lost his soul-suppressing godly weapon. Not good. Chen Bai's face changed drastically, and the other person looked horrified. Was he going to repeat the scene just now? The sword cultivator condensed a sky-reaching sword shadow in the air and thrust it at Han Fei. Han Fei didn't care. The Starsea mystic sand intertwined in the air and swept towards the sword shadow. Seeing this, Chen Bai knew that he had lost this round, so he wanted to retreat. His figure turned into water and a mist surrounded the law of water, preparing to escape. But in the next moment, Han Fei spat out the extreme cold pearl and shouted, "Freeze!" In the next moment, the power of the carefree level burst out and the mist was frozen before it could escape. Boom! The fist of destruction had arrived and landed in the mist, which was crushed into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Rumble! In the sky, cracks of the Great Tao radiated billions of kilometers, indicating the death of another monarch. Hiss from a distance. Lu Qianzi looked at the sky in horror. 2 consecutive meteorological phenomena had occurred. He knew that this was definitely not Han Fei's death, but he didn't know if a mind demon or an enemy chasing Han Fei had died. But in any case, at this moment, Lu Qianzi only felt that the outside world was too dangerous. How many days had it been since he came out? 4 monarchs had already died. Were the monarchs outside so worthless? At this moment, on the battlefield, the 3 monarchs were all shocked. How fucking long had it been? In just dozens of seconds, 2 monarchs had died in a row who were at the same level as them. Earlier, a monarch was ambushed and killed by Han Fei. That might be because he was careless, but now, they were clearly fighting head-on. Why was Chen Bai killed? Half of the 6 monarchs had died not long after the battle began. They couldn't imagine what would happen if the battle dragged on. They didn't mind Yang Yunwu's death because it was normal to be tricked in a one-on-one battle. Later, Han Fei came with 2 mind demons in the Tao-proving realm and killed another by surprise. This could be attributed to Han Fei's strange methods. But now Chen Bai was dead. No matter how they explained it, it was difficult to express their panic at the moment. They didn't know if Han Fei still had any trump cards, but at least now they had confirmed one thing. That was, Han Fei had too many means, all of which were very strange and hard to resist. At this moment, Han Fei grinned at the 3 of them and said, "Do you still want to fight?" Han Fei put away the ownerless mirror, looking calm and had no intention of escaping. He simply took out a mass of liquid divine light and swallowed it. He had consumed a lot of energy in this battle. He had stolen something from 2 monarchs in a row. The backlash he suffered might not be obvious to others, but he knew it. Of course, now was not the time for him to be desperate. He had already used up most of his trump cards. If he continued to fight, he estimated that with Lu Qianzi's help, he should be able to kill another one. Therefore, Han Fei was not in a hurry. He just looked at the battlefield calmly. The remaining 3 monarchs looked at each other in the air. Their meaning was clear. They didn't want to continue this battle. If Han Fei wanted to escape, this was the right time. There was no reason for him to stay here. Since he didn't leave, no matter what, the other party must still have trump cards in his hand. That was why he didn't leave. However, the other party didn't choose to attack either, which meant that Han Fei wasn't confident of killing the 3 of them at once, so he asked this question. Seeing that no one answered, Han Fei chuckled. If you don't fight, I'm leaving. Right, today may be the best opportunity for you to kill me. If you miss it, it may be difficult for you to kill me again. Everyone, enter my origin star. At this time, the monarch who was fighting the centipede with a giant axe spoke. It seemed that he was not going to fight anymore. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked deeply at the surging tide of crabs and said silently, Eye of Disaster. After activating the Eyes of Disaster, Han Fei grinned. Fine, I'll spare your lives today. However, next time, no one can save you. With that, Han Fei walked away. He could enter the origin stars of the 3 powerhouses he had killed with their bodies and souls, so he wasn't in a hurry. Now that he had been locked down, he didn't have the time to check them for the time being. Now, his top priority was to run. The Eye of Disaster was the only uncontrollable supernatural power of the Emperor Sparrow. Once it was activated, the consequences were unpredictable. Because Zhang Daqian was also here, Han Fei didn't use it immediately because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape after using it. Now, the axe guy wanted to collect everyone into his origin star. Han Fei was certainly relieved. The monarchs were dead, but their origin stars were still there. He could find Zhang Daqian. Seeing Han Fei leave right under their noses, the 3 monarchs all looked awful. And among the army that was fighting the crab army, Zhang Daqian immediately got his original body's order and got into Master Hua's origin star. In the following period of time, Han Fei was really running without any rest. God knew what would happen after the Eye of Disaster descended. Of course, he had to run far away. There was no reason for him to use the Eye of Disaster on others, but disaster would befall him. Even the heavens couldn't do that, right? 10 seconds after Han Fei ran away, the remaining 3 monarchs didn't leave directly. Han Fei ran away, but they couldn't come back empty-handed. Fortunately, there were still 2 Dao-proving realm mind demons here, as well as this crab tide. If they took them all down, they could vent their anger and make up for their losses. As for the deaths of Yang Yunwu, Chen Bai, and the others, there was nothing they could do. They could only blame their bad luck. However, 10 seconds after Han Fei left, the ground suddenly began to tremble, and a saber beam cut across the sky. The 3 of them were shocked. Master Hua exclaimed, How is it possible? Is this an immortal level powerhouse? How can there be an immortal level powerhouse here? Another person said. It's a mind demon, an immortal level mind demon. How is it possible? This is only the periphery of the northwest mining area. How can there be an immortal level mind demon here? The 3 of them panicked. It was not that there were no immortal level mind demons in the infinite mining area, but they definitely shouldn't appear here. Even if they ran for 3 days and 3 nights in the northwest mining area, they probably wouldn't encounter a mind demon of this level. This thing was usually in the deepest of the infinite mining area, where there were even great monarch level mind demons, not to mention immortal level ones. However, immortal level mind demons rarely appeared here in the history of the entire infinite mining area. Puffa the sword cultivator was cut apart by this saber. Even his godly weapon, his law, and his body and soul were cut apart. The other 2 were horrified and shouted, Run, rumble. Under the heavenly Dao crack, in the rain of blood, a huge mountain-like mind demon crab tore open the blood mist and appeared here surrounded by countless small crabs. Swish, the big crab's claws were like blades hanging high in the sky, cutting through the sky like a meteor. As the sharp claws extended out, the centipede and the spider were both nailed through. Immediately afterward, the crab's pincers cut the 2 monarchs who were trying to escape. At this moment, the 2 of them made a decision at the same time, which was to abandon their bodies. In such a critical moment, they had no time to condense their bodies. At this moment, they had to seize every second. They were already lucky to survive. However, how could it be so easy to survive under the nose of an immortal level powerhouse? The huge crab leaped and 8 sharp blades fell from the sky, blocking their way. In the next moment, 2 golden wheels flashed before their eyes, and then their souls burned with golden flames. Ahaha. The golden flames couldn't be extinguished. They seemed to contain a power of law that they couldn't understand. Just as they were about to die, they saw a young woman standing on the head of the mountain-like crab, watching everything expressionlessly with her arms crossed. Even when the 2 of them died, they were still a little scared and puzzled. How could someone stand on the head of this immortal-level crab? Who was she? Unfortunately, no one would tell them the answer. The woman muttered, Those bastards dare to attack old Xie's descendants. They're courting death. Buzz 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 buzzing with bubbles, but the woman glanced in the direction where Han Fei left and chuckled. It's okay, only one of them ran away. We're leaving the depths of the mine for the storm ridge. We don't have to waste too much time on one person. With that, the woman looked in the direction where Han Fei left casually, feeling a little puzzled. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity. However, the woman thought that she hadn't left the depths of the infinite mining area for a long time, and thought that it must be her illusion. On the other side, Han Fei was sweating profusely. It was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 5 monarchs had died. What had they encountered? Damn, Zhangdaqian should be fine, right? Wasn't the power of the Eyes of Disaster a little too terrifying? The voice of the Emperor Sparrow sounded in Han Fei's mind. I said that the Eyes of Disaster can't be used randomly. Even if it were me, I wouldn't have used them if I could. Fortunately, you ran fast. Otherwise, you would have ended up like them. Han Fei didn't think so, but he might have to call his eldest senior brother for help. Han Fei had thought that the Eye of Disaster might not be able to cause any real disaster. Once the 3 of them killed the centipede and the spider, they might continue to chase him. At that time, he and Lu Chanzi might be able to kill them all. Now, this plan was useless. However, he still had to go back and save Zhangdaqians. It wasn't easy for his 2 clones to grow to this point. It would be a pity if they died here. After a while, Han Fei found Lu Chanzi in a corner billions of kilometers away. This guy pretended to be a bamboo pole and nailed himself into the mountain. When he saw Han Fei, Lu Chanzi was stunned and looked at Han Fei in shock. Are you a god? Han Fei was instantly amused. It turned out that Lu Chanzi was also frightened by the scene just now. Thinking back to the trip to the god-bearing ridge, he thought that he had been possessed by a god, so he lost his cool now. Han Fei pretended to be mysterious. Oh, did you find out? Clatter Lu Chanzi immediately turned into a tree man and bowed to Han Fei. Hi, I'm Lu. Han Fei slapped Lu Chanzi speechlessly. Stop it. I'm just teasing you. I just encountered some uncontrollable accidents. If I were a god, would you be qualified to be with me? Lu Chanzi didn't believe it. He was certain that Han Fei must be a god. He must have been possessed in the god-burying ridge. But at that time, his strength as a god was limited, so he kept a low profile now. Yes, that must be it. Lu Chanzi thought to himself, if Han Fei wants to pretend, just let him pretend. I'm just an errand boy now. Thinking about how I talked back to Han Fei and nagged at him just now, it's a miracle that I can survive until now. Han Fei didn't care what Lu Chanzi was thinking. He was now in the northern mining area. God knew what his bad luck would bring him. He said, well, Lu Chanzi, stay here for a while. I'm going to the Sea of Stars for a few days. Yes, God, Master Han Fei. Han Fei, Chapter 2645, 2645, The Mastermind, 2-in-1, 2645, The Mastermind, 2-in-1. Of course, Han Fei didn't dare to approach that area now, and he was sure that no one would go there in a short period of time. After 8 monarchs died there in a row, who would dare to go there? And Han Fei's top priority was to reforge the god's prayer bead. This time, those attacking him were all Dao-proving level monarchs, but they were all dead. Would the carefree level come next time? If they were at the carefree level, what could he use to fight them? Even if he opened all his 5 Dao locks and unleashed all his strength, he might not be a match for a carefree level powerhouse. Therefore, if he didn't reforge the god's prayer bead, he might be finished at any time. Because the demon god was in his body, he couldn't enter his origin star. Therefore, Han Fei could only go to someone else's origin star. It happened that Yang Yunwu's corpse was still in his hands, so there was still a place to go. After entering Yang Yunwu's origin star, Han Fei scanned it with his perception. There were a lot of treasures on this person's origin star. After coming out, he could even see 108 modified stars surrounding the main star. Every one of them was of high quality and had been modified very well. It was a considerable resource. However, Han Fei had no time to empty the resources on Yang Yunwu's origin star. As soon as he stepped into the Sea of Stars, he took out the god's prayer bead. On the Sea of Stars, Han Fei threw the god's prayer bead into his origin star and the 3 soul-suppressing godly weapons he had just snatched. Among the godly weapons he had accumulated before, he picked 2 high-quality godly weapons and threw them into the demon purification pot with a level 9 mineral. Recast. Because the demon purification pot hadn't been fully repaired yet, the speed of refining ultra-quality godly weapons was relatively slow. However, no matter how slow it was only in his origin star. He had enough resources to provide the power of the demon purification pot. While the demon purification pot was refining the god's prayer bead, Han Fei set up a seal around himself, hid his breath, and even used the god-sealing spears to seal the space where he was. After all, it was not safe on the Sea of Stars. If he encountered a starseed giant beast, it would be another big battle. 2 days later, more than a year passed in his origin star, and finally, the brand new god's prayer bead was refined. However, Han Fei sensed that this refining was the most laborious one for the demon purification pot. In history, the demon purification pot had never taken such a long time to refine. It was basically done in half a day. This time, it took more than a year. It could be seen that the demon purification pot was still far from its peak state. After this matter was over, he had to get the small vine from the heavenly race. When the god's prayer bead flew out, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Namas God's prayer bead. Introduction. This is God's prayer bead made of the lotus seed of the chaotic sea of bitterness, a level 9 refined mine, a soul crystal jasper, a monarch's marrow, and the essence blood of a god. Wearing this bead, you can use the power of the heavenly Tao and the law to temper your body and soul every day. When activated in battle, your combat power can be increased by 20%. It can ensure that your soul is clear and won't be enchanted or enter illusions. The prayer bead is holy and can block all evil. It can block billions of great poisons, slowly increase the luck of the wearer, can resist soul attacks, and can resist the law impact of some Tao-proving level monarchs. Quality acquired spiritual treasure. Attach soul, nunny effect hone the body with the heavenly Tao. Protect the soul from all evil, impervious to all poisons, enhance luck, resist soul attacks, and resist part of the impact of laws. Recastable A unrefined. No E2 no. No E2 no. No E2 no E2 no. No E2. Don't put a soul into it easily. Unfit souls cannot be fused with it. Note 2. There is no difference between acquired spiritual treasures and connate spiritual treasures. Both are weaker than spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, and the three are weaker than connate spiritual treasures. Huh? Not just an ultra-quality godly weapon? Han Fei was surprised. An acquired spiritual treasure was about the same level as a connate spiritual treasure, which was beyond the scope of a godly weapon. It was probably because he added too many ingredients that the god's prayer bead mutated. No wonder it took the demon purification pot more than a year to refine it. In that case, the demon purification pot actually had the ability to refine a spiritual treasure level weapon. From the notes, he learned the classification of spiritual treasures. The acquired spiritual treasures and connate spiritual treasures were at the same level. The spiritual treasure of heaven and earths were 1 level higher, and the chaotic spiritual treasures were 2 levels higher. Then, the spiritual treasure level weapons were classified to the upper, middle, and low quality ones just like godly weapons, but there was no concept of ultra quality. Perhaps there was, but he hadn't come into contact with it yet. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the specific information of the god's prayer bead. Previously, it could increase one's combat power by 10%, but now it had become 20%. It didn't say that it could resist soul attacks and the impact of the law of the Tao proving level monarchs, but now it could. This meant that even if he didn't use the Ragnarok, he would have the power to fight a Tao-proving level monarch head-on. More importantly, the re-refined God's prayer bead would no longer have the characteristic of being tracked, right? The golden turtle could see where he was with this, which was creepy. Humph, how dare you call yourself a god back then? Fine, sooner or later I'll tear off your turtle shell and make you into soup. Han Fei had no intention of retaliating against the golden turtle now. Back in the ruins of God, this turtle suppressed many strong masters. Even though it was sealed, the perfected star transformation realm cultivators had no power to fight back, which showed that the other party's strength was definitely in the monarch realm. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and asked it to select among the Tao-proving level, the carefree level, the immortal level, and great monarch. When the needle landed on the immortal level, Han Fei knew that he couldn't avenge himself for the time being. However, the situation was a little better than he had expected. He had thought that this golden turtle might be a great monarch. After all, this guy used to brag about being a god. Now that he knew his real strength, Han Fei was no longer afraid of him at all. Han Fei put on the god's prayer bead again and looked around. He didn't know if it was because the heavenly Tao didn't take care of him or if the god-sealing spear array worked, but in any case, he hadn't been attacked by starseed giant beasts in the past 2 days. But it did make sense. Even if he was plagued by bad luck, he shouldn't be plagued by bad luck every day, right? Ordinary people wouldn't encounter a monarch realm mine demon even in thousands of years in the infinite mining area, but he had almost encountered one every day recently. This should be dangerous enough, right? When Han Fei appeared in the outside world, he saw that Lu Qianzi was still stuck in the mountain, pretending to be an abandoned stick. Seeing this, Han Fei was slightly relieved. Fortunately, without him, Lu Qianzi wouldn't suffer bad luck. Seeing Han Fei come out, Lu Qianzi hurried out. "My lord, you're out?" Han Fei knew that this guy still regarded him as a god, thinking that a god had possessed his body. However, there was no need to explain this matter. It seemed not bad to make Lu Qianzi maintain this respectful attitude. Han Fei said, "Let's go back to the battlefield over there." In the past 2 days, the 100 Alliance city was in an uproar. Han Fei's appearance was known to the whole city. The bigger the commotion before, the more horrified the people were now. According to the results of the intelligence centers, the battle in the northwestern mining area quickly came to an end. At that time, many people thought that Han Fei was doomed. So many Tao-proving level monarchs led nearly 2,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators to besiege him. As a result, none of the 6 monarchs survived. All the 2,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators died. Besides, according to some intelligence, another 3 monarchs might have also died. These people might have secretly planned to take Han Fei down, but they encountered some problems and died anyway. They naturally didn't know that 2 mind demons at the Tao-proving level had perished too, so in their opinion, hunting the human butcher had become an extremely dangerous matter. Those who had been prepared to try all chose to give up. Come on, this was no longer hunting. This was courting death. Not to mention the sky-opening realm powerhouses, even the Tao-proving level powerhouses who were about to attack were silent. Many Monarch realm powerhouses secretly came since Puppet City appeared, but there was no trace of Han Fei, so they didn't attack. Now, although Han Fei's whereabouts were known, in just a few days, 9 monarchs had died in a row. This news had already spread to the 8 camps outside the Infinite Mining Area, and even to the East Sea Divine Realm. After all, there were few monarchs in the first place. How could 8 or 9 of them die at once? As a result, rumors spread all over the 100 Alliance City. In the streets and alleys where there were people discussing the hottest news in the Infinite Mining Area in the past 10,000 years. Someone said that Human Butcher has definitely proven Tao. If he hadn't, how could he have survived such a siege? Someone said, have you forgotten Puppet City? It's said that the Human Butcher can borrow the power of Puppet City. I don't know how powerful that power is, but I know that it can withstand a punch from the Great Monarch Bloody Hand. And I believe that if he is only at the Tao Proving level, it's impossible for him to kill 9 Tao Proving level monarchs in a row. Someone sneered. Nothing is impossible. The Human Butcher initiated the Northern Expedition alone and became the biggest beneficiary in the end. How can such a person be an ordinary person? I won't be surprised no matter what happens to him. Anyway, let's just leave hunting the Human Butcher to the monarchs. Suddenly, someone ran past in a hurry and shouted, the latest intelligence on the Human Butcher only charges a level 2 mineral. Those who want to watch the fun don't miss the chance. Only a level 2 mineral. You won't lose anything. The price is less than 10% of the price of the intelligence centers. Many people were intrigued. A level 2 mineral was indeed cheap. Give me one. Okay. The man took the mineral thrown at him in midair and threw out a jade slip happily. This information would be useful in 3 days at most, so many people were unwilling to spend the price of a level 2 mineral. Of course, most people who came to the 100 Alliance City didn't care about this level 2 mineral, so many people bought it. Soon, exclamations came from the crowd. How is it possible? Human Butcher hasn't proved Tao yet. So the Human Butcher isn't alone. He has a Monarch Realm demon plant beside him. Wait, why is there a demon plant in the Infinite Mining Area? This demon plant shouldn't belong to the Ferocious Beast lineage, right? It turns out that the Human Butcher was already intercepted after he came out of the Ferocious Beast settlement. He fought 2 against 3 and even killed a monarch. It can be seen that even if Human Butcher hasn't proved his Tao, he definitely has the Monarch Realm combat power. Look, according to the information, the Human Butcher has a way to break the law. Is it a divine technique? Someone sighed. It's a pity that no intelligence was sent back about the besiege of him. I don't know how the 6 monarchs and the 2,000 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators died. Someone sneered. Come on, everyone who went there is dead. How can there be any information about it? Someone shook his head. No, I'm told that most of those perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators are still alive, and only half of them have died. Then why are they nowhere to be seen? Someone guessed. They're probably in the origin stars of the Strong Masters. Or maybe they have already been enslaved by the Human Butcher. Otherwise, a few of them would have escaped, right? I've never heard of such dangers in the northwestern mining area. The divine beasts were having a meeting again, but at this moment everyone looked solemn. Someone said, 8 Tao proving. Level monarchs have died one after another. More than 2,000 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators are missing. It has been clearly known that 6 of the monarchs are from the 100 Alliance City. The other 2's identities are unknown. They might be mind demons or hidden monarchs. Everyone, what do you think? The golden turtle named Master Bao said. It can be confirmed that the Human Butcher didn't move in the past 2 days. Why did he stay where he was? Maybe he used some forbidden method, but he was also seriously injured and couldn't move forward, so he had to stay and heal his wounds. In fact, someone should have gone over to continue hunting him. However, none of the divine beasts said anything. They thought to themselves, you make it sound so easy. The problem is, who dares to go there? In just a few days, 9 Tao-proving level monarchs have died in a row, but since Han Fei is still alive, who dares to rashly go there? The Blazing Fire Kylan said, in this situation, Tao-provers dare not go. No one knows the real strength of the Human Butcher. There's indeed a risk of death. As for the carefree level monarchs, although a few of them have come to the Infinite Mining Area, they don't want to be used as tools. They won't take action until they think the time is right. A Lightning Flood Dragon said, I heard that Human Butcher hasn't proved Tao yet. I really can't imagine how he could kill 8 monarchs in a row with just a Tao-proving level demon plant. Even carefree level monarchs can't kill so many people in such a short period of time. Someone said, could it be that the ferocious beasts had their monarchs secretly helping him? The Blazing Fire Kylan shook his head. That's impossible. The ferocious beasts are all under our watch. They have no chance to leave. As for Li Luoluo, she has always guarded the ferocious beasts settlement and never goes out. If she moves, I should be able to sense it. At this moment, the golden turtle suddenly said in surprise, not good. Everyone? One? The Blazing Fire Kylan asked. Master Bao, what happened? The golden turtle widened his eyes and said in disbelief, that Human Butcher broke free from my tracking. That's impossible. The god's prayer bead has followed me for hundreds of thousands of years and couldn't have escaped my perception, but now I can't perceive it. A colorful crane said, "Isn't that an ultra-quality godly weapon? Did he destroy it after discovering that the god's prayer bead was the key to locating him?" The golden turtle said, "There's nothing wrong with the god's prayer bead itself, and it's a very good ultra-quality godly weapon. He has no reason to suspect the god's prayer bead." The blazing fire Kylan said, "He might not have discovered the secret of the god's prayer bead, but we can't rule out this possibility. However, now that we've lost this person's whereabouts, what should we do? According to this person's growth speed, he has the ability to slay monarchs when he is only in the sky-opening realm. If he can prove Tao, for a moment, all the divine beasts were silent. They felt that Hanfei's growth speed was definitely related to the Emperor Sparrow. Now, he was only in the sky-opening realm, but he could already fight his way out of the dangers. If he had proved Tao, coupled with the power of Puppet City, it would probably have to be an immortal-level powerhouse to have a chance of capturing and killing him. If the Emperor Sparrow had also proved Tao, it would be even harder to say. However, they wouldn't be stupid enough to wait for you to kill them. Even an immortal-level monarch had to find Hanfei first, right? At this time, the lightning flood dragon said, "I'm thinking of one thing. Master Bao personally came forward to persuade those Tao-proving level monarchs to attack Human Butcher. Do you think Human Butcher will find out through the memories of those dead monarchs that it was our divine beasts who pushed all of this behind the scenes?" Humph, a silver giant wolf snorted coldly. "Even if he knows, so what? We have a feud with the Emperor Sparrow. It's only natural for us to kill the Emperor Sparrow. Besides, do we, the dignified divine beast lineage, really need to be so afraid of the Emperor Sparrow that hasn't grown up?" The golden turtle shook its head slightly. "You're too young. When the Emperor Sparrow was all-powerful in the past, which faction wasn't afraid of him? Countless strong masters have died at the hands of the Emperor Sparrow. You have to know that when I met this Human Butcher, he hadn't entered the star transformation realm yet. It's only been 100 years, but he can already kill a monarch. Let me ask you, which of you here has such a growth speed?" Seeing that the divine beasts were all pale, the golden turtle sighed. "The reason why I gave him the god's prayer bead was that I was sure that he would come into contact with the ferocious beasts in the future. Then, we could use the god's prayer bead to locate him and kill him. Our plan succeeded this time, but I still underestimated this person's means. I didn't expect him to survive. However, we still have a chance." "Oh?" The divine beasts were immediately refreshed, and the blazing fire Kylan couldn't help but ask, "We've already lost track of him. Where did the opportunity come from?" The golden turtle said, "I am a treasure golden turtle. Although I'm not good at fighting, I have a lot of treasures. I have a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth called the Mirror of Prophecy. It can launch a prophecy on this person. I can give it a try." The blazing fire Kylan's eyes lit up. "Please have a try, Master Bao." On the shell of the golden turtle, a pattern flickered, and a 1-meter square mirror appeared. After the golden turtle injected a large amount of the power of heaven and earth, a blurry gray fog appeared on it. "Huh?" the blazing fire Kylan asked. "So? What does this gray fog mean?" the golden turtle said in confusion. "I can't make a prophecy on this person. This person's luck is quite complicated. It seems to be sealed by layers of fog and is difficult to see through. I'm afraid it's impossible to activate a prophecy on this person. However, we can make a prophecy on the place where he is going." The colorful crane said, "That's a good idea. I've always found it strange. Why did this man walk along the northwestern mining area after leaving the settlement of ferocious beasts? If he was going out of the infinite mining area, he should have walked straight out. But he was walking along the edge of the northwestern mining area as if he were avoiding something." The blazing fire Kylan said, "The 100 Alliance City. He is avoiding the 100 Alliance City. According to the direction he is going, since he doesn't leave the infinite mining area, he will go all the way north. And if he goes north, he will definitely encounter strong masters from the 100 Alliance City, so he tries to walk along the edge of the northwestern mining area, probably to avoid the territory of the 100 Alliance City. But if he avoids the 100 Alliance City, he can only go in one direction, which is the northern mining area." The golden turtle nodded. "That's right. If it weren't for the sake of entering the northern mining area, he wouldn't have to be so careful. There should be something he needs to do in the northern mining area." With that said, the golden turtle continued to infuse a large amount of the power of heaven and earth until darkness appeared in the mirror. Everyone was a little disappointed, thinking that it was just gray fog just now. Now that it had turned into black fog, wouldn't it be even more impossible to predict? Wait a minute. Suddenly, the blazing fire Kylan said in surprise, "This is not pure darkness. Look, there seems to be an azure dragon cruising in the darkness. You should be familiar with this place, right?" "The Godfiend Sea?" "That's right, it's the Godfiend Sea. I don't think you're strangers to it, right?" Someone asked, "But why is he going to the Godfiend Sea?" The golden turtle said, "Who cares what he's going to do? As long as we can figure out his destination, we'll have a chance to ambush him again, but we can't do it as blindly as the last time. This time, we need to kill him in one blow." The lightning flood dragon asked, "In one blow? Are we going to mobilize immortal-level monarchs?" The blazing fire Kylan was speechless. Who didn't know the prophecy that whoever killed the Emperor Sparrow would die? If we had such courage, we should have taken action a long time ago. Why bother to kill them with a borrowed knife? The problem was, who would go to kill them? Dao Proveress definitely couldn't, because Hanfei had the strength to kill Dao Provers. There were only 7 divine beasts at the Carefree level. As for the immortal level, only the Blazing Fire Kylan and the Golden Turtle were at this level. However, the Blazing Fire Kylan wasn't an idiot, and neither was the Golden Turtle. If they went to kill the Emperor Sparrow, they would probably die in a few days. The Golden Turtle said, "I have an idea. Anyway, this person's destination is the God Fiend Sea, so why don't we frame him? As long as people know that he has entered the demonic Dao, there will be super first-rate forces in the 100 Alliance City who want to uphold justice to attack him." CA, Chapter 2646, 2646, Ultimate Misfortune, 2-in-1, 2646, Ultimate Misfortune, 2-in-1. While everyone was discussing Han Fei, he was carefully sneaking towards the previous battlefield. He was covered in hundreds of concealment arrays, and he was in the form of a black fog. Han Fei even held a trunk card in his hand at all times. It was the heaven-defying scales of the Azure Dragon that senior brother Azure Dragon had given him and Feng Yu. This was why he dared to come back to save Zhang Daqian in such a short period of time. Along the way, because of bad luck, he encountered a few waves of mind demons who wanted to take advantage of the monarch's death to seek opportunities, but he carefully avoided them. It wasn't until he circled that area for a day and confirmed that there was no big threat nearby that he found the spatial node of the monarch's origin star with the vast ocean navigator. After a monarch died, his origin star would change, but this change wouldn't happen until several days later. The first change was that the power restricting these perfected star transformation realm cultivators on his origin star was gone. This was because it was the will of a monarch. Once a monarch died, this will would be gone. Secondly, their origin stars no longer restricted their absorption of the energy in their origin stars, and the power of their star cores would also dissipate slightly. At first, this phenomenon was not obvious, but some people suspected it. But after trying to contact the monarch who had taken them into his origin star for several days in a row, to no avail plus some tentative movements, they finally confirmed the fact that this monarch had died. After confirming this fact, everyone's first thought was not how to escape, but to crazily snatch the resources on the prime star. Some people even touched the star core and felt the monarch law bursting out of it to make breakthroughs and improve themselves. However, there were as many as 1,532 strong masters trapped in this monarch's origin star this time. Although this monarch was extremely rich, he couldn't withstand the sweep of so many cultivators. Soon, all the resources that could be collected by this star were collected by them. Then, someone proposed to go to the place of the star core to cultivate. Some people expressed that the top priority now was how to leave this origin star. After all, no matter how strong the monarch was, they couldn't withstand so many people cultivating crazily here. Even if each of them only swallowed 1 wisp of immortal chi, it would be 5,032 wisps of immortal chi. Therefore, in just 3 days, not only were the resources on this star wiped out, but even the star dimmed. Therefore, they quickly discovered that the only real opportunity here was the one where the star core was located. But when more than 1,000 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses surrounded the star core to cultivate, the consumption every second was astonishing. This star core couldn't carry so many people to cultivate together. After all, this monarch was only at the Dao proving level. The opportunities his origin star could give others were limited. Therefore, the top priority was how to leave this origin star. On the origin star, if a monarch died, the people inside couldn't come out. Even with the strength of the perfected star transformation realm, he couldn't surpass the quagmire of the Sea of Stars. Therefore, after plundering resources and cultivating to no avail, they finally began to organize themselves and try to pass the quagmire of the Sea of Stars together. As long as they left the quagmire of the Sea of Stars, some of the people who had refined their origin stars would place their origin stars near the origin stars of some strong masters from their factions. In this way, they could enter the strong masters' origin stars and escape. However, such people were few. Most people hadn't refined their own stars, and they didn't have the ability to enter other people's origin stars from their own, so half of them slacked off. As for those who were anxious to cross the quagmire of the Sea of Stars, they promised that once they left, they would inform the strong masters of their factions to find a way to enter this origin star to take everyone out. Anyway, before they went out, everyone said that they would save others for free, that they would share hardships with each other, and that it was a life-and-death friendship. And Zhang Daqian had been surrounded by people who tried to persuade him, because he had 4 Dao Lock-level powerhouses with him. Among these perfected star transformation realm cultivators, 4 Dao Lock-level powerhouses were very rare. Someone said, "Little friend Ye, we know that Senior Song Qingyun is your guardian. Now that we need a super powerhouse like Elder Song to help us break through the quagmire of the Sea of Stars, I wonder if you can ask Elder Song to help us." Han Fei looked at this person with a smile and said, "Senior, don't panic. If this monarch has died, then this news has probably been sent back to the 100 Alliance City. We just need to wait. We City of Scavengers will naturally send strong masters here to open a channel to this origin star. As for the quagmire of the Sea of Stars, I'm afraid we can't pass it." Han Fei gave Song Qingyun a look, and the latter said, "I'm the guardian of young Master Feng Liu. I won't leave his side." With that said, no one could do anything. A big power was a big power. This guy had just entered the star transformation realm but already had a 4 Dao Lock level guardian. No one dared to mess around with him. Besides, what Han Fei showed was that the city of scavengers attached great importance to him, so no one dared to mess around with him. At this moment, a hole suddenly appeared on the origin star, and then a figure holding a green bamboo pole stood in the void. Someone was delighted. Someone is coming. We're saved. Which lord can even open the origin star of a Dao Prover? For a moment, many people appeared on the surface of this origin star, thinking that this was a big operation after all. Even if an accident happened, someone would come to save them. However, soon, someone discovered that something was wrong. Why does this person look familiar? Fuck, isn't this the human butcher? Hiss. This is the human butcher. I've seen him with my own eyes. We're screwed, someone shouted. Everyone, gather up and prepare to fight the enemy together. For a moment, everyone who saw Han Fei seemed to know that something was wrong. In their hearts, Han Fei was a murderer. They had fallen to this state because they came to hunt Han Fei. They had even personally witnessed Han Fei kill 2 Dao Proving level monarchs. If such a figure appeared here, what would he do to those who wanted to hunt him? Someone shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid." In the origin star of a monarch, the human butcher can't be connected with Puppet City. He can't borrow the power of Puppet City. Someone shouted, "Everyone, gather and prepare to resist the enemy together. We can't just give up." Although Han Fei had killed Dao-proving level monarchs in front of them, and they had also sensed his aura, he hadn't proved Dao but only had the combat power of the Dao-proving level. Therefore, they believed that it was more like an explosive power that couldn't last long. Furthermore, there were 1,532 people here. Even if a Dao prover was here, it was impossible for him to casually kill so many of them. If they were to risk their lives, they might still have a chance to beat him. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked indifferent. These people were all here to kill him. He had never known that so many powerhouses in the infinite mining area could be sent to kill him. At this moment, except for Zhang Daqian and Song Qingyun, everyone else was highly tense. Although they said that they could fight, they had already regarded Han Fei as a Dao prover. However, at this moment, they could only hold on and give others confidence. They had never thought that Han Fei would let them go. The people here were tough. They wanted to kill Han Fei, so Han Fei certainly had no reason to let them go. Han Fei said, "Swear your loyalty, and I can spare your lives." Han Fei was very straightforward. It would be a waste if so many powerhouses of the perfected star transformation realm were all killed. As the saying went, make the best use of everything. He still had plans for the infinite mining area. If these people could be used, there was no need for him to kill them. However, this casual subjugation was not accepted. They were all perfected star transformation realm cultivators, and there was no lack of Dao Lock level powerhouses among them. Their temperament couldn't be weak. It was very difficult to make them pledge loyalty. Someone immediately objected, "Everyone, don't believe his nonsense. If you surrender, even if he doesn't kill you, your sects, families, and forces won't let you off. There will be no place for us in the infinite mining area. The more he doesn't take action, the more he doesn't have the confidence to take us down." Han Fei sneered. Stubborn. Han Fei took a step forward. In this world, fists mattered most. How could they compromise without experiencing despair? Han Fei walked towards the perfected star transformation realm cultivators who were ready to fight, and a few Dao Lock level powerhouses shouted, "Everyone, attack together." Don't give him any time to react. Swish, 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 swish. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, when these people joined forces to fight Han Fei, they saved no strength. The gorgeous attacks that blotted out the sky and the sun poured crazily at Han Fei. In fact, these people's guesses were right. In terms of one-on-one combat, Han Fei could indeed fight a Dao-proving level monarch's head-on. However, so many attacks was still a headache for him. However, Han Fei wasn't the only one on this trip. He blocked the attacks with the Starsea Mystic Sand, and in the next moment, a lot of hair shot out. Puff, puff, puff. Because everyone's eyes were focused on Han Fei, not many people paid attention to what Han Fei was carrying. What they saw was nothing more than a bamboo rod in Han Fei's hand. But at the moment they attacked Han Fei, at least 200 people were pierced by dozens of blue hairs that suddenly appeared. Han Fei could resist the power of the law and had a strong physique and soul, but these people didn't. Therefore, nearly 50 people were killed by the hair threads, and some people passively used their soul-suppressing godly weapons to block this blow. However, the soul-suppressing godly weapons used by the perfected star transformation realm cultivators were mostly low-quality soul-suppressing godly weapons. They were not useless, but they were not particularly difficult to penetrate for the Emperor Sparrow. However, it was unrealistic for the Emperor Sparrow to kill hundreds of people at one go. However, it didn't matter. Killing 40 or 50 powerhouses in the perfected star transformation realm by surprise was already enough to cause chaos in the crowd. On one side, Han Fei resisted everyone's attack with the Starsea Mystic Sand while throwing Lu Qianzi out. Then, Zhang Daqian shouted at the right time, "Not good. It's a demon plant at the Dao Proving level." Boom 4. A moment, the powerhouses looked panicked. They might be able to resist Han Fei if they joined forces, but if there was an additional Monarch Realm demon plant, it was hard to say. Taking advantage of the panic of the crowd, Han Fei didn't confront these thousands of techniques head-on. Instead, after the Star Sea Mystic Sand was blasted apart, he casually threw out the Extreme Cold Pearl. Buzz. Just one attack froze the sun-blotting killing techniques. Han Fei activated the Great Dao, pinched the Infinity Water in his hand, and stepped into the crowd. His speed was as fast as a swimming dragon, and his knife light was as sharp as snow and silver light. Puff One Person's body was severed, and his Great Dao force field was like paper in front of Han Fei, unable to block him at all. The Ragnarok could slash the Great Dao, shatter laws, and launch the technique of dual killing of body and soul. Even if they had low-quality godly weapons, Han Fei could still break them with 2 slashes. With 2 slashes, a person died. A close combat cultivator tried to break Han Fei's soul with a soul pincer, but Han Fei squeezed it gently with one hand and pressed it between the man's eyebrows, piercing his star bead. Someone was injected with the power of dozens of people around him and launched a peak-level strike, trying to shake Han Fei. However, Han Fei clenched his star fist and punched out. The force of his punch doubled. When the fist wind collided, it was like a golden spear colliding. With cracking sounds, this person was blasted into pieces. As Han Fei walked around the crowd, nearly 100 people were killed by Han Fei. Lu Qianxi's killing speed would only be faster than Han Fei's. This guy was best at attacking group mind demons in the Storm Quicksand Sea. Although these perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators were much stronger than the mind demons, it only greatly reduced his killing efficiency. Lu Qianxi was a demon plant in the Dao-proving realm. These people could only defend against his attack. In just 100 seconds, nearly 500 people had been killed by Han Fei and Lu Qianxi. At this moment, someone finally confirmed the fact that they were no match for them. Someone immediately roared, "Stop resisting. This is the power of the Dao-proving level." His physique is even much stronger than that of a Dao-proving level monarch. After his comprehensive combat power was comparable to that of a Dao prover, the only difference between Han Fei and ordinary Dao provers was how they were addressed. Under the powerful attacks of the 2 strong masters, finally, when more than half of them died, someone chose to give up. He realized that if they continued to fight, there would be no one left. The man shouted, "I'm willing to submit to you, Master Human Butcher. I swear to submit." Oh? At this time, Han Fei slowly stopped the battle in his hand, put his hands behind his back, and smiled faintly. "Why didn't you do this earlier? Then these people wouldn't have died." At this moment, Han Fei stopped attacking. These people were here to kill him in the first place. He didn't feel burdened at all to fight back. Now these people finally realized that they were no match for him and finally compromised. This was a little ridiculous in his opinion. Since one of them chose to surrender, the next step was easy to take. What they lacked was a ladder. Since Han Fei had given it to them, they took the opportunity to step down. In the end, of the 1,532 people, 723 were left, and 809 died. After everyone submitted one by one and sacrificed their souls and essence blood to fuse with the heavenly Tao, Han Fei said indifferently, "I can let you attack, but you have to know that the monarchs who brought you here have all died. When you go back, will there still be anyone who believes you? So, you won't lose anything if you follow me." At this moment, no one dared to respond. Han Fei said, "So, when you go out, you don't have to return to your original factions. I will arrange for a new faction to accept you. Well, that's the City of Scavengers." The City of Scavengers? Instantly, countless people looked at Zhang Daqian in shock. Many people were even more puzzled. Human Butcher destroyed everyone in the City of Scavengers and Puppet City. Was this all a show? Seeing their expressions, Han Fei put on a smile. This group of people could probably play a special role in the future. Half a day later, these people hid in Song Qingyun's origin star. Only a few of them had reached the level of 4 Dao locks. Song Qingyun couldn't put them into his origin star, so they could only leave together. Han Fei simply ignored them. As soon as they entered the City of Scavengers and were suppressed by Zhang Beihai, no one dared to do anything rash. As for Han Fei, after leaving here, he went to the origin stars of the other 2 Dao-proving level monarchs. There was no telling if it was because his luck had changed these past 2 days, but he didn't encounter any trouble. It wasn't until a month later when Han Fei snuck into the northern mining area that he confirmed that the tracking effect of the God's Prayer bead had been disabled. Otherwise, he would have been hunted countless times by now. But now, the dangers he encountered all came from the mine demons. Han Fei. The moment he entered the northern mining area, Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. The carefree level powerhouse he was worried about didn't appear after all. Han Fei was much relieved. It seemed that his misfortune wasn't so bad that he couldn't move an inch. What he needed to do now was to go deep into the northern mining area and then enter the Godfiend Sea. Another month later, Han Fei and Lu Qianxi ran out of a ruin covered in dust. Yes, the 2 of them were inexplicably sucked into a ruin, where they encountered a skeleton at the peak of the Dao-proving realm and fought bitterly for 3 days and 3 nights before they managed to escape. After a full day of recovery, Han Fei said, "If I've guessed right, this bad luck will disappear in 3 days at most." At this moment, no matter how stupid Lu Qianxi was, he could be sure that there must be something wrong with Han Fei. As if he had been cursed, danger followed him wherever he went. The danger level ranged from the perfected star transformation realm to the peak Dao proving level. 2 days later, Han Fei put away the vast ocean navigator and grinned. Here we are. The number of mind demons here has been greatly reduced. The surrounding energy is lacking, spiritual energy is lacking, and the power of the heavenly Dao is not rich. Yes, this is the place. Lu Qianxi asked, "Where is this? This will be your grave." Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded, making Han Fei and Lu Qianxi shiver. Lu Qianxi exclaimed, "Not good, carefree level." Schnot Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. He had thought that the 2 months of careful and life-threatening journey had been worth the misfortune level difficulty, but now it seemed that the front wasn't the most dangerous. The last part of the journey was the most dangerous. A woman in a black robe walked out of the void and said openly, "I'm Lin Qianshui from the Divine Demon Forest of the Central Sea Divine Realm. I heard that you killed Lin Ke?" Oh, Lin Ke was the guy who was killed by Han Fei at the gate of Puppet City with 2 punches. That guy instigated others to besiege and kill him. How could he let him off? Han Fei said, "The guy you mentioned is a little weak. He couldn't even withstand 2 punches from me. He's even weaker than a mind demon," Lin Qianshui said. "You killed him with 2 punches, so I'll kill you with 2 slaps. That's fair." Han Fei sneered and didn't take it seriously. A carefree level powerhouse is so arrogant? Killed me with 2 slaps? Who do you think you are? Han Fei asked. "Who are you?" Lin Qianshui said. Lin Qianshui said, "Lin Ke's master." "By the way, you're not the only one here, right? Everyone, come out. Let's talk about our grudges. Why are you still hiding?" As Han Fei shouted, a burly man walked out of the void on the other side. His arms were even thicker than thighs, more than 5 times larger than ordinary people's arms. Another young man in white looked elegant. The man said, "Zhou Ye from the Thousand Phenomena sect." "I didn't want to kill you, but I had to." Han Fei sneered. "If you want to kill me, just kill me. Stop pretending," the burly man said. "He didn't pretend. I didn't intend to attack you either, but someone gave us a reason to kill you. I am xuanhuan from the 5th sect of the Central Sea Divine Realm, and I'm here to eliminate demons." Eliminate demons? Han Fei's heart trembled. Could it be that the matter of the demon god in his body had been discovered? "Han Fei, why do you think I'm a demon?" Zhang said. "Are you going to enter the God-Fiend Sea?" Han Fei was speechless, but he couldn't refute it. He was already here. How could he deny it? Therefore, Han Fei didn't deny it. "So what?" Zhang said. "If you haven't taken the demonic Dao, why would you enter the God-Fiend Sea? Even if you were a demon, there's no reason for you to run to the God-Fiend Sea. Therefore, you must have some secrets about the God-Fiend Sea, which may even trigger the God-Fiend Sea. Therefore, I'm here, and now it's impossible for you to enter the God-Fiend Sea." Han Fei was silent for a moment. "Are you sure that I've taken the demonic Dao? Do I look like I've taken the demonic Dao?" Zhang sneered. "No matter what, you have to die, because your purpose in entering the God-Fiend Sea is not pure." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "I want to know who told you that I was going to enter the God-Fiend Sea. To be able to wait for me here unerringly, I believe you should have accurately grasped my whereabouts. Is it divine beasts?" Han Fei had a bad feeling. Was it useless to reforge the god's prayer bead? Or was the god's prayer bead not the key for the other party to track him? Zhou Ye nodded. "Of course, it's also one of the purposes of our trip to take the great monarch's inheritance from you. I won't hide this from you." Han Fei looked around at the 3 of them and chuckled. 3 carefree level powerhouses. You really think highly of me, but do you really think you can kill me? Chapter 2647, Identity Exposed, 2-in-1. 2647 Identity Exposed, 2-in-1. Faced with 3 carefree level powerhouses, Han Fei knew that even if he had all kinds of methods, they were actually useless. The carefree level cultivators were not the Dao proving level ones. The former had just stepped into the monarch realm and didn't have enough control over the laws. Although their soul had a qualitative change, the power level hadn't changed, which wasn't impossible for sky openers to reach. However, it was impossible for sky openers to reach the will and control of power of the carefree level. Otherwise, the area of effect freezing of the extreme cold pearl wouldn't have been able to freeze a Dao proving level monarchs instantly. At the very least, Lu Qianxi was no match for any of the 3. Han Fei was considering if he could use that thing to force his way through since he was already so close to the God-Fiend Sea. But before that, he needed to confirm if there were any more ambushes around. Seeing that Han Fei's eyes seemed to be able to see through the void, Zhang said, "With us taking action, there is no need for additional ambushes. Your death is inevitable." Lu Qianxi panicked at this moment. He was almost crying. If he had known this would happen, he would never have gone out of the storm quicksand sea. The outside world was really dangerous. Along the way, he felt that he was encountering danger every moment. At this moment, in front of 3 carefree level powerhouses, Lu Qianxi was in despair, trembling slightly in Han Fei's hand. Zhang Haran tapped his foot, and in the next moment, a fist mark appeared in Han Fei's eyes, like a steel torrent. Swish-ta-huh. In the eyes of Lin Qianshui and Zhou Ye, this punch was a test, but it couldn't be underestimated. They could test Han Fei's real strength with this punch. However, they saw that Han Fei's body was deviated by the power of Zhang Haran's fist light as if it were a magnetic pole. In the next moment, they saw a green leaf-like one-time-use godly weapon under Han Fei's feet. This godly weapon was called a one-leaf boat. It was the one-time high-quality godly weapon that he snatched from Ye Kai of the heavenly race in the finals of the great competition. It was a leaf condensed from speed Dao patterns and the leaf of light. This leaf could be used as a boat to explode with the speed of light in a short period of time. With a short-term invincible defense, it could only be broken by a great monarch. It was a very good godly weapon for escaping. Because the one-leaf boat had invincible defense, it had always been regarded by Han Fei as a trump card. This trump card was actually neither strong or weak. Its strength lay in its invincible defense, and its weakness lay in its speed. However, Han Fei could give his speed to the one-leaf boat, but even so, it was only 32 times the speed of light. It was definitely incomparable to the carefree level cultivators. After realizing that Han Fei had this escaped godly weapon, Lin Qianshui and Zhou Ye took action one after another. They waited near the Godfiend Sea in advance to prevent any accidents. But Han Fei could dodge Zhang Haran's fist mark with this godly weapon, so he couldn't be underestimated. Even if Lin Qianshui summoned thousands of vines and demon plants in an instant, almost covering an entire sea area, every time this boat encountered an obstacle, it would automatically deviate and shuttle through the tiny gaps. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ye of the Thousand Phenomena sect shouted, "No, this godly weapon is not low level. It should be an ultra-quality godly weapon. It can avoid our attacks. We have to set up a barrier." Han Fei stood on this small boat with his hands behind his back. He didn't look too good. He seemed to understand why the one-leaf boat appeared in Ye Kai's hands. Its advantage was very obvious. It could avoid attacks and be in an invincible state. However, its weakness was even more obvious. Its speed was not fast enough, so it could only dodge and move forward. Once the way ahead was blocked or the other party set up a barrier, the small boat would have nowhere to dodge. Zhang Haoran and Lin Qianshui immediately stopped attacking. The three of them quickly exchanged opinions, and at the same time, they burst out at more than 50 times the speed of light and ran ahead of Han Fei. Since they couldn't attack Han Fei, they would seal this place. This method was simple, direct, and effective. After only 30 seconds, the three of them were waiting solemnly in front. Apart from the unknown barriers or arrays, there were also dense demon plants like a seaweed city wall. Han Fei was speechless. He hated manipulators the most. They could freely control demon plants to achieve a comprehensive coverage. Lu Qianxi asked, "What should we do? Can the leaf break the blockade?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "Let's have a try." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei had arrived in front of the seaweed wall. Lin Qianshui crossed her arms and looked at him, as if she wanted to see how Han Fei could solve this situation. Han Fei casually took out the extreme cold pearl and immediately poured out the freezing power of the carefree level. With the power of the carefree level, the power unleashed by the extreme cold pearl was no weaker than theirs. At the very least, it was much stronger than these temporarily summoned demon plants. Therefore, a large number of demon plants ahead were frozen into ice sculptures. As for the one-leaf boat, it shuttled through the dense seaweed city wall at a speed so fast that it swept over in the blink of an eye. Behind the seaweed wall, behind Zhou Ye of the Thousand Phenomena sect, there was a dense mystic light with thousands of gates opening up on it. Zhou Ye chuckled. 90% of the doors of myriad wonders can lead to the endless void, and the other 10% are illusionary doors. If you enter them, you will fall into an endless fantasy world. Han Fei was a little surprised that the doors of myriad wonders were quite interesting. However, Zhou Ye didn't know that he had a treasure like the vast ocean navigator. At this moment, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator in front of the three of them without hesitation and said, "Where there is a dead end, there is a way out. This is an array, not a barrier. I guess you can't set up a barrier that can seal me so quickly, so you used an array map." Zhou Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Han Fei's guess was right. To set a seal to stop Han Fei, who was comparable to a Dao prover and had many means, 30 seconds weren't enough. There was no powerhouse among the three of them who could set up such a barrier, so it would take some time. However, Zhou Ye had a bad feeling, because the vast ocean navigator in Han Fei's hand pointed precisely at the eye of the array of doors of myriad wonders. This made Zhou Ye's expression change drastically. What kind of treasure was this? Was it a chaotic spiritual treasure? How could it have broken through the doors of myriad wonders in such a short time? Seeing Han Fei quickly rush over, Zhou Ye's body suddenly blocked the wall in front of the array. Although he couldn't hit Han Fei, the one-leaf boat would automatically avoid his attack. What if it entered another door to avoid him? Unfortunately, when Zhou Ye took action, the one-leaf boat, like a slippery fish, slid smoothly past his left side. Swish, the array of doors of myriad wonders was broken, and after another 20 seconds, Han Fei still didn't see Zhang Haoran. He knew that the barrier would come sooner or later. Sure enough, after running for nearly 80 seconds, Han Fei saw Zhang Haoran. An ordinary barrier must have been set up here. However, no matter how ordinary the barrier was, it was set up by a carefree level powerhouse. Even if Han Fei had the vast ocean navigator, he needed to be able to break this barrier. However, with his current strength and methods, it was extremely difficult to destroy the barrier set up by a carefree level powerhouse. At this moment, Han Fei said coldly, Divine Demon Forest, Thousand Phenomena Sect, and Fist Sect, right? I'll remember your 3 powers. Han Fei pinched a blue scale in his hand. The heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon was originally given by senior brother Azure Dragon to protect him from being attacked by the Black Dragon. He didn't use it in the Divine Capital Dynasty, but at this moment, it was really useful. Han Fei didn't attack until the one-leaf boat hit the spiritual barrier. He knew that the boat couldn't pass, so he made a prompt decision. Correct to hearing this crisp sound, xuanhuan and the other 2 couldn't help but frown. This brat is still so calm even in a desperate situation. Is this trump card really strong enough to resist the 3 of us? At the moment when the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon shattered, Han Fei was covered in a layer of green clothes. This layer of green clothes was like a dense dragon scale, completely fitting Han Fei's body. From this green robe, Han Fei felt that a power was circulating on its own. Han Fei immediately realized that it wasn't that senior brother Azure Dragon could give him the combat power of a venerable, but that this scale itself had the monarch realm power. When he used it, it could operate on its own and unleash a powerful combat power against the enemy as if he were controlling a robot. Although Han Fei didn't feel that his strength had soared, he felt that the power provided by the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon was in a full state. His strength had barely reached the immortal level. Han Fei didn't know what the power of an immortal level cultivator was like. Although he had experienced the power of a great monarch in Great Monarch Mystic One's memories, he seemed to have forgotten this power. Therefore, Han Fei felt that his strength had barely reached the immortal level because he sensed the power of the carefree level. He felt that his current strength was slightly stronger than the carefree level. Han Fei didn't know whether it was the immortal level or not, but the strength that the Black Dragon showed back then was at the immortal level. If this heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon were not immortal level, why did senior brother Azure Dragon give it to him and Feng Yu? Therefore, Han Fei was 90% sure that he was stronger than these 3 people. Although Lin Qianshui, Zhang Haoran, and Zhou Ye were all at the carefree level, Lin Qianshui was a manipulator and had extremely strong survivability. It would be quite difficult for him to kill her. Judging from the doors of myriad wonders that Zhou Ye had shown earlier, it could be seen that the things his sect mastered were relatively strange. He wasn't familiar with them, so it was difficult for him to judge. Only Zhang Haoran used fist techniques. His style should be similar to the Fist Light Mountain. Most of them were strength type. Perhaps he had mastered the law of control or some related laws. But in any case, Zhang Haoran was the one he was most familiar with at this moment. Therefore, Han Fei's first target was naturally this person. Han Fei held the Star Explosion Fist in his hand, and his fist aura was dazzling as if he were in the sea of stars. Augmented by the divine technique of the Ragnarok, even the Star Explosion Fist could unleash an almost world-destroying fist power. At that moment, Zhang Haoran and the other 2 looked horrified. Zhang Haoran shouted, "Not good. It's the power of the immortal level. How is that possible?" Zhou Ye and Lin Qianshui were dumbfounded. He was just a sky opener. How could he withstand the power of the immortal level? Therefore, they immediately guessed that there was something wrong with the green clothes on Han Fei. However, it was too late for them to guess it now. Han Fei stepped on the ground and moved at more than 100 times the speed of light, giving Zhang Haoran no chance to escape. You barged into hell instead of heaven. Those who want to kill me usually don't end well. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Haoran's 7 orifices spurted blood. The iron fist mark was pierced through by Han Fei's blow, and his arms were instantly reduced to powder. But the Star Explosion Fist was just the first punch of the Star Fist technique. Han Fei cracked a smile, and the second silencing fist had followed up. With this blow, the roar of a dragon burst out from Han Fei's fist mark. The dragon roar alone shocked Zhang Haoran so much that he vomited 3 mouthfuls of essence blood. But Zhang Haoran had no time to care about his injuries and immediately took out a green lotus leaf. Bang! Waves surged hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the air. Han Fei was a little surprised. What was this thing? It could block his punch? Seeing that he had blocked the punch, Zhang Haoran picked up another precious jade with complicated patterns on it. Although Han Fei could completely understand it, he recognized at a glance that it was an escape talisman. In the blink of an eye, he had used the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon. How could he let this guy escape? Han Fei waved his hand, and a god-sealing spear condensed between the heavens and earth. Pff! When the precious jade was broken, the god-sealing spear happened to pierce through Zhang Haoran's body. When Han Fei felt that the world was filled with Tao patterns, he reached out and grabbed the god-sealing spear, escaping thousands of kilometers away in an instant. In the next moment, the place where the jade was broken collapsed, forming a teleportation channel. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he found that Lin Qianshui and Zhou Ye had already run away. Yes, after seeing Han Fei go on a rampage, they hesitated for a moment. But when they saw that Zhang Haoran didn't even find a chance to escape, they immediately ran away. Although they didn't know what Han Fei used, they knew that if they didn't run now, when Zhang Haoran died, they might be the next to die. Xuanhuan was horrified and said, "We can talk. Talk my ass. You forced me to use such a precious trump card. Can you fucking compensate me? Fist sect, right? When I have the chance to go to the Central Sea Divine Realm in the future, I will definitely destroy your fist sect." Bang. Han Fei no longer used the Star Fist technique. Instead, he punched Zhang Haoran crazily with the invincible fist. The power of each punch could sweep millions of kilometers. It wasn't until Han Fei crushed Zhang Haoran's bones and destroyed his soul that he stopped. Rumble. The death of a carefree level monarch grieved the world. Half of the infinite mining area felt the world darken. Then thunder rumbled and pale red raindrops fell. In the 100 Alliance city, many people were puzzled. Who died? Why is there such a big commotion? Someone frowned. I'm afraid another Dao-proving level powerhouse has died. Someone fighting the human butcher again? Someone was speechless. As I said, 9 Dao-proving level monarchs have died in a row. How can the human butcher be so easy to kill? Someone asked in confusion. Why do I feel that this phenomenon doesn't look like the death of a Dao-prover? 9 Dao-provers died before, but such a phenomenon didn't appear. Why did such a phenomenon appear? Someone took a deep breath and said, could it be a carefree level monarch? At the same time, at the edge of the northern mining area, a strong master of the divine beasts hurriedly wrote something on a bone. The divine beasts were hurriedly mobilized. A moment later, another meeting was held. The golden turtle said, how is it? They should have succeeded this time, right? If a sky opener can escape from the carefree level monarchs, I will chop off your head. However, the blazing fire Kylan cast a complicated look at him and said, I just received news that a monarch death phenomenon appeared in the sky and is likely to span half of the infinite mining area. It should be the phenomenon of the death of a carefree level monarch. The divine beasts, 1. The golden turtle, 1. At this moment, the blazing fire Kylan took a deep look at the golden turtle and said, Master Bao, please try to recall. Is there really nothing else special about this person? For example, does he have hidden strength? Was what you encountered just a clone of him? The golden turtle said. I can distinguish between the clone and the original body. Besides, the Emperor Sparrow was with him back then. How can I be mistaken? At that time, even some of his resources for his star transformation were taken from me. The blazing fire Kylan said, it's only been 100 years, but this guy can already kill a monarch now? Or do you know what inheritance this guy has inherited? Is it related to some super forces in the East Sea Divine Realm? I can accept it if you say that a sky opener can kill a Dao prover. In the history of the divine beasts, there are such people. In fact, every generation has such a genius. However, in the last 1,000,000 years, no sky opener had ever killed a carefree level powerhouse in the divine beasts' history. At that time, the group of divine beasts stared at the golden turtle. They all knew the severity of the situation. This was simply crazy. If that human butcher could kill a carefree level powerhouse now, how could they still have a foothold in the infinite mining area after he proved his Dao? The golden turtle frowned and shook its head. I don't know. He doesn't seem to belong to any power. Well, I remember now. This person seems to be called Han Fei. Well, yes, this person is very noisy, very narcissistic and timid. Timid? The group of divine beasts looked at Master Bao speechlessly. The human butcher is timid? The infinite mining area has almost been ruined by him, and you say he is timid? Han Fei? The blazing fire? Kylan looked at everyone. Does anyone know this name? However, all the divine beasts shook their heads. They had never paid attention to the messy information in the outside world. Besides, how could a minor character who hadn't even entered the star transformation realm be qualified to make a name in the sea realm? However, the blazing fire Kylan still took out a bone token and sent a message to the people in the 100 Alliance city. Check the name Han Fei. After that, the blazing fire Kylan said, although it hasn't been confirmed that a carefree level monarch has perished, it should be close to the truth. Master Bao, you personally convinced those 3 people. Did anyone see you when you met them? The golden turtle said, Number. The blazing fire Kylan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then even if their factions want to blame us, it will be useless. The only trouble now is that the Emperor Sparrow is about to grow up. I'm afraid we have to tell the main branch about this in the end. The golden turtle said, I know the nature of the main branch of divine beasts. If you tell them, they will definitely ask you to kill that human butcher first. Even if you want to tell them, you should say that the human butcher has already proved Dao, and so has the Emperor Sparrow. Only in this way will they be afraid. Otherwise, it will be useless. After a while, just as the blazing fire Kylan was about to adjourn, some information suddenly appeared on the communication jade bone. The blazing fire Kylan subconsciously looked over, and then his body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes widened. Huffa, a scorching flame spurted out of the blazing fire Kylan's nose, and then the divine beast saw faint red sweat on his forehead. For a moment, even the golden turtle was curious. What message did he see? Why was he sweating? The next moment, the blazing fire Kylan swallowed and suddenly raised his head. His voice was a little trembling. It's over. Quickly inform the main branch. Something big has happened this time. The lightning flood dragon asked, Old Huo, what information did you get? Why are you so scared? The other divine beasts also looked at the blazing fire Kylan curiously. The latter took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "We can't kill the human butcher." The golden turtle asked, "Why? That's the master of the Emperor Sparrow. If he doesn't die, the Emperor Sparrow will live." The blazing fire Kylan asked, "Master Bao, do you know who he is?" The golden turtle said, "Don't be afraid of anyone. Behind you stands the main branch of the ferocious beasts." The blazing fire Kylan raised his voice and roared, "The void temple is behind him. The divine beasts, first?" The blazing fire Kylan said in a hurry, "Hanfei, the first place of the 100,000-year competition of the divine capital dynasty this time killed Zhao Jinglong, the 10th powerhouse on the god roll of the sky-opening realm. When he left the divine capital dynasty, he was hunted by many monarchs, so he summoned a senior brother from the void temple. His senior brother then swept through all the strong masters alone, fought his way to the gate of heaven, and stepped on the great monarch of the heavenly race. From then on, his name as a disciple of the void temple resounded throughout the East Sea divine realm. Even the Time Temple had fought over him, hoping that he would join them. Master Bao, since you know his name, why didn't you tell me earlier?" The golden turtle was stunned for a moment. The Void Temple? Is this guy fucking kidding me? Who the hell knew that this guy's background would be so terrifying? Which was stronger, the Void Temple or the Divine Beast's main branch? In the primeval era, at their golden time, the Divine Beasts might not be weaker than them. But now, the three temples stood at the top of the sea realm. Even the major divine races in the Central Sea divine realm didn't dare to provoke the three temples. Especially the Void Temple, they had very few disciples, but every disciple who had fully grown up was almost an existence that could suppress an era. For a moment, the divine beasts panicked. The lightning flood dragon asked, "What should we do? If the Void Temple takes revenge, how can we withstand it?" The silver wolf said, "It's over. Since we can't kill Han Fei, it means that the rise of the Emperor Sparrow is inevitable. Our divine beasts will be doomed." A divine feast said, "Old Huo, shall we go back to the main branch?" Just as the divine beasts panicked, the golden turtle hurriedly said, "Don't panic, don't panic. The Void Temple follows rules. Every generation of their disciples has to rely on their own strength to gain experience outside. His senior brothers and sisters won't take action easily unless you don't follow the rules." Speaking of this, the golden turtle also felt a little guilty. It seemed that he didn't follow the rules. He persuaded 3 carefree-level powerhouses to hunt a disciple of the Void Temple who was only in the sky-opening realm. Therefore, Han Fei's senior brother and sisters could indeed destroy this branch of divine beasts at any time. The golden turtle said, "Just contact the main branch. Hurry up." After thinking for a moment, the golden turtle said, "Well, quickly tell the main branch that I want to go back. According to the habits of the Void Temple, since Han Fei is not dead, they won't kill all the divine beasts of this branch. But I won't be forgiven. I have to run first." Chapter 2648, 2648, The God-Fiend Sea, Line Up to Give Gifts, 21. 2648, The God-Fiend Sea, Line Up to Give Gifts, 2 in. After Han Fei used the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon, he was at his peak state, and the time limit for the use of the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon was based on the power contained in this scale. So far, Han Fei had only killed xuanhuan, which didn't even use 1/10 of the power of the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon. At this moment, he hoped that someone would kill him. However, although the power was strong, it couldn't be displayed for long under the watch of the heavens. It wasn't that there were no immortal-level mine demons in the infinite mining area. In fact, no one could guarantee that there weren't any immortal-level powerhouses lurking in the dark in the infinite mining area. Therefore, although Han Fei only killed one person, he could only give up. After collecting one of Zhang Haoran's arm bones, Han Fei flew towards the God-Fiend Sea at 100 times the speed of light. Less than 100 seconds later, Han Fei saw the dark sea. When he approached, tentacles were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Different from the first time, when he first saw the God-Fiend Sea, those dark tentacles bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Anyone who wanted to approach would be dragged into the God-Fiend Sea by these dark tentacles. But this time, when Han Fei saw the tentacles, he had mixed feelings. He felt that he was finally home and could finally get rid of his bad luck. What he wanted to do was to quickly send the demon god away so that he could restore his luck and no longer have to worry about misfortune. Therefore, this time Han Fei was not afraid at all. With a flash, he dodged the dozens of dark attacks and stepped into the boundless darkness. Since the fall of the demon god, it had been more than 800,000 years since the appearance of the God-Fiend Sea. In the past, there were countless strong masters suppressed in the God-Fiend Sea, so Han Fei was actually a little nervous when he entered. After all, not everyone who walked the Tao of extreme balance could stay sober. Therefore, the God-Fiend Sea wasn't necessarily very safe. His top priority was to find the original body of the demon god and take the heart and soul heritage over. Only when the two were combined would his trip be meaningful. As soon as he entered the God-Fiend Sea, it was completely dark and silent. Han Fei didn't know how many strong masters were hiding here, but at least he didn't sense any strong masters after he came in. In order to suppress these people, the demon god couldn't connect to his origin star here, nor could they release their perception far away. Their perception range was only about 100,000 kilometers. In such a large area, the perception range of 100,000 kilometers was useless. In addition, Han Fei felt a dark, crazy divine intent trying to attack his soul and invade his body. Han Fei asked, "Senior Demon God, are you there?" "I've entered the God Fiend Sea." Since he had entered the God Fiend Sea, logically speaking, it should be within the suppression range of the Demon God, so this place should be under the supervision of the Heavenly Tao. Naturally, the Demon God's voice finally sounded again. "I know. What you are feeling now is the spiritual mark left behind by a large number of former mutants after their death. However, with me around, these powers can't corrode you. You can digest and absorb these powers by operating the Tao of extreme balance." In the next moment, Han Fei clearly felt a strong attraction in the God Fiend Sea. This power bloomed like infinite ripples, and at the moment this power appeared, a voice said from the void, "Welcome back, Demon God. Welcome back, Demon God." Han Fei didn't even know where these people were, but he heard their calls. The expected attack by the mutated powerhouse didn't happen. The Demon God said, "After countless years, only those who can survive the corrosion of time can stay, but it's not absolute. So, don't listen to these voices. Just focus on finding my original body. My original body guards the central area of the God Fiend Sea. It's not difficult to find it." Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He had already come this far, so he couldn't make any mistakes here. While he still had the power of the immortal level, he should be able to deal with the mutants. Han Fei accelerated again. This time, he didn't need the vast ocean navigator. Because the connection between the heart of the Demon God and his body was too strong, Han Fei's sense of direction was extremely precise. Racing wildly, Han Fei's speed reached 100 times the speed of light. It was not that the speed of an immortal level powerhouse was only 100 times the speed of light, but that this was the fastest and most extreme speed that he could exert according to his comprehension of speed. When he proved Tao and gained some understanding of speed, he might be able to burst out with faster speed, but not now. Half a day later, Han Fei saw the first sealed powerhouse. It was a giant crocodile whose body had partially mutated. Its body was more than 30,000 feet long, and its body bulged like a large tumor. On its back was a row of serrated wind blades, and its claws were curled like hooks, clasped in the yellow-brown ground. Its huge, dark red eyes startled Han Fei when he first saw them. Just like when he saw the old turtle, it was bound by countless black chains. These chains were extremely suppressing. Even if it knew of Han Fei's arrival, it only twisted its head slightly. "Lord Demon God, you finally returned." However, the Demon God ignored him, so did Han Fei. But after passing by the giant crocodile, Han Fei saw one suppressed powerhouse after another along the way. There were giant whales that were tied up, crabs that had all their claws locked, big fish that looked like a ball, and even Han Fei saw a humanoid powerhouse whose face was full of Tao patterns and talismans, and whose body was full of tattoos. When the man saw him, he only put on a smile that he thought was kind, but this smile was extremely creepy in Han Fei's eyes, because the man's mouth was opened into a strange flower. Han Fei, in addition to those who were still alive, there were also some places where Han Fei saw mountains of bones. Those bones were engraved with black Tao patterns, and some were even emitting a dazzling green light. It was not until Han Fei passed by a giant turtle that he suddenly stopped. "Old Yuan?" After seeing Han Fei, the big turtle said in a booming voice, "I knew you could do it." "My efforts weren't in vain." Han Fei stopped. "So, all of this was planned by you from the beginning?" Old Yuan said. "There's no absolute plan. It's more of a coincidence. Not everyone can summon me. When I saw your life experience, I knew that you were the one who would crack the situation. It can only be said that everything has its own arrangements. But the more this is the case, the more amazing it is. Is this the arrangement of the heavens or fate? There are still many unknowns in this world that we can't see through. For example, why is it you who came here?" Han Fei, the old turtle, didn't seem to care if Han Fei understood her or not. He just said, "Go. When the Demon God returns, we can lift the seal." Han Fei nodded and continued to move forward. After another 2 hours, he finally came to a huge sitting statue. It was exactly the same as the statue he saw in the God-burying ridge. However, this one was even taller. Humans, or any creature, would instinctively look up at the giant. To put it bluntly, it was the worship of the giant. Han Fei was stunned for a few seconds. Then he flew up uncontrollably. At this moment, Han Fei was a little angry. Didn't the Demon God say that he just temporarily stayed in his body? How could he still control him? The Demon God said, "Don't panic. We've already come this far. This last step is not a big deal." In the next moment, Han Fei came to the heart of the Colossus. Then, a large amount of black smoke seemed to be forcibly extracted from Han Fei's body. In the end, it turned into a beating heart and floated towards the elephant's chest. Han Fei felt that his body was relaxed, which meant that the Demon God had completely left his body. However, the departure of the heart of the Demon God made Han Fei immediately feel a tremendous amount of negative emotions, excitement, mania, and riot, which combined together to attack his soul. However, these powers appeared very briefly, because in the next moment, like the spiritual energy between the heavens and earth, they were crazily sucked in by the body of the Demon God. Han Fei looked around and saw that in all directions a certain power in the darkness turned into pillars of energy and entered the body of the demon god. Soon, when Han Fei felt that the pressure at his position was getting heavier and heavier, he immediately left the demon god. At first, he retreated 100 kilometers, then 1,000 kilometers, and then 10,000 kilometers. He saw infinite dark chains drilling into the body of the demon god. Crack-a-day, crack appeared on the giant elephant's cheek. Then, there were cracks in its neck, chest, arms, and many other places. And within 10,000 kilometers, the unknown power that was originally only the dark chains gradually turned into a huge energy net, absorbing the power of all directions and gathering in the body of a demon god. Pooh! 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 3 hours later, with a bang, Han Fei felt as if he was suffocating. An indescribable sense of dignity suddenly descended, making him spit out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood, causing him to retreat again. After retreating nearly 100,000 kilometers, Han Fei could still see the place where the demon god was. After this explosion, Han Fei saw the true body of the demon god appear, which was a pure human form. As the humanoid giant rose, the entire god-fiend sea began to tremble. At this moment, Han Fei held his breath. Is this a real god? The moment he stood up, Han Fei heard the sound of chains snapping in the god-fiend sea. Eat Han Fei's first thought was that all the people suppressed here had been unsealed. However, these people were actually still in a mutant state. There was still a problem with the Tao of extreme balance they took. If they were released now, wouldn't there be a problem? Buzz. In the next moment, a young man carrying a shield appeared in front of Han Fei. Han Fei, he said, it's been too long. Those who are completely mutated have long died. Those who are partially mutated can still maintain the clarity of their souls like me, so it's not a problem for them to be released. However, don't expect them to be all good people. Han Fei glanced at the shield behind him that looked like a pendant with some mysterious Tao patterns on it. It even looked a little ragged. Han Fei asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The man said lightly, "Old Yuan." Puffa Han Fei was speechless. He quickly stepped back. Let's not lie at this point. Old Yuan is a female. The young man glanced at Han Fei casually. I've mutated. Han Fei found it hard to accept. Others become uglier when they mutate. But why did you mutate from a female into a male? Han Fei had always thought that Old Yuan was a man, because the image of a woman was far different from Old Yuan he remembered. Old Yuan said, it's normal for sea demons to be hermaphrodite. I deliberately mutated in this direction. However, if I've guessed right, my clone has successfully transformed into a woman. Han Fei, one right, the old turtle said. Yin-yang twins, Little Black and Little White inspired me. Have you ever thought that Little Black and Little White are very suitable for the Tao of extreme balance? Han Fei had never thought about it, because Little Black and Little White had grown too fast since they entered the sky-opening realm. If he guessed right, after the two of them woke up, they would have at least 4 Tao locks even if they didn't have 5. Therefore, he had never thought of letting Little Black and Little White embark on the Tao of extreme balance. The old turtle said, when my clone is completely rebuilt, my path will actually be opened. Han Fei opened his mouth. Then should I still call you Old Yuan? Old Yuan said, sure. After all, we survived after going through countless life and death battles. Not far away, Old Yuan looked up in the direction of the demon god, only to see that the aura on the demon god's body was constantly rising and his body was constantly shrinking. Old Yuan cupped his hands. Greetings, demon god. Greetings, demon god. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, a figure came over. Someone said to Han Fei, boy, well done. The speaker was a toad with 8 eyes and 6 legs. Its mutation was obvious, but it was sober and didn't look like the so-called demons at all. Following that, more and more people arrived. Someone said to Han Fei, boy, I, Demon Butcher, owe you a big favor. If I can leave here in the future, I will definitely fulfill any request you make. Someone laughed. Human, I heard from East Marshal that your name is Han Fei. Not bad, not bad. You are truly our comrade. We all owe you a favor. A big crab shouted, you guys are not practical at all. Everyone says that we owe him a big favor. But since little friend Han Fei can bring Lord Demon God back, does he even care that you owe him a favor? I don't even know when you can leave the God-fiend sea. Han Fei saw that it was a humanoid creature. 8 slender crab claws grew out of his back, and he was crawling with the crab claws. This was a serious mutation. The man said, young friend Han Fei, I have a pair of scissors, the God-shattering scissors. They're no longer useful to me, so I'll give them to you. Of course, I still owe you a favor. After that, Han Fei saw a pair of scissors the size of a person flying towards him. Just by looking at the scissors, Han Fei knew that they were extraordinary. When the scissors were not opened, they could be used as a kind of cone sting and looked extremely sharp. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name, God-shattering scissors. Introduction. Divine shattering scissors, also known as the cause and effect scissors, are made of the pincers of the coiling dragon crab without any refinement or polishing. The divine shattering scissors can snip any law and can snip anything below the immortal level. This pair of scissors can also snip karma and cut out some simple cause and effect connections with mystic divine power. Apart from that, the combat power of the divine shattering scissors is comparable to an ultra-quality godly weapon. It can continuously exert monarch realm power according to the amount of power provided. Quality connate spiritual treasure, attached soul. Nunny effect, eket the law, the void, and karma. Recastable, eket you unrefined, eket you unrefined. A note. A divine shear. Coiling dragon crab will only give birth to one divine shattering shear in its entire life. Shet. Han Fei was stunned. After all, the god's prayer bead that he had obtained after so many hardships were only an acquired spiritual treasure and the same level as the god-shattering scissors. The old turtle said, "These scissors are not bad. Xuanhuan is generous this time." Han Fei didn't have the means to fight strong masters in the first place. Now that he had the god-shattering scissors, in addition to the extreme cold pearl, he had another trump card. How could he let go of such a treasure? Han Fei took the scissors and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Senior Xie." Xuanhuan shook his head. "I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't come, I would have died in another 100,000 years. So, you gave me a chance to be reborn." At this moment, he saw the giant crocodile that he saw just now turn into a human form, but its mouth still retained the shape of a crocodile and it had a long tail. The giant crocodile said, "I can't thank you enough. I have a life scale here that can withstand a blow from a great monarch-level powerhouse. It can resist an immortal-level powerhouse for at least 30 seconds. Old Yuan said to Han Fei, "This is the life scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile. He can only give birth to 3 such scales in his lifetime. If it's on him, this scale can block a great monarch for 100 seconds. If it's plucked out and given to you, its quality will be greatly reduced, but you deserve it." It's a good item. The human-like powerhouse he saw earlier came not far from Han Fei and nodded slightly. With a flip of his hand, he threw a palm-sized piece of mud over. Old Yuan said, "This guy's name is Li Tiangan. This piece of soil was the universe's vast soil dug from the Sea of Chaos at the depths of the Sea of Stars. Although it's only palm-sized, it can directly increase the strength of your origin star by 1 level. You heard it right. No matter how big your origin star is, it can directly improve your origin star by a full level in an extremely short period of time. Fuck, is there such a treasure in this world?" Han Fei secretly took a breath. Didn't this mean that a palm-sized piece of universe-vast soil was comparable to 1,000,000 cubes of chaotic spiritual earth? It was over. A red demonic flower turned into a human, but perhaps because of her mutation, her upper half-body was stunningly beautiful, but her lower half-body was twisted like a tentacle monster. The woman said, "Little friend Han Fei, this trip was not easy. I have a spiritual fruit for you." Upon hearing this, even old Yuan revealed a burning look. When the bright red fruit flew to Han Fei, everyone looked at him. Han Fei even heard someone swallowing. Before the old turtle said anything, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name Divine Tribulation. Fruit. Introduction. This spiritual fruit is the North Sea demon flower's lifelong work. It blooms once every 100,000 years and bears fruit every 300,000 years. It can only produce 9 Divine Tribulation fruits in a lifetime. The Divine Tribulation fruit can block 1 Divine Tribulation. L level to Divine Quality, Ultra Quality E effect. It can resist Divine Tribulations. Each person can take up to 9 in their lifetime. Gopal Han Fei swallowed. How could there be such spiritual fruits in this world? This North Sea demon flower could produce 9 Divine Tribulation fruits in its life. If all 9 of them were given to one person, wouldn't it mean that this person would definitely become a god? However, no wonder so many strong masters here were looking at this spiritual fruit with greedy eyes. At their level, who didn't want to become a god? This fruit could help them resist a divine tribulation. Who wouldn't want it? The old turtle said, "This is the North Sea demon flower, xuanhuan. This fruit is the divine tribulation fruit. After taking it, you can avoid a divine tribulation. It's a waste to give it to you now. Do you want to exchange it for some treasures with me?" Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the old turtle. "Hee, what do you want to exchange for such a treasure?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." The old turtle seemed to have expected it, so he didn't care. He casually took out the turtle shell on his back and said, "They have all given you something. You and I are deeply fated. How can I not give something to you? This turtle shell has more than 2 million years of history since I was born. It's already a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. If it could have been nurtured in the chaotic void, it might have become a chaotic spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, it's only a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth now." The old turtle said, "This is a real mystic martial monarch armor. Even great monarchs can't break it. Besides, it carries a divine technique, the turtle shell sky sealing technique. With this shell, you can use the turtle shell sky sealing technique at any time, but you need to inject enough power of heaven and earth in advance." Han Fei's eyes widened. "Turtle shell sky sealing technique? I can use it an infinite number of times?" The old turtle said, "Yes." Oh my god, Han Fei hurriedly hugged the mystic martial monarch armor, but the old turtle didn't care. He said indifferently, although you have the treasure armor, you can't just hold it to resist the attack of a great monarch-level powerhouse head-on. In that case, even if the turtle shell doesn't break, you will be killed on the spot. Therefore, no matter how good the treasure is, you have to have the strength to use it. There were still many strong masters who were queuing up, preparing to give gifts to Han Fei. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound not far away. The suction power seemed to have reached its limit, and the demon god's eyes opened slightly. The first thing the demon god said was, "You can owe him a favor, but you can't give him too many resources. The strong never completely rely on resources. Too many resources will damage his Tao heart." Chapter 2649, Advantages of Dual Killing of Body and Soul 2. In 1.2649, Advantages of Dual Killing of Body and Soul 2 and 6, the demon god had spoken. No one gave him any more treasures. Many powerhouses took back the treasures they had taken out. Han Fei wanted to say, no matter how many treasures you give me, it won't hurt my Tao heart. At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to slap this demon god. He thought to himself, is it easy for me to travel all the way to the God-Fiend Sea just to get a few treasures? With your order, all the treasures are gone. Although Han Fei knew that the few treasures he had obtained were already very precious, who didn't want a few more treasures? Sure enough, someone said, "Little friend Han Fei, we owe you a big favor. When we can leave the God-Fiend Sea in the future, if you need any help, just come to us." Han Fei thought to himself, I do want to find you, but how can I find you? However, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw xuanhuan drip a drop of essence blood and fly to Han Fei. Little friend Han Fei, this is a blood seal. When we escape in the future with this seal, as long as we are in the same divine realm, you should be able to find us. Of course, if we are not in the same divine realm, you might not be able to contact us with this blood seal. Old Yuan said, although the blood seal cannot be used across divine realms, if you are in the same divine realm as one of them, the blood seal will light up and you can use it. Then, Li Tiangan and the others also threw out a blood seal each. Then, Han Fei saw 1,072 blood seals at once, which stunned him. If he had a chance to use them in the future, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the entire sea realm? Old Yuan continued, don't take blood seal as essence blood to improve your bloodline. You're about to prove your Tao. After the monarch-level tribulation, your bloodline will undergo a huge leap. Normally, it'll be a greater improvement than fusing with a high-level bloodline. After his bloodline improved again, he didn't plan to conduct bloodline devouring again. He didn't know if he could directly try the bloodline of the Emperor Sparrow or Little Black and Little White after he proved his Tao. At this moment, the figure of the demon god seemed to break free from the boundless darkness. Instantly, everyone's eyes were attracted. The demon god stepped in the darkness and wore white clothes, looking handsome and extraordinary. Han Fei was stunned, wondering why the demon god was dressed in white. Immediately, everyone shouted, "Welcome back, demon god." The demon god glanced at everyone, seeming a little regretful and gratified. He said, I didn't expect that after I left, the world has changed so much. Of the million demons in the past, there are only 1,072 of you left now. Ha ha ha. When the demon god said the word demons, his tone was teasing and he even laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Someone laughed. Yes, this path is difficult. If you had waited 100,000 years later, I'm afraid there would only be more than 500 left here. Someone said proudly, at least you're back. It seems that the heavens haven't abandoned us. Lord Demon God, have you found that path? For a moment, Han Fei looked at these people, only to see that their eyes were filled with hope. Even if they hadn't gotten a definitive answer yet, many people's hearts were pounding like thunder. The demon god said leisurely, yes and no. Everyone was about to rejoice when they heard the second half of the sentence. They fell silent again, as if they were listening to the demon god's follow-up explanation. The demon god said, I've found the path, but it's too difficult to popularize. The Tao of extreme balance requires dual spiritual heritages. Many methods we've tried before don't work. Even if I try the method of creating spiritual heritage thousands of times, it won't work. In the end, I can only forcibly open the soul sea and reshape the innate soul heritage. This plan might work once or twice, but if it's done repeatedly, it will inevitably trigger the soul sea taboo. At that time, even gods won't be able to resist that unknown power. Alas, someone said, forget it. It seems that this path is not suitable for us after all. Someone sighed, forget it. After so many years, we've done our best. It seems that for us, the great monarch is the end of this path. Someone sighed. It's a pity, but not a pity. After all, Demon God has walked through this path. And, little friend Han Fei? The demon god nodded slightly. He walked it through too. He is a person born suitable for this path. You don't have to be obsessed with this. If you all want to be the strongest, there'll be no strongest in this world. However, all these years, I have gained something. The demon god said, I have a technique that can transform dual extreme Tao into singular extreme Tao. At the same time, it can resolve the aberrations in your bodies. Even the aberrations in your souls will be relieved after you embark on the path of singular extreme Tao. Furthermore, it will allow your strength to improve greatly in an extremely short period of time, but it won't make you directly fuse with the Tao. However, you'll have the hope of becoming great monarchs. Yes, not all the strong masters here were at the great monarch level, otherwise 1072 great monarchs would crush the entire sea realm. However, Han Fei still maintained the immortal level strength. He could sense that these people had all reached the immortal level, but it did make sense on second thought. Those who survived more than 1800,000 years in the Godfiend Sea couldn't be weak. After all, the demon god had just said that there might have been 1,000,000 people here in the past, but there were only 1,000 left now. It could be seen how many people had died over such a long period of time. We'll cultivate it. Almost immediately, everyone gave feedback. They had been trapped in the Godfiend Sea for too long. Now they had a chance to increase their strength, get rid of their aberrations, and become extreme Tao powerhouses. This was already an excellent choice. Yes, the demon god was right. If everyone wanted to be the strongest, there would be no strongest. Therefore, being the strongest was something only a small number of people could do. And most people, as long as they ensured that they didn't die, they were already top powerhouses. Han Fei looked at these people and felt that if it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to stand such long-lasting loneliness. Besides, he suddenly had a feeling that this might be a path for the strongest, but it was definitely not the only path to becoming the strongest. Otherwise, the demon god would become the strongest in the world in the future. Han Fei didn't quite believe it. In the vast river of history, people had definitely tried the Tao of extreme balance. Whether it worked or not, it was drowned in the river of history and no one knew. The demon god said, "Everyone, I've just returned and my dual spiritual heritages haven't completely stabilized. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time, at most half a year. During this period of time, you can take Han Fei to learn some information about the outside world. After that, you might need to cultivate for 100 to 1,000 years and slowly transform into singular extreme Tao." Han Fei was slightly relieved. Half a year was fine. In half a year, it would be the next gathering of the Void Temple. If he guessed right, Feng Yu should have proved Tao. When the time came, he would have fruits to eat. It was best not to miss this gathering. Someone smiled and said, "Demon God, please cultivate in seclusion. It's been a long time since anyone came to the Godfiend Sea. Let's chat by ourselves." Old Yuan smiled mysteriously. Chat? What Han Fei is best at is not chatting, but eating. An hour later, surrounded by a group of strong masters, Han Fei actually started a fire in the Godfiend Sea. However, the only thing that Han Fei didn't like was the death energy, intimidating aura, and the mutated soul power here. Although he could digest and absorb it, it didn't feel good. After transforming the power in the Godfiend Sea, Han Fei simply used it to light a fire and cook. If anyone else were here, they would probably mutate in a few hours. If the energy here had a strong conflict with their cultivation, they might even explode and die. Swish. While Han Fei was grilling sea cucumbers, he saw a tongue shoot out of nowhere and take away a sea cucumber several meters long. "Bee-starred, sky ghost toad, you bee-starred, how many have you stolen? If you steal any more, believe it or not, I will pull out your tongue." Old Yuan was lost for words. "Xie Wukuan, are you stupid? Why do you keep calling people bastards? Believe it or not, I'll cut off your pincers." On the other side, Li Tiangan and Zhang Honghua were sitting in front of a big pot of hot pot, surrounded by 8 people who had similar personalities to them and were relatively low-key. Han Fei gave them chopsticks, and they used chopsticks. They looked unhurried, but in fact they were eating quickly. At this moment, a crocodile's mouth leaned over from the gap between them, trying to roll some meat away with its tongue. However, in the next moment, Li Tiangan pressed down on the crocodile's head, creating a huge pit on the ground. There were 150 such pots, but they hadn't learned the skill of barbecue yet, so a group of people gathered around Han Fei, grinding seasonings with Han Fei, roasting barbecue, and cursing those who stole food now and then. Han Fei didn't expect that he would come all the way to the Godfiend Sea just to cook. The demonic cultivators in the rumors were all ferocious, ruthless, bloodthirsty, and so on. However, Han Fei felt that these people looked very good, not at all like the rumors. As if sensing Han Fei's feelings, someone said bluntly, "Little friend Han Fei, the outside world's evaluation of us is half true and half false. Some of us have mutated physically, and some have mutated in their souls. There are many who have lost their minds from cultivation, including us. If we are stimulated by some strong, uncontrollable factors, we will still fall into that bloodthirsty and murderous state. This is also one of the reasons why we need to be shackled." Old Yuan also said, "There used to be 1,000,000 demonic cultivators here who walked the Tao of extreme balance. Half of them died because they had lived for too long and had too many hidden illnesses in their bodies. The other half died because they fell into a desperate and crazy situation and were killed by us. To them, death is the best end. Therefore, the only ones who can stay now are the 1,000 of us. Our spiritual power and soul power are abnormally powerful, and we never give up even if we're in a desperate situation, so we can survive." Han Fei finally understood that cultivators taking this path would inevitably have problems. However, he came at the right time. Those who had problems had all died. What was left was naturally these relatively normal ones. Someone was curious. "Little friend Han Fei, what's the outside world like now?" Have the gods defeated the ominous? Someone asked. Little friend Han Fei, has anyone caught a treasure above the level of chaotic spiritual treasure from the Sea of Chaos? Someone asked. Has a new fist god appeared on the Fist Light Mountain? Someone asked. Has the Southern Dipper been destroyed? Han Fei? Han Fei? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, Seniors, I've just come to the Sea Realm not long ago. At present, I've only stayed in the East Sea Divine Realm and haven't been to other divine realms or entered the Sea of Stars. At present, there are no gods in the Sea Realm. Well, now there is Senior Demon God. It's said that the other gods have all disappeared in the battle against the ominous. After a pause, Han Fei said, I don't know anything about the Sea of Chaos. No new fist god has appeared on the Fist Light Mountain. At present, there are only great monarchs guarding it. The Southern Dipper should be an assassin organization from the Southern Dipper organization. I haven't met any of them so far. Han Fei answered a bunch of questions in one breath, but most of the time, he was saying that I don't know much about the Sea Realm, so you don't have to ask me. Li Tiangan said, Little friend Han Fei, can you tell us about the current situation of the Sea Realm? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, well, about 130,000 years ago, the Sea Realm welcomed the Age of Doom. Since it entered the Age of Doom, I haven't heard of any gods appearing in the Sea Realm. As far as I know, the Immortal Temple is the most active power. They start wars everywhere from the North Sea Divine Realm to the East Sea Divine Realm. As for the others, the development of all the forces has slowed down and there's no one particularly outstanding. Well, there's one, which is the heavenly race in the East Sea Divine Realm. They're bossy all day long and lawless just because they have a great monarch. No one heard anything interesting, but they could tell that Han Fei really hated the heavenly race. He probably had a conflict with them. The Eastern Divine Crocodile said, Little friend Han Fei, you are the only one who can perfectly control the Tao of extreme balance. Why don't we have sparring? Someone said, Old Crocodile, don't forget that you haven't become a singular extreme Tao cultivator yet. What's the point of sparring now? However, the Eastern Divine Crocodile said, of course it's meaningful. Don't forget, little friend Han Fei can control the Tao perfectly. He was born with dual spiritual heritages while we're cultivating it by force. Do you know the difference? No one knows unless Lord Demon God consolidates his strength and spars with us. As soon as he said this, many people were tempted. Yes, they cultivated the Tao of extreme balance by force. But Han Fei was different. He was born with dual spiritual heritages. Was there really no difference between them? Old Yuan said. Then suppress your strength to the perfected star transformation realm. Also, just fight with the body and the soul and don't use too many great techniques. This way, we can see more clearly. Han Fei was also intrigued. It was actually meaningless to just eat and drink with them. Besides, unlike them, he was cultivating the supreme divine technique of the human race while cultivating the Tao of extreme balance. This meant that even if he didn't do any cultivation, his strength would still increase. Even though he already had 5 Tao locks, Han Fei felt that the influence of the supreme divine technique on his origin star hadn't stopped. Nothing could be seen in the short term, but if he stayed in the Godfiend Sea all the time, he would have to operate the Tao of extreme balance all the time. If so, God knew if it would cause his strength to rise uncontrollably. However, he had already perfected his Tao of extreme balance technique. This would form a strong conflict with the supreme divine technique. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei did need to fight. One was to explore the Tao of extreme balance, and the other was to release the power he had absorbed. Han Fei rose. Senior, excuse me. The Eastern Divine Crocodile grinned. It's okay. Some things can only be highlighted in battle. Come on. For a moment, everyone made way for a battlefield. Anyway, they were a group of super powerhouses and wouldn't care about the impact of the power of the perfected star transformation realm. The body of the Eastern Divine Crocodile swelled and turned red. He didn't believe that Han Fei was an ordinary person. As the only heavenly talent with 2 spiritual heritages in the world and young cultivator who could rescue the demon god under the guidance of the old turtle, how could he be ordinary? Therefore, the Eastern Divine Crocodile showed no mercy at all. No one felt that there was anything wrong with what the Eastern Divine Crocodile did. If it were them, they would have chosen to do the same, because no one would underestimate Han Fei now that he had made it this far. 2 beheading knives appeared in Eastern Divine Crocodile's hands. As he brandished them, the knife light was neither fast nor slow. There was no special usage, just a knife light. Not to be outdone, Han Fei punched out. He didn't even use the path of invincibility. This was a pure competition, so it wasn't fancy. The Eastern Divine Crocodile used the 3rd power born from the Tao of extreme balance. The basic characteristic of this power was the dual killing of body and soul. This was also what Han Fei had grasped so far. However, Han Fei was somewhat surprised. This should be the characteristic of the Ragnarok, right? The Tao of extreme balance only balanced the soul and power, but it couldn't directly fuse into a 3rd power. However, when Han Fei's fist collided with the saber of the Eastern Divine Crocodile, he did feel the effect of the dual killing of body and soul, but this power seemed to be different from the chaotic origin power of the Ragnarok. The Eastern Divine Crocodile was suppressed by Han Fei's fist mark and retreated crazily, but this suppression only lasted for a minute. The power in the knife light seemed to be changing, and in the end, it cut through Han Fei's fist light in one fell swoop. Seeing that Han Fei's fist mark was broken, the Eastern Divine Crocodile said, Little friend Han Fei, your cultivation of the Tao of extreme balance is still shallow. You have to know that this is the combination of two powers, but its application is ever-changing. The Eastern Divine Crocodile said, for example, you can try wrapping another power with one power. One floats outside and the other hides inside. Use them separately? Han Fei was a little surprised. Once these two powers became the chaotic origin power, there was no reason for them to be used separately. They had already formed a third power. How could they be separated? However, from what the Eastern Divine Crocodile said, it seemed that he could separate the two powers. But even so, the two powers had already condensed into the chaotic origin power, so why should they be separated? Wait. Han Fei suddenly realized something. No, the Eastern Divine Crocodile didn't know the Ragnarok, which he was quite sure of. Since it wasn't the Ragnarok, he had purely used both his power and soul at the same time. It seemed to be a dual kill attack, but it actually wasn't. The reason that caused the illusion of dual killing was that the two powers were constantly alternating. The Eastern Divine Crocodile grew excited. Come on, little friend Han Fei, be careful next. Han Fei nodded. So the alternate cycles of the two powers could simulate the feeling and effect of dual killing of body and soul, but the essence of its power was definitely a level different from the real dual killing of body and soul. However, this didn't mean that the Eastern Divine Crocodile's combat method was useless. It alternately released power and soul attacks, just like the yin-yang pattern. If the Eastern Divine Crocodile could display such powerful strength although he didn't know the Ragnarok, what if he used the Ragnarok in the form of the supreme yin-yang wheel, and the Eastern Divine Crocodile attacked again? Han Fei saw that it slashed out tens of thousands of knife lights at once. Han Fei didn't attack directly, but let one of the knife lights fall on him. Pff. At the same time, Han Fei felt the instant impact of soul power. If it were an ordinary person, his soul would have been injured, but Han Fei didn't feel anything. At the moment he was attacked, one of these knife lights suddenly burst out with an unbelievable speed and appeared on Han Fei in an instant. Before Han Fei could react, he had been impacted by the power of this knife light. No, these two powers have never been truly separated. However, there is an invisible power connecting these two sword beams. What is it? What power can separate and connect them? With a flip of his hand, a Tai Chi yin-yang wheel appeared beside Han Fei. Swish, 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 bang, 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 bang. Not bad. What an excellent comprehension ability. However, when the chaotic origin energy circulated in the form of the supreme yin-yang wheel, the effect was the same as when he used other great techniques. Han Fei immediately understood why the chaotic origin energy could be applied to all combat skills and techniques. It was because those who had this power didn't need to think of ways to revolve their soul and power like the Eastern Divine Crocodile and the others. Eastern Divine Crocodile and the others had to try their best to create a combat skill to simulate a technique of dual killing of body and soul, but Han Fei didn't have to. Sure enough, only those with real dual spiritual heritages can use the Ragnarok naturally. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that everybody's eyes glittered when they saw the Tai Chi yin-yang wheel. They felt that Han Fei had upgraded the application of the Tao of extreme balance to a higher level, which was even more brilliant than the Eastern Divine Crocodile's way. xuanhuan said, he's a genius, but I don't think he can use it so smoothly when he uses it for the first time. He must have mastered a certain great Tao. Old Yuan said, that's true, but have you discovered that he can use these two powers at will, unlike Old Crocodile? Li Tianggan said, it's the effect of dual spiritual heritages. He was born with dual spiritual heritages, so he was born with the ability to fuse the power of the body and the power of the soul. Therefore, all the great techniques he used might have the characteristic of dual killing. Furthermore, this characteristic of dual killing is stronger than what we created. Sure enough, Han Fei's small yin-yang wheel shattered the knife lights of the Eastern Divine Crocodile one after another in a crushing manner. The Eastern Divine Crocodile couldn't help but exclaim, is this the real dual killing of body and soul? Chapter 2650, Feng Yu proves Tao, 2 in, 650, Feng Yu proves Tao, 2 in, 1. Han Fei didn't have a clear understanding of the use of power born from the Tao of extreme balance. As early as when he cultivated the Yang soul, he felt that the mirror had the characteristics of dual killing of body and soul. In fact, it was true. In the series of battles that followed, including the battle-killing Yi Tianxing of the Heavenly Race in the Divine Capital Dynasty, the effect of dual killing of body and soul was obvious to all. But now, Han Fei understood that it wasn't that he had mastered a technique of the dual killing of body and soul, but that he had simulated a combat skill similar to a technique of dual killing of body and soul. But the simulation was just a simulation. Now that he had cultivated the Tao of extreme balance and mastered the Ragnarok, he realized that the real dual killing of body and soul was actually so powerful. No wonder I feel that monarchs have become easier to beat. It turns out that I have become so strong. Previously, Han Fei felt that he had reached the limit of the sky-opening realm. Furthermore, with the power of the dual killing of body and soul, coupled with the void-stealing technique and the divine techniques of the Emperor Sparrow, Han Fei didn't feel that it was difficult to kill a Dao-proving level monarch since he came out of the God-burying ridge, but now it seemed that he had misunderstood the level of his strength. The Ragnarok wasn't as simple as shattering the law. He underestimated its powerful destructive power of dual killing of body and soul. However, this battle was not over yet. The Eastern Divine Crocodile said, Han Fei, let's not compete in the basic battle of the Tao of extreme balance. Since our strength has been suppressed to the perfected star transformation realm, why don't we fight in a comprehensive battle? That's exactly what I want. It was rare to have a chance to fight a prehistoric super powerhouse. These people were all very senior powerhouses from the Age of Gods. Their strength and methods were all very strong. The Eastern Divine Crocodile's fighting style suddenly changed. He crossed his double knives, and a spiral light shot out for thousands of kilometers in an instant. Han Fei didn't continue to use the Ragnarok, so he was about to extract the power of the surrounding void when he discovered that all the power was attracted by the spiral, and in the spiral were spinning blades. Seeing this scene, Han Fei stomped on the ground and retreated. At the same time, between his fingers, all great Daos in one sword burst out. Multiple great Daos gathered, the invincible path burst out, and the sword aura swept out for thousands of kilometers. Huh? The path of invincibility? Han Fei seems to have grasped a lot of great Daos. This sword technique is not bad, but there is still room for growth. Clang, swords and sabers collided, and saber auras and sword auras circulated within 100,000 kilometers. The sky and the ground were densely covered with saber marks. Han Fei raised his hand and summoned the infinity water. Just as he was about to continue activating it, he suddenly heard the humanoid Li Tiangan say, Han Fei, try combining swords into one like me. It's better to fuse them into one and return to the origin. Han Fei looked sideways at Li Tiangan, only to see Li Tiangan raise his hand and pinch a wisp of sword chi that escaped from Han Fei. His fingertips circulated as if the true meaning of the great Tao was infused into it. Boom! Li Tiangan flicked his finger, and all the sword chi that escaped from Han Fei in this world returned. Clank, clank, clank. When the escaping sword intents were attracted back, Han Fei discovered that with every sword intent fused, all great Daos in one sword lost the true meaning of great Tao. Han Fei was surprised. The great Tao collapsed? Li Tiangan said, no, it's the convergence of all Tao. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. All Taos return to one, and once it returns to the origin of the Tao becomes the formless Tao. Han Fei was shocked. When he created all great Daos in one sword, he felt that this sword was already very strong. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about how to continue to create the next sword, but he had never gained any insight. But at this moment, after witnessing Li Tiangan's sword, he immediately had an epiphany. If all great Daos in one sword he created could be taken as the first sword, then Li Tiangan's current sword could help him comprehend the second and third swords. The second sword was the primordial Dao sword, and the third was the formless infinity sword. The so-called primordial Tao sword meant that the great Tao didn't exist, yet the great Tao was everywhere. The sword itself was a Tao, and the great Tao here was fused with this sword. As for the formless infinity sword, Han Fei only had an inspiration. This should mean that after the primordial Tao sword, the sword could transform into a Tao at will, which could transform into different sword Tao true intents according to different situations to restrain others. Han Fei couldn't exert the formless infinity sword yet, but he felt that he could try the primordial Tao sword now. Han Fei immediately gave up on the infinity water. He extended two fingers and pointed again. Several great Tao fused into it. However, in the next moment, these great Tao wanted to collide and destroy. In the end, it was very difficult to see any true intent of the great Tao in this sword. The Eastern Divine Crocodile roared, Li Tiangan, what are you doing? Can't you teach him later? Although the Eastern Divine Crocodile shouted, when Han Fei launched the second sword, the origin power of the great Tao burst out, and the Eastern Divine Crocodile opened his mouth and absorbed a lot of messy energy. When he opened his mouth again, it spewed out a saber beam that was also the origin of the great Tao, Rumble. However, even so, when the two sides collided, the saber beam of the Eastern Divine Crocodile was still crushed from head to tail. Immediately, Eastern Divine Crocodile's face turned green. Han Fei, what's the limit of your soul power? The onlookers were all laughing. Someone said, why do you bother to ask? He was born with double spiritual heritages, so his limit must be much higher than yours. Zhang Honghua added, with this blow alone, Han Fei's limit is at least 450,000. Old Yuan said, more than that, Han Fei's limit is at least 500,000. Li Tiangan said, 500,000. There are no more than 30 people here who can reach 500,000. The limit of the Eastern Divine Crocodile is only 450,000. Judging from the power of Han Fei's blow, its limit is not as simple as 500,000. This talent is really unparalleled, as expected of a heavenly talent with dual spiritual heritages. Han Fei thought for a moment and replied casually, 600,000 is my limit. Everyone, hearing that, many people looked at Li Tiangan and Old Yuan. Ji Wuquan said, Li Tiangan, 20,000 higher than you. Li Tiangan nodded slightly and added, if that's the case, I'm afraid his limit will be above 800,000 once he condenses 5 Dao locks. Also, he has mastered the technique of dual killing of body and soul. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. The ultimate they had been pursuing for countless years had been easily achieved by Han Fei, which made them jealous. This had nothing to do with Han Fei helping them. Jealousy was jealousy, and these people didn't hide anything. Upon hearing that Han Fei's limit was 600,000, Eastern Divine Crocodile's face turned green, but in the next moment he activated a divine technique. When Han Fei saw the knife light that seemed to open up a galaxy in the starry sky, he immediately knew that it was definitely a divine technique. The reason why divine arts were powerful was that someone had exerted combat techniques, combat skills, divine intent, etc. to the extreme. In such a situation, even if his basic combat power far exceeded the other party, he had to deal with it carefully. Han Fei threw out the World Destruction Fist. The moment they saw the World Destruction Fist, someone said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Star Fist technique of Great Monarch Ultimate Star. This fist technique can be ranked among the top 10 in the Sea Realm. Little friend Han Fei seems to have comprehended the strongest punch. Old Crocodile is going to lose." Someone said, "The Star Fist technique is very powerful. Han Fei's World Destruction Fist is probably among the top 3 in the EC Divine Realm." Eastern Divine Crocodile's face turned green, and he hurriedly said, "Forget it, let's stop fighting." In the same realm, the other party's soul and strength far exceeded his own. Unless he had a divine technique but Han Fei didn't, there wouldn't be a chance of turning defeat into victory. However, if he had a divine technique, but Han Fei had an even stronger one, he wouldn't have any chance to win. Unless he had a lot of divine techniques and could unleash them in time, he would be crushed by Han Fei. Sure enough, when the knife light of the Eastern Divine Crocodile collided with the World Destruction Fist, the exploding energy ball bloomed a huge pillar of light thousands of kilometers thick in the Godfiend Sea. Everyone saw that the ground around the Eastern Divine Crocodile was completely crushed. Except for where he was standing, there was a huge pit as deep as 100 meters in other places. The Eastern Divine Crocodile was unscathed, but anyone could tell that he had recovered his immortal level strength. Eastern Divine Crocodile rolled his eyes and said, "Li Tiangan, can't you instruct him a little more slowly? Come on, I'll let you fight little friend Han Fei, okay? I won't fight." Li Tiangan scoffed at the Eastern Divine Crocodile's suggestion and didn't respond at all. Han Fei's strength was obvious after a try. Now that he knew his strength and Han Fei had a divine technique, it was already extremely difficult for him to win. Even Li Tiangan only had a 30% or 40% chance of winning. It was extremely difficult for them. If it were anyone else, they would almost certainly be defeated. Old Yuan said, "Not to mention Li Tiangan, even the demon god was no match for him at this level. Don't forget, he took the path of invincibility." With the old turtle's reminder, everyone immediately remembered that Han Fei had indeed shown his invincible will just now. A person who could embark on the path of invincibility was definitely not weak in combat. Besides, those who could walk the path of invincibility were basically certain that the other party was a melee powerhouse, and his soul combat power was extremely strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to walk the path of invincibility. Xuanhuan said, "Are there still many people walking the path of invincibility outside?" "I don't think anyone can be stronger than little friend Han Fei, right?" Zhang Honghua said. "At least before we sealed ourselves, there were many people who took the path of invincibility. This is a dangerous and crazy path. The mutual attraction of the path of invincibility is hundreds of times stronger than the mutual attraction of ordinary paths. Therefore, the fact that Han Fei can reach this point means that he has walked through this path safely." Li Tiangan said, "There can be only one invincible person in the world. This is the trap that every person who takes the path of invincibility will eventually face. This path is destined to have more than one person to take, but only one person can become uniquely invincible. Fortunately, before we seal ourselves, no one taking this path has become a god yet." The old turtle said indifferently, "But there are great monarchs." Everyone, after the challenge ended, Han Fei obtained 2 sword techniques. He felt that all great Daos in one sword was a catalyst. It could be called Sword 1, the primordial Dao sword could be called Sword 2, and the formless infinity sword could be called Sword 3. He just didn't know if there was still Sword 4, Sword 5, and Sword 6. It was too difficult to comprehend and cultivate this sword technique, and Han Fei wasn't sure. The old turtle said, "Han Fei, you shouldn't perform so well. These old guys have mastered a lot of divine techniques. Isn't it good to learn 1 or 2 divine techniques?" After synchronizing with his memories, the old turtle completely learned about the days when he grew up with Han Fei. He naturally knew that Han Fei was a very greedy person. If the demon god hadn't stopped them, he thought that Han Fei would have demanded treasures from everyone. Those people had been sealed for 1 million years, and Han Fei literally liberated them, so they would probably give him some. Of course, old Yuan also felt that giving Han Fei too many treasures didn't mean much to Han Fei's growth and might even be a hindrance. However, having some divine techniques was not a bad thing. The others didn't know, but old Yuan knew that Han Fei was going to save the human race. What he was going to face seemed a mere city of scavengers, but in fact, from the information he had, the city of scavengers' 10,000 scale monarch and so on were just the Dao provers on the surface. If that sea area was only guarded by 2 or 3 Dao Provers, any power in the chaotic wasteland could conquer it. The reason why no one attacked the chaotic wasteland was naturally because they knew that there were other powerhouses hidden there. And if Han Fei wanted to save the human race, with his personality and methods, the 10,000 Scales race would definitely be wiped out. If he didn't eliminate the 10,000 Scales race, how could he, the human emperor, face the oppressed human race here? Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei had gained enough godly weapons. But what he needed next was not godly weapons, but divine techniques. Hearing the old turtle's roar, Han Fei was tempted. Can't I learn some divine techniques if you don't give me treasures? Anyway, it doesn't matter how many techniques I have. If I can enrich and replace my own great techniques, wouldn't it be equivalent to increasing my strength in another way? Half a year later. The demon god came out of seclusion on time. If he said half a year, it would be half a year. Han Fei, on the other hand, had already become familiar with the people here. He had learned several divine techniques and learned a lot of combat skills. He had even mastered Sword 3. If it weren't for his physical reasons, Han Fei felt that he could stay here for decades or even 100 years. As for the physical reasons, it was that Han Fei had confirmed his thoughts. His strength had reached the limit of the sky-opening realm, but the supreme divine technique hadn't stopped growing at all. But the problem was that Han Fei's strength and soul couldn't increase anymore, but his origin star was constantly growing stronger because Han Fei's cultivation had stopped. It had been a long time since Han Fei entered his origin star. When Han Fei improved his strength, he had already sensed the changes in his origin star. Later, when he was possessed by the demon god, he couldn't enter his origin star, so he didn't know what his origin star had become. Now, Li Tiangen gave him a piece of universe-vast soil and he threw it into his origin star. In the past few years, the supreme divine technique had subtly changed and affected Han Fei's strength. This made Han Fei feel that his first lock seemed to be a little broken. If he didn't resolve the matter in the chaotic wasteland as soon as possible, who knew if he would feel the monarch-level tribulation once the first lock was broken? If he did, he would have to transcend the tribulation soon. This was hundreds of years in advance of his original plan. Therefore, for Han Fei, his time was particularly important. As soon as the demon god came out of seclusion, Han Fei and a group of strong masters arrived. Han Fei's first words were, "Senior demon god, I would like to talk to you alone." The demon god nodded slightly. Okay. When the two of them came to the side, the demon god looked at Han Fei up and down and said indifferently, "Your soul and power are a little unstable. Are your Dao locks not firm enough?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Senior demon god, this is because of my cultivation technique. Even if I don't cultivate it, it will automatically operate and keep making me stronger. Now my strength has reached the limit of the sky-opening realm, but this technique hasn't stopped, so my first shackle is about to be broken." The demon god frowned slightly. "Are you cultivating the supreme divine technique of the human race?" Han Fei thought to himself. "Is the supreme divine technique so famous that even the demon god from 1.8 million years ago knows about it?" The demon god said indifferently, "There's nothing to be surprised about. In order to create the Tao of extreme balance, I used to refer to the human race's supreme divine technique. However, I discovered that the Tao of extreme balance and the human race's supreme divine technique are two extremes. In essence, both cultivation paths are extreme. In my opinion, the Tao of extreme balance is stronger. However, the human race's supreme divine technique directly extends the path infinitely. You took both paths but refused to prove Tao. Is there a problem with your Tao proving?" Han Fei said frankly. "Senior demon god, our human race has been enslaved by a race called the 10,000 Scales race for 100,000 years. As the current human emperor, I dare not transcend my monarch tribulation unless I save the human race." The demon god nodded slightly. This explained everything. He said, "Is the 10,000 Scale race very strong?" Han Fei said. "On the surface, they only have a Tao-proving level monarch, but in fact, there might be stronger powerhouses. It's just that I don't know where the stronger powerhouses are or how strong they are. However, the 10,000 Scales clan's Tao-proving level monarch on the surface is known as the 10,000 Scale monarch." Huh. The demon god shook his head. "I've never heard of him. However, if they really have a great monarch-level powerhouse, don't you use the power of your void temple? You have to know that this has been beyond your ability." Han Fei said, "I dare not hide it from you, senior. My senior brothers will only help me 3 times unconditionally. Every opportunity is extremely precious. I've already used it once, so unless I'm in a desperate situation, I don't want to use the power of the void temple." The demon god nodded. "When you encountered the 3 carefree level monarchs outside the Godfiend Sea, you used the scale of a dragon great monarch, which is a treasure. The leaf used to escape isn't very strong. It can barely be considered a one-time use ultra-quality godly weapon. Fine, I'll give you 3 things. If you want me to help you, it's not impossible, but you have to consider it as me repaying your favor. After that, I won't help you unconditionally anymore." Han Fei's heart stirred and he hurriedly said, "Thank you for your gift, senior demon god." Han Fei didn't want to waste this opportunity, but if he felt that it could be used as a last resort, he would use the favor of the demon god first. The demon god didn't care about Han Fei's thoughts. He said, The Dragon Great Monarch gave you a scale, so I'll give you a scale too. It can give you the combat power of the immortal level and has the same effect as the Dragon Scale. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This thing was good. This was his purpose. With this treasure, he wouldn't have to be afraid of being slapped to death by an immortal level monarch. It was fine if the 10,000 scale race had a great monarch, but if not, he would be one of the strongest existences. The demon god said, however, you have to understand that even if you have the power of the immortal level, you can't kill an immortal level monarch without that level of comprehension. Your upper limit for killing is the carefree level. Han Fei nodded. I see. The demon god continued. Secondly, I'll give you a one-time use connate spiritual treasure, the wind-riding smoke. It's similar to your escape godly weapon, but it's 100 times faster than the leaf. Even a great monarch-level powerhouse dare not say that he can stop you when you use the wind-riding smoke. However, you have to have the immortal-level combat power to use it. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand such a fast speed. Han Fei's pupils were constricted. A one-time use connate spiritual treasure? Gosh, a connate spiritual treasure meant that it existed from birth, and a one-time use meant that it could be used only once. Therefore, it was obvious that this thing was quite precious. It was indeed much better than the one-leaf boat. Of course, although it was good, its shortcomings were obvious. The demon god said, thirdly, I'll give you a life-saving sword. I dare not say that it can kill a great monarch, but it can definitely kill an immortal-level monarch. It can definitely kill an immortal-level monarch. Han Fei was taken aback. He had seen only a handful of immortal-level powerhouses so far. Who could have expected that he could kill an immortal-level powerhouse so easily now? Although there was only one chance, this was definitely his strongest amulet now. Han Fei knew that once the demon god gave these three things to him, he would only owe him one favor. He was thick-skinned enough to ask for this. The reason why he dared to ask for it was actually because he was a disciple of the Void Temple. The demon god said, originally, I was only going to give you this amulet sword. But this time, you have indeed helped me reborn, so it's fine to give you 2 additional gifts. But I'd like to remind you that it's not a good thing to take too many treasures. The most important thing about treasures is to save lives. Otherwise, their existence is meaningless. Instead of having countless treasures, it's better to let the strong take action. Han Fei nodded solemnly. Thank you for your advice, Senior Demon God. I'll remember it. Han Fei had a private chat with the Demon God just to ask for treasures and opportunities. When Han Fei and the Demon God returned, everyone was already waiting here. The Demon God said, everyone the God Fiend sees still needs to exist for a period of time. Han Fei doesn't belong to the God Fiend Sea, so I'm sending him away now. You'll meet again when the world is in chaos. Li Tiangan said, take care. Eastern Divine Crocodile, little friend Han Fei, see you in the outside world. Xuanhuan said, remember to use the God-shattering scissors, it's very strong. Old Yuan said, when we come out in the future, I'm afraid the world will be in chaos. Only in chaotic times can the true face of the sea realm be revealed. In chaotic times, strong masters will appear. I hope that by then you will have already proven your Tao and can even reach the carefree level. Han Fei thought to himself, if these people leave the God Fiend Sea, the sea realm will be in chaos. Look at the strength of these people, Han Fei said. Seniors, see you later. Let's have another drink when we meet in the sea realm. Chapter 2065-1 265-1 Eldest Senior Brother Fine, thank you, too. In 1-265-1 Eldest Senior Brother Fine, thank you, too in foreign for the God Fiend Sea, Han Fei was just a passerby, even if he was actually a proper demonic cultivator. However, in this world, the so-called demonic path was actually just a different path. In essence, it was no different from those super forces. For example, could the heavenly race consider themselves righteous? Of course not. Many things they did might be even worse than the demonic cultivators. After leaving the God Fiend Sea, Han Fei didn't choose to leave immediately, because he didn't know if anyone was ambushing him in the infinite mining area. He had so many trump cards, so he shouldn't waste them in the infinite mining area. Although he knew that the source of the chase was the divine beasts, with his current strength and capital, he was not qualified to directly challenge the divine beasts. He would return to the infinite mining area soon, but definitely not now. Han Fei ignored Lu Qianzi. In the past 6 months in the God Fiend Sea, he had basically never left his hand because Lu Qianzi had no ability to stay in the God Fiend Sea alone. Otherwise, he would have been mutated. At this moment, after the seal was lifted, Lu Qianzi could finally speak. Then he looked at Han Fei in shock. Aren't you a god? Han Fei said. Bal shit. If I were a god, would I accept you? There are countless strong masters following me every day, trying to follow me. Although Lu Qianzi hadn't spoken in the past 6 months, he was not unconscious. He had actually seen what he should see. This was the first time in his life that he had seen so many strong masters. He had even seen a real god. At this moment, Lu Qianzi seemed to understand why Han Fei had encountered so many pursuers along the way. It was probably related to the god hidden in Han Fei's body. Lu Qianzi asked, then are we still going back to the infinite mining area? Han Fei thought for a moment. I won't go back for the time being. Wait here. I'll go to my origin star first. Lu Qianzi nodded. Okay. At this moment, Han Fei was not afraid that Lu Qianzi would run away, and Lu Qianzi did not dare to run either, not just because of the contract. This was because Lu Qianzi knew that Han Fei had a functional godly weapon that could point to directions, and he also knew that Han Fei could now completely kill him independently. More importantly, he knew too many secrets of Han Fei. If he dared to run at this time, he would definitely be found and ruthlessly killed. Buzz. When Han Fei's figure appeared in his origin star, his eyelids twitched and he gaped in shock. Is this my origin star? Yes, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Countless towering trees appeared on his natal star, and clusters of spiritual fruits could be seen everywhere in the ground. The immortal chi, chaotic chi, and spiritual energy here were unbelievably rich. Furthermore, the energy here was richer than any paradise or cultivation holy land he had seen so far. Han Fei glanced at the ground under his feet. This was no longer the ordinary land of the past. At this moment, there wasn't even mystic yellow soil on his origin star. It was all chaotic spiritual soil. Han Fei was dumbfounded. He couldn't even cover this place with the mystic yellow soil, let alone the chaotic spiritual soil. He couldn't help but recall that the demon god gave him an opportunity. During the 3 years when he condensed the Dao locks, his origin star seemed to have been raining. Could it be because of that? That's not right. Han Fei suddenly remembered that the rain shouldn't strengthen his origin star into this. However, the universe vast soil that Li Tiangan gave him definitely played a decisive role. It was said that it could directly increase the strength of his origin star by 1 level. When he read the information about the universe vast soil, although he was shocked, he didn't expect it to be so effective. This was the first time Han Fei had returned to his origin star in years. He looked at the chaotic spiritual soil under his feet and the spiritual fruits and towering trees everywhere. At the orchard he had opened earlier, Han Fei saw Wang Langlan, Wang Xiaoju, and the others. However, these guys were not secretly eating, but sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The reason was that the Emperor Sparrow was standing on the branch of a fruit tree, making these guys like primary school students, not daring to move at all. Apart from cultivating, they didn't dare to do anything else. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow glanced in Han Fei's direction. Is it over? Since Han Fei could enter the intrinsic star, the Emperor Sparrow knew that Han Fei should be safe for now. Han Fei asked, "Well, are you cultivating?" The Emperor Sparrow nodded. "Your origin star has changed too much in the past few years. It's not good to improve so quickly, so I asked them to work hard to devour the resources in your origin star and cultivate. So far, the effect is not bad. No wonder he hadn't completely felt that the first Dao lock was about to explode. It turned out that these guys were helping him digest it. Han Fei was quite happy with it. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to gain too many opportunities. Han Fei said, "Continue to cultivate." At this moment, Han Fei looked at Little Black and Little White. They were swimming in the lake of spiritual energy in the form of a yin-yang pattern, but they hadn't woken up for the time being. It seemed that their last slumber wasn't over yet. However, judging from the flickering light on their bodies now and then, it was obvious that they were about to wake up. Han Fei strode to the place where Wang Xiaoju and the others were cultivating. Then, Han Fei said, "Wang Xiaoju and Huang Ergu, come out with me." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoju's eyes immediately lit up and tears almost fell. Hearing this, Wang Lenlen quickly winked at Han Fei, and Han Fei snorted coldly. "You haven't condensed 4 Dao locks even though you've been here for almost 400 years and have plenty of resources?" With that, Han Fei looked at the King Sparrow. "When did she condense the 3rd Dao lock?" the Emperor Sparrow said indifferently. "1 year after she started to cultivate here." Han Fei immediately sneered. "I knew it." Immediately, Han Fei snapped, "Wang Lanlin, you can't stop cultivating until you condense your 5th Dao lock." Wang Lanlin, Han Fei, looked at Yuju again and nodded slightly. "Yuju is not bad. He has already condensed 3 Dao locks. Keep it up." Yuju didn't like to move. With such a good opportunity to cultivate here and endless resources, he was naturally unwilling to leave. Sha Diao already had 4 locks, and the 5th one was about to be condensed, so Han Fei naturally wouldn't call him. The reason why they were called Wang Xiaoju and Huang Ergu was firstly because Wang Xiaoju and Huang Ergu were fast, and secondly because Huang Ergu was the second one among them to condense 5 Dao locks. It was meaningless for them to continue cultivating. After leaving the origin star, Wang Xiaoju immediately shouted, "I'm free, I'm finally free." However, Han Fei said indifferently, "Wang Xiaoju, I want you to go back to the ferocious beasts settlement and deliver a letter to Li Luolu for me." "Huh?" Wang Xiaoju's face turned green. "That's it? You want me to be an errand boy?" Han Fei took out a jade slip and threw it over. "Deliver it by hand without any delay. After you deliver it, go to a place called the Distant Camp outside the Infinite Mining Area and wait for me." "Well, I'll get half a year." "Half a year?" Han Fei said. "You think I give too little time? Do you want me to send you back to my origin star to continue your cultivation?" Okay. Wang Xiaoju nodded quickly. Compared to returning to his origin star, he would rather stay outside. At least he would have more freedom. Then Han Fei took out another 2 jade slips and threw them to Huang Ergo. Ergo, I want you to go to 2 places. Firstly, go to the intelligence trading center of the capital of horror in the 100 Alliance City. Find a woman named Shanga, give this jade slip to her, and then go to the scavenger camp in the infinite mining area. When you get there, someone will pick you up. I'll also give you half a year. In half a year, I'll wait for you in the distant camp outside the infinite mining area. Yes, Master Han Fei, I'll definitely complete the task. Only a month after Wang Xiaoju and the others left, Han Fei was walking along the edge of the God-Fiend Sea to the periphery of the infinite mining area. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. Little junior brother, today is the time for the gathering of the Void Temple. Feng Yu has proved Dao. Is it convenient for you to participate now? Han Fei's heart stirred. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Han Fei quickly responded, yes, I'll be there right away, eldest senior brother. Even if it was inconvenient, he had to create an opportunity. It was said that eldest senior brother was going to give them gifts this time. After a while, when the bronze door of the Void Temple appeared, Han Fei pushed it open and entered without hesitation. Han Fei thought that he had come fast enough, but when he came in, he heard Feng Yu chattering. I didn't know that I would feel so powerful as a monarch. 5th senior brother, you said before that when I became a monarch, you would specially forge a godly weapon for me. I remember that. 5th senior brother smiled and said, of course. In fact, I've already prepared for it. Otherwise, what do you think I've been doing these past few years? Thank you, 5th senior brother. Han Fei happened to see this scene when he came in. When Feng Yu saw Han Fei, she immediately waved her little hand and said, little junior brother, I've already proved Dao. Let me tell you, proving Dao is too dangerous. If it weren't for the flame of life you gave me last time, I almost couldn't make it. Han Fei hurriedly said, congratulations, senior sister, but how could your family lack the resources for you to prove Dao? Feng Yu said, this has nothing to do with the amount of resources. It depends on compatibility. Hey, let me tell you, from the perfected star transformation realm to the Dao proving realm, your strength has at least 3 times the growth space. Furthermore, the level of the soul and power has changed, and you'll be more and more resonant with the world, blah blah Han. Han Fei chuckled and said, just a 3-time increase in strength? Feng Yu, I'm talking about ordinary people. Based on my growth, my strength has increased by 5 times. But this is because I haven't completely consolidated my realm. When I completely consolidate my realm, my strength will be 30% stronger than now. Han Fei couldn't help but ask in surprise, can you become so much stronger? Feng Yu said, that's me. Other people don't have such a great increase. According to my past experience, when a perfected star transformation realm cultivator reaches the Dao proving realm, their strength usually increases by 3 times, or at most 4 times. I'm an exception because I'm talented. Of course, how much one's strength can increase depends on his bloodline, Dao bones, flesh, and soul. Han Fei calculated in his heart. Feng Yu hadn't taken the Dao of extreme balance, so even if Feng Yu's strength was the same as his, when she reached the perfected star transformation realm, her basic strength and soul were only 300,000, and it was almost impossible for her to exceed the limit of 300,000. Increasing by 5 times was naturally a one-time thing. It was an intrinsic increase after crossing a major realm. 5 times meant 1.5 million. This growth could only be described as terrifying. If she completely stabilized her realm and her strength increased by another 30%, it would be a terrifying combat power close to 2 million. This was no longer the combat power of ordinary Dao provers. Even people who had proved Dao for thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years might not be stronger than Feng Yu. However, he was different from Feng Yu. After embarking on the Dao of extreme balance, his basic strength and soul were 600,000. The power expansion brought by the Dao locks was meaningless for Dao proving and wouldn't be counted. Even if his strength only increased by 3 times after proving Dao, he would still have 1.8 million points of strength. If he could steadily grow after stabilizing his realm, it would be easy for him to exceed 2 million points. At that time, in addition to a huge increase in basic combat power, the level of his bloodline, the strength of his soul, and the hardness of his body would all increase by another level. Coupled with his control of laws, not to mention there was an insurmountable gap with sky openers, even with ordinary Dao provers, there would be an insurmountable gap. At this time, Lei Heng and senior sister Dark Shadow arrived. When the 2 of them saw Feng Yu, they said, congratulations, junior sister Feng Yu. Feng Yu bowed to the 2 of them happily. Greetings, senior sister, Dark Shadow, and senior brother Lei Heng. At this moment, senior sister Dark Shadow said, eldest senior brother informed us, but why hasn't he arrived yet? Han Fei also realized that this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Just now, he was so focused on listening to Feng Yu that he forgot about it. Swish, senior brother Six God arrived, along with senior sister Red Lotus and senior sister Green Lotus. Before Han Fei and the others greeted them, eldest senior brother, senior sister Shen Lei, senior brother Undead, and senior brother Azure Dragon appeared almost at the same time. As soon as the eldest senior brother arrived, everyone stopped exchanging pleasantries and bowed to him. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother grunted and then said, congratulations, Feng Yu. Feng Yu bowed and replied, thank you, eldest senior brother. The eldest senior brother said casually, "Now that everyone is here, let's start the preaching." Sure enough, proving Tao was not a big deal for eldest senior brother. Preaching was still first. Celebrations could only be ranked after preaching. Han Fei and the others took their places one after another. The eldest senior brother remained as still as a mountain, and his voice was like a mystic voice from the 9 heavens, refreshing. The Tao fuses with the heavens, and the Tao evolves into myriad techniques. When the eldest senior brother spoke, Han Fei's heart trembled. He seemed to see all his great Taos. These great Taos' runes were circulating, one by one displaying their power. However, under the power of these great Taos, Han Fei clearly felt some special great Tao changes. For example, he felt the genesis of the world and the separation of yin and yang. He felt the heat of light and the coldness of darkness. He felt the power to shake the world and the growth of all things. He felt the vicissitudes of time, the rise and fall of all things, and the destruction of the endless sky. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see more clever uses of his various great Taos, but he didn't completely understand these clever uses. However, he saw more changes in the great Tao power. Han Fei seemed to perceive that this might be a manifestation of the law, although this manifestation wasn't very obvious. Soon, these insights disappeared. When Han Fei opened his eyes again, the preaching was over. However, he felt that he could study his great Taos in depth. At this moment, the senior brothers and sisters all looked at Han Fei. Senior brother Six God, who was closest to Han Fei, asked, "Little junior brother, are you going to prove Tao?" Han Fei was puzzled. "No." Before senior brother Six God responded, Feng Yu shouted, "No, you're definitely going to prove Tao." The content of eldest senior brother's lesson is related to Tao proving. Once you're going to prove Tao, you will gain many insights. I was the same last time. Han Fei couldn't help but look at eldest senior brother, wondering if this lesson was specially taught to him by eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother said, "Little junior brother, you need to complete what you haven't done before you prove Tao as soon as possible. You have accumulated too much power. You have to prove Tao within 100 years. Otherwise, you have to create an avatar to delay the Tao proving time." Han Fei, the senior brothers and sisters, senior brother 6, God said in surprise, "Didn't little junior brother just enter the sect not long ago? He was only in the sea establishment realm when he entered the sect, and now he is about to prove the Tao?" Feng Yu opened her mouth. She knew better than others the change in Han Fei's strength. Han Fei had been hanging around with Feng Xingliu since he entered the late-stage star transformation realm. How many years had it been since then, and he was already about to prove Tao? Furthermore, he had to prove Tao. Otherwise, he could only delay the time by creating an avatar. This meant that Han Fei's strength had grown so fast that even they found it unbelievable. Fifth senior brother couldn't help but say, "Well, it seems that I'm going to be busy again. Junior brother, shall I build a weapon for you later?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, fifth senior brother." However, even I didn't expect myself to prove Tao in 100 years. Senior sister Shen Lei said, "Little junior brother, eldest senior brother can't be wrong, so if there's anything unfinished, you need to complete it as soon as possible. If these things are difficult, you can use the mark of the Void Temple." Han Fei smiled bitterly. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister Shen Lei. I'll try my best to take care of these matters within 100 years. If I really have to use the necessary means, I won't hesitate." Senior brother Azure Dragon nodded. "Yes, little junior brother, remember that the spring of life of the heavenly race is very useful at critical moments." Han Fei said, "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Azure Dragon." Senior sister Green Lotus and senior sister Red Lotus said, "Alas, little junior brother will definitely know what to do. It won't be too late to ask at the next gathering. Today, since Feng Yu has proved Tao, we sisters have prepared some spiritual fruits for everyone. We dug them out of the chaotic river." Senior sister Dark Shadow said coldly, "I'm curious," Feng Yu asked. "What fruits are they, senior sister Green Lotus and senior sister Red Lotus? I heard about the chaotic river from books. Is it fun over there? Are there treasures everywhere?" Senior sister Red Lotus giggled. "Feng Yu, the chaotic river is not a fun place. Where there is opportunity, there is danger. When you reach the carefree level, I can consider bringing you there to play." Lei Heng asked, "So, senior sisters, what fruit did you get?" He had come to get some fruits, but he didn't expect that he would get some fruits after listening to his exclusive lesson. Senior sister Green Lotus waved her hand, and 9 spiritual fruits flew towards Han Fei through the air. Yes, although senior sister Green Lotus's strength couldn't keep up with that of eldest senior brother or senior sister Shen Lei, she could still share the spiritual fruits with them. Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm afraid it's throwing a brick to attract jade." In the next moment, a small green and red grape-like fruit appeared in front of Han Fei. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Unnamed divine blood. Bodhi introduction. The blood of gods is scattered in the chaos. Because of the long-time enhancement of the power of chaos, it gave birth to the divine blood Bodhi. There is an extremely low probability that the divine blood Bodhi can illuminate one's original divine path. After swallowing it, it will have a trace of the will of a god and can withstand a basic divine tribulation. The divine blood Bodhi can also give birth to infinite vitality and extend the life of a monarch by 100,000 years. It can also strengthen the bloodline and increase the power of the soul. To level quaint, chaotic spiritual treasure quality. Ordinary achaotic chi contained Agini 5 384 points. All effect. I effect. I effect, it can illuminate one's original divine path and help him learn the will of the gods. It can also extend life and strengthen bloodline and soul. Oh my god. A chaotic spiritual treasure, as expected of his dear senior sister. Senior sister Green Lotus said, "Little junior brother, you'd better not eat this fruit for the time being. Take it after you prove Tao. There's even a chance that you can see your original divine path with it. Of course, if you feel that you need it when you transcend your monarch tribulation, use it. No matter how good the thing is, your life is more important. In the chaotic river, there are plenty of treasures to find. Don't dwell on this. Transcending your monarch tribulation is the most important." "Yes, senior sister. If it's not necessary, I'll keep it with me for now." Han Fei thought to himself, "This treasure is good, but it's not very useful to me now. Illuminate my original divine path?" Feng Yu and the others voiced their doubts, and in the next moment, senior sister Shunla explained, "This fruit is called the divine blood Bodhi. It's a spiritual fruit born from the blood of a god. There's a certain chance that it can illuminate one's original divine path." Green Lotus and Red Lotus took out 9 at once. "If I remember correctly, there can't be a cluster of 9 divine blood Bodhi. It seems that you found at least 3 pools of divine blood." "Heh. Senior sister Red Lotus smiled and said, "Alas, senior sister Shenlei, it's not a big deal. No matter how many pools of divine blood there are, they're all one-time gains. But eldest senior brother, I heard that you're going to lose a fortune this time." The eldest senior brother smiled. "Lose a fortune?" The eldest senior brother looked at senior sister Shenle with a smile, and Shenle turned her head away. "Alas, don't look at me. As the eldest senior brother, of course you have to take out good things. Only when your junior brothers and junior sisters become stronger can they help you in the future." The eldest senior brother's voice was still gentle, but he said, "Fine, thank you." Chapter 2652, 2652. Here I come, 2-in-1, 2652. Here I come, 2-in-1. Seeing this scene, everyone thought to themselves, so eldest senior brother doesn't know that he is going to give them gifts. However, this made everyone realize that senior sister Shenlei could actually make decisions for the eldest senior brother, as expected of the second-ranked senior sister in the Void Temple. From what she said, it seemed that eldest senior brother had something good in his hands. If this thing was good for eldest senior brother and senior sister Shenlei, it must be superb for them. After a pause, the eldest senior brother still said in a gentle voice, "Junior brothers and sisters, I've refined some divine tribulations before, so I'll give each of you one. But you have to know that all external treasures are actually not a manifestation of your strength. You can't have too many treasures, or you will lose your ambition to advance in crises." The so-called divine tribulation was a mark. The mark passed through the void and landed in the palm of its owner. In the end, a mysterious dark red lightning pattern appeared on the palm. It flickered for a few seconds before slowly disappearing. The eldest senior brother said, "The divine tribulation can be used to kill enemies and temper and strengthen yourselves. If you use this seal to strengthen yourselves, you'd better wait until you become great monarchs. Otherwise, don't try this divine tribulation easily." "Can it kill enemies?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was the divine tribulation that a great monarch had to transcend when he fused with the heavenly Tao. How many people could withstand the power of that tribulation? From what the eldest senior brother said, even the disciples of the Void Temple couldn't easily temper themselves with the divine tribulation if they weren't great monarchs. Then wouldn't the power of this tribulation be able to shake a great monarch? At this moment, only senior sister Shenla said, "The divine tribulation isn't as simple as a heavenly tribulation. In this tribulation, it contains the essence of the fusion of 10,000 techniques. It can temper the body, the soul, the law, and the Tao heart. It has infinite uses. I sense that the sea realm might be in chaos soon. At that time, the 3 temples might reappear. In this chaotic world, senior brothers and senior sisters can't help you much. Most of it will be up to you to deal with. However, at that time, don't disgrace the reputation of our Void Temple." Everybody was shocked. Senior brother Six God added, "So my guess is correct. Is the sea realm going to be in chaos?" Feng Yu asked curiously, "Why is the sea realm in chaos?" "Isn't it peaceful now?" Senior brother Six God said. "The West Wilderness is in turmoil, the East Wilderness is at war, the South Wilderness is contending for power, and the North Wilderness has recovered its strength. It's said that there seems to be some secret in the Central Sea Divine Realm. This is indeed a sign of chaotic times." Lei Hung said, "Well, interesting. That's great. I can go to the Star Sea later." Senior brother Six God, "After this matter is over, shouldn't you get out of there? I'll come to you then." Senior brother Six God said, "Yes, let's wait until the chaotic situation begins." Han Fei was dumbfounded. Eldest senior brother's gift had been gained, and it should be time for everyone to exchange information. Speaking of the turmoil in the sea realm, Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "There might be a group of demons appearing in the East Sea Divine Realm. At that time, a large number of immortal level or even great monarch level powerhouses might appear." "Oh?" For a moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Han Fei. Han Fei said, "The demon god in the East Sea Divine Realm I mentioned last time is not dead, and he may return soon." Huh, Senior Sister Red Lotus said. He's really not dead? Then is he a god? Han Fei nodded. Yes, Senior Sister Dark Shadow said. In that case, this should be the first god reappearing in the sea realm. Fifth Senior Brother laughed and said, Little Junior Brother, did you really find this guy? You're really bold. You even dare to find a god. Tske, Han Fei said. Fifth Senior Brother, you provided accurate information, so I went to look for opportunities. Everyone couldn't help but think of the warning that their eldest senior brother had given Han Fei. He had to prove Tao within 100 years. It seemed that Han Fei had gained a lot of opportunities this time. Han Fei wanted to see the senior brothers and senior sisters' attitude towards the demon god, but their reaction was calm. Even when he mentioned that a god was about to reappear, they didn't react much as if they had expected it. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that my understanding of the sea realm is still not enough. Or is it true that as the god of war said, not all the gods have disappeared, but some of them, like the demon god, are actually just dormant? The gathering of the Void Temple ended and they returned to reality. Han Fei stood still and pondered for a while. So far, he had done everything he could. In terms of strength, he already had 5 Tao locks. The Emperor Sparrow also had 5 Tao locks, and Little Black and Little White were coming soon. He had gotten a lot of treasures and his karma with Old Yuan was almost over. In the infinite mining area, Zhangbeihai was already under his control and the city of origin was no longer a threat. He had consumed a large number of strong masters from these 2 cities during the northern expedition. These powerhouses were even stronger than the power they had shown in the chaotic wasteland. After all, in the chaotic wasteland, on the surface, there were only a few perfected star transformation realm cultivators. Half a year later, in the hero tavern of the distant camp, Chen Xiong, the owner of the camp, was mixing liquor casually. It was crowded in the tavern. Someone said, Hey, have you heard of it? It's said that a carefree realm powerhouse of the Central Sea Divine Realm's Fist sect died on the way to hunt down the human butcher. Someone sighed. Really? Is your information accurate? Didn't they say that only Tao proving level powerhouses died? The man said. So our distant camp is a bit far from the 8 camps. This news only came a few days ago. Uncle Sheng, you knew about this a long time ago, right? Chun Sheng glanced at them with a smile. Shut up. Do you think those things are for you to discuss? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't ask around. Many forces in the infinite mining area are very wary of this matter. The man laughed. That's for sure. We'll just talk about it in the hero tavern. Who would ask around? It has nothing to do with us. Amidst the laughter, Chen Xiang lowered his head with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He didn't expect that the young man would be so powerful. He had thought that the other party was a strong heavenly talent and it was fine to destroy the Black Wind pirates. There were many people who could do this. However, only after several years there were more and more shocking rumors about the young man. At this moment, he thought that he must not let others know that he had made a deal with this person. Fortunately, when the Black Wind pirates were destroyed, this person didn't call himself the Human Emperor, let alone the 7-kill army. But even so, he didn't dare to be negligent. Because more than a month ago, there were 2 more people here, 2 extremely powerful existences. These 2 people would sit in a strange manner, and their behavior was occasionally abnormal. This confirmed to Chen Xiang that these 2 were not ordinary sea demons. After a sea demon transformed into a human, they would learn the behavior of humanoid creatures to better adapt to such a living state. However, these 2 people were very unfamiliar with this. Besides, Chen Xiang often saw that these 2 people would accidentally show their furry tails and wag them. Chen Xiang, who had seen a lot of things, was very sure that they were not sea demons at all, but divine beasts or ferocious beasts. It was not impossible for divine beasts and ferocious beasts to appear in the outer camp of the infinite mining area, but they were very rare. These 2 people had been eating and drinking here for a month. Occasionally, one of them would often ask about the human butcher, but he was not very willing to pay. This made Chen Xiang vigilant. He had been on tenterhooks for a month, fearing that the 2 would find out that he had been in contact with human butcher. Creak. The door of the hero tavern was pushed open, and a young man walked in, looking like an ordinary customer. However, the moment Chen Xiang saw this person, his pupils were constricted and his heart stopped beating for a moment. Seeing the young man walking towards him, Chen Xiang was speechless, but he didn't dare to show it. After the young man sat opposite him, he pushed the wine he had just mixed over. Old Chen, long time no see. Chen Xiang said, It's been a long time. You're like the sun in the sky now. Why are you here? You have to know that the information about you is very valuable now. Gulp. Aha! Han Fei picked up the glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then, he said indifferently, there are some things that started here, so they have to end here. Chen Xiang couldn't have felt more awful. Did Han Fei mean that he was going to destroy the distant camp? Chen Xiang knew that Han Fei had this ability. The puppet army of Puppet City could easily crush the distant camp. However, Han Fei put down the wine cup and chuckled. Old Chen, it's never safe near the Godfiend Sea. It's time to move to your distant camp. Snap. Putting down the wine cup, Han Fei got up and was about to leave. Chen Xiang was taken aback for a moment, but then he suddenly thought of something. It seemed that Han Fei had searched for information about the Godfiend Sea when he was here. What did Han Fei mean by that? Wait a minute. Chen Xiang hurriedly called out. Han Fei looked back only to hear Chen Xiong transmitting a message to him. Be careful, 2 people seem to be following you. Han Fei smiled and left without looking back. The 2 people Chen Xiong mentioned were Wang Xiaoju and Huang Ergu. They had planned to get up after Han Fei came in, but Han Fei went to talk to the tavern owner. Now that Han Fei was gone, they certainly had to follow him. However, this scene surprised many people in the tavern. Those who could survive in the infinite mining area were not stupid. These 2 strangers had been here for a month. How could they not attract the attention of some people? At this moment, the 2 of them left following a stranger, one on the left and one on the right, which surprised them. As soon as Han Fei and the others left the camp, someone asked, Old Chen, Uncle Shang, who is this? Why is he so mysterious? Chen Shang, oh, I don't know. Don't you know the rules of the island? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. After making these people give up the idea of getting information from him, Chen Xiong carefully considered what Han Fei told him. In fact, he didn't have to talk to him. They were just passers-by to each other. However, he didn't think Han Fei was teasing him by saying that. Was there any point in teasing him? Therefore, Chen Xiong thought for a moment and said lightly, It seems that we have to move. After leaving the distant camp, Wang Xiaoju and Huang Ergo were much more obedient than before because they had heard too much news about Han Fei along the way. He had killed 9 Dao Proving Level powerhouses in a row, and even a Carefree Realm powerhouse had died by Han Fei's hands. When they first heard it, they were really shocked and couldn't believe it. However, since so many people were talking about it, they had to believe it. Han Fei asked, How is it going? Wang Xiaoju said, I quickly sent the letter to Big Luoluo, but Big Luoluo kicked me out after reading it and didn't tell me anything, so I don't have any information to feed back to you. Huang Ergu said, Master Han Fei, it's the same on my side. Xiangxiang didn't give me much in return. When I went to the City of Scavengers, someone did find me when I arrived. After I gave the letter to him, he only said that he would arrange everything here. Han Fei nodded. Okay, Wang Xiaoju asked, Master Han Fei, I feel that you are planning big. What are you going to do? Can you tell us? We may be able to help you. Han Fei grinned. Well, I'm going to kill, Wang Xiaoju said. I'm good at this. In the face of enemies, I, Wang Xiaoju, will never show mercy. However, Han Fei added, I'm going to kill many, many people. Dumbfounded, Huang Ergu asked, How many is many, many, many? Han Fei said, Too many to count. Wang Xiaoju, Huang Ergu, first Huang Ergu, first Huang Ergu, first Huang Xiaoju, will never Xiaoju wasteland. The moment Han Fei stepped into the chaotic wasteland again, he couldn't help but sigh. 600 years had passed in the blink of an eye. This time, it was finally over. Xiao Bai, Zhang Xuanyu, Kuang Kuang, Sha Xiao Shan. This is my destiny, not yours. So, don't blame me for starting the battle in advance. Just wish me good luck, City of Wanderers. Above the Ice Palace, Duan Qingxi was reporting some information. She said, Recently, the war in the graveyard battlefield has become more and more intense, and many of us have died. For some reason, I feel that the people from the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin have become more active in fighting. In just 100 years, hundreds of people have opened the sky. Some of our actions seem to have been targeted. In just 10 years, more than 10 sky-opening realm powerhouses have died. Gu Tingnin said lightly, Some people think that their training speed is too slow, so they are actually still training. Duan Qingxi frowned. Training soldiers regardless of the consequences, Gu Tingnin said. For these deep-rooted big forces, they don't care about the consequences. What they want is the results. If my guess is correct, the frequency of battles between the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin must have greatly increased. Duan Qingxi nodded her head. That's right. Do you mean that it has something to do with the Northern Expedition in the Infinite Mining Area? I know that guy went to the Infinite Mining Area, but no matter how big the incident in the Infinite Mining Area is, how can it have such a huge impact on the chaotic wasteland? Gu Tingnin said. I'm afraid it's not that simple. That guy might indeed be more suitable to be the human emperor than me. Duan Qingxi turned her head away. Why? Because he's talented, or because he acts lawlessly. I know he inherited Puppet City, but can that city really completely change the situation in the chaotic wasteland? Gu Tingnin shook his head slightly. Actually, he can already kill. Suddenly, Gu Tingnin's expression changed slightly. His gaze seemed to see through the void. He paused and said, He's back. He's back? Duan Qingxi was shocked by what Gu Tingnin said. Although she refused to admit Han Fei's strength, it was because she had followed Gu Tingnin for a long time. However, she knew how terrifying a huge city with hundreds of thousands of sky-opening realm puppets was. If the secrets behind the chaotic wasteland didn't surface, they naturally couldn't withstand the impact of such a huge city. However, she was somewhat surprised. Did Han Fei really come back? He didn't even know the secrets behind the chaotic wasteland. Gu Tingnin's leisure voice seemed to penetrate the endless sky. Are you back? I'm back. In the next moment, someone stepped tens of thousands of kilometers away and quietly appeared outside the Ice Palace, avoiding the perception of almost everyone, including Duan Qingxi. Huh? Duan Qingxi's face changed greatly because she found that she could no longer see through Han Fei's strength. Before, even when Han Fei returned from the Divine Capital Dynasty, he was already very strong, but he was actually only in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Even if he could kill a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, she could still see through his strength. However, how long had it been since they last met? Even she couldn't see through his strength. What did this mean? Buzz! In the next moment, Han Fei appeared next to Duan Qingxi. He looked at Duan Qingxi up and down, and then smiled. When I asked you about it, you kept it a secret. It turns out that you only have 4 Dao locks. I thought you had 5. Duan Qingxi, however, unlike the last time, Gu Tingnan didn't wait inside to talk to Han Fei. This time, Han Fei's original body came, which was a symbol of strength. He was completely on the same level as Gu Tingnan. Gu Tingnan said, Duan Qingxi has fought countless battles in the past 100,000 years and was heavily wounded. Otherwise, she would have had 5 Dao locks. She was injured for the sake of the human race. I heard that you've gained a lot this time. Why don't you help her? I don't want it. Duan Qingxi's face was slightly cold. In her heart, she certainly took sides with Gu Tingnan, and the ambiguous relationship between her and Gu Tingnan made her even more blind. It was as if her man had been doing something noble and great. She definitely didn't want to admit that other men were better than her man. Therefore, after Gu Tingnan said this, Duan Qingxi directly refused. Han Fei, on the other hand, asked curiously, is there any hidden injury in this world that can't be healed with the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique? Why do you want me to heal her? Gu Tingnan said. Although the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique is strong, it's not absolutely invincible. As for me, I'm only at the Dao proving level. Some injuries are beyond my healing range. Han Fei frowned. You can't even cure it. Why don't you come to me, fine? Han Fei suddenly understood and then smiled. I got it. Han Fei opened his palm, and a drop of milky liquid with a rich breath appeared in his hand. There was only one thing that was beyond the healing ability of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, and he happened to have, which was the Spring of Life. Only the Spring of Life of the heavenly race could have such an effect. He only had 10 drops of this Spring of Life, but now he had to take out 1 drop. The reason was that Gu Tingnan said that Duan Qingxi had sacrificed a lot for the human race. If Han Fei wanted to be the human emperor, he would definitely help such a hero. Furthermore, Han Fei had once joined forces with Duan Qingxi, and Duan Qingxi had indeed attacked a Dao-proving level powerhouse. He had seen all of this. Gu Tingnan knew it, so did Han Fei. Therefore, Han Fei had to give this drop of the Spring of Life. Duan Qingxi looked at the milky water droplet in Han Fei's hand. Although she didn't know what it was, the terrifying life energy contained in it shocked her. This time, Duan Qingxi was about to refuse, when Han Fei snapped his fingers and sent the Spring of Life into Duan Qingxi's body with Sword 2, the primordial Dao sword. Duan Qingxi was shocked to find that she couldn't even fight back. Is this guy already so strong? At that moment, Duan Qingxi was enveloped by white light. It was also the first time Han Fei had seen the power of the Spring of Life. Such a terrifying life force shocked Han Fei, as expected of the thing that Chu Hao had been coveting, and even Senior Brother Azure Dragon only asked for 10 drops of this treasure. Han Fei could clearly see that in the enshrouded white light, occasionally some red cracks were repaired. Those were the hidden wounds of Duan Qingxi, the kind that even the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique couldn't cure. Seeing this scene, Gu Tingnan smiled faintly. As expected of the Spring of Life, such rich and majestic life force and such terrifying foundational repair power. It's really a waste for a sky opener to use it. Unfortunately, without this treasure, Duan Qingxi won't be able to get 5 Dao locks in her life, and it will be difficult for her to become a monarch. Han Fei said, she doesn't have to have 5 Dao locks to prove Dao. Gu Tingnan raised his hand and made an inviting gesture as he said, that's true, but a heavy injury to her foundation will definitely affect her Dao proving. Ignoring Duan Qingxi, who was recovering, the two of them came into the room and sat opposite each other. Gu Tingnan glanced at the rod in Han Fei's hand and said, he wants to listen too? Well, it's fine. Han Fei loosened his hand and nodded slightly. Lu Qianxi turned into a humanoid tree and stood behind Han Fei. As a Dao-proving level cultivator, she was not interested in Gu Tingnan, but Han Fei asked him to pretend to be a stick along the way. Gu Tingnan looked at Lu Qianxi up and down and then said, ask away. Even if it's for the sake of this favor, I will answer all your questions this time. Han Fei didn't ask directly. Instead, he smiled casually. Since I'm back, the war has started. You should have thought about this battle countless times, but you didn't expect me to start it. Gu Tingnan said, I'm just curious. Why do you think you can fight this battle? Han Fei said. I'll have to ask you some questions before I know if I can fight this battle. Without hesitation, Han Fei asked, I want to know where the strong masters in the chaotic wasteland are, how many of them are there, whether there are any great monarchs, whether these people can come back, and how many of them can come back. Only today did Han Fei have the confidence to ask this question. Gu Tingnan said, I think you should have guessed it. Above the ice, there is indeed a mysterious place. It's not easy to go to that place, nor is it easy to return. The condition to go there is that one has to at least enter the star transformation realm before there's a 30% chance of getting there. Of course, the stronger one is, the higher the success rate of getting there. When one reaches the perfection star transformation realm, there's a 90% success rate. In that place they can obtain power, which can accelerate their growth, and their chances of proving Tao will greatly increase. Han Fei asked, "What if they want to come back?" Gu Tingnan said, "It's not easy to come back. You need strong masters to break through the barrier before you can send them back. However, it's not absolute. You should have seen it in the infinite mining area. The City of Scavengers and the City of Origin can send nearly 100 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses back at the same time. This means that the strong masters there are strong enough to break through the barrier. One of the reasons why our City of Wanderers can survive here is that they need a force to train their soldiers." Han Fei said, "That's not all, is it? There must be a strong master behind the City of Wanderers, right? This person must exist, but I don't know how strong he is. I guess you must have pledged allegiance to that person. Otherwise, the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin can also train each other's soldiers. There's no need for the City of Wanderers to appear and create a tripartite situation." Gu Tingnan smiled. "Yes, this person does exist. The City of Wanderers exists because in the place above the ice, it's also a tripartite situation." Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. Did it mean that that person was very strong and could contend with the real power of the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin? This made more sense. Han Fei asked, "Why did this person choose you?" "I don't know," Han Fei asked. "So, the City of Wanderers is also sending strong masters there?" Gu Tingnan said, "There aren't many of them, but there are. Duan Qingxi and the others have been with me for too long and don't want to go there." Gu Tingnan continued, "That depends on how confident you are of taking down the chaotic wasteland. I know that you have a puppet city with nearly 200,000 soldiers in the sky-opening realm. It's said that the strength of those puppets is mostly in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm, right? Right? Yes." Gu Tingnan shook his head. "To be honest, the number is enough, but the strength is not." Han Fei frowned. "So I need to know the level of strength over there." "How many monarchs and enemies are there in that damn place?" Gu Tingnan said. "I don't know. You must have killed those who came back. Their memories have been cut off, so we can't know the situation over there from their memories. The communication between here and there is unilateral. It's not that it can't go both ways, but for unknown reasons, no information is allowed to be sent back from there. Only information from here can be received." Han Fei said, "If that's the case, doesn't it mean that as long as we solve the problem quickly, we can quickly wipe out the forces of the City of Scavengers and City of Origin? Then, as long as we run away with our people, they won't have a place to chase us?" Gu Tingnan shook his head. "No, they can be quite mobile after receiving the information. From the ice to here, if the situation is urgent, it will be very fast. The reason this situation hasn't happened is that the power to quickly sweep the two cities, like you said, hasn't appeared in the chaotic wasteland for the time being. If they know of your existence now, a war will immediately break out in the chaotic wasteland, and the destruction of the City of Wanderers will almost be inevitable. This is because they won't allow such a power to exist." Han Fei asked, "So, you don't know what kind of power the other party has?" Gu Tingnan said, "No, but I have some guesses." Chapter 2653, A Real Ominous Creature 2. In 12653, A Real Ominous Creature 2 in 1, Gu Tingnan analyzed. Although the number of basic cultivators in the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin is quite a lot, their strength is not that great. Otherwise, even if they develop some primitive graveyard battlefields, our City of Wanderers won't be able to cope with them. In the past 100,000 years, I've been secretly investigating the birth rate of their powerhouses. On average, about 5,000 sea establishers are born every 100 years. 80% of them won't appear on the surface. According to the probability of death after various trials, the success rate of Tao proving is between 30% and 40%. The success rate of going to the place above the ice is between 30% and 40%. The survival rate of sky openers is 80%. In the end, I came up with a number. In the past 100,000 years, at least 350,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses have gone to the place above the ice. 350,000? Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Are you kidding me? This was much more than he had expected. According to this estimation, his previous estimation was a complete joke. Gu Tingnan continued. Even above the ice, there will be some special training and some people will die, but there are super strong masters there, so the survival rate will definitely be greatly improved. Therefore, I predict that in the City of Scavengers in the past 100,000 years, at least 280,000 to 30,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses are still alive. When Han Fei asked, "Is your estimation accurate?" Gu Tingnan said, "I'm not sure, but it should be about the same. Otherwise, wouldn't I have wasted these 100,000 years for nothing?" Han Fei frowned. "If there are so many strong masters in a City of Scavengers, what about the City of Origin?" Gu Tingnan said. "The City of Origin may have more hidden strong masters than the City of Scavengers." Han Fei was speechless. In the 100,000-year grand competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, only 800,000 people at the sky-opening realm participated. Gu Tingnan said, but those who can go to the 100,000-year competition are already very powerful among the sky-opening realm powerhouses. If all the sky-opening realm powerhouses in the entire East Sea Divine Realm go to the Divine Capital Dynasty, the number will increase by more than 10 times. So, do you think you can still fight now? Han Fei's heart was heavy. If 1,000,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses appeared at once, even if he had an army of 200,000 puppets, he might not be able to withstand them. Han Fei suddenly thought of something and asked, isn't it said that one needs at least the strength of the star transformation realm to go to the top of the ice? Then, where did the people who haven't entered the star transformation realm go? These people have to go somewhere, right? Gu Tingnan nodded. Of course, on the ice, on the way to the mysterious place, there is a transit zone. It's not that cold, and it's an extremely resourceful place that's very suitable for cultivation. Before Han Fei asked, Gu Tingnan continued, I once wanted to enter that place to take a look, but outsiders are forbidden from entering it. Once you enter it, it's impossible for you to return unless a strong master opens a channel after you reach that mysterious place and sends you back. There is a reason that the chaotic wasteland can be listed as a forbidden area in the East Sea Divine Realm, but the power there has never been revealed to the outside world. If you want to sweep through the chaotic wasteland, you don't have to worry about the cultivators who are still in the transit zone, but how many people have reached that mysterious place? I haven't been able to estimate this number. It might be 100,000, 150,000, but it shouldn't exceed 200,000. After all, it's not easy for sky openers to enter the star transformation realm. Unfortunately, without an accurate number, everything is unknown. Han Fei was slightly relieved. It was good that it was not 300,000 strong masters, otherwise this battle would be really difficult to fight. However, even if the other party only came back with 100,000 and 100,000 soldiers, it wouldn't be easy to fight this battle. This was only the basic military strength and didn't include the strong masters. Among the hundreds of thousands of sky openers, how many had proved Dao? How many were at the carefree level? How many were at the immortal level? Did the other party have any great monarch realm masters? But Han Fei was still solemn. 100,000 years ago, the city of scavengers and the city of origin were already like this, right? Gu Tingnan nodded. That's right. However, the Age of Doom was only 130,000 years ago when the city of scavengers was founded. Therefore, even if they had already sent talents to that place in advance, the number wouldn't be much. However, it's hard to say about the city of origin. The city of origin is the local power of the chaotic wastelands. It was here before the Age of Doom, so it's impossible to know their true strength. Han Fei said, so, if I attack the city of scavengers, I can still fight, but I can't take down the city of scavengers and the city of origin at the same time. Gu Tingnan said, if the city of scavengers is really destroyed, the city of origin won't sit by and do nothing. But in the early stages, they will most likely sit by and watch the tigers fight. You have a puppet army, so your combat power might not be inferior to the city of scavengers. But the problem is that you can't be sure how many monarchs there are in the city of scavengers. Besides, you can't predict the attitude of the city of origin after the war starts. Click, 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 click. Han Fei's fingers gently tapped the ice table, his heart full of complicated thoughts. He had thought that the trouble he caused in the infinite mining area, killing nearly 100 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses of the city of scavengers and the city of origin, would be enough to hurt these two powers. But from the looks of it, it might be insignificant to them. Even the city of scavengers and the city of origin might not be taken seriously by the existence above the ice in terms of combat power. The only significance of the existence of these two main cities was to continuously provide manpower. After all, the strong were all cultivated from the weak and didn't come for nothing. Therefore, for these two cities, although their combat power was not good, their significance far exceeded that of 100 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses. For a moment, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that he still couldn't shake the city of scavengers and the city of origin after doing so much? However, since he had returned, he had to take action no matter what. He didn't have the time to slowly accumulate manpower. Even his eldest senior brother had clearly said that he had to prove Dao in 100 years. Otherwise, he would have to create an avatar to delay the time. From the beginning, Han Fei had treated saving the human race as an experience for him, an experience concerning Dao proving. If he completed this experience independently, it was certain that he would prove Dao. Therefore, in essence, he only wanted to complete this experience with his own means and strength. Even if the senior brothers and sisters of the Void Temple took action, they had better only help him restrain some existences that he didn't have the strength to deal with. Otherwise, if the senior brothers and sisters of the Void Temple all went to help him, his trial would become empty talk. Therefore, if the other party had a great monarch, he would ask his senior brothers to help him, because that was completely beyond his ability. It was a favor to him for his senior brothers to help him, and the power borrowed with his strength could be considered a part of his trial. Han Fei thought for a moment and made a decision. That was, if it was really impossible, he would temporarily abandon his plan to attack the city of origin. As for the fact that the City of Origin would take advantage of his action, Han Fei was not afraid. The City of Origin had nothing to do with his Dao proving. He just wanted to kill and Balin for xuanhuan. Since his current strength was limited, he didn't mind letting him live a little longer. When he found xuanhuan, he would think of a way to attack the City of Origin. Gu Tingnan looked at Han Fei tapping the table with a contemplative look and thought to himself, even my analysis of the strength of the scavenger city is like this, but from Han Fei's expression, it's obvious that he still wants to fight. This means that Han Fei's trump card is probably far more than Puppet City. This made him tempted. If this battle could really be fought, he was really willing to take the risk. After all, saving the human race was also his obsession. Back then, as the human king, he had proved Dao without being able to save the human race. In fact, from that moment on, he had a feeling that he was no longer the human emperor. But even if he wasn't the human emperor, so what? He still had to save the human race. What he was worried about now was whether Han Fei was confident enough. After all, he had built the City of Wanderers painstakingly. This city was the spiritual sustenance of countless people. If he didn't make this decision right, he might drag the entire City of Wanderers down with him. Gu Tingnan asked, "You still think you can fight?" Han Fei was silent for a moment. "Of course I can. I'm not conflicted about whether I can fight or not." "Why, you don't want to fight," Gu Tingnan said lightly. "I really want to know where your confidence comes from. What if, I say, there is really a great monarch in the City of Scavengers?" With that, Gu Tingnan looked outside, and Han Fei seemed to understand what he meant. He understood that Gu Tingnan had concerns, and his concerns were the City of Wanderers. This made Han Fei vigilant again. When people had concerns, they would be overcautious, unlike him, who was alone and fearless. Han Fei said, "I can fight this battle. It's just a little beyond my plan." After that, Han Fei said, "Do you have anything else to tell me? For example, if we destroy the City of Scavengers and save the human race, the position of human emperor will definitely belong to me. You should have known this when you proved your Dao, right?" In fact, Han Fei couldn't understand how Gu Tingnan could prove Dao. As the former human emperor, he led countless humans to cross the east to the Sea Realm. In the end, only a small portion of these people escaped, but most were enslaved by the City of Scavengers. Under such circumstances, Gu Tingnan could still prove Dao after going to the Sea Realm. Han Fei couldn't figure it out except that he had abandoned his responsibility as the human emperor. Gu Tingnan said, "I didn't give up my responsibility completely." At that time, the entire human race had no powerhouse who had proved Dao. As you know, the human race has a large population, easily in the hundreds of millions. You've been to the Sea Realm, so you should know that who doesn't want such a huge population. The reason why the City of Scavengers wants to intercept and enslave the human race is naturally because of the human race's population and reproduction ability. It's precisely because the human race has a large population that the City of Scavengers expanded from only 8 cities to 100 cities. These 100 cities are mostly humans. The 10,000 scales race suppressed the growth of the human race and used the power of the human race to obtain resources just to strengthen themselves. Therefore, even if I have to give up the position of human emperor, I have to become stronger. Only by proving Dao can I have the conditions to establish myself in the Sea Realm and have a chance to save the human race. Han Fei nodded slightly. He could understand that. Gu Tingnan was known as the Master of Silence, which sounded a bit lonely and frustrated. He led the human race into the Sea Realm, but most of them were enslaved by a foreign race, and only a small portion of the humans escaped. How could a human emperor stand this? It was already not bad that he still persisted. After his travels in the Sea Realm, Gu Tingnan found that he couldn't contend with these superpowers even if he proved Dao. However, if he didn't become a monarch, he might not even be able to protect the remaining humans. Therefore, under such circumstances, he had to prove his Dao at all costs. He even regarded proving Dao as the first step to save the human race. But this choice was actually a compromise because this would cause the human race to be under long-term suppression. For example, the human race had been enslaved for 100,000 years, but Gu Tingnan couldn't do anything even if he built the City of Wanderers here. Even if the City of Scavengers knew Gu Tingnan's purpose, they didn't care. They could still enslave the human race. But Han Fei was different. He regarded saving the human race as the only condition for Dao proving. He wouldn't prove his Dao unless he had saved the human race. His determination and temperament were naturally higher than Gu Tingnan's. Han Fei got up and stretched out his hand. Lu Qianxi turned into a stick and returned to Han Fei's hand. Han Fei said, "Before I attack the City of Scavengers, I have 2 things to do. It may take me a few years, decades, or even 100 years. But the next time I come, the plan to save the human race will begin." After that, Han Fei paused and said, "I can understand you, but I don't appreciate you." With that, Han Fei walked out of the house without looking back. When he passed by Duan Qingxi, she seemed to be struggling. Han Fei felt that her vitality was escaping. Even her power was expanding. If he guessed right, the next time he saw Duan Qingxi, she would have 5 Dao locks. Swish watch. Watching Han Fei leave, Gu Tingnan didn't get up but said lightly, "How many people in the world can save the human race to prove his Dao? How much luck do you have?" "Lu Qianxi, how big a war are you going to start?" "Why does it sound so dangerous?" Han Fei said. Whether it's dangerous or not, you can only follow me. Lu Qianzi was speechless, wondering if his legendary life had just begun. However, Lu Qianzi immediately asked again, "Can you give me a drop of that water too?" Lu Qianzi was naturally referring to the spring of life, but Han Fei simply knocked him on the head. "What kind of dream do you have in broad daylight? I can't even bear to use it, and you want to use it? Is there something wrong with my head?" Lu Qianzi, on the other side, in a comprehensive trading market in the city of wanderers, there was a hubbub of voices, and simple shop plaques were erected everywhere. Shops were everywhere, selling all kinds of things. There were also some teenagers running around, as well as those fruit spirits that looked like pill furnaces. They shouted along the way, "Do you need sweet pills? Sweet pills for sale?" Han Fei waved his hand, and a small pill furnace ran over, saying happily, "My lord, do you want to buy sweet pills?" Han Fei threw out a small bag of energy crystals and said, "Give me 100. The little pill furnace was stunned for a moment and then was overjoyed. "Okay, master, please wait a moment." Seeing this scene, many people thought that someone had come to do charity again. Soon, Han Fei had 3 packs of sweet pills hanging on his waist, 2 spiritual fruits on his left hand, and a drink in his right hand. Gulpber, Han Fei strolled in the market, but no one continued to sell things to Han Fei. These people were actually very considerate. They knew that Han Fei came here to buy so many things to take care of their business, but they couldn't take advantage of this mentality to consume Han Fei's love. Outside a shop along the street in this market, a group of people were queuing up with number plates. On the plaque of the shop, the words "Prophecy House" were hanging. Han Fei listened and heard a voice in the house. "Your luck is in the north today. Something good will happen to you when you meet metal. You must be fast. After today, you won't have this luck." "Huh? Thank you, master. Thank you." The man couldn't hide the smile on his face and went out happily. Seeing this, the people outside couldn't help but say, "It seems that this guy is lucky today. Otherwise, why is he smiling like a flower?" Someone said, "Old Feng, what made you so happy?" The guy called Old Feng chuckled. "How can I tell you? Go, line up." But at this moment, a lazy female voice appeared in the prophecy house. "All right, that's all for today. I'm tired." "Oh, but we've queued here for a long time." Someone frowned, feeling that this master was too casual. But someone immediately shouted, "Hey, the master is tired. She needs rest. Let's go and come again tomorrow." After the uproar, the people in the line weren't annoyed. Instead, they wandered off to shop in 2s and 3s. At this moment, a voice said in Han Fei's ear, "It's not polite to eavesdrop." Han Fei shrugged. "Did I eavesdrop? You didn't even try to hide it. How can you blame me for hearing what you said?" Creak. The door of the prophecy house opened, and Han Fei walked in openly. When Han Fei entered, people were discussing, "Who is this? Didn't the master say that it was closed today? Why did she open a back door for this guy?" Unfortunately, they didn't dare to question her, so they could only keep their curiosity to themselves. In the prophecy room, Mochi was lying on a rocking chair, her 2 long legs knocking on an unknown skull. She was wearing a strange glasses-like thing and playing with a jade-like bone in her hand. Seeing Han Fei come in, Mochi threw the bone to Han Fei and said, "Take a look at this thing. What does it used to be? There are traces of the aura of a great monarch on this bone, so it's rather troublesome to trace it back." Han Fei took the bone and stuffed it into the eye of a skeleton nearby, saying casually, "Do I look idle?" Mochi grinned. "Isn't that so? You came here to do charity. With a sweet pill in your mouth and a drink in your hand, you look like you came here to shop." Han Fei shrugged, took out a sweet pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. He said casually, "Look, I came back so soon. It's been only less than 100 years, although the deadline we agreed on last time was 1,000 years later. So, when are we leaving?" Mochi looked Han Fei up and down. "How many Dao locks do you have now?" Han Fei said, "Take a guess." Mochi said, "Strange, I can't tell. But are you sure you want to go now? It's still early." Han Fei said, "Time waits for no man. I have a lot of things to do. Since this agreement with you has already been made, let's end it quickly. When it's over here, I still have something to do." "Oh?" Mochi asked, "Do you have the capital to contend with the city of scavengers? Although you're doing well in the infinite mining area and have obtained the inheritance of a great monarch, I think your understanding of the city of scavengers should still be a little lacking." Han Fei asked, "How do you know that?" Mochi said, "Of course, you killed many monarchs in a row. Some carefree realm powerhouses even died in your hands. I'm really curious. How did you kill a carefree realm powerhouse?" "I'm really curious," Han Fei said. Hey, it seems that your time temple has a lot of spies." Mochi said aggrievedly, "This has nothing to do with our time temple. It's simple if I want to know. The infinite mining area has suddenly become so chaotic, I don't even need to consider others. It must be you. Only you, a direct disciple of the Void Temple, can cause such a huge uproar. There's no need for any information. Anyone in the infinite mining area can tell me this information." Han Fei didn't deny it. These things might be able to be hidden from others, but definitely not from Mochi. Han Fei didn't waste time talking to Mochi. Instead, he said, "If you have the time to talk to me, why don't you tell me about the palace? Since you've already investigated it, you should have entered it and proved Dao." What made you unable to prove Tao even now? Mochi said. You take Tao proving too lightly. If it's so easy, why did you spend so much effort to personally destroy the city of scavengers? My path isn't as difficult as you think, but it's not that simple. To be honest, that palace is a palace left behind by our time temple. In addition to exploring the significance of this palace's existence, I also have to kill a real ominous creature suppressed inside. A real ominous creature? Han Fei's heart trembled. What was the meaning of the three temples' existence? It was to resist the ominous. The so-called ominous creatures in the chaotic wasteland were all polluted by the ominous power. They couldn't be considered real ominous creatures. Therefore, when Mochi mentioned the real ominous creatures, Han Fei was immediately curious. He wanted to see what the so-called ominous creatures were like. Han Fei immediately asked, have you seen it? Mochi said, no, but I've once fought it remotely with the great Tao of time. I was surprised to discover that all my strength seemed to have been seen through by it. I couldn't shake it at all. There were even several times when I suffered the backlash of time and had to recuperate. Han Fei said, if that's the case, you could have cooperated with the 10,000 scale race. Why did you wait for me to appear? Mochi said, do you think I didn't? But people who haven't walked the great Tao of time can't enter that palace at all. Han Fei asked, well, do you mean that you can't beat the danger inside? Mochi said, not exactly. It's just that I have to consume too much energy if I need to break through the various time barriers. Furthermore, that ominous creature seems to be very proficient in the great Tao of time, so I suffered a disadvantage. Han Fei asked, then do you think my half-baked great Tao of time will work? Mochi said, you're a disciple of the Void Temple. I don't believe we can't kill it. Han Fei, Chapter 2654, 2654 Time Revival Technique Chapter 1, 2654 Time Revival Technique Chapter 2 and 1. Is this a matter of quantity? Han Fei was very speechless at Mochi's comprehension ability. Regardless of whether you were a disciple of the Time Temple or the Void Temple, you weren't gods, so you might die. In danger, the combat power of two people couldn't be superimposed. Just because one person couldn't do it didn't mean that two people could. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Don't you have anything reliable to say? At least tell me what the real ominous creatures are like, right? What are their abilities and what are their abilities? Don't just say that they are powerful. I know they are powerful. If they aren't powerful, how can they be suppressed by a palace? Mochi said. He seems to have mastered the great Tao of time. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. In other words, the so-called ominous creatures actually have the same cultivation ability as us. They have to master various laws of the great Tao, and they have to use various combat skills? Mochi, that seems to be the case, Han Fei asked. As a disciple of the Time Temple, have you never seen a real ominous creature? However, Mochi looked at Han Fei and said, as a disciple of the Void Temple, have you seen it? Fine. No matter what, let's take a look first. Mochi asked, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you need to prepare? Han Fei asked, prepare for what? I don't know anything except that the danger is a real ominous creature. Besides, I told you I was busy. I have a lot of things to do. I'm here just to fulfill my promise to you. After a pause, Han Fei suddenly looked at Mochi and said, but let me make it clear in advance. If this matter is too dangerous, you'll owe me a favor. This concerns your Tao proving. If you succeed in Tao proving, do you think it's worth it? Sure. Mochi didn't hesitate. As long as I can prove Tao, a favor is nothing. Han Fei said, this favor is to help me deal with the city of scavengers. Mochi said, I know, I've guessed it. Your path of trial is similar to mine. Otherwise, you could have just gotten your senior brothers and sisters from the Void Temple to sweep through the chaotic wasteland. Why would you go through so much trouble? However, I can help you, but I won't risk my life. I estimate that there are many Tao provers in the city of scavengers. Even if I prove Tao, it's hard to say how many of them I can deal with. Han Fei said, it's okay. I don't mind. For Han Fei, every ounce of strength he encountered was worth cherishing. Not to mention a Tao proving level monarch, even a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse would be good. Mochi said, all right, since you're in such a hurry, let's go. I've waited for this day for too long. By the way, the rod in your hand seems to be a little strange. Why do I always feel a strong vitality from it? Han Fei looked down at Luciensi, wondering how anyone could find him. Han Fei thought for a moment and threw Luciensi into the prophecy house. Wait for me here. Don't run around. Huh? It's alive? Mochi leaned over and wanted to look at Luciensi, but as soon as she walked over, she saw Luciensi roll a few times and stay far away from her. Then he said, what are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a rod? Luciensi had been living in the stormy quicksand sea and knew very little about the outside world. If Han Fei hadn't brought him out, God knew how long he would have stayed inside. Therefore, even if he heard about the great Tao of time, the Time Temple, and so on, he didn't feel anything, so her words were very blunt. After all, Mochi wasn't his master. Mochi, a certain blue halo flashed across Mochi's face. A few seconds later, she curled her lips and said, heh, so it's a tree. Even a Tao-proving level tree is so arrogant now. Believe it or not, I can throw you into the time turbulence. I guarantee you won't live to the next day. Luciensi, Han Fei said, okay, just let him stay in your place for a while. If this trip involves the great Tao of time, it will be inconvenient for him to go. Luciency pointed at Luciency. Will he run away? Do you want me to throw him into another timeline and fish him out when you come back? Luciency couldn't have felt worse. Hey woman, I'm at the Tao proving level. You, a mere perfected star transformation realm cultivator, want to mess with me. Mochi giggled. Your master can cross realms to kill Tao provers. Do you think I can't? Luciency immediately shut up. What kind of person is this? Kill Tao provers? Seriously? Hanfei said. Okay, stop it. Luciency, wait for me here. The chaotic wasteland was covered in ice. In the depths, there would inevitably be tidal waves every 100 years. Now, there were still decades to go before the 100-year deadline. Hanfei didn't have the time to find out the exact source of the tidal waves. However, the palace of the Time Temple was only halfway through the impact of the tidal waves. It might be related to the tidal waves. 3 days later, as Hanfei and Mochi got closer and closer to the palace, the number of ominous creatures around increased, and the strength of these ominous creatures naturally became stronger and stronger. Along the way, because of the remnants of the ominous power last time, many ordinary ominous creatures had reached the sky-opening realm after devouring each other. They chased Hanfei and Mochi the whole way. Hanfei asked, Is the tide coming from this direction? Mochi said, Yes, but when I was bored, I investigated the source of the tidal waves, but I discovered that this was beyond my ability. Let me give you a guess. I think the source of the tidal waves might be related to the secrets of the chaotic wasteland. Of course, I'm not very concerned about this matter. You might be, but I suggest you don't try to investigate it for the time being. There's an ominous miasma behind, the kind that doesn't disperse all year round. Perhaps you can only see the road ahead when the tidal waves erupt, Hanfei said. I'm not interested for the time being. Hanfei was really not interested. There were so many secrets in this world. If he had to learn every secret, he would be exhausted. Besides, the exploration of secrets had to be based on one's own strength. When the tidal waves came, it was unknown how long he could hold out if he rushed into the depths of the tidal waves. Under the obstruction of the ominous creatures along the way, it took Hanfei and the others a total of 5 days to reach the place Mochi mentioned. As soon as he arrived, Hanfei felt the surrounding Time Tao runes. There was a blue halo circulating between the heavens and earth. To put it bluntly, he couldn't see the so-called palace at all. Mochi activated the Great Tao of Time and opened an entrance at a specific spatial node. Mochi said, It's not too difficult to find this entrance, but it's very difficult for people not mastering the Great Tao of Time to enter. Even if I take him in, he will only die because he can't deal with the power of time later. After Hanfei followed Mochi into the time barrier, he immediately felt a large amount of chaotic time power. Hanfei wasn't familiar with such chaotic time, but here, time was disordered. It might be static, fast-forward, retrograde, or even parallel. Therefore, if one wanted to enter this time barrier, he had to use the Great Tao of Time. Hanfei activated the Great Tao of Time, causing the surrounding Great Tao of Time to form a time cycle, excluding all chaotic power, forming an independent miniature time barrier. Huh, Mochi said in surprise. What kind of high-level usage is this? Why don't I know it? Hanfei thought for a moment and said, Everyone has their own comprehension. There are many things that you know, but I don't know. Mochi said, It's different. You can learn what you don't know. However, this time cycle seems to follow a certain rule. I've never seen anyone use such a high-level usage. Hey, can you teach me this? Hanfei said. If you can help me kill an immortal-level powerhouse or block 3 carefree-level powerhouses, I'll be happy to teach you. Mochi? Me? Do you think I can do it? Hanfei said. I didn't say it had to be you. I can make an exchange with your time temple if you really don't know how to use the time cycle. Mochi said, I don't have the final say, but I can give it a try. Hanfei didn't really take it to heart. He just said this in passing. Logically speaking, the strong masters of the time temple should know how to use the time cycle. It was just that some people hadn't learned it. Hanfei asked, How long will we have to walk? Mochi said, Not long. There will be an undirected time turbulence later. We'll be fine after walking it through. Undirected time turbulence? From the name, one could naturally tell the danger. If one wasn't careful, they would be involved in any time node and appear in an unknown time that didn't belong to the present. In that unknown time, it was difficult for sky openers to break the rules of that time and descend or interfere with that world. This made those caught up in it have to fumble and search back and forth in the turbulence of time to find the way back. Of course, it was also possible that they might never be able to return. After a while, when Hanfei saw a river-like time turbulence, his first reaction was, That wasn't this the river of time? However, Mochi reminded him, time turbulence is different from the river of time. Although there are also paths to follow, this river is filled with time turbulence and chaotic time nodes. Especially those time nodes, don't be swept by them. With that, Mochi didn't worry that Hanfei wouldn't be able to keep up and stepped into it first. Hanfei followed closely behind. The two of them were like 2 little worms in the time turbulence. The time cycle barrier around Hanfei was immediately impacted by the violent time turbulence. Although it wasn't dispersed by the impact, it formed a ring-like circle around Hanfei. It was as if Han Fei had become a star with gravity, and the blue halos surrounding him were chaotic time and time nodes. Mochi immediately exclaimed, "Stay away from me. How can you gather time with the power of the time cycle?" Han Fei was a little stunned himself, but his reaction was not slow. Because under the strong impact of the time turbulence, the cycle power around him was like a spinning wheel, reordering the chaotic time into orderly time, resulting in the current situation. Han Fei even thought that if he could freeze the time turbulence at this moment, he would have the ability to return to different nodes. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't have the ability to freeze the time turbulence yet. Bang! When Han Fei got out of this time turbulence, he even brought out some time nodes, but they were sucked back by the time turbulence. Mochi looked at Han Fei strangely. Although you don't seem to have walked very far on the Great Tao of Time, your grasp of the Great Tao of Time is very unique. If you can enter the Time Temple, you will definitely be a heavenly talent of the Time Temple. Han Fei ignored Mochi and glanced at the surrounding space. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "This is a space completely formed by the power of time, and it's a motionless space." For a moment, Han Fei couldn't distinguish the concept of time and space. Mochi said, "In space, time doesn't necessarily exist. But in time, there must be space. By freezing a space with the power of time, this space can last forever." Interesting. Han Fei looked into the depths of this space. From afar, it seemed to be flashing with a star. However, Han Fei's eyesight and perception could see that it was a palace. It didn't look like a large space, at least much smaller than Chu Hao's monarch palace in the Raging Sea. Of course, it was also possible that there was another world inside the palace. The palace was shackled from multiple angles by 18 chains of time, as if it was locked in midair by the chains, looking very mysterious. Han Fei asked, "Is this the palace?" Mochi said, "This is it. Let's go. I'll take you closer to take a look." In this time-freezing space, no matter how long it took, time wouldn't change in the outside world. However, this didn't mean that Han Fei and Mochi wouldn't grow old if they didn't go out here. As outsiders, there would be spontaneous time passing on them, which had nothing to do with this space. In other words, they would still grow up in age. Otherwise, the time temple could achieve immortality. If a super large time-freezing space was built, one would only leave when needed, which was equivalent to immortality. When the two of them came to the front of the palace, Han Fei frowned slightly. There was a time barrier outside the palace. Mochi said, "It's this barrier, but this isn't just a time barrier but many heavy killing arrays. I've broken through these layers of barriers several times, but I was ambushed by the ominous creature inside when I tried to break through the barrier, so I haven't really been able to enter this palace." Han Fei was puzzled. "In that case, why are you sure that it's an ominous creature inside?" Mochi said, "My seniors told me. It wasn't until I found this place and fought my way here that she said that I had to solve this trap by myself. In the end, I wasted 10,000 years. However, after such a long time, I thought that I was already very powerful and had a very strong understanding of the Great Tao of Time, but I still couldn't withstand the sneak attack of this ominous creature inside." Han Fei said, "Then have you ever thought that maybe this palace shouldn't be broken in such a way?" Mochi said, "The palace is here, the killing array is here, and the sneak attacker is inside. If it weren't broken this way, how should it be broken? In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the ominous creature inside is very good at the Great Tao of Time and that he often sneak attacked me when I was launching Time Great Technique, I wouldn't have been unable to pass it." Han Fei asked, "So, what do you want me to do?" Mochi said, "You have also grasped the Great Tao of Time and your combat strength is also not bad. I can break these killing arrays, so can you. Therefore, I need you to help me block all the Great Tao of Time and killing arrays in front. I'll guard against the sneak attack of the ominous creature and eventually kill my way into the palace." Han Fei understood. Mochi hoped he could assist her. He would restrain the time barrier and killing arrays at the periphery so that she could focus on the ominous creature in the palace. From Mochi's tone, Han Fei could tell that she planned to face the ominous creature alone. After all, this was her trial. If she had a choice, she didn't want others to help her. Even before Han Fei appeared, she had been studying how to complete this trial by herself. Han Fei asked, "Can you? I can trap all the killing arrays in the periphery, but I don't know if there are any stronger killing arrays in the palace. What if the ominous creature ambushes you in the palace and kills you?" Mochi immediately said angrily, "I'm a disciple of the Time Temple after all. How can I die so easily?" Han Fei pouted. "Okay, whatever you say." In any case, he just needed to assist her. This trip was naturally the most important thing in Mochi's life, but to Han Fei, it was just an ordinary experience in his life. Han Fei had never been worried that anything would happen to him here, because this was Mochi's Tao proving trial. It meant that the danger here should be within Mochi's tolerance range. With his current strength, even Tao provers were generally no match for him. Therefore, he was confident that he wouldn't encounter an insurmountable danger. At this moment, Han Fei clearly felt that Mochi was no longer teasing but was highly tense. Upon seeing this, Han Fei walked out of the outer barrier of the palace without hesitation and said, "The prerequisite to Tao proving is the stability of one's Tao heart. How can a mere trial shake the heart of a disciple of the Three Temples? Come, At this moment, Han Fei was carefree and unrestrained. His strong Dao heart and absolute confidence allowed him to cut open this time barrier with a single slash. Mo Chi. Alright, with your confidence, today is the day I, Mo Chi, prove my Dao. The two of them entered the second barrier one after another. As soon as he came in, what Han Fei felt was that time was like raindrops, turning into thousands of fragments of time that floated around Han Fei. These fragments were all the various fragments Han Fei had experienced in his life. From him entering this world, getting to know He Xiaoyu, getting to know Xiao Xiaoshan, Zhang Xuanyu and the others, to him going from the level 2 fishery to the Scattered Stars Island and going from the Waterwood world to the Thousand Star City. For some reason, these memories of the past were reflected in these fragments of time. If that was all, the power of time that enveloped these fragments turned into long knives that slashed at Han Fei. Clang! Han Fei flicked his finger and tried to shatter the time blades with normal power. However, the time blades ignored Han Fei's attack and even passed through without any resistance. Han Fei didn't panic. He grabbed at the air and drew out the great Dao of time as a saber. As he slashed out, the surrounding time blades of time shattered. As for Mo Chi, she followed behind Han Fei on the right without attacking the entire time. She looked like a puppet and didn't move at all. Buzz! When these time blades were pierced through, Han Fei snorted casually. Petty tricks. I hate it when others trigger my memories. Han Fei muttered and was about to continue charging forward when he saw that the shattered time blades had scattered into flowing timelines. As these timelines increased, they seemed to become a small river that surrounded Han Fei and Mo Chi. Han Fei discovered that he had fallen into a quagmire of time. He felt that he couldn't carry out the great Dao of time as if he had fallen into a silent state. It's the time cage. This is about the great Dao of time. It requires the great Dao of time to forcibly break through. It'll consume a lot of energy. Upon seeing this, Mo Chi reminded him. She didn't know how far Han Fei had gone in the great Dao of time, so she reminded him. This was because this was the earliest time the time cage had burst out. Swish! The moment Mo Chi reminded Han Fei, a time explosion suddenly appeared where Mo Chi was. At the moment that time was annihilated, a small time storm formed here. Mo Chi Dao wasn't very panicked. She formed seals with both hands. Time stop, annihilate. Han Fei saw the annihilation of a space within a very small range. The time storm turned into a singularity, and even the small area of space that was restricted was sucked into the singularity. After fending off the surprise attack of an unknown force, Mo Chi heaved a sigh of relief and quickly looked at Han Fei. Han Fei raised his hands and a pair of scimitars appeared in his hands. Ripple without using the great Dao of time to resist this cage-like river of time, Han Fei only summoned the Blade of Hope. He didn't use many of these double knives, but the Blade of Hope was a godly weapon that could cross the river of time. They were not affected by time and could even exist for endless years in the river of time. Therefore, shaking off the time cage with this knife was the most energy-saving way. Even though Mo Chi knew that she shouldn't be distracted at this moment, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she saw the Blade of Hope. This was the first time she had seen a weapon that could cut open the cage of time. What kind of weapon was this? However, Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Don't be distracted. The one inside is indeed powerful. While restraining me, he even tried to attack you." Interesting. Han Fei smiled. The killing arrays here were all killing arrays related to the great Dao of time. Furthermore, from the changes in the arrays here and the use of the power of the great Dao, they were indeed controlled by someone. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, did the ominous creatures walk the same path as the myriad races in the Sea Realm? Did they all need to cultivate and master some kind of great Dao? If so, what was the difference between the ominous creatures and the myriad races in the Sea Realm? Just now, it was because he was trapped in the cage of time that Han Fei thought of the powerful power of the Blade of Hope. But now he suddenly realized that the Blade of Hope seemed to be a little resistant to the great Dao of time. Later, when he encountered a dozen kinds of arrays and powers in a row, Han Fei used the Blade of Hope to break all of them. This made it almost impossible to use these time-killing arrays to besiege him and Mo Chi. This was because the ominous creature needed to constantly change its tricks, and Han Fei only needed to kill it with one slash. Seeing that the palace was getting clearer and clearer in the eyes of the two of them, Han Fei even teased, "I thought this ominous creature was very strong. It seems that he only knows the great Dao of time. He's very unfamiliar with great techniques, weapons, and combat skills." Suddenly, in Han Fei and Mo Chi's vision, the two of them saw a huge scorpion. It had heavy blue armor that was shiny and had 7 hooks on its tail. How is that possible? Han Fei was surprised. How can there be any creatures in this damn place? Han Fei was shocked. Did he encounter a creature that lived in the river of time like the time dragon carp? If it was that kind of creature, it would be really dangerous. Such creatures were usually very strange and unpredictable. But in the next moment, Han Fei discovered that no information appeared in his eyes. Is it fake? Swish, swish, swish. The 7 long hooks of the scorpion tail seemed to burst out at a speed that Han Fei didn't have time to block. Han Fei only had time to slash with the Blade of Hope, thinking that if this thing was formed from the great Tao of time, the Blade of Hope should be able to break it with one slash. Bang! In the next moment, Han Fei was sent flying, and 7 bloody marks appeared on his body. Huh. It's not fake? Han Fei frowned. His attack was blocked. This meant that not only was this scorpion real, but its strength wasn't in the sky-opening realm at all. Since it wasn't at the sky-opening realm, it could only be at the Tao-proving realm. However, why couldn't the demon purification pot see the other party's information? Similarly, a swift phantom swept past Mo Qi. Han Fei found that Mo Qi's combat technique was a little abnormal. She actually took out a palm-sized turtle shell. As soon as the turtle shell was thrown out, it turned into a huge silver-armored turtle with a whoosh. Mo Qi stood on the silver-armored turtle, wearing a silver battlesuit. However, when Mo Qi used this turtle shell, her great Tao of time had been locked onto the silver-armored turtle. She had even prepared another time technique as if she was prepared to attack at any time. Clang. The stream of light bounced away, and Mo Qi said, "This technique is one of the 6 great divine techniques of the Time Temple. It's called the Time Resurrection Technique. It can trace the remains of a powerful creature and resurrect it for a very short time." Han Fei gaped in shock and asked, "Really? Chapter 2655, 2655, Ominous Mochi 2-in-1, 2655, Ominous Mochi 2-in-1. There were many marvelous techniques in this world, but this was the first time Han Fei had seen such a technique that could resurrect powerful creatures to make them fight for the user. This technique was even more powerful than Han Fei's time fishing technique. Time fishing could only be carried out when one was in contact with a known powerhouse and the other party was aware of it. But this time resurrection technique could resurrect a strong master to fight for the user with only a piece of wreckage. If he had many remains of powerful creatures, wouldn't he be able to achieve infinite summoning? Unfortunately, now was not the time to discuss this technique with Mo Qi. If this technique was really one of the 6 great divine arts of the Time Temple, there was no reason for her to tell him so easily. Even if he used the time cycle to exchange for it, they probably wouldn't accept it. Fortunately, he had wanted to use the time cycle to exchange for an opportunity for the Time Temple to take action. Now it seemed that they might not even want it. The light that ambushed Mo Qi was shaken back. Only then did Han Fei discover that it was a long snake-shaped fish that emitted a pale yellow glow. Its body was triangular, and the triangular shape was like a sharp blade. If Mo Qi had reacted a little slower, she might have been pierced by this thing. Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't see it coming, so he was hooked a few times. However, such an attack was insignificant to Han Fei now. His hook could have torn a Tao Lock-level powerhouse into pieces, but it could only leave shallow wounds on Han Fei's body. In the next moment, Han Fei extended his fingers and launched a counterattack. With the power of the Ragnarok, he blew up the scorpion. So strong. Mo Qi was a little stunned. Is this the legacy disciple of the Void Temple? It was said that the combat power of the people from the Void Temple was the best in the 3 temples. Seeing Han Fei fight with her own eyes today, she was still taken aback. Others didn't know how terrifying the time resurrection technique was, but she did. All the disciples of the Time Temple who could come into contact with the time resurrection technique had prepared dozens or even hundreds of powerful prehistoric skeletons. More importantly, the skeletons they prepared were definitely not as strong as themselves, but stronger. In any case, it would only take a short period of time for her to be resurrected. With Mo Qi's current strength, she could resurrect the skeleton of a Tao-proving realm creature. It would take about 30 seconds. Including the fish that ambushed him and the scorpions that attacked Han Fei, they were all at the Tao-proving realm. She knew that even if this scorpion could hurt Han Fei, it would only be a minor injury. But she didn't expect it to be killed by Han Fei without even being able to launch a second attack. Indeed, the rumors about the infinite mining area weren't fake at all. Mo Qi thought that although she could also kill a Tao-proving realm powerhouse, it wouldn't be so simple and casual. She really didn't expect that in just a few hundred years, the guy who had to be careful even in the City of Scavengers might have already surpassed her in strength. They were both disciples of the 3 Temple, but she seemed a little weak. Her growth of more than 10,000 years was not comparable to his hundreds of years of cultivation. Just thinking about it made her a little depressed. However, Mo Qi didn't stand on ceremony with Han Fei at this moment. She said, "Kill the one attacking me too. This technique isn't his killer move. I have to be in my peak state at all times to deal with the guy inside." Han Fei didn't refute her. Mo Qi had waited for more than 10,000 years to prove Tao, so she naturally had to be careful. Since he had helped her, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with his help. When the triangular fish pierced again, Han Fei pretended to reach out and grab it, but in fact he stole the other party's speed with the void-stealing technique. Immediately afterward, he slashed again. With a long sound, the long fish was rolled from head to tail and finally turned into a small piece of bone, shattering on the spot. At that moment, there was a brief silence, and the surrounding power of time was no longer circulating. There was no telling if the ominous creature inside was also stunned by Han Fei's actions. Seeing this scene, Mo Qi was overjoyed. Cooperating with Han Fei was more comfortable than she had imagined. Mochi said, "Don't be smug. He can still use such a resurrection technique many times. In the past, I fought him once and used the time resurrection technique hundreds of times. It was because of her that I had to recuperate for more than 3,000 years and almost died here." Han Fei asked, "Why? Can't your resurrected creature beat the one he resurrected? Since you have this resurrection technique, can't you get more skeletons of powerhouses and kill him with numbers?" Mochi said, "It's not that simple. As I said just now, this technique isn't his trump card. He can abduct all the creatures I revive with the time resurrection technique and turn them into his combat power. Back then, I was chased by nearly 200 revived creatures and had to use my secret method to escape." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "So you mean," in the next moment, Han Fei felt the turbulence in front of him. The hundreds of strange creatures that ran out at once rendered him speechless. Han Fei shouted angrily, "Damn it, why didn't you tell me that earlier?" Mochi said, "What's the rush? Do you think I'll make 2 mistakes on the same matter? I'm waiting for now." Time tide. With that said, the turtle that Mochi had resurrected just now suddenly self-destructed, forming a time tide. Wherever the tide enveloped, the timeline would shift. Although the revived creatures had already hurriedly prepared to evacuate, half of them were still covered. All the creatures caught in the time tide disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Mochi laughed. "Haha, you've been tricked. I've been tricking people since I was a child. Who do you think you are?" Han Fei seemed to get to know Mochi again. It turned out that this guy was already prepared. No wonder when she took out the turtle shell just now, she seemed very nervous, as if she was prepared to do something at any time. It turned out that she resurrected the turtle on purpose. She was so careful because she was afraid that the turtle would be taken away by that person. Perhaps the ominous creature inside felt that a turtle was insignificant in the battle, so it didn't take it away, resulting in this outcome. In this space, time was clearly static, but Mochi could use the turtle to establish a channel between here and the outside world, tricking so many revived creatures. Han Fei didn't discover this at all. Perhaps Mochi had been setting up a trap since a long time ago, but she didn't use it until this moment. However, no matter what, the methods of the Time Temple were indeed a little terrifying. Dozens of doubt-proving realm creatures were sent to another timeline. This was much easier than killing dozens of doubt-proving realm powerhouses. Otherwise, if there were really so many doubt-proving realm powerhouses chasing them, Han Fei and Mochi would have to escape. However, Han Fei said, Hey, don't be smug yet. There are still a dozen or so people who haven't been dealt with." Mochi said, "There will always be fish that escape the net. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to invite you here. But don't panic. As long as you last for more than 10 seconds, these resurrected creatures will annihilate themselves. I can't escape the pursuit of 200 resurrected creatures, but I can certainly deal with more than a dozen resurrected creatures. Besides, you're here, aren't you?" Han Fei, "Yes." Mochi went on strike again. She regained her previous cautious state. Han Fei said, "Hey, will the ominous creature inside keep some remains of the creature, waiting to resurrect them to continue to fight you?" Han Fei felt that the ominous creature inside was quite strange. It had all kinds of tricks and was determined to stop Mochi outside the palace. As for Mochi, she seemed to be in a passive position, but her heart was actually filled with schemes. There was no telling what she was thinking. Mochi said, "Let's get through this first." At this moment, the remaining 16 revived creatures at the Dao-proving realm attacked Han Fei and the others. Han Fei calculated in his heart. Although the combat power of these resurrected creatures was not at their peak, they were definitely not weak. If 16 of them came at him at once, Han Fei believed that he could only take a beating. When he and Mochi were separated, they might be defeated one by one. Han Fei took out a turtle shell. The moment this turtle shell was taken out, Mochi was stunned. "Wait, are you going to learn from me? But I've already used this move." However, even though the move had been used, the resurrected creatures stopped one after another. After being stunned for a few seconds, half of the resurrected creatures continued to rush over, ready to test it out. Obviously, the one inside was afraid that he would be tricked by the same move, so he only let half of the resurrected creatures rush up. However, Han Fei wasn't Mochi. Although he often schemed against others, that was under the rules he had set, not on someone else's home ground, and in this strange environment. Turtle shell sky ceiling technique. Buzz. In a dark void, Han Fei shouted, "Come here." "Okay." Mochi swooshed into the turtle shell sky ceiling technique. Then she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "You scared me. I thought you also knew the time resurrection technique." "However, what level is your turtle shell? You can use the talent technique on this turtle shell without resurrection." Han Fei chuckled in his heart. "Do I have to tell you that this is the Mystic Martial Monarch armor? Even a great monarch could block it, not to mention a group of revived creatures at the Dao-proving realm." Sure enough, when the revived creatures saw that Han Fei wasn't causing trouble, they all rushed over. However, the dozen or so resurrected creatures crazily attacked the turtle shell sky ceiling technique, but they couldn't shake it at all. At this moment, Han Fei was like a bug. He shouldn't have appeared in Mochi's trial, but he happened to come and became a bug. After looking at the super strong defense power of the turtle shell ceiling heaven array, Mochi said thoughtfully, "If you have this treasure, doesn't it mean that you can directly take me into the palace? What's the point of my trial?" No, when this wave of revived creatures is gone, you'd better remove this thing. Han Fei shrugged. Of course, otherwise it will ruin your trial. But are you sure you can enter the palace by yourself? I think the person inside is also an old fox, Mochi said. Of course. It's precisely because the guy inside is unscrupulous that my trial is difficult. Otherwise, I would have proved Dao long ago. Han Fei said, Hey, are you sure that the one inside is an ominous creature? Why do I feel that he's from your time temple? That time Dao is as good as yours. Mochi said, My elders said that it's an ominous creature, so it must be an ominous creature. They won't lie to me about my Dao proving. Therefore, I'm also very curious about what the ominous creature inside is like and why he's so familiar with the great Dao of time. 20 seconds later, the resurrected creatures outside all dispersed on their own. Han Fei waved his hand and the mystic martial monarch armor returned to his body. This time, there was no obstruction around, and the killing array regarding the great Tao of time no longer existed. It seemed that the person inside had also realized that the helper Mochi had brought this time, and Mochi's small methods had dodged most of his methods. Since then, the second time barrier had been officially broken. All that was left was the palace itself. It was not until here that Han Fei finally saw the palace clearly. There were no windows, and it was shaped like a princess's castle. The red and pink decorations on the outside made it look a little lively. There was only one door in the palace, which was not big, only 2 meters square. The gray and green bronze door was incompatible with the tall palace itself. Seeing this palace, Han Fei crossed his arms. Then go. It's up to you whether you can come out alive or not. I'll wait for you for a while, but not long, or you can leave me a life tablet. Mochi snorted coldly. I won't die, Han Fei asked. What if there are hundreds of revived creatures waiting for you inside? Mochi said. That's impossible. If this place is so dangerous, it's impossible for the elders in my family to let me complete this trial independently. More than 10,000 years is long enough. I still have to settle scores with them when I go back. If I'm killed, humph, let's see if my master will turn the time temple upside down. Han Fei shrugged. Okay, in that case you can go now. Swish. Mochi took a step forward, preparing to go to the entrance of the palace. But in the next moment, she saw a stream of time swords sweep past. She'd only taken half a step when she was beaten back. When Mochi stood still, the power of time activated on her body, setting up a time shield around her. You're out? Mochi frowned because she saw a person with a strong ominous aura blocking her path. Han Fei was also stunned. As a third party, he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this person. This seems to be Mochi herself. Yes, Han Fei was instantly refreshed. Wasn't this person emitting a dense, ominous aura Mochi herself? Mochi was also stunned. She opened her mouth wide, but then she scolded angrily. Who are you? How dare you transform into me? I'll kill you on the spot. However, the ominous Mochi said with a smile, I'm pretending to be you. I'm you, and you're me. I have all your memories. Tell me, who am I? Nonsense. Mochi was furious. Stop pretending. I'll tear you apart. Mochi suddenly pounced forward, and a coiled snake soared into the air behind her. A jade-colored bone spear stabbed out in her hand, wrapped in the rich power of time. This wasn't Mochi's own weapon, but an ancient blow she had borrowed with the bones of an old powerhouse. As for the ominous Mochi, she took out a crystal ball. A prehistoric behemoth sea dragon suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. He swung his tail and shattered Mochi's bone spear. As for Mochi, she retreated in shock and exclaimed, How can you know my secret? The ominous Mochi said, I told you that I am you, and you are me. You and I are originally one. Do you think you're the only one who wants to kill me to prove Tao? Do you think I don't want to kill you? If I hadn't been trapped here all this time, I would have long rushed out to kill you to prove Tao. With that, the ominous Mochi looked at Han Fei. However, I didn't expect you to bring an outsider to help you on the path of proving Tao. Is this your way of proving Tao? Mochi didn't know how to answer for a moment. Han Fei was the same. He was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. No wonder she was so proficient in the great Tao of time. He had wondered why ominous creatures could play the great Tao of time so well. It turned out that this so-called ominous creature was actually Mochi herself. If that was the case, did it mean that the mysterious young powerhouse in the Tao Enlightenment Palace of the Divine Capital Dynasty was referring to this? Mochi's path of proving Tao was to sever her ominous body. Then what about him? Wouldn't his situation be the same as Mochi's? According to this situation, wouldn't his ominous body know all his upbringing? Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something and said to the ominous Mochi, From the looks of it, you and Mochi should have separated tens of thousands of years ago. Logically speaking, no matter what, you shouldn't be stronger than her now. What makes you think you can kill her? Humph, can't I cultivate? In terms of cultivation talent, I'm not inferior to her. This place is unique. Although I'm restricted here, I can cultivate wholeheartedly and comprehend the great Tao of time at a tremendous speed. Why can't I kill her? Mochi looked at Han Fei. Aren't you surprised at all? Why is there such a thing? Han Fei said. Everyone has darkness and ominousness in their bodies. The further you go, the harder it is to get rid of them. If you don't know it yourself, this must be the path paved for you by the strong masters in your time temple in advance, so that you can kill her and prove Tao. It's just that you didn't realize it until today. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Hearing this ominous Moqi's words, he was much relieved. This was because ever since they separated, this ominous Moqi had been cultivating on her own. If that was the case, Han Fei didn't think that the dark and ominous side of him would be stronger than his current self. In that case, the young man in the Dao Enlightenment Palace had indeed given him very important information. Otherwise, if he waited until he embarked on the path of extreme balance or proved Dao before slashing out this ominous side, he would end up like Moqi. He might not be able to defeat him. Perhaps this was why the mysterious powerhouse said that this person would return to the past to kill him before he was born. It was probably because he was cut out of his body too early and realized that he might be no match for him in the future, so he thought of killing him before he was born. However, on the other hand, neither Moqi nor his path was simple. It was even to the extent that his path might be even more difficult. Perhaps it wasn't too difficult for him to kill her. Just saving the human race and destroying the 10,000 scales race was probably much more difficult than Moqi killing herself. After all, Moqi had a 50-50 chance to kill herself. She and this ominous Moqi relied on their own strength to cultivate. They depended on their own strength to win. However, destroying the 10,000 scales race didn't depend on strength alone. Moqi said in surprise, "There's something ominous in everyone's body? How did you know?" Han Fei said. "But I didn't know that this was your path to prove Dao. Besides, don't believe her nonsense. From the moment she was cut out of your body, you were no longer one. You were two separate individuals." The ominous Moqi snorted coldly. "Have you had enough chatting? This battle is ultimately a battle between you and me. It has nothing to do with this person. However, you found someone to help you complete the trial. You're already disadvantaged. Do you want this person to help you kill me?" Han Fei shrugged. "I won't participate. You can fight by yourselves. However, you are an ominous creature. Even if you win, I will kill you." "Kill me? You might not know this, but I haven't completely become ominous yet. If I can kill her now, I'll have a chance to replace her. At that time, what right do you have to kill me? Do you think this is just her trial of Dao proving?" "No, this is also my trial of Dao proving." Han Fei, Moqi, Han Fei rubbed his head. "You want to replace her? Then where will the ominous be going?" The ominous Moqi said, "From the looks of it, you haven't completed the process of slaying yourself. By slaying yourself, you can naturally defeat the ominous. However, the monarch-level tribulation can also purify the ominous. If I replace her now, I can prove Dao normally. As long as I use the monarch-level tribulation to purify the ominous, I can still become a normal person." Well, Han Fei didn't know that there was such a thing, but she had already become ominous. Why did she still want to return to being a normal person? Was it logical? It seemed that he had to get to the bottom of this matter when he returned. Moqi scoffed. "Humph, dream on. I don't care what you are. You really think you're human?" Buzz. With a flip of her hand, Moqi took out a crystal ball. Another sea dragon appeared. This was the trump card she had left for herself a long time ago, but it didn't mean that she didn't have other trump cards. She wanted to test the strength of this ominous Moqi first. Chapter 2656, Self-Severing Tribulation, 2-in-1, 2656, Self-Severing Tribulation, 2-in-1. Han Fei retreated a distance, only to see two sea dragons rolling and slapping in front of the palace, biting and fighting fiercely. All kinds of time techniques emerged one after another. In the ripples of the great Tao of time, the two of them appeared and disappeared. Han Fei could roughly understand why the ominous Moqi said so much to him. She was probably still worried that he would attack unreasonably. If that was the case, regardless of whether she could win or not, she would be dead meat. Therefore, she hoped to make Han Fei drop the idea of killing her by saying that she could still be a normal person. Of course, Moqi wouldn't let Han Fei interfere in her battle of Dao proving. Therefore, as long as she could win and Han Fei wouldn't attack her, she would win this round. And Han Fei was also considering this question. What if this ominous Moqi won? Since it was ominous and negative, how could it transform into positive? Could it be that there was the saying of putting down the butcher's knife and immediately becoming a Buddha? Han Fei was puzzled. He felt that this theory didn't work at all. However, he didn't know enough about this aspect and didn't know why it didn't make sense. But Han Fei still had someone to ask. This person was the Emperor Sparrow. As the incarnation of the ominous and the ancestor of the negative, the Emperor Sparrow had a lot of inherited memories. He hadn't discussed with the Emperor Sparrow about slaying self to prove Dao, but the latter should know something about it. Han Fei said, "Emperor Sparrow, let me ask you something." In his origin star, the Emperor Sparrow responded, "What's the matter?" Han Fei asked. "Do you know that everyone has the ominous in their bodies?" "Yes, but in fact this saying is not completely correct. The correct saying is that there is an ominous seed in everyone's body. We can call it the negative." "An ominous seed?" the Emperor Sparrow said. "Do you remember that the 9-giant god turtle told you that the ominous can be divided into 4 levels? The second level is birth. He can silently plant an ominous seed in people's hearts, which will unknowingly strengthen itself until one day the seed begins to bite back. In fact, in the blood of countless races in the sea realm, there is such a seed. But most people die before they can cultivate to a high realm, so this seed has no chance of backlash. Wait a minute, according to what you said, doesn't it mean that the ominous have already spread throughout the sea realm? You can understand it that way. But as I said before, this statement is not entirely correct. We can call the seed without the ability to backfire the negative. The negative is not completely the ominous, but if it is not controlled, it will be given enough opportunity to eventually return to the ominous. Huan Fei asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean by give enough opportunities?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "For example, you are one with the negative. You actually grew up together. You are him, and he is you. The stronger you are, the stronger he will be. In theory, you two are inseparable. Only when you're proving Tao will there be a possibility of backlash from the negative in the monarch-level tribulation, because at that time he will have a chance to suppress the positive consciousness of the original body. To put it bluntly, you can actually understand it as the inner demon tribulation in the heavenly tribulation or the sky fiend tribulation. However, in the monarch-level tribulation, it's called the self-severing tribulation. If you can't survive this tribulation, then you will probably think that you'll be dead. In fact, that's not true. What dies is actually your positive side, not your negative side. Your negative side will return to the ominous. As for how it will exactly happen, I don't know. Hiss! Han Fei's eyes immediately lit up. He knew that this ominous Mo Chi wasn't telling the truth. Replacing Mo Chi? What the hell did she mean by replacing Mo Chi? It turned out that she was fooling him so that he wouldn't take action. Looking at the two people who were still fighting, Han Fei was not in a hurry but continued. "What if I get rid of my negative side in advance?" The Emperor Sparrow said. "There are strong masters who can cut out their negative side in advance. However, the cut-out negative is not completely the ominous. He is still the self-severing tribulation, but this tribulation has been cut out in advance. Before proving Tao, if he can kill the negative in advance, then when he is proving Tao, the self-severing tribulation won't exist. Others have 9 tribulations, but you'll only have 8. This will greatly increase the success rate of Tao proving." Really? Generally speaking, only a very small number of people with very powerful talent and potential will sever the negative in advance when they estimate they can't survive the monarch-level tribulation. This way, it can greatly reduce the probability of their death when they prove Tao. Most people actually still use the conventional method of proving Tao. They will only face the self-severing tribulation when they prove Tao. Estimate they can't survive the monarch-level tribulation? Han Fei couldn't help but frown. He had a bad feeling after hearing what the Emperor Sparrow said. Was someone secretly helping him? However, when he was in the raging sea, his father was secretly helping him. But who would do this for him in the sea realm? It should be impossible for his parents. They might not even have the time to take care of themselves now. How could they have the time to go to the sea realm to help arrange things for him? It shouldn't be the senior brothers and sisters of the Void Temple either. The Void Temple never interfered with its disciples' cultivation. Every 10-year or 100-year gathering of the Void Temple was actually a precious opportunity. The disciples of the Void Temple had to rely on themselves for the most of the time. But apart from the Void Temple, who else would secretly help him? Or could it be that he was indeed lucky enough to encounter a super powerhouse in the Tao Enlightenment Palace of the Divine Capital Dynasty and obtain a huge opportunity? In any case, that person helped him sever the negative in advance. He didn't understand it before, but now it seemed that this was definitely a good thing. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Have you severed your negative side in advance?" Han Fei thought for a moment and didn't mention this to the Emperor Sparrow. When he was in the Tao Enlightenment Palace, he had lost contact with his origin star, so he didn't remember mentioning it to the Emperor Sparrow. However, it wasn't too late for him to know the secret. This time, he just needed to know that the ominous Mo Chi lied. Han Fei nodded. "Yes, you can think that way, but I have to find that guy and kill him. You have the vast ocean navigator, so it shouldn't be a problem. I'm just curious. The person who can help you sever the negative is probably quite strong. He has to be at least a great monarch. Without this strength, it's impossible for him to help others sever the negative." Thinking that the person's back had been facing him from the beginning to the end, Han Fei didn't see his appearance clearly, so he couldn't tell if he knew him or not. However, Han Fei estimated that he probably didn't know him. So far, he had only seen a handful of great monarchs. He had seen Great Monarch East Marshal, but the back of the mysterious powerhouse was different from Great Monarch East Marshal. But in the Great Monarch realm, it was too simple to disguise himself, so Han Fei had no idea who would help him sever the negative. However, he couldn't figure out these questions now. Han Fei just said, "Hey, have you experienced the self-severing tribulation?" "No, I don't need to experience it. I'm a kind of creature that doesn't need to sever the negative." Han Fei, after a pause, the Emperor Sparrow continued, "In fact, there are quite a few creatures that don't need to sever the negative. Generally speaking, companion spirits don't need to sever the negative. Companion spirits grow based on their master's growth. The master's upper limit is most likely the upper limit of companion spirits. If the master severs the negative, although companion spirits still have to undergo tribulations, most of them don't need to pass the self-severing tribulation. Furthermore, ordinary companion spirits' tribulations are usually easier to transcend. This might be a preferential treatment given to companion spirits by the heavenly Tao, but I'm different. Although I won't have the self-severing tribulation, I'll still have 9 tribulations. I just don't know how many tribulations I'll have this time since I've become a companion spirit. Han Fei asked. Are you an ordinary companion spirit? The Emperor Sparrow was silent for a while. No. The Emperor Sparrow seemed to see Mo Chi, who was fighting through Han Fei. It said, you can help this woman when the time is right. Being able to sever the negative in advance proves that she's not an ordinary heavenly talent. She must have great potential. It won't be a bad thing to be on good terms with her. Oh? This was the first time the Emperor Sparrow asked him to help others. Han Fei was a little surprised. The Emperor Sparrow continued, but even if you can sever the negative in advance, it doesn't mean that he won't appear again. As long as you're alive, the negative will still appear. But after severing the negative, even if the new negative is born, it's impossible for him to contend with you unless in special circumstances. Han Fei frowned. In other words, he will still appear. Will I still have to face this tribulation during the divine tribulation? The Emperor Sparrow said, I guess not. Just the monarch realm isn't enough for you to grow to the point where the negative can contend with you, unless you're corroded by the ominous and accelerate the growth of the negative or something. In short, you have to be careful when dealing with the ominous, but for now, this seems to be far away from you. Han Fei said, it's not far away. I often hear that now. Suddenly, just as Han Fei was chatting happily with the Thearch Sparrow, he saw a Dharmakaya rising from the ground where the two of them were fighting in front of the palace. This Dharmakaya had a human face and a snake body. Its eyes were pitch black and black flames were spewing out of its body. Han Fei felt that this Dharmakaya looked strange enough, and the Emperor Sparrow said, it's the Candle Dragon Dharmakaya, a powerful Dharmakaya that once ranked among the top 10 Dharmakaya. I don't know where it ranks right now. This Candle Dragon Dharmakaya was summoned by Mo Chi. It wasn't an inevitable process to advance from a Dharmakaya to a Dharma idol. A Dharma idol didn't necessarily crush a Dharmakaya. Anyway, at this moment, Mo Chi summoned her Dharmakaya and shouted, you ominous deserve to be killed. You can copy my memories, but can you copy my Dharmakaya? I obtained this 8,000 years ago. If I've guessed right, what you have is only the green snake Dharmakaya. Ominous Mo Chi's face changed drastically, and she seemed to be a little panicked. Han Fei did see a green snake Dharmakaya descend. One dragon and one snake were entangled. Almost in the blink of an eye, the body of the green snake Dharmakaya became much weaker. The impact of the two collided, rolling up the power of time, containing the power of time corrosion. Even Han Fei couldn't help but activate the great Tao of time to condense a time barrier. On the other side, Mo Chi couldn't help but smile. I've long eliminated the green snake Dharmakaya. Let's see how you can stop me. However, Han Fei frowned slightly. This green snake Dharmakaya seemed to be different. Look at its fading shadow. Suddenly, Han Fei shouted, Mo Chi, that's not a green snake Dharmakaya, but a Dharma idol. Mo Chi was still feeling smug when she was shocked by Han Fei's words. But on second thought, so what? The green snake Dharma idol was originally outside the top 100. Even if it fused with the ominous Mo Chi and condensed a Dharma idol, it wouldn't surpass the Candle Dragon Dharmakaya. However, the ominous Mo Chi glanced at Han Fei coldly. In the next moment, she screamed, dragon swallowing, buzz. The green snake Dharmakaya completely disappeared. With the protection of the great Tao of time, it transformed into a huge green snake that was tens of thousands of feet long and swallowed the Candle Dragon Dharmakaya into its stomach. This scene stunned Han Fei. The ominous Mo Chi won this round, but Mo Chi indeed panicked. How could she have expected her Candle Dragon Dharmakaya to be swallowed just like that? That's a fucking dragon. Furthermore, that's a legendary ancient divine beast, Candle Dragon. It's really embarrassing that it was swallowed just like that. Furthermore, this is my trial to prove my Tao. If I lose, it'll be over. Dragon Flame Wave A, the Candle Dragon that was swallowed by the green snake, naturally wouldn't give up struggling. In fact, the Candle Dragon was still very powerful. The dragon flames directly pierced through the green snake. However, the place where the green snake was pierced was quickly repaired with the power of time. At this moment, ominous Mo Chi sneered. Time corrosion. When the combat skills weren't much different, ordinary combat methods and techniques became the deciding factor. Ominous Mo Chi wanted to use the power of time acceleration to wear out Mo Chi's Candle Dragon Dharmakaya. After all, a Dharmakaya could only exist for a finite time. Once the avatar couldn't withstand the damage, it would be destroyed sooner or later, and it couldn't be summoned easily. Seeing this, the Candle Dragon Dharmakaya became even more irritable. Mo Chi realized that she had underestimated her enemy. The Candle Dragon Dharmakaya was clearly stronger than the Green Snake Dharmakaya, but because she had underestimated her enemy, this objective advantage was gone. At this moment, Mo Chi was going all out. With a thought, she spewed out a mouthful of essence blood and detonated the Candle Dragon Dharmakaya. In a disadvantageous situation, she had to destroy the Green Snake Dharmakaya of the ominous Mo Chi. Fortunately, the Candle Dragon Dharmakaya was indeed strong. Therefore, even though the Green Snake Dharma idol swallowed the Candle Dragon Dharmakaya, it was still annihilated by the explosion. At this point, the Green Snake Dharma idol and the Candle Dragon Dharmakaya disappeared one after another. Han Fei was speechless. Mochi might have grasped the great Tao of time well, but she didn't have much combat experience. It wasn't that Mochi hadn't fought enough battles, but that she had been tricked again. She could have had the upper hand, but she had been tricked by the other party. However, such a sinister method of the ominous Mochis was most likely to inherit her original body. In normal battles, Mochi didn't have an advantage. Mochi seemed to have realized the seriousness of the problem. Although someone had created conditions for her, the difficulty to sever the negative was still beyond her expectations. Before, she didn't realize that severing the negative was the condition for Tao proving, but now that she had, she knew that this battle was the key to her Tao proving. At this moment, Hanfei said, "She lied to you just now. Even if she wins, she can't replace you. Self-severing tribulation is one of the monarch-level tribulations, so once she really kills you, she will completely turn into an ominous creature. So, don't just treat her as an opponent. You have to treat her as a monarch-level tribulation." What? A monarch-level tribulation? While Mochi was surprised, she looked at Hanfei again. She didn't know why Hanfei suddenly knew this. If you knew, why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it so late? It had to be known that ominous Mochi was certain that Hanfei wouldn't kill her, so she lied. But once this truth was revealed, the situation was different. Sure enough, Mochi was refreshed. "You're just a tribulation, the self-severing tribulation. You fake? You want to kill me?" Time, retrospect. Although Hanfei only reminded her, facing her other self was completely different from facing a heavenly tribulation. In the face of a substitute who could almost replace him, ordinary people would be afraid, worried, and nervous. But in the face of a monarch-level tribulation, there was only one mentality, which was to overcome and resist it. Hanfei stabilized Mochi's Tao heart, letting her understand that she was she and couldn't be replaced. She was unique, and she was the true Mochi. Although it seemed to be a useless belief, it was completely different on the Tao heart level. Therefore, at that moment, Mochi seemed to understand what to do. After understanding that ominous Mochi would never become her, Mochi chose to use the most basic power of the Time Temple, Time Retrospect. However, this time, the person she wanted to trace back to was herself. As if understanding Mochi's thoughts, ominous Mochi let out a strange cry and crazily charged at Mochi. As she was cut out by Mochi, Mochi could trace back to her original self and kill the ominous Mochi. However, as the ominous Mochi had been cut out, no matter how she traced back, she wouldn't have the power to kill her original self. This was because their strength was balanced at first. Therefore, once Mochi tracked really back, although she might not be able to kill the ominous Mochi, she could change the current situation. Seeing that ominous Mochi was panicking, Mochi sneered in her heart. She had been waiting for this opportunity. At the moment when ominous Mochi pounced at her, Mochi tore open the space in front of her with one hand. She saw fluctuations suddenly appear in the space that had stopped time. It was actually connected to the river of time. Upon seeing this, Hanfei hurriedly retreated. He thought to himself, Mochi has cut off the river of time. Oh my god, she can do this too? With her body as the foundation, Mochi severed the river of time and rolled herself and the ominous Mochi in. Seeing this scene, Hanfei knew that Mochi had won. There was no other reason. This was Mochi's territory. No matter how hard the ominous Mochi cultivated, she was only cultivating alone. However, Mochi was different. In the past tens of thousands of years, she had grasped much more time techniques than the ominous Mochi. In the river of time, Hanfei felt that even he might not be a match for Mochi, who had mastered all kinds of methods. Although he had also grasped the great Tao of time, he had never fought in the river of time. Even if he could fight, it would only be in an extremely short period of time. In the home field of the Time Temple, although he might not lose, with the great Tao of time he had grasped so far, the odds of winning didn't seem to be high. Boom! Less than a minute after Mochi and the ominous Mochi entered the river of time, Hanfei saw that one of the chains that clasped the palace had broken. The breakage of these chains was definitely related to Mochi. Although Hanfei's perception range was less than 1 second, it was difficult to define their fighting time in the river of time. Bang, bang, bang! The 18-time chains that locked the palace were broken one after another. With every broken one, the palace seemed to flicker. When all the 18 chains were broken, with a creak, the bronze door of the palace slowly opened. Hanfei was surprised. Mokai hadn't returned yet. How did this palace open? When Hanfei took a closer look, he saw Mochi walking out of the palace. Hanfei? Anfei asked in surprise. Wait, when did you run inside? Mochi just stood at the door and looked at Hanfei with a complicated expression. It's a long story. It's not until now that I understand. What the time chains shackle is not the palace, but my own path. I'm about to prove Tao, right here and now. But I might have to go back on my word. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you deal with the city of scavengers. Now that my master will come personally, I won't have a chance to stay here anymore. Hanfei couldn't help but frown. What? How long will it take for you to prove Tao? Mochi shook her head. You don't understand, but you'll understand sooner or later. Hanfei was lost for words. Wait, what do you mean? Why should I understand it? I'm not from the Temple of Time. You owe me a favor. I've helped you a lot on this journey, haven't I? You're leaving just like that? Mochi said. Tell me the way of time cycle, plus the favor I owe you, and I'll give you the time resurrection technique in exchange. Is that okay? Han Fei shivered and said without thinking, okay. Han Fei was about to burst into fury a second earlier, wondering why the girl was so untrustworthy. The next second, he got such a good offer. How could he refuse to trade for such a good thing? Only a fool would refuse to trade for one of the 6 great techniques of the Time Temple. Although he didn't like them, he couldn't deny how powerful they were. With a thought from Han Fei, a jade slip flew out. Mochi waved her hand and unfolded a painting. The painting was engraved on a jade bone and disappeared into it. As long as Han Fei traced it back, he could learn the time resurrection technique. When Han Fei took the jade bone, Mochi said, "Let's go, my master is coming. The prophecy house in the city of wanderers is yours." Mochi wanted to say something but hesitated. After a pause, she said, "You'd better not show your scimitars in front of the powerhouses of the Time Temple. The consequences will be very serious, huh?" Han Fei was about to ask something when the power of time here had already disappeared. When Han Fei looked again, there was no palace here. He had been sent out of this area by Mochi. This time Node disappeared, and he appeared in the chaotic wasteland again. Her master is coming? It seems that Mochi is the disciple of a powerful figure from the Time Temple. Han Fei thought that if what the Emperor Sparrow said was true, it was also a huge opportunity for Mochi to sever the negative in advance. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain such an opportunity. It could be seen that Mochi's master was definitely a very powerful existence. Don't show the Blade of Hope? Then he remembered that the Blade of Hope could easily cut through time. Did this mean that he could suppress the Great Tao of Time with the Blade of Hope? Now, he could suppress the Great Tao of Time. In the future, would he use this to suppress the powerful figures of the Time Temple? Therefore, Mochi reminded him. Buzz! Han Fei turned around and left without looking back. The powerhouse of the Time Temple had arrived. If anything was seen through by him, wouldn't he be in danger? If he attacked him, wouldn't he have to call eldest senior brother for help? That would waste a void mark. So, the best choice was to run. Another moment later, at a certain time, a valiant woman appeared in front of Mochi. This woman looked at Mochi for a long time and said indifferently, "I made you guard here alone for 13,000 years. Isn't it hard?" Mochi cupped her hands. "Master, it's not hard." The woman looked back with blue light flashing in her eyes as if she was tracing back at something. In the end, she said indifferently, "I'll guard you. Now prove your Tao." Chapter 26057 26057 Return to the Raging Sea 2-in-1 26057 Return to the Raging Sea 2-in-1 After Han Fei returned to the city of wanderers, he stayed a few more days. While studying the things in the prophecy house, he wanted to see if there were any special changes in the Raging Sea. There should be some special astronomical phenomenon if someone proved Tao. However, from the looks of it, there didn't seem to be any special changes. It seemed that Mochi wasn't proving Tao in the chaotic wasteland. Or rather, the location of the palace wasn't in the chaotic wasteland, but in a time gap. There was no telling where she was. However, since Mochi's master was here, Mochi's Tao proving should be completed. After all, she had already passed the self-severing tribulation and had a powerful existence protecting her. In the prophecy house, Lu Qianxi said, "Master Han Fei, what's so interesting about these junk?" Han Fei didn't respond, but said, "Put a sign outside the prophecy house. Tell them that I've gone to travel and the return date is unknown. Now I have something to tend to." Half a day later, Han Fei came out of Gu Tingnin's ice palace and left with Lu Qianxi, and Han Fei threw all the messy things in the prophecy house into his origin star. These things didn't have many special treasures. The only advantage was that 3 or 5 of them were still useful as the bones of prehistoric creatures in the Tao-proving realm. The others were mostly junk. He could only see some special creatures and deeds from ancient times. After leaving the city of wanderers, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the 7-kill army reappeared. In fact, they had been staying in Han Fei's origin star for a long time. Due to the problem of strength, there were some things that they couldn't participate in at first. For a moment, Hong Yuye, Zhang Ya, Ying Yue, Xu Meng, and the others were a little excited because they discovered that they had returned to the chaotic wasteland again. What did this mean? It meant that the human emperor was about to attack the chaotic wasteland. Hong Yue was rather enlightened. "Master Human Emperor, are you going to?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "It's almost time." Hong Ye and the others were shocked. Sure enough, the human emperor was going to take action. Only Zhou Jingjing and the others didn't know much about Han Fei's ambition, but she knew that a big war was about to begin. Han Fei looked around. Now, there were more than 68,000 people in the 7-kill army, a total of 432 strong masters in the sky-opening realm. A third of them were recruited later, but after such a long time of polishing, they had completely submitted. Among these 432 people, only half of them were star transformation powerhouses, including only 10 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. But no one had reached the perfected star transformation realm. This was actually the best Han Fei could do for now. As for the rest, except for the children, all the 7-kill army had already established the sea. If the hidden power of the City of Scavengers was excluded, the 7-kill army controlled by Han Fei alone might be able to conquer the City of Scavengers. Of course, the top combatants were definitely not as strong as theirs. There was no doubt about this. They might be able to compete with the number of sea establishers. After all, there were not many sea establishers in the cultivation fields of the cities governed by the City of Scavengers. Basically, in those farms, except for the top 50 farms, there were only a few dozen sea establishment realm powerhouses, so there were about 4 or 5 sea establishers in each of the tens of thousands of towns under their jurisdiction. In any case, there were no more than 10 sea establishers. In fact, most of them were human beings. Without sea establishers guarding them, it was too difficult for those small villages and towns to contend with the tide every 100 years. At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in front of everyone and shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, especially the human powerhouses here, the human powerhouses I took out of the chaotic wasteland, you might have guessed what I was going to do. Yes, we are going to launch a counterattack." Boomy, before Han Fei said anything, more than 10,000 human powerhouses were already excited. Someone blushed and said excitedly, "This day has finally come, we're finally going to counterattack." They were the first batch of living forces to liberate the human race. No one knew better than them the suffering of the human race in the chaotic wasteland. Some people had tears in their eyes, and all their hatred flashed in front of their eyes. Their ancestors, wives, children, relatives, and friends had all died in front of their eyes. All of this was a sin of the 10,000 scaled race. Finally, they would start their revenge and become the pioneers of the liberation of the human race. This kind of mentality and this kind of glory made them, as sea establishers, shed tears. Someone shouted, "Destroy the 10,000 scale race and save the human race." One person shouted, and tens of thousands of people followed him. Their blood and chi soared to the sky, making the people who joined the 7-kill army and the people in the former giant whale fortress feel inexplicably shocked. They believed that if they were faced with such a ferocious race, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to resist. Han Fei said, "Everyone, listen up. From today onwards, you will no longer enter my origin star to cultivate. The following battle will also be the cruelest trial in your lives. I need you to split up and hide under all the cities of the 10,000 scale race in the mining towns. Before the war starts, you need to lie low and endure. Even if you die, you can't expose our plan. Remember, hide in those towns. Don't take the risk to enter the cities. We can't afford failure." With a wave of Han Fei's hand, more than 60,000 flying daggers flew out. These flying daggers were all ultra-quality divine weapons. They were mainly made of the life metals of the star sea metal swallowing ants and were engraved with array patterns engraved with the great Tao of time. Han Fei said, "Although what I'm going to say next is not what I want, everyone, this is a war between races, a decisive battle to free billions of human beings. We can't be negligent. Therefore, I have to say that this knife is called sacrifice. Once you know that your plan has been exposed and you can't escape, you can die with this knife. Even if a venerable comes in person, he won't be able to learn our plan from your broken souls." Thus, apart from the human race, there were actually many people, especially those who had been recruited near the infinite mining area. Their hearts skipped a beat. Was this knife so powerful? However, when they looked at the human powerhouses, they all looked satisfied and approving. That kind of fanaticism horrified them. Was there a race in this world that was as crazy and fearless as the human race? These self-destruction knives were refined by Han Fei in the years after the Northern Expedition. In those years, except for going out to collect the origin stars of the deceased every day, he had basically been refining these self-destruction knives. At this moment, he scattered these knives, but there was one thing he didn't say. That was, this self-detonation knife could become an ultra-quality divine weapon. Han Fei not only set up time patterns on the knife to shatter the soul of the deceased so that others couldn't detect it, but he also secretly set up some small mechanisms. Once he refined this knife, if anyone wanted to rebel, the knife would explode. In Han Fei's opinion, it was difficult for non-human beings to empathize with the humans in the chaotic wasteland. Once someone tried to rebel and revealed their plan, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, refining the sacrifice knife required essence blood, and the sacrifice knife was a knife specially hidden in the soul. When the essence blood fused with the soul, it could achieve control over a person. What Han Fei wanted was a foolproof method. Then Han Fei looked at the sky openers and also took out flying knives, but they were not ultra-quality godly weapons, but low-quality godly weapons. Han Fei said, "These are also your sabers of self-destruction. You need to refine them on the spot." Yes, Master Human Emperor, the sky openers were even more determined than the sea establishers. In fact, they wouldn't betray Han Fei because such a grand victory was also their opportunity. Following Han Fei was the best choice in their lives. There were too many benefits. All kinds of resources and techniques directly piled their realms up. If Han Fei could win this battle, they would be heroes, and the return would be huge. Immediately, the 70,000 people began to refine the self-destruction knife in front of Han Fei. After they were done, Han Fei tested them with the vast ocean navigator to see if anyone had a way to avoid the monitoring of the self-destruction knife. However, the vast ocean navigator didn't find such a person. Perhaps there were many talented people in this world, but most of them were ordinary people. Being able to avoid the sabers meant that this person was extremely extraordinary. After making sure that no one could avoid the power of the self-destruction knife, Han Fei said, "Hung Ye." Yes, Han Fei flipped his hand and threw out a jade slip. The plan for sky openers is different from that for sea establishers. This is for you. From today on, you will be responsible for the sneaking in of sky openers. Refreshed, Hong Ye shouted, "Yes, Master Human Emperor. I'll complete the mission with my life." Then Han Fei said again, "Ying Yue, Xu Meng, Zhang Ya, Ling Ran, Zhang Lu Yu, yes." Han Fei threw out a jade slip each and said, "This is the information of all the cities in the city of scavengers and the mines and the villages and towns under their jurisdiction. You need to arrange for each human cultivator to form a small team with 4 non-human cultivators and sneak over. You have to be extremely careful while you're lurking." "Yes, Master Human Emperor, we'll complete the mission with our lives." In fact, Han Fei wasn't worried about them lurking. This was because the 7-kill army were all sea establishers. For ordinary villages and towns, the strongest were only sea establishers. As long as they didn't take the initiative to enter the city, the probability of being discovered wasn't high. Even if the scavengers met them by chance in the wild, with the strength of a team of 5, they could probably annihilate those scavengers. After all, the soldiers of the 7-kill army were not ordinary sea establishers. These were all strong masters who had practiced many of Han Fei's techniques. Their real strength was higher than their realms. If anything happened, it couldn't be helped. There was no perfect plan in the world. But as long as the plan of action wasn't exposed, it wouldn't be a big problem. As for the villages and towns under the jurisdiction of the city of scavengers, although they had some guesses about the sudden appearance of the few strong masters, the strength of the 5 sea establishers was enough to control them. Furthermore, Han Fei's plan for them was to lay low, not let them occupy the city. They were not fools. No one would show their identity as strong masters to everyone in a high-profile manner. In order to be absolutely safe on this trip, Han Fei had already taught them the heaven-deceiving technique, which was a high-quality sea establishment realm technique, so Han Fei was confident they wouldn't be discovered. After the selection of various personnel was finished in half a month and the various teams left, Han Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Although his action against the 10,000 scale race seemed fast, it didn't mean that it was rushed. He had to make the necessary plans. In addition, this operation to liberate the human race was actually trying to catch the enemy off guard. The scavenger city was at most guarding against the city of wanderers. Who would have expected that there was someone like Han Fei in the dark? If Zhang Beihai hadn't died, he might have been able to send back some information for the 10,000 scale race to take more precautions. But the power of the Zhang Beihai in the infinite mining area had completely been destroyed, and the information they told the chaotic wasteland here had long been fabricated. After making these arrangements, Han Fei knew that it was time for him to return to the Raging Sea. Before carrying out the final operation, Han Fei had a few things to do. One was to sever the negative. The mysterious powerhouse in the Tao Enlightenment Palace of the Divine Capital Dynasty said that he only had 800 years. Less than 100 years had passed. No matter how much the ominous Han Fei had grown, he shouldn't be Han Fei's match. The reason why Han Fei might have a chance to kill Han Fei was that he had mastered the great Tao of time. Although Han Fei had never really tried to enter the River of Time to change some of the things that had happened in the past, he knew that with his current strength, he could travel through the River of Time. If that ominous Han Fei's growth ability was like Han Fei, he should have the strength of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator by now. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, the ominous Han Fei had already embarked on the path of the supreme divine technique, so it was only natural for him to become stronger. But compared to Han Fei's original self, the ominous Han Fei still lacked too many opportunities, so even if he had already condensed 5 Tao locks, he couldn't be stronger than his current self. Besides, with the supreme divine technique alone, it was impossible for Han Fei to condense 5 Tao locks. He should be hovering between the perfected star transformation realm and 1 Tao lock. Han Fei was the only one who knew the way back to the Raging Sea. Although scavengers occasionally broke in, they were all killed and couldn't reveal the location of the Raging Sea. The city of origin had been coveting the Raging Sea for too long and had broken into the Raging Sea several times with the God's Arrival technique, but unfortunately, they were blocked and killed by the Beast King. Although these people couldn't escape from the Raging Sea, once the number of times increased, the city of origin could probably find out the approximate location of the Raging Sea from their whereabouts. Of course, with Han Fei's capabilities, it wasn't difficult for him to return quietly. After only 7 or 8 days, Han Fei found himself in the dark mist outside the Raging Sea again. He had covered this place with the turtle shell sky ceiling technique, so no one would notice him even if he made a big noise again. Buzz. When Han Fei descended on the Raging Sea, it was still a gray mist. Immediately, Han Fei felt a perception sweep over. "Teacher, it's me, little Wang Han, Buzz." The Beast King appeared beside Han Fei with a swish. When Han Fei saw the Beast King, he was taken aback at first, but then his heart suddenly did a flip and he instantly retreated thousands of kilometers. A fist mark blasted out close to his body. Before Han Fei said anything, the Beast King snorted coldly. How dare you pretend to be my disciple? Kill. With a beast roar, the world rumbled and 10,000 beasts roared. The terrifying soul power directly impacted Han Fei's soul. With a thought, Han Fei activated his Dharma idol. His huge golden body completely withstood the soul attack. Han Fei shouted, "Sir, are you crazy? It's me. Don't call me teacher. I don't have a teacher like you. Oh no, I don't have a disciple like you. How dare you pretend to be my disciple? I'll kill you." The Beast King held a godly weapon-level iron rod in his hand, and Han Fei seemed to see stars flashing. The law of strength shattered layers of the void and was about to slash at Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless. What's wrong with the Beast King? Why doesn't it recognize me? However, he couldn't just take the beating passively. Immediately, he activated the Ragnarok and extended his finger. The great Tao in one burst out and cut through the flashing Starscar rod. However, the Beast King cursed. What a thief. You're only in the sky-opening realm, but you can break the power of my law. Take another blow from me. Han Fei was lost for words. Teacher, are you crazy? You don't even recognize me? I'm Han Fei. Wang Han. Fuck off. My disciple returned more than 60 years ago. Who do you think you are? How dare you lie to me? Watch my sky-raising Beast King slash. Whoosh! The Beast King soared into the sky, as resplendent as the sun, augmented by the infinite power of the heavenly Tao. Han Fei was somewhat surprised to find that the Beast King seemed to be fused with the heavenly Tao of the raging sea. This blow exceeded the strength of an ordinary Tao-proving realm cultivator. Han Fei didn't have time to explain. He clenched his fist, roared, and punched at the sky. However, when Han Fei used the World Destruction Fist, a great Tao chain appeared and grabbed at Han Fei. Shta! Han Fei didn't expect this situation. Why was the Beast King fine when he launched such a powerful attack? Seeing this, Han Fei used the turtle shell sky sealing technique again. Boom! The heavenly Tao chain shattered the World Annihilation Fist, but Han Fei stopped in time, so the heavenly Tao chain didn't continue to lock on to Han Fei. The Beast King's rod had already struck down. When the blow hit the turtle shell sky sealing technique, it set off a monstrous wave, and the surging ripples spread out millions of kilometers. Shte! The Beast King cursed. Is this the power a sky opener is supposed to have? Bastard, who are you? Han Fei was annoyed too. He shouted, Teacher, are you stupid? The one who came back before was fake. Didn't you see that he exuded the ominous power? Hey teacher, do you know the ominous? This question is very complicated to explain to you. Anyway, he is fake. A negative power cut out of my body. The Beast King said, That's bullshit. Everything was normal when my disciple returned. Also, you are the negative. He expected you to come after me, and here you are. In the turtle shell sky sealing technique, Han Fei was already cursing. This fucking ominous is really hateful. Han Fei said, Why do you believe him and not me? The Beast King said, He knows everything about the past. I know all your experiences. Han Fei was lost for words. Of course, he was cut out of me. How could he not know? Come on, ask me if I know everything. Do you forget that among the monarch-level tribulations, there's one called the self-severing tribulation? Since you've proven Tao, you should know what the self-severing tribulation is. However, a powerhouse helped me cut out this tribulation in advance. With that, Han Fei removed the turtle shell sky sealing technique and waved his hand, and a long stick appeared in his hand. Look, this is the stick you personally forged for me back then. Then, Han Fei turned his hand and summoned the 9-Palace Luck Ruler. Han Fei said, My father gave me this functional godly weapon. Does he have it? Then, Han Fei reached out and grabbed 9 drops of water that were full of terrifying vitality. This is the spring of life I got from the heavenly race. It's for Chu Hao to recover. Does he have it? I can guarantee that the fake Han Fei is definitely not in the sea realm now. He's going to enter the river of time, return to before I was born, and kill me. Hiss! The Beast King was a little stunned. From the moment Han Fei took out the rod he had made, he seemed to have realized something. Yes, when the last Han Fei returned, it was too abrupt. He only said that Han Fei was chasing him. He needed to enter the river of time here and kill the ominous from the source. At that time, he had revealed some things to prove his identity, but what he revealed was the vast ocean navigator. The Beast King knew what it was. It was a functional godly weapon that ordinary people couldn't have, and Han Fei happened to have one. It was for this reason that the Beast King believed him, but that Han Fei didn't go to see Chu Hao, nor did he show any treasures like the Spring of Life. He just recounted the series of events that happened in the outside world and various memories of the past. Self-severing tribulation? The Beast King couldn't help but say he has also shown some things else, including the dual fish jade pendant and the vast ocean navigator. Shh! Han Fei's face changed greatly and he cursed, son of a bachash. Han Fei extended his hand and grabbed his fishing rod. The great Tao of time burst out and he casually hooked the vast ocean navigator out. Teacher, did he show it to you like this? The Beast King, yes. Han Fei was lost for words. Teacher, these things belong to me. Why did I have to fish with a fishing pole? With a thought from Han Fei, the yin-yang pendants and the vast ocean navigator appeared one after another. The Beast King said, I did. He said that it was a time divine technique. Han Fei frowned and said helplessly, "How can you believe such nonsense? This is the time fishing technique. You can fish out anything that you've come into contact with recently from the past." Han Fei casually cast the hook and pulled it out, fishing Hong Yue out. Han Fei said, "This is Hong Yue from the 36 Mystic Worlds. We just separated not long ago, so even if we are not in the same space, I can still fish him out. Do you understand now?" The Beast King, with a buzz, Han Fei activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, bathing himself in divine brilliance. Han Fei said, "If I were the ominous, would I dare to use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique?" I believe that Han Fei definitely didn't show you the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Hiss, the Beast King's expression changed drastically. Not good. He said he wanted to see xuanhuan. Damn it, chapter 2658, tracking 2 and 2 in 12658, tracking 2 and 1. Han Fei panicked. The ominous Han Fei panicked. The ominous Han Fei returned to the raging sea ahead of him and visited xuanhuan decades ago. What did he want to do? Han Fei immediately realized the reason. This guy wanted to threaten him with xuanhuan. The ominous Han Fei, his negative side, must be very different from his authenticity. He could fool the Beast King, but he could also fool Xia Hongzhu into taking xuanhuan away. Han Fei even suspected that this guy might have gone to the Thug Academy, the Nine Palace world, or even attacked his sister Yinner. Thinking of this, Han Fei almost fell apart. The Beast King seemed to have realized that something was wrong. As Han Fei said, he knew about the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, which could purify the ominous. Han Fei could use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, so he was almost certain that this was the real Han Fei. The Beast King said, "Little Wang Han, it's useless to be anxious now. It's been 50 or 60 years. What should have happened has definitely happened. This is not the time to be anxious. You have to figure out a way to deal with him." Han Fei's eyes were a little red. He took a few deep breaths in a row and said, "I'll just kill him. If I've guessed right, his strength is much weaker than mine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to all means." The Beast King said, "Although I've been guarding here all these years, I'm also taking care of the raging sea. Don't you have the Spring of Life? If Chu Hao recovers, his abilities should be greater. He will probably help, right?" Han Fei shook his head. "If my guess is correct, these 9 drops of the Spring of Life shouldn't be able to completely revive him. Besides, the ominous Han Fei must have entered the River of Time at this moment. Even if Chu Hao revives, it's hard to say if he can cross hundreds of thousands of years and help me in that time. This is my own tribulation, and I have to resolve it myself. As for Chu Hao, I can only meet him when I return." Han Fei wasn't afraid that Chu Hao would attack him. Chu Hao shouldn't be so stupid as to make things difficult for a disciple of the Void Temple. However, there was no need to meet Chu Hao now because he couldn't help much. Han Fei calmed down again and said solemnly, "Master, one of my purposes for returning this time is to resolve the self-severing tribulation, and the other is to take everyone into the Sea Realm." Enter the Sea Realm? Now? The Beast King was stunned. From the battle just now, he already knew how powerful Han Fei was. But even so, wouldn't it be too risky to bring people from the Raging Sea into the Sea Realm? Han Fei said, "Master, let's talk about this when I finish the self-severing tribulation and return. By the way, I have a question. Why didn't the Heavenly Dao Chains attack you just now?" The Beast King said, "That's simple, because I proved Dao here. Logically speaking, it's impossible to prove Dao here, but the place I'm in seems to be partly connected to the Sea Realm. In addition, I'm actually related to the world origin of the Raging Sea, so the laws here won't attack me." "The world origin," the Beast King said, "yes, although the Raging Sea is not in the Sea Realm, it's still a world. It might have been a very powerful place in the past. The world origin here can give the Raging Sea such vitality, so it's naturally extraordinary. I borrowed some power from the world origin and the heavenly Dao to prove my Dao." Han Fei seemed to have realized that if the Raging Sea was regarded as an origin ground, then the Beast King had borrowed the power of the heavenly Dao of the Raging Sea to help him prove Dao. In this way, the Beast King and the Raging Sea would be more intimate, so the great Dao chains here wouldn't make things difficult for the Beast King. Knowing this, Han Fei knew that the power of the heavenly Dao in the Raging Sea would not help him prove Dao. If he needed to prove Dao, he would probably have to use the origin ground in his hand. However, now was not the time to think about this. Han Fei said, "Teacher, it's an urgent matter. I can't be at ease if I don't pass the self-severing tribulation. Don't worry about me. I'm going to the Merman royal family." The Beast King also asked solemnly, "What can I do for you?" Han Fei said without looking back, "Some things can be helped, but some things can't." As the Beast King said, now that it had happened, it was useless for Han Fei to panic. He tested his speed in the Raging Sea and found that once his speed exceeded 5 times the speed of light, the heavenly Dao chains would be drawn out. Under such a speed restriction, it was useless for Han Fei to go to the Merman royal family as soon as possible. The old snail from the line of giant beasts was in the same situation. However, in the Raging Sea, 5 times the speed of light was already very fast. It took Han Fei 13 days to come to the Merman royal family from the edge of the Raging Sea. When Han Fei reached the Merman royal family, he spread out his perception and found that the number of the strong masters of the Merman royal family had increased. There seemed to be a few more sky openers, a lot more sea establishers, and the comprehensive strength of the bottom level seemed to have increased. Secondly, there was a significant increase in the number of royal mermen and mermaids. Along the way, he saw some mermaids in trials whose trial targets were all sea demons. Anyway, everything looked prosperous. Han Fei wasn't surprised. Even if Han Fei wanted to take xuanhuan away, he wouldn't do it openly. Otherwise, once it attracted the attention of the Beast King wouldn't just stand by and watch. Not only the Merman royal family, but the human race should be the same. The only ones who might have a problem were the Thug Academy and the Nine Palace world. At this moment, Han Fei was already very strong. Even Xia Hongju couldn't detect his perception. At this moment, Xia Hongju was cultivating in the palace, and so was Xuanhuan. However, both of them were heavily injured, and their qi and blood were extremely unstable. Seeing this scene, Han Fei's heart sank. It seemed that what should have happened had happened. Buzz, Han Fei quietly arrived outside the palace. With a casual wave of his hand, the palace's seal was broken. The moment the palace barrier was broken, Xia Hongju and Xuanhuan opened their eyes almost at the same time. The two of them looked out of the palace at the same time. For a moment, they were furious. "How dare you come again?" Xuanhuan's voice was cold, as calm and arrogant as before. While they were talking, Han Fei had already entered the palace. At the same time, Xuanhuan stopped in front of Han Fei and activated the seal on the entire palace. Many forces were drawn out by Xuanhuan and condensed into a spear beam that stabbed at Han Fei. However, Xuanhuan was only in the late-stage star transformation realm. Although he was making fast progress, such an attack was nothing to Han Fei. Han Fei simply extended his finger and pointed at the spearlight. Xuanhuan's full-strength blow was annihilated on the spot, and no energy fluctuations escaped. Han Fei said, "You're too weak now and seem to have become impetuous. You're not like the Xuanhuan I know." Seeing that his attack failed, Xuanhuan stepped back to Xia Hongju and glared at Han Fei. Han Fei also stopped and looked straight at Xia Hongju. He was actually quite surprised because Xia Hongju's strength had reached the perfected star transformation realm, but he didn't know if she had condensed a Dao lock. Han Fei guessed that Xia Hongju was probably the strongest person in the Raging Sea except for the Beast King. He didn't know what the level of the Martial Emperor in Martial Emperor City was, but he didn't think he could compare to Xia Hongju. After all, Xia Hongju was a god's child. Han Fei asked, "Where is Xiaoshan?" Xia Hongju stared at Han Fei coldly. "You took Xiaochan away and you're asking me?" Hearing Xia Hongju's answer with his own ears, Han Fei frowned deeply. Although this was within his expectations, he couldn't help but be a little angry to hear a definitive answer. However, anger couldn't solve the problem. Han Fei tried to calm down and said, "The Han Fei you saw before wasn't mine. That is my negative side, which can be called my ominous body. I returned to the Raging Sea to kill him, but I was still a step too late." "Your ominous body?" Xia Hongju also frowned. Ominous body? The kind of creature in the tidal waves in the chaotic wasteland? Xia Hongju and Xuanhuan had actually been to the sea realm, so they knew that it was ominous, but they only knew the ominous creatures in the tides and didn't know much about the real ominous. Han Fei shook his head. "No, creatures of that level aren't the ominous in the true sense. When you're passing the monarch-level tribulations, one of the tribulations is called self-severing tribulation. What's going to be killed is this ominous body. Mother-in-law, you will understand what I'm talking about when you prove Dao in the future. But now, since Xiaoshan has been taken away, I'll bring her back." Xia Hongju frowned. She accepted Han Fei's explanation immediately because she didn't understand why Han Fei took Xiaoshan away. At first, she thought that Han Fei was here to wake Xiaoshan up, but Han Fei just said that he would take Xiaoshan out and wake her up in the sea realm. At that time, Xia Hongju felt that something was wrong. The reason why Han Fei left Xiaoshan here was to ensure that Xiaoshan wouldn't be implicated. But now, Han Fei wanted to take Xiaoshan away before the enemy was eliminated. What kind of reason was this? She didn't think that only the outside world could wake Xiaoshan up. Xia Hongju felt that she owed Xiaoshan, so how could she let Xiaoshan go on an adventure with Han Fei? It wasn't until this moment that she realized that the previous one wasn't the real Han Fei. Xia Hongju said, "In any case, you brought danger back to the Raging Sea." Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's right, I'll solve my own problems." After a moment of silence, Xia Hongju said, "He can't open the coffin of the ancient tree of life. Since you've returned, you might still have a chance." Huh? Han Fei was refreshed. This was a rare piece of good news. Now that he thought about it, the coffin of the ancient life tree that sealed Xiaoshan was given to him by his eldest senior brother. It was normal that the ominous Han Fei couldn't open it. Han Fei was slightly relieved and suddenly said, "Mother-in-law, you seem to be seriously injured. Let me help you." Buzz, two pillars of healing divine light descended from the sky, enveloping Xia Hongju and Xuanhuan. Then, Xia Hongju and Xuanhuan both sensed that their wounds were disappearing at an unbelievable speed. Their bodies were even emitting thick black smoke. This was not surprising to Han Fei. After fighting with the ominous Han Fei, his body had probably been secretly contaminated by the ominous power. Han Fei didn't talk much with the two of them. He simply said, "Take a little rest. Your injuries will heal in a year at most." Xia Hongju's expression was complicated. "Have you proved Dao?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, but your wounds are not serious. Don't worry." Then Han Fei looked at Xuanhuan and said, "As much as I hate you, you were injured while protecting Xia Xiaoshan, so I won't hold you accountable for our past grudges." Xuanhuangdian's lips curled and he snorted. He was indeed no match for Han Fei at this moment. Even his full-strength attack was meaningless to Han Fei. Han Fei sneered. This is probably how humans are. When facing an opponent weaker than them, they will always show their pride and strength. In fact, they are nothing. Buzz, Han Fei disappeared from the Merman royal family. Xia Hongju and Xuanhuangdian scanned the area with their perceptions and found that Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. In the palace, Xuanhuangdian came back to himself after a long time. How strong is he now? Xia Hongju thought for a moment and slowly said, "He should be in the same realm as me, but the strength he showed is stronger than mine. But in the same realm, there are the strong and the weak. Before, we couldn't shake Han Fei. I think it's impossible to measure his strength with the realm." After leaving the Mermaid Royal City, Han Fei's first stop was the Thug Academy. Since the unification of the human race 600 years ago, the human world had been divided into two worlds. The heavenly palaces hung high in the sky, which was to give ordinary people a goal, and at the same time to prevent too many strong masters from interfering with the growth of ordinary people. However, the Thug Academy was definitely in the human world. The Thug Academy didn't care about one's identity or background when accepting disciples. It only cared about one's talent. If one kept staying in the heavenly realm, it wouldn't be beneficial to their development. The Thug Academy had an exclusive island in the human world. The island was full of plantations, and the real entrance of the Thug Academy was only less than 1,000th of the island. In the plantation, there were a few dilapidated houses. Two old men were drinking on a stone platform beside an open-air kitchen. There was a plate of peanuts, a pot of braised pork, and a row of barbecue grills. Gulp aha, Zhang Daqian was slightly tipsy. He took a sip and said, "The heavenly realm has a sky ladder competition to select talents. The Thug Academy can't just do nothing. Why don't we get Qujinin to organize a talent audition in the human world for the Thug Academy?" Old Bai snorted. "The Thug Academy recruits people based on quality, not quantity. Daji and the others already have some potential and have to bring them back before the sky ladder competition. Don't worry, aren't you babysitting your grandson? Zhang Qin and Yang Xie are too much. They just ignored their son and are wandering around in the raging sea. How many opportunities can they find in the current raging sea?" Zhang Daxian scoffed. "Babysitting my grandson. That brat hangs around in the heavenly realm all day long. I heard that he follows Han Yin'er around and calls her aunts all day long. This brat is useless." Han Fei's perception swept across. In the current Thug Academy, only Old Bai, Old Jiang, Xiao Zhan, Wen Renyu, Wang Deshui, his wife Bai Lu, Yi Xian, Su Sanqian, and Su Daiji were on the island. He didn't know anyone else. There were more than 100 people in the Thug Academy on the island, but there were still so few people in the Thug Academy. It seemed that the Thug Academy's recruitment standards had been very strict all these years. Han Fei thought for a moment and felt that he should show up. Buzz. When Zhang Daqian was about to put a peanut into his mouth, Han Fei suddenly appeared beside them. "Shh! Han Fei? You are back?" Old Zhang was taken aback, but Old Bai still reacted normally. He looked at Han Fei in shock, a little dumbfounded and a little excited. Why did Han Fei suddenly come back? Han Fei sat down and took out the Green Thunder wine gourd. He hadn't used this calabash for a long time. Now the wine inside had become the 10,000-year longevity wine, which had extraordinary effects. The Green Thunder wine gourd flew in the air and automatically poured a bowl for each of them. At that moment, the fragrance of the wine overflowed, and Old Jiang and Old Bai were refreshed by the smell. Zhang Daqian said in shock, "Good wine. What kind of wine is this?" Han Fei said, "It's none of your business. Just drink it." Old Bai asked, "Why are you back? Did you come back alone? How is it outside?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "President Bai, no hurry. I'll tell you about it later. I have something to ask you now. About 50 or 60 years ago, did I come back?" You don't know whether you came back or not. Why are you asking us?" Zhang Daqian was speechless. What kind of problem was this? Old Bai frowned and said, "Han Fei, are you all right? Have you lost your memory or something?" Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he had to explain what happened, but Old Jiang and Old Bai were both stunned by what he said. The ominous Han Fei, the self-severing tribulation, and the ominous Han Fei even took Xia Xiaoshan away. Although the two old men couldn't understand Han Fei's strength now, how could they not tell the seriousness of the problem? Part of Han Fei was cut out and turned into another Han Fei. This kind of mysterious thing shocked them. Old Bai said, "Everything is normal in the Thug Academy. According to you, your ominous body only needs to take Xia Xiaoshan away." Although you came out of the Thug Academy, you have the best relationship with Luo Xiaobai and the others. Now they are all in the Sea Realm, so there's no need for your ominous body to attack the Thug Academy. This way, other than angering you, it's meaningless. Taking Xiaoshan away is enough to threaten you. Theoretically speaking, it doesn't matter whether he touches the Thug Academy or not. Zhang Daqian also said, besides, nothing happened to your sister Han Yin'er. She came to the Thug Academy a few months ago. If something would happen to her, it would have happened 50 or 60 years ago. Old Bai asked, Han Fei, is the self-severing tribulation so difficult to transcend? It can transform into you and have such a high self-awareness, Han Fei said. Yes and no. If he were in the Sea Realm, I could easily capture and kill him, but he's not stupid. He won't wait for me to kill him. I just didn't expect him to return to the Raging Sea so quickly. Han Fei was speechless. The mysterious powerhouse said that he had 800 years, but it had only been less than 100 years. Han Fei paused and said, President Bai, did anything happen in the Raging Sea 50 or 60 years ago, or something abnormal? Bai Kanye said, I'm not sure about that. Wait here for a while. Of course, we should ask the Supreme Mystic World about this. They collect all the information in the world. I'll go there myself. Hey, do you want to go with me? Han Fei thought for a moment. No, I'll go there myself. Let's talk when I come back. With that, Han Fei disappeared. Old Jiang hurriedly said, Hey, you forgot your wine gourd. Han Fei's voice rang in their ears. This wine gourd is no longer useful to me. I'll give it to you too. After finishing the wine in it, you will be at least at the peak level of the Sea Establishment realm. Then it shouldn't be a problem for you to open the sky. Old Jiang, Old Bai, for Jiang, before going to Supreme Mystic World, Han Fei went to the former Nine Palace World. Han Xuan and Han Yin'er were both there, and Han Yin'er had a little fatty behind her. Seeing that they were fine, Han Fei was relieved. He didn't plan to meet them again, or it would be meaningless to make them worry about him every day. Supreme Mystic World. Lu Yu looked at Han Fei in shock. Lu Yu asked, something big 50 or 60 years ago? Apart from all kinds of incentive competitions, there hasn't been anything big in the Raging Sea these years. Wait, if there's anything special, there is. Do you still remember the Abyssal Chasm, Master Human Emperor? Han Fei said. Of course. The Yin-Yang world and the Water-Wood world came out of there. How can I not remember it? Lu Yu waved his hand, and a jade slip appeared in front of Han Fei. He said, 50 or 60 years ago to be precise, 58 years ago, an abnormal reverse-surging phenomenon appeared in the Abyssal Chasm, and a huge amount of energy flowed backward to the Sea Realm, which was recorded here by our Supreme Mystic World. Han Fei scanned it with his perception and saw the information recorded. The Abyssal Chasm surged back, and the world turned red. It spanned tens of millions of kilometers. Anyone who approached it was swept by the murderous intent and fell into madness. This phenomenon lasted for 3 consecutive days and returned to normal 3 days later. Later, a powerful person in the sky-opening realm explored this place and was seriously injured. He didn't find anything, so this place was listed as the second most dangerous place after the Monarch Palace in the Raging Sea. Abyssal Chasm? Was it a coincidence, or what? The Yin-Yang world happened to be in the Abyssal Chasm. At that time, his mother isolated the outside world with the Yin-Yang millstone. When he entered and left the Abyssal Chasm with the 9 Palace Luck Ruler, he almost entered an extremely dangerous place. Did the abnormality happen there? If there was a place in the Raging Sea that Han Fei hadn't explored, it was probably that place. However, could it be that the ominous Han Fei triggered that place? He definitely didn't go there by himself, but under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, and the ominous Han Fei's only purpose was to kill him. The mysterious powerhouse in the Dao Enlightenment Palace had also said that the way to kill him was to return to before he was born. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Don't tell anyone that I'm back. Lu Yu, Yes, Master Human Emperor. Chapter 2659, Primordial Chaos 2. In 12659 Primordial Chaos 2 in 1, Han Fei's return wasn't known to many people, because he had very important things to do now. In less than 3 days, Han Fei came to the familiar Abyssal Chasm. He took out the vast ocean navigator and asked, Where did the ominous Han Fei go? The vast ocean navigator pointed straight at the Abyssal Chasm. Han Fei thought to himself, It's true. The Raging Sea is developing peacefully now. The entire human world is busy cultivating and improving their strength. Everything is a scene of prosperity. Only something happened in the Abyssal Chasm, and this place happened to be where the Yin-Yang world used to be. He didn't believe that there was no connection. When he was in the Sea Establishment realm, he had once felt the other path under the Abyssal Chasm, but at that time, he had felt a terrifying crisis. He felt that once he entered that place, he would definitely die. Han Fei had already reached the perfected star transformation realm. His combat power was comparable to the Dao Proving realm, which was much higher than before. Besides, if the ominous Han Fei could get in, how could he not? Therefore, Han Fei didn't hesitate and quickly rushed to the Abyssal Chasm. Soon, under the suction force of the Abyssal Chasm, Han Fei got in. Buzz. It was still dark around, but the barrier of the Yin-Yang millstone was gone. After entering this place, Han Fei found the unknown road without taking out the vast ocean navigator, Or rather, the road appeared on its own. Han Fei flew towards a white spot in the darkness. At that moment, he felt his heart palpitate, but he no longer felt the sense of crisis. It could be seen that the danger in the abyssal chasm was only relative. In face of such a dangerous and mysterious area, almost 99% of the powerhouses in the raging sea had given up the thought of exploring it. In particular, when Han Fei sensed the spatial fluctuations here, his palpitations became more and more obvious, and he even felt a sense of crisis. Buzz! Han Fei suddenly stopped. There was a spatial barrier and a killing array here. As soon as Han Fei arrived, he felt that space was conflicting with each other. This was the power of the heavenly Tao, not something human beings could exert. A natural barrier? If he had been a step slower just now, he would have been crushed by the power of space. Then he would have to resist the power of the heavenly Tao here. If he hadn't been as strong as he was before, he might have been crushed into points and died on the spot. But Han Fei didn't panic. If it was a spiritual barrier, he would just break it. He extended his fingers and Sword 3 burst out. If such a huge amount of ferocious aura rushed into his body, even Han Fei wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, Han Fei took out the mystic martial monarch armor and blocked it in front of him. As for the rear, he didn't care. This must be the reserve flowing of murderous intent, as Lu Yu said. During this period, Han Fei jumped up and rushed in. Primordial ancient land? This was not the first time Han Fei had felt the aura of a primordial ancient land. If the murderous intent he felt under the steps was just fine, the manic vibe of the primordial era was especially obvious in the god-burying ridge, and here, it felt like the god-burying ridge. In the darkness, a suction force pulled Han Fei out, but it was not strong. Han Fei did not take the initiative to move forward, because he seemed to hear wailing sounds in this dark spatial passage. Soon, he saw red masses of light floating in the void. These masses of light took the initiative to approach Han Fei. Han Fei extended his hand to test them, only to find that the mass of light emitted an energy pulse comparable to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Furthermore, this power could even shake the soul. This is a defensive booby trap. It was made like this purposely. Is there anyone in this place? The further he went, the more red blobs of light appeared out of thin air, combined with the power of space, and would directly reflect on the intruders to intercept them. Fortunately, Han Fei had mastered the great Tao of space and was very strong. From the beginning to the end, except for the red mass of light that he took the initiative to touch, he only shattered 2 of them. The rest were all avoided by him. Swish! When Han Fei finally walked out of this passage, he stood in a vast primordial land. Han Fei's first impression was that it was hot and dry. There was magma flowing everywhere on the surface, and extremely high flames occasionally appeared underground. On the ground, it couldn't be said that there was not a single blade of grass, but there was no greenness at all. The spiritual energy here was extremely violent, even more violent than the raging sea. Han Fei only stood here for a while before his body began to burn with raging flames. When Han Fei sensed that there was an invisible power trying to infiltrate his body from these flames, if he didn't stop it, he might be burnt. Han Fei was a little surprised. How could a mere mortal fire hurt him? There was something wrong with the flames and heat here. It's so hot, so hot. At this time, Lu Qianxi couldn't hold it anymore. She trembled in Han Fei's hands and began to scream, "No, I'm going to wither. What the hell is this place? Why is it so hot?" Han Fei said. "You're a monarch." "How can you be afraid of this?" Lu Qianxi said. "But I'm a demon plant. It's so hot, I feel very irritable. These fire elements seem to be trying to invade my body. Even a monarch can't stand being here every day." As she spoke, Lu Qianxi activated a land of laws in an attempt to resist. With a thought from Han Fei, the extreme cold pearl appeared in his hand. The flames immediately subsided, and within 1,000 kilometers of Han Fei, the temperature suddenly dropped to normal, lukewarm, and quite comfortable. Huff, Lu Qianxi sighed. "Where are we? Why is it so hot?" Han Fei said. "We won't know where we are until we explore it." Han Fei tried to scan with his perception. When his perception spread out in this violent killing intent, it could spread out for about 100,000 kilometers. However, it couldn't last long. Otherwise, this power of fire could actually burn his soul. This was normal, as if he could barely release his perception on the ice of the chaotic wasteland. The flames in this ancient primordial land seemed to be mixed with some unknown power. Han Fei could still release his perception for 100,000 kilometers, which could last for a period of time, but it was still terrifying. However, the flames here could burn him. From this, it could be seen that the strength of this world was probably not inferior to the ice above the chaotic wasteland. It was impossible for ordinary people to withstand this fire. Therefore, Han Fei was certain that this ancient primordial land was not in the raging sea. He must have come to a new place through the abyssal chasm. Swish, the Emperor Sparrow seemed to sense something and immediately appeared on Han Fei's shoulder. His entire body trembled as he said, "It's comfortable. Where did you find this ancient primeval land?" "Well, this is not as simple as an ancient primeval land. This should be the end of the primordial era. The fire of chaos burned the myriad worlds, all races withered, and the strong sought survival." This danger spread throughout the sea realm, causing 90% of the creatures in the sea realm to die. After several eras of burning, the sea realm gradually returned to normal. New races were born and entered the ancient era. Han Fei frowned. The fire of chaos, burning all worlds? Yes, times have been changing. Just like the existence of the ominous, if the sea realm is destroyed by the ominous, it's almost inevitable that all races will wither. However, the sea realm still exists. Perhaps new races will be born and the sea realm will enter an ominous era. Han Fei said, "You never mentioned it before." The Emperor Sparrow said, "It's been so long. Why should I mention this?" Han Fei asked, "What about the era after the primordial era?" "It seems to be the ancient era?" Han Fei had heard the old turtle mention this before. The Emperor Sparrow said, "To be precise, the ancient era was a revival era. After the end of the primordial era passed, countless new races were born, laying the foundation of the myriad races in the infinite ocean. After the myriad races in the infinite ocean found their paths, the appearance of the first god marked the beginning of the age of gods. It's that simple." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Times have changed and countless years have passed. Does it mean that the sea realm may have experienced countless eras? No, according to my inherited memories, the fire of chaos burned the myriad worlds. It was because the previous era was not very stable that there was such an ending. That era was called the chaotic era, an era filled with chaos everywhere. Chaotic era? What's it like? I haven't seen it, but it seems to be that the world is in a state of darkness and chaos and most places haven't been explored. In that era, a large number of chaotic spiritual treasures, spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, and even the legendary nature spiritual treasures, primordial spiritual treasures, and so on, were born. Our Emperor Sparrow race was born in the chaos. Han Fei was slightly lost in thought. How long has it been? The Emperor Sparrow continued, "Don't be surprised. Your human race was also born in that era. However, the humans at that time were very strong. They were simply worlds apart from the current human race. If the two are compared, the people at that time are equivalent to gods. Unfortunately, the inherited techniques of that era have almost been lost. I don't know the details." Han Fei asked, "Are there any other eras?" "I don't know. It's hard to say if there is. Even if there is, it's too ancient to be traceable." Han Fei nodded slightly. He was just curious. He didn't expect that the remnants of the primordial era would allow him to hear about some unheard-of eras from the Emperor Sparrow. Entering a new world, Han Fei naturally wanted to test the upper limit of this world. Therefore, he burst out at 10 times the speed of light at once. After discovering that this place could carry 10 times the speed of light, he strengthened it to 20 or 30 times. In the end, he reached the bottom at 32 times the speed of light, but the so-called Great Tao chains didn't appear here. This world was much stronger than the raging sea. But soon, Han Fei perceived a place of bones. It was a place where magma flowed. There were some huge bones around. These jade-like skeletons were almost all incomplete. Han Fei reached out and grabbed a piece of skeleton, tracing it back in time. But then he discovered that the original bodies of these skeletons had been dead for a long time. Although he didn't have to go back in time personally, tracing back in time consumed a lot of spiritual power. Soon, Han Fei saw a blurry picture in front of his eyes. It was a monster with a neck longer than a giraffe, a dragon face, and 4 limbs like the limbs of a dinosaur. He didn't know what this thing was, but through time traceability, Han Fei could see some scenes when he was still alive. About 7 or 8 such monsters were hunting a huge copper-skinned yak-like creature. These long-necked creatures would first release a mental shock that could cause the yak to enter a chaotic state. In this state, the long-necked mouth opened dozens of feet wide, revealing 3 layers of dagger-like sharp teeth. When the sharp teeth bit the yak, Han Fei could see flickering flames and electric arcs. Although it was difficult for Han Fei to judge the strength of the bite force, according to the vibration of the earth, it should have reached the sky-opening realm. Some long-necked monsters that couldn't bite the yak actually raised their necks and used their heads as hammers to hit the yak. Knock, knock, knock. Han Fei felt a headache when he saw them smash their heads as hammers. It turned out that they were a group of iron-headed monsters. When their iron heads hit, they were obviously enhanced by the power of the heavenly Tao. With a single blow, the surrounding mountains and rivers shook. However, Han Fei also discovered that the mountains and rivers here seemed a little abnormal. What flowed in the river was not water but billowing spiritual energy, like a turbulent river tide. On the mountain, there were occasional treasure lights. Such power shook the mountain, but the mountain didn't collapse. Is this the primordial era? Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. There seemed to be treasures everywhere in the primordial era. After he came back to himself, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Are there treasures everywhere in your primordial era?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "What do you mean by our primordial era? I haven't really stayed in the primordial era. I just have the inherited memories. In the last chaotic era, there were treasures everywhere in the chaotic era. Therefore, in the primordial era, there were many treasures, so everyone's strength grew very quickly. Also, when everyone has treasures, they can't be called treasures, so you don't have to be envious." Han Fei said, "The current sea realm is completely different from the primordial era." The Emperor Sparrow said, "Of course. After the consumption of countless strong masters over the generations, even if there is a treasure every inch of land and an opportunity every 100 steps, they must have been consumed by now." Han Fei frowned slightly and said, "So, the era where the sea realm is now should be called the Wasteland Era, an era where resources are exhausted." Han Fei joked with him. In fact, the resources in the current sea realm were quite abundant. However, it couldn't be compared to the primordial era. Tracing back in time this time consumed a lot of spiritual power. If he traced the bones of such a creature 100 times, he would have to rest and recover. However, the bones he saw here were actually relatively easy to recognize. Ignoring those whose level was below jade bones, Han Fei would occasionally trace the golden jade bones with Dao patterns. After searching for about 10 times in a row, Han Fei finally found a skeleton of the Dao-proving realm. When tracing its past, he saw bears with 2 big horns on their heads. This bear was extremely good at jumping. With the stomp of its feet, it could step on a mountain in the primordial era. The force of its fist was almost comparable to the star explosion fist. Interesting. I'll keep it. He had to admit that this primordial ancient land was a good place. He could pick up the bones of Dao-proving realm powerhouses at random. If he picked up 100 or so of them and used the time resurrection technique to revive them to fight for him, there would be hundreds of Dao-proving realm powerhouses. He didn't believe that there were so many Dao-proving realm powerhouses in the city of scavengers. Even if there are, we probably won't lose, will we? Unfortunately, considering his great Dao of time, he could revive at most 50 ancient creatures, which was a little weaker than Mo Chi, but Mo Chi was a disciple of the Time Temple after all. She specialized in the great Dao of time. It would be a little ridiculous if he, a dabbler, was even stronger than Mo Chi in the great Dao of time. After searching for a long time, when Han Fei found the 3rd skeleton of the Dao-proving realm, the danger that should have come still came. If this world wasn't dangerous, it would have long been explored by others. How could it have been left here until now? Han Fei didn't run very far because he wanted to find the bones of the Dao-proving realm in passing. But soon he saw 5 or 6 fireballs rolling in the void. Their goal was a magma lake. Knock, knock, knock. Just like a planet colliding with the Earth, these fireballs crashed into the magma lake. Then, a fiery flood dragon seethed in the water, slapping and roaring. Soon, the 5 or 6 fireballs were sent flying. There are still living creatures here? Han Fei had thought that even if there was any danger here, there would only be some dead things. He didn't expect there to be living creatures. He looked again, only to see that the 5 or 6 fireballs suddenly transformed into brawny men. Han Fei was surprised to find that they were actually humanoids. However, their body structure was a little special. First of all, these humanoids had no hair and were bald. Then, there were fiery scales like magma carapace on their chest, abdomen, back, arms, knees, and even the soles of their feet. Bang! Han Fei saw with his own eyes that the fiery flood dragon whipped a person with its tail. After he was sent flying, he turned into a ball again. Then he flattened a few small mountains on this primeval land and smashed a big pit in the ground. The ground around cracked in ripples spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers before being swept away by the murderous intent in the void and then annihilated. However, from that blow, Han Fei could tell that the fiery flood dragon was at least a powerful creature in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Even so, the humanoid that was sent flying actually bounced out of the big pit, turned into a ball, and continued to smash at the fiery dragon. No wonder this was a dangerous place. A place like the raging sea where few people were in the sky-opening realm was actually connected to a world with many sky-openers. How could it not be dangerous? A moment later, the flood dragon couldn't take it anymore and seemed to go berserk. It spewed out a pillar of scorching flames, and the humanoids pushed their hands forward. Their hard carapaces flickered and formed a natural shield. The few of them worked together and blocked it. Upon seeing this, the fiery dragon dove into the magma river and was about to run. These people certainly wouldn't let it. They roared and continued to roll out, continuously smashing the fiery flood dragon and causing it to be dizzy. Its head was deformed, and it was finally smashed to death. Although these people had consumed a lot of spiritual energy, they still smiled and carried the fiery flood dragon, preparing to take it away. At this moment, Han Fei's heart did a flip, because a humanoid creature suddenly looked at Han Fei and roared, and the 6 balls rolled towards Han Fei at the same time. Han Fei, had thought that they wouldn't find him, but it seemed that they were just too focused on the fiery dragon to notice him. However, Han Fei had been staring at them after the battle, so he was discovered by them. Han Fei also had many questions. Since they were humanoids and had come to him, he might as well catch and control one to see what this place was. Not good. There's an outsider here. Take him down. Han Fei? These people were speaking in the ancient language, which Han Fei could understand. The first time he came into contact with this language was when he was with the war giants. However, why did they have to catch the outsiders? But the other party was already smashing at him. Looking at the 6 meatballs, Han Fei didn't say anything but punched out. Bang, bang, bang. After 6 punches in a row, all 6 of them were sent flying. After all, no matter how strong they were only in the late-stage star transformation realm, not even in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Han Fei didn't dare to use all his strength to hit them. What if he accidentally killed them? If he had just arrived but had already offended a race before he even figured out anything yet, this wasn't a good thing. Therefore, Han Fei still showed mercy, but his attack wasn't something they could block. However, the carapace of these 6 people was intact. Huh? It's not a carapace, but flesh that looks like a carapace. What strong defense power. Han Fei thought to himself, with this kind of defense power, even if they took a solid punch from a perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouse, they probably wouldn't die. But Han Fei didn't continue to attack. Instead, he said, "There's no need to fight. Why don't we talk first?" Someone was surprised. Huh? Can this outsider understand our language? The other person said warily, "So what? An outsider is an outsider. Call the elders." Han Fei still didn't take action. Although he was here to pursue his ominous body, since he had encountered this race, he might as well get in touch with them. What if they were related to the ominous body? Besides, the ominous body wanted to kill him before he was born through the river of time, which meant that old Han and his mother must have been here. He needed an explanation as to why they were here and what they were here for. Han Fei was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he just watched one of them crush a fire crystal. These people knew that they were no match for Han Fei and didn't dare to attack rashly, but they were also curious. Is this person stupid? Why didn't he leave when he knew that we had called for reinforcements? In less than half an hour, more than 30 fireballs rolled out of the void in a row. When they returned to their human forms, Han Fei saw a leader. This person's strength had reached the perfected Star Transformation Realm. Han Fei could tell at a glance that he was accompanied by 2 perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouses and 7 or 8 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouses. Obviously, they took outsiders very seriously, or so many high-end combatants wouldn't have come at once. Even in the Sea Realm, this combat power was quite impressive. The person in the lead was holding a walking stick formed from the bones of an unknown creature. He said, "Outsider, why have you come to our lava giant race? How did you find this place?" The lava giants? These guys called themselves giants, but they were twice as small as the war giants. On average, they were only 5 or 6 meters tall. Only the one in the front might be 8 meters tall. Such a body size was actually not a giant, but they just called themselves giants. Han Fei said, "I'm Han Fei. I came to your place after chasing a villain. I didn't expect to meet you. Perhaps we can have a deep chat. What do you think?" Chapter 2660, 2060's Lava Giant Tribe 2-in-1, 2060 Lava Giant Tribe 2-in-1. For some reason, the lava giants seemed to be very averse to outsiders. This was because outsiders who could survive in this ancient primordial land couldn't be weak. For example, the flames here. The Emperor Sparrow had mentioned that the destruction of the primordial era was because of the flames of chaos. Han Fei didn't know if the flames here were flames of chaos, but their lethality was still huge. Ordinary people couldn't stay here for long before their souls and bodies couldn't withstand it. Han Fei didn't want to weather through the flames, so he took out the extreme cold pearl. After sizing up Han Fei, the lava giant's tone was still a little stiff. "Recently, some outsiders have indeed entered our lava giants. That's you. The Grand Elder has already said that if any outsiders appear, we'll take them down." With that, these lava giants surrounded Han Fei. Seeing that these people had no intention of negotiating, they sounded quite disgusted with the outsiders. Did someone do something bad here? If anyone did anything bad here, it could only be his ominous body. Han Fei could clearly feel that the other party was becoming more and more hostile and seemed unwilling to talk to him, but since he was already here, he certainly couldn't just leave. Han Fei said indifferently, "If you can put away your hostility now, we can still sit down and have a good chat." "Humph! Take him down." With that, the elder of the lava giant tribe completely erupted. His body emitted scorching flames as he took out 2 warhammers. This guy didn't intend to use his body as a weapon. However, they were only in the perfected Star Transformation realm, so Han Fei wasn't afraid of anyone here. He saw that the elder was actually approaching him in close combat with his hammer. The hammer technique attracted the surrounding fire essence and transformed into a 100-foot-tall flame giant in midair as he hammered at him. Han Fei concluded at a glance that this was not a Dharmakaya, but this person must have mastered some kind of Dharmakaya. However, in terms of strength, he had never been afraid of anyone. Han Fei threw out a fist mark and a star explosion fist appeared in the sky. Even after he completely mastered the star fist technique, there were still faint star phantoms appearing. Boom rumble. A violent explosion swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The earth caved in and the rocks shattered. Within 10,000 kilometers, the lava giants that were about to attack Han Fei were shaken back by this violent force. The elder of the lava giant tribe was sent flying too. Crack. The bulging flesh armor on the fist of the elder of the lava giant clan shattered like glass, but it hadn't completely shattered. His arm and bones were broken, and one of his hands hung unnaturally. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This person's body was so strong that he could resist his star fist with brute force. Even if it was just the star explosion fist, it was enough to contend with a Tao-proving realm powerhouse. But this guy only lost an arm. However, while Han Fei was surprised, the elder of the lava giant was also horrified. This person was only in the perfected Star Transformation realm. How could he be stronger than him? It wasn't that no outsiders had entered this place before, but the previous outsiders were too weak. Not to mention being able to fight him, any one of their clansmen could kill those people. It was the first time they met someone as powerful as Han Fei. Also, why was it so cold around him? Was it because he had some kind of spiritual treasure of heaven and earth? Although this person's hand was broken, he didn't admit defeat. He rolled up and turned into a meatball, continuing to make use of the power of heaven and earth here to smash at Han Fei. Han Fei punched again. This time, it was not the star explosion fist, but the silencing fist. Boom, crack, the elder of the lava giant tribe was sent flying and smashed through the ground. His flesh armor was almost completely shattered, and blood that was as hot as magma flowed out of his body. Elder Giant Fire, Elder, are you okay? Elder, for a moment, these strong masters of the lava giants were all enraged. One by one, they burned, turned into balls, and smashed crazily at Han Fei. Han Fei sneered. As I said, I have no ill intentions. You shouldn't discriminate against outsiders. Since you insist on solving the problem by force, I just have to accede to your wish. In the next moment, the Ragnarok was activated, and it was still golden fist marks. Boom, boom, boom. In less than a minute, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers were smashed to the ground. These lava giants all lay down, and half of them were even knocked out by Han Fei. Han Fei walked unhurriedly to Elder Giant Fire and said casually, "Now, can we talk?" Elder Giant Fire wasn't scared at all. He shouted, "Outsider, it's useless to hurt us. The Grand Elder is more than 10 times stronger than me. You're indeed strong, but not strong enough." In the heart of this elder, an array pattern condensed of flames was obliterated in the void, as if it was sending a message. Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Are all giants stupid? Did I say I was going to fight you? If you keep behaving like this, I'll kill you all." Han Fei didn't doubt that there were strong masters in this world. The weakest member of this race was at least in the late-stage star transformation realm, so it was only natural that their upper limit of high-end combat power could reach the monarch realm. He just didn't know how strong the monarch of the lava giant tribe was, and if there were any stronger monarchs. Han Fei was not in a hurry to attack. He was still waiting. Winning and killing were two different things. Once these people died, he would completely be enemies with the lava giants. Elder Giant Fire had already sent a message. Someone else would probably come soon. Sure enough, this time it only took less than 3 seconds, and a lava giant nearly 20 meters tall rolled out of the void. So fast, Han Fei was lost for words. How small was this world? Even if the other party received a message, they shouldn't have come so quickly, right? It would take at least 1 second to read the message. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This one must be in the Tao-proving realm, and was probably not someone the Tao-proving realm powerhouses in the outside world could compare to. However, with Han Fei's experience in fighting the carefree realm cultivators, he felt that the other party was still a little lacking, but it didn't seem to make much difference. When the lava giant saw his clansmen lying all over the ground, his first reaction was to grab a hammer and then look at Han Fei coldly. "Outsider, did you hurt my clansmen?" At this moment, Elder Giant Fire roared, "Grand Elder, this person has the strength of the Tao-proving realm." The Grand Elder looked at Han Fei deeply, but didn't seem to find it strange. Han Fei said, "I want to be reasonable, but your people won't listen. Then I can only let them lie down and wait for someone who I can reason with." The lava giant nodded slightly and put away the hammer, because Han Fei didn't have any killing intent or hostility. He was just a little curious. Could the people in the world outside prove Tao? The man said, "Outsider, I can see that you've shown mercy to my clansmen. Then, why are you here?" In fact, Han Fei didn't know why he was looking for them. But he knew that if the ominous body wasn't here, he must have entered the river of time from this world. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and said in his heart, "Where is the ominous body in this world?" However, the vast ocean navigator didn't turn. Clearly, it was no longer in this world. Under the puzzled gaze of the lava giant, Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Do you know the god of war?" The lava giant shook his head. It seemed that he couldn't use the god of war to establish a friendship with them. Han Fei said again, "You should know where I come from, right?" This time, the lava giant nodded. "I know. It's just an origin ground that's slowly recovering. The power of the heavenly Tao there is weak, and the great Tao there withered." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Since you know that world, why don't you try to contact it? There is an extremely unstable channel between your world and mine. I'm surprised that the channel didn't collapse when you came from that side." "Collapse?" Han Fei said. "That passage looks quite normal." "Why would it collapse?" The Grand Elder of the lava giant frowned. "How is that possible? We've tried countless times. First of all, the passage can't carry the strong masters of the sky-opening realm or above to pass. If anyone below the sky-opening realm tries to pass, they will be crushed by the power of the heavenly Tao on the other side of the passage and instantly die. Therefore, why didn't the passage collapse when you passed it?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, except for that he was hit by some red balls of light floating in the void, everything was normal." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "I can be sure that when I came over, the so-called passage was extremely stable. Besides, if the passage collapses, how can I come over? It's just a temporary collapse." It'll recover slowly after the collapse. Well, Han Fei wondered if he was talking about a different channel with the lava giant. Besides, some people had tried to enter this place from the raging sea before, right? Although most of them died, a small number of them had come here. Or could it be that they had just descended here and hadn't really arrived here? Han Fei wasn't sure about this. When he had the time, he could go to the Library of the Supreme Mystic World to check. The lava giant seemed to be confused too. There were indeed outsiders coming here in the past, but most of them couldn't contact us except for those coming via some special methods because they were burned to death by the fire of chaos the moment they came in. Therefore, we moved our entire race to the vicinity of this passage in order to discover the outsiders in time. That's why I have some understanding of your world. Your situation was an accident, and we still need to verify it. Han Fei didn't care. There was nothing to argue about. If they really couldn't get out, it could only be said that they were restricted by this world, not the so-called channel problem. According to the elder of the lava giants, these flames were indeed unusual. It turned out that they were the fire of chaos. But the voice of the Emperor Sparrow suddenly sounded in Han Fei's mind. This is not really the fire of chaos. Otherwise, I should be able to sense it. Han Fei didn't care. It didn't matter to him whether it was the fire of chaos or not. Han Fei said, I just told them that my purpose of coming here is to find a bad guy. This person is as strong as me and can withstand the fire of chaos here. He came to this world 58 years ago. I want to ask, did anything unusual happen in this world 58 years ago? 58 years ago? Han Fei clearly saw that the lava giant's expression changed slightly. Clearly, he knew something. Then, he said in a low voice, yes, something did happen 58 years ago. Someone invaded my race's holy land and stole my race's treasure. What? We lost our treasure? Elder Giant Fire and the other lava giants were all shocked. Han Fei frowned. Treasure? What treasure? This is the secret of my lava giant race. Why should I tell you? Han Fei said. I'm here to hunt that person down. If everything goes well, I'll kill him and bring your treasure back. Anyway, you've lost your treasure. Why can't you tell me? If you trust me, I might be able to get it back for you. The lava giant asked, where do you know he is? How can you find him after so many years? Han Fei said, I have my ways. The lava giant thought for a moment. It was indeed as Han Fei said. There was really nothing he couldn't tell them. He said, what we lost was a drop of the essence blood of the ancient human race. Ancient human race? The Emperor Sparrow had mentioned that humans had existed since the chaotic era. At that time, the essence blood of humans should be extremely pure. If the ominous Han Fei used the devouring technique, it should be easy to absorb. After all, it was the blood of his own kind. He didn't have to devour the essence blood of various powerful creatures to improve his bloodline like Han Fei was doing now. However, did his ominous body also need to improve his bloodline? What was the point of improving his bloodline? He was the ominous. Han Fei thought for a moment. Senior, can you show me where the treasure was lost? But like I said, I might be able to get it back for you. Why do you say that? After a moment of silence, Han Fei said, Senior, since you've already proved Tao, you should have passed the monarch-level tribulation, right? The lava giant nodded. Yes. Han Fei asked, there is a self-severing tribulation in the monarch tribulation. Senior, have you experienced it? The lava giant nodded again. Sure, Han Fei said. To be honest, that person is my self-severing tribulation. Oh, the lava giant was finally moved. You mean you want to sever the negative in advance? It's impossible for you, someone is helping you with that? Wait, it's impossible for such a person to exist in your world. Han Fei said, Senior, this world is very small, so is our world. Beyond our two worlds, there is a bigger and wider world, which is the Sea Realm. In the Sea Realm, there are still gods, some great monarchs, and even more monarchs. Why is it impossible? The lava giant's eyes suddenly flashed. Sea Realm? I've never heard of it, but there was indeed a sea in the former primeval land. Is that the former primeval land? Han Fei said. That's right. In fact, it's just the original primeval land. Don't tell me you think that the world you're in is the entire world? Hiss, huh? Primeval land? So, we can leave now? Where is that place? But we can't get through the passage. The group of lava giants suddenly became excited, as if they had found a home. The Grand Elder of the lava giant said anxiously, Have you found the way to the primeval land? Han Fei nodded. Yes, but the Sea Realm isn't as good as you think. It's full of dangers, especially for the human race. They're bullied there. The elder of the lava giant tribe seemed to have thought something out. Of course the primeval land is dangerous. Otherwise, why would it be called primeval? This isn't important. What's important is that you can get out. Can you really pass through the passage? Han Fei said. Of course, it's not impossible for you to get out. I don't think all the lava giants are monarchs. For example, these people, Han Fei pointed to everyone except the Grand Elder. As long as they are willing to enter my origin star, I can take them away. Han Fei knew what the Grand Elder was thinking, and the Grand Elder thought of the same thing. Gulp. Han Fei saw that the eyes of these lava giants seemed to be filled with anticipation. He didn't know what these people were longing for. Although the Sea Realm might be a new world to you, it was very dangerous there. Especially, the chaotic wasteland was covered in ice, which was the opposite of this place. The elder of the lava giants immediately became much gentler. He looked at Han Fei up and down. Are you a human? Han Fei nodded. Yes, a pure-blood human. The lava giant shook his head. After the primordial era, there are no more purebloods, Han Fei said. Whatever you say, I have no ill intentions towards the lava giants. I have no intention of snatching the essence blood of the ancient human race. I just want to sever my negative side. I swear that if I can snatch the essence blood of the ancient human race, I will return it to the lava giants. The lava giant took a deep look at Han Fei. No, in fact, we don't mind someone reproducing the bloodline of the ancient human race. We just want to use the inherited memories of the ancient human race to find the place where our lava giant race used to live and find the home of our lava giant race. If you can really lead us back to the sea realm, it doesn't matter if you can take back that drop of essence blood or not. Besides, you can become a good friend of our lava giant race. After that, the lava giant looked at his clansmen who had been beaten to the ground and shouted, "Haven't you rested enough? It's time to get up." However, none of them got up. They were still all lying flat on the ground. Elder Giant Fire said, "Grand Elder, there's power surging in our bodies. We can't recover." Seeing that the elder of the lava giants was looking at him, Han Fei smiled. Healing divine brilliance descended from the sky and enveloped these dozens of people. Not only had Han Fei used the Ragnarok, but he had also used the Tao of Slaughter God and the Invincible Path, causing the residual power in their bodies to destroy their bodies. Seeing that Han Fei could control the divine power between the heavens and earth, the elder couldn't help but be surprised. This person seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. When he first saw this person, he thought that Han Fei was only in the perfected star transformation realm. But when he saw the rod in Han Fei's hand, he denied this thought. How could an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator be carrying a demon plant in the Tao-proving realm? More importantly, he had carried the demon plant of the Tao-proving realm and passed through the channel. This made his heart burn with passion. It doesn't hurt anymore? Hiss. The hidden injuries in my body are all gone. What kind of divine technique is this? What a magical healing power. The group of hostile lava giants all became friendly at this moment because Han Fei said he could take them out, and because the Grand Elder had accepted Han Fei. Now they all looked at Han Fei differently. The Grand Elder said, "I hope you don't blame them. It's just that 58 years ago, the essence blood of the ancient human race was stolen, so I ordered them to try to capture any outsiders they find, and I'll kill them if they can't." Now, Han Fei understood that these people were hostile to outsiders just because their precious essence blood had been stolen. On the way back, a lava giant even came to Han Fei and said, "Why are your fists so hard?" "Because I am the human emperor, the strongest human being in the world." "Wowa," the man exclaimed, feeling that the name sounded so awesome. Even the Grand Elder looked surprised. The strongest human being in the world? Elder Giant Fire was the first to protest. "That's impossible. Our Grand Elder is the strongest human being in the world." Han Fei tilted his head and glanced at Elder Giant Fire. "To be precise, you are just humanoids, and I am the human with the purest bloodline now." Elder Giant Fire said, "Humanoids are human beings too. We didn't look like this before. It's said that we evolved into what we are now to deal with the burning of the fire of chaos. Before, we were not only bigger than you, but also in perfect human shape." Han Fei laughed. "As you said, that was in the past. If we have to calculate it this way, the strongest person in the human race now should be a guy called the God of War. He has reached the peak of the great monarch realm and can even fight gods." The Grand Elder finally said, "God of War?" Han Fei said, "I'll teach you a sacrificial ritual later. Maybe you can contact the God of War. He's now in the distant Sea of Stars. Therefore, if you make offerings in the Sea of Stars, it's very likely to contact him." The Grand Elder nodded. "Okay." After a pause, the First Elder asked, "Is there really a big world outside?" Han Fei said, "Of course. In the primordial era, there were countless races. How could only you, the lava giants, survive? Since you know that there is still our raging sea outside this world, you should have guessed that there are many races in this world. If my trip goes smoothly, maybe you can see the current sea realm soon. To be honest, the conditions in this primitive ancient land were so harsh that ordinary people would have died long ago. It was a miracle that these lava giants could hold out here for countless years." Because the two parties needed some time to communicate, it was not fast to return to the lava giant tribe. Han Fei sat directly on the shoulder of Elder Giant Fire. In terms of character, there was not much difference between the lava giants and the war giants. They were not bad. It was so dangerous to come from the raging sea to here because the people who came couldn't resist the attack of the murderous intent in the abyssal chasm and the burning of the fire of chaos in this primordial ancient land all day long. Giant Fire asked in confusion, "Han Fei, why is it so cool around you? I feel a little cold." Han Fei played with the Extreme Cold Pearl and said, "This thing is called the Extreme Cold Pearl. It's an ultra-quality godly weapon that suppresses all flames." Tski wow. Is there such a treasure in this world? So great. What material is this made of? No matter what materials are used, we don't have them here. Otherwise, we would definitely build hundreds of them. Han Fei was lost for words. Do you think it's so easy to make 100 of them? However, Han Fei found that the weapons, accessories, and beads on these people's hands were all godly weapons. It seemed that this lava giant seemed to be very good at refining. Han Fei, what's the outside world like? Han Fei said. It's very free. The world is huge and has a large population. It can accommodate billions of people. In any random competition, there are as many as 1 million sky-opening realm powerhouses participating. Husser, so scary. So many people? There are only a few thousand of us. How big must the land be? Wouldn't it be tens of millions of miles? Gosh, there are so many people. How can we recognize each of them? Han Fei said. Don't. They're just strangers. You will only need to know them when you have to. Listening to the chat of these lava giants, Han Fei sighed. Their world was indeed very small, much smaller than the raging sea. The reason why this world could also become an independent world was that it was a fragment of the primordial era. Its geographical area was not even 1/10 of the raging sea. The space where the lava giants lived was even smaller. Except for the places where they lived, other places would naturally nurture some special creatures as their hunting targets. This group of people had lived tirelessly for countless years. It was even possible that this lineage had been passed down from the primordial era. After chatting enough, Han Fei finally came to the lava giant tribe. Then he was surprised to find that this was a cave-type lifestyle. They had dug mountains as their residence, and the bones of all kinds of creatures were piled up everywhere. The bones of countless creatures had been beaten into pieces and put on the ground. It looked very backward, but when Han Fei saw their living facilities, he was speechless. Even the fucking fences of this lava giant tribe were godly weapons. The row of totem pillars were all godly weapons, the kind that would automatically protect them. Here, there were mostly refining stone tables. Han Fei could hear the clanking sounds from afar. Because there were enough godly weapons forming guardrails, the energy released by knocking on the refining tables was blocked by the guardrails, so it wouldn't affect their lives at all. Seeing Han Fei and the others return, many strong young men immediately rushed over. Someone shouted, "Huh, Grand Elder, when did you go out?" Someone was surprised. "Hey, how did you catch a fiery flood dragon?" Someone saw Han Fei on the shoulder of giant fire and immediately exclaimed, "Wow, an outsider, it's an outsider." With this exclamation, countless people put down what they were doing and scrambled to run to the huge square paved with broken bones. Where is the outsider? Hiss, this outsider is so small, huh? It's so cool around this outsider. Wow, I'm freezing to death. This outsider doesn't have any flesh armor. He's really strange. Chapter 2661 Secrets of the Ancient Human Race 2-in-1 26661 Secrets of the Ancient Human Race 2-in-1 The hidden races were always inexperienced. When they saw an outsider, they would chatter with a curious expression, which reminded Han Fei of the war giants. When he went to the war giants, the little giants were the same. They treated him to meat every day and even held barbecue parties. They were extremely enthusiastic. Now, after the initial hostility, when this Grand Elder appeared and confirmed that Han Fei was not an enemy, the lava giant's enthusiasm soared, making Han Fei a little shy. He didn't expect to see such a simple race after experiencing so many dangers. However, now was not the time to chat and eat meat with these lava giants. Han Fei jumped off from Elder Giant Fire, carrying Lu Qianxi, who was slightly trembling, and said to the Grand Elder, "Let's go straight to the place where the ancient essence blood was stolen." The Grand Elder seemed to hesitate for a moment and said, "The things have been stolen." "Will it help if we take a look now?" Han Fei said. "Grand Elder, I've been chasing him for 58 years. I have my ways." In the end, after the Grand Elder was silent for a moment, he decided to take Han Fei to take a look. He wasn't afraid of what Han Fei would do, but it wasn't easy for him to meet a powerful outsider. He didn't want to let him go so quickly. The Grand Elder said, "Everyone, go about your business. I have something to do with the guests." A moment later, the first Elder, Elder Giant Fire, and a dozen other elders traveled tens of thousands of kilometers and came to a place that emitted a faint purple light. This mountain had a crack halfway up the mountain, leading to the inside of the mountain. At the entrance, Han Fei saw another monarch. Yes, although this world was not big, it could give birth to 2 monarchs. It could be seen that the strength of this world was indeed more than 1 level higher than the raging sea. However, this monarch seemed to be stuck at the peak of the Tao-proving realm. Was this a coincidence? Or was it the upper limit of cultivation in this world? When Han Fei walked into the cave, he saw a humanoid corpse sitting cross-legged in the middle of the mountain. It was the kind of corpse that was only skin and bones. If it was bandaged, it would look like a mummy. The dry corpse was sitting cross-legged on an altar with a small black hole between its eyebrows. When Han Fei saw the dry corpse, his heart did a flip. This was because the bones wrapped under the corpse's skin were even more powerful than the power emitted by divine crystals. Besides, even though he had been dead for so long, the suppressing pressure here was still heavy. This level of suppressing pressure reminded Han Fei of that handwriting of the great monarch, which meant that this person was at least a great monarch when he was alive. The Grand Elder said, "That drop of primordial essence blood was originally between the eyebrows of this ancestor. At that time, it wasn't a monarch who protected this forbidden place. It wasn't until 58 years ago that someone entered here and stole the essence blood." Han Fei asked, Was there a seal in this place? The Grand Elder said. Of course there is, and it's a very strong seal. However, the seal was triggered for only 1 second before it died down. No one even saw the intruder, because the 2 guards inexplicably fell into a deep sleep at that time. Void stealing technique. Han Fei naturally knew what method the ominous Han Fei used. Of course, 2 guards in the perfected star transformation realm couldn't stop him. Although these 2 people were very strong, they were not facing an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Even if there was a monarch guarding this place, if the ominous Han Fei really wanted to steal something from here, he would still get his way. Han Fei looked at the dry corpse carefully for a while and said, "Why is this senior here?" The Grand Elder said, "There's no need to hide it from you because there's no need." According to the history books of our lava giant race, this skeleton and the essence blood of the primordial human race might contain the secrets of the origin of the human race. It's recorded that if there's a person with a bloodline atavism in the future, he might trigger this drop of essence blood to discover and inherit the secrets inside. And our lava giant race has been guarding this secret for generations. Unfortunately, to this day, no one in our lava giant race can have a bloodline atavism. Who would expect that after a long time, 3 drops of essence blood are all gone, and we haven't inherited the secrets of the human race? 3 drops of essence blood? Isn't it just 1 drop? The Grand Elder said. 1,000,000 years ago, it was said that a fellow giant accidentally barged into this place and triggered the essence blood. At that time, the Grand Elder of the lava giant race gave out a drop. About 80,000 years ago, 2 special outsiders accidentally entered this place and slightly triggered the essence blood. I made the decision to give out a drop. I didn't expect the 3rd drop to be stolen. Han Fei's heart did a flip. More than 80,000 years ago, Han Fei immediately perked up. Were the 2 people more than 80,000 years ago called Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian? Huh! The Grand Elder suddenly exclaimed and looked at Han Fei. You know him too? Han Fei's expression changed. To be honest, they are my parents. They have been missing for 80,000 years. They managed to send a message out saying that they were trapped in the river of time. I'm afraid that's why I traced my self-destruction tribulation to this place. Oh, are they still alive? Another monarch spoke first. Han Fei said, "They're still alive, but they're in an unknown situation and can't come out. On this trip, in addition to transcending my self-severing tribulation, the other thing I have to do is to find them and save them from the river of time." The reason why Han Fei was sure that his parents were caught in the river of time was that he once returned to 100,000 years ago, which was also when he was really born. The monarch was a little absent-minded and murmured, "So they are not liars." Han Fei glanced at him. Liar? If the lava giants had the ability, you would have used the 3 drops of essence blood yourselves. But in the end, the 3 drops of essence blood were taken by outsiders. Besides, look at the corpse. He actually looks similar to me. But everyone, look at yourselves. Do you look like this ancestor? Giant Fire said directly. That's not necessarily true. We might have looked like you before. We evolved into what we are now because we needed to adapt to the environment here. The Grand Elder also said, even if we transform from ancient humans into humanoids, we still have the bloodline of the former human race in our bodies. How can you be sure? Han Fei said. It's meaningless for us to argue this. Maybe it's because of your bloodline that you can't leave. The Grand Elder was about to say something when Han Fei suddenly said, "Wait a moment." In Han Fei's eyes, the great Tao of time was revolving. He wanted to directly trace back to the past of this primordial human. This person might be a figure from the chaotic era. God knew how many years had passed. If he could see a trace of his past, he might be able to directly understand the secrets of the primordial human race. However, when Han Fei looked back, before he could see through the mist of time, he heard a cold snort in his ears. Then, his mind suddenly collapsed and he spewed out a mouthful of essence blood. Fuck. The mouthful of essence blood was sprayed all over his body. It was not that he couldn't trace it back, but he sensed that someone looked over from the other side of time and snorted. Han Fei was speechless. At that time, this powerhouse was still alive, but he actually noticed his prying through the heavy mist of time. Seeing Han Fei vomit blood, the Grand Elder, Giant Fire, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. The Grand Elder said, "Were you using the Great Tao of Time just now?" Han Fei felt that his head was a little painful. He coughed and said, "Yes, maybe this strong master was too strong, so I suffered a little backlash. It's a small problem." Han Fei casually stuffed a mass of liquid divine light into his mouth. After a minute, he activated the Great Tao of Time again. This time, he didn't trace the skeleton, but this space. However, the ominous Han Fei wasn't stupid. He messed up the time when he was here, so Han Fei could only see some broken and blurry images. In the images, his ominous body seemed to have stepped into the river of time. Han Fei frowned. Did he enter the river of time to kill him? But why did the ominous body take that drop of essence blood? Could he, an ominous body, use it? Several possibilities popped up in Han Fei's mind. First of all, the ominous Han Fei must be able to use this drop of essence blood. It was exactly because he triggered this drop of essence blood that he came to steal it. Secondly, it was not the ominous Han Fei who triggered the drop of essence blood, but Xia Xiaochan. After all, what flowed in Xia Xiaochan's body was divine blood. In the end, the ominous Han Fei didn't want him to trigger this drop of essence blood, so he took it away in advance. Of these possibilities, the first was the most likely. The ominous Han Fei might not have the opportunities Han Fei had, but it didn't mean that the ominous Han Fei wouldn't have any opportunities. The essence blood of the ancient human race was obviously not simple. There were only 3 drops of it since ancient times, but it was stolen. Unfortunately, the ominous Han Fei also mastered the great Tao of time, so he messed up time and made Han Fei unable to see what happened here back then, so now he could only chase after him with the vast ocean navigator. However, the ominous Han Fei obviously knew something he didn't know, such as why he stole this drop of essence blood. Since the Grand Elder had never met the ominous Han Fei, how could he know how precious this drop of essence blood was? Han Fei asked. Grand Elder, I would like to ask, did anything happen 58 years ago except for the theft of this drop of essence blood? The Grand Elder shook his head. No, I have explored every speck of dust here. If anything happens, it can't escape my eyes. Han Fei frowned. When my parents were here 80,000 years ago, did they do anything? How did they leave? The Grand Elder said. I remember that they left by opening a void door. As for where the void door leads, I don't know. But the void door definitely doesn't lead to the outside world, nor can it carry us into it. Only the 2 of them can use it. As for what they have done, I don't think they have done anything else. I only described the ancient human race to them and told them some well-known ancient legends. Ancient legends? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Grand Elder, can you tell me about it too? Giant Fire said. There's no need for the Grand Elder to waste his breath on this. Let me tell you. It's said that since the beginning of the chaos, the world has been in darkness. In the darkness, all creatures and treasures were quietly born. It's said that at that time, a new green vine gave birth to 6 fruits that ripened after billions of years, which respectively gave birth to the ancient human race, ancient demon plants, ancient strange beasts, ancient demons, ancient insect eggs, and a stillborn. These 6 creatures are collectively known as the innate 6 lineages. The 6 lineages give birth to all living beings. The 6 lineages begin the journey of creation in the chaotic era. After a pause, Giant Fire continued. After the 6 lineages, all living beings coexisted. All kinds of races were born in the chaos, and an exploration and battle that lasted for countless years began. For example, there was a supreme nature treasure, the yin-yang mirror, that once fell into the hands of the primordial human race and could reverse life and death. It once accompanied the primordial human race to conquer all places. The primordial strange beasts obtained a supreme nature treasure, the sky-swallowing bell. It could swallow all things in the world and its power was devastating. The primordial stillborn obtained a supreme nature treasure, the longevity seal. With it, one could be immortal and live forever in this world. Han Fei heard Giant Fire talking about a lot of things, which almost made Han Fei's eyes shine. It talked as if the treasures were right in front of his eyes, which made Han Fei very tempted. Well, is this skeleton from the legendary primordial human race? The Grand Elder shook his head. No, how can it be that person? That race only exists in legends. This primordial human being is from the primordial era. But the blood flowing in his body should be the bloodline of the primordial human race. At least, it's purer than the human race after the primordial era. Oh, is that so? Han Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If this was a fucking corpse of the ancient human race, why would the ominous Han Fei need the essence blood? This was the real treasure. Han Fei thought about it. He couldn't trace the past of this corpse. But this is a great monarch-level corpse. He really wanted to use it. If he couldn't trace back to its past, he could only dismantle the corpse and study its bones. Perhaps he could figure out something or use it for visualization. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, why are there so many legends of the chaotic era left behind in the lava giant race? Have you been here since the chaotic era? The Grand Elder shook his head and said, of course not. The chaotic era was too long ago. At the end of the primordial era, an ancestor brought us here with the corpse of the primordial human, but for some reason, we can't leave here. However, our ancestor once recorded a lot of things he knew. A lot? Han Fei couldn't help but ask. Can I take a look? The Grand Elder asked. Aren't you going to find yourself severing tribulation? Han Fei said. I think I've found some clues, so I want to see the epic legend left behind in the lava giant race. Oh, where are the clues? Han Fei said. Of course in the long river of time. I just want to know more information now. Only in this way can I enter the river of time with a purpose to search for something. When Han Fei mentioned the river of time, everyone was a little unconvinced. Even if you crossed it, could you do anything to those eras in the river of time? Wouldn't the law of the heavens at that time restrict you? These lava giants were no longer hostile to Han Fei, mainly because they didn't have anything to scheme against. The only essence blood of the ancient human race was gone, and the remaining corpse of this ancient human had been studied countless times, but in the end, they couldn't figure out anything. But they didn't completely trust Han Fei. Even this Grand Elder couldn't completely trust him just because of Han Fei's one-sided words. However, in their hearts, they all hoped that they believed it. And the Grand Elder felt that the appearance of Han Fei must have something to do with Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian, as well as the other self of this guy who stole the essence blood of the ancient human race, so a trace of hope was ignited in the Grand Elder's heart. And this time, he felt more hopeful than ever. After all, very few outsiders could survive here. More importantly, Han Fei was very powerful, and few people in the lava giants were stronger than him. At this time, Han Fei heard someone say, "Grand Elder, do you really believe that he can take us away? Why do I feel that it's a little strange? Is he lying to us?" Han Fei said frankly, "There's no need for me to lie to you. As the current human emperor, I act above board. If you want to hide it, I have plenty of ways to avoid your perception. I'm not here to take you out. I'm here to chase someone, and I can only take you out after I'm done with this matter." Some of the lava giants didn't believe him. After all, seeing was believing. They couldn't completely believe him unless they really took them out. The other monarch's heart stirred. "I might as well test out if Han Fei is bragging or not." He said, "Now I'm guarding this place personally. Although you are very strong, you can't avoid my perception." Seeing that these lava giants didn't seem to believe him, Han Fei stabbed Lu Qianxi into the ground, and then time surged around him as he entered the Time River. These people could naturally see Han Fei, but in the next moment they saw Han Fei disappear into thin air. Well, Giant Fire grew anxious. Where did he go? The Grand Elder was also shocked. Did he leave from the River of Time? The other monarch was also shocked. I was staring at him. While the lava giants were shocked and stunned, a figure gradually appeared in front of them as if he had never left. "Huh, how did you appear? Impossible, what kind of demonic technique is this?" Han Fei thought to himself, "It's just the twin divine technique. If I swallow the white mist, there will be nothing left." But why would he tell this to these lava giants? Han Fei stood straight and said proudly, "I've already said that as the dignified human emperor, I act above board. If I want to trick you, I have plenty of ways, but there's no need. Besides, I want to get the information I want from you, so there's even less need for me to lie to you." Well, for a moment, everyone looked at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and said, "I can give you the historical materials, but you can only read them here. We'll stay with you." Han Fei cupped his hands. "Thank you very much. After all, this was a small place with a population of only more than 4,000. Han Fei obtained the historical records about the lava giants only 100 seconds later. Han Fei didn't read any history after the primordial era. There were very few records about the time before the primordial era, but there were many legendary stories in them. Because the stories were very legendary, it was used by these lava giants to tell children stories. The records in this aspect were actually not large, like the work of a single person. About the chaotic era, they were all legends. Han Fei even saw the description of supreme primordial treasures. It was said that its value exceeded that of nature treasures. Then Han Fei discovered that in addition to the 6 ancient lineages, there were actually descriptions of many races. However, these 6 lineages seem to have appeared the earliest and rose the earliest. Later, there were records of the birth of dragons, such as how big the appetite of dragons was, and how they could swallow a race's food in one go. To his surprise, Han Fei saw the records of the Emperor Sparrow. Legend has it that the Emperor Sparrow was born in the primordial chaos and happened to be in the middle of a battle. It was born from the endless aura of death on the battlefield. When it tweets, its voice was like cries that tore at one's heart. The Emperor Sparrow controlled the emotions of all things and liked to fight. It liked to devour the aura of death of living beings and eat the grievances of all living beings. With the frenzying eye, it can drive people crazy. The Emperor Sparrow had obtained the secret of longevity and could reincarnate generation after generation. The heavens won't take his life. The description was quite true. Just from this description, Han Fei felt that much of the information in the records of the lava giants was true. Otherwise, how could they know so many characteristics of the Emperor Sparrow? After reading a lot of secrets, Han Fei suddenly saw in one of the records that the primordial human race developed rapidly, expanding the territory and opening the primordial land, creating a huge race. The powerhouses thought that the human race had expanded too much and conspired to exterminate the human race, a race with such a powerful reproduction ability. In the end, they killed the primordial human king in the East Mountain Nether River. Then, the primordial human race declined. It turns out that the human race used to be so powerful that several of the ancient 6 bloodlines personally took action to deal with that ancient human powerhouse. East Mountain Nether River. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Was there such a place? Could it be that my parents and the ominous Han Fei got a little carried away because they saw this? Han Fei couldn't help but think that since his parents could give him the vast ocean navigator, did they also master some kind of directional ability? He couldn't help but wonder if it was really possible to enter the chaotic era if he kept retracing time. Once he entered the chaotic era, what would happen if he followed the primordial human race? Did the ominous Han Fei have designs on that era too? Wait, Han Fei suddenly thought that the Time Temple kept retracing time. Could it be that they also had some designs on that era? Chapter 2662, Hunting Across Time, 26062. Hunting Across Time, 2-in-1 26062, Hunting Across Time, 2-in-1 Han Fei had never heard of such ancient secrets before. Even if the Emperor Sparrow had many inherited skills, it probably didn't know the secrets in this aspect. As for the Sea Realm, it had experienced a myriad of changes. Millions of years had passed, and it had even experienced the catastrophe at the end of the Primordial Era. There were even fewer ancient secrets that could be passed down. Instead, a secluded place like the world where the lava giants was could preserve the history that seemed unimportant but actually revealed shocking secrets. The more Han Fei thought about it, the more he felt that his guess might be true. Obviously, from the chaotic era to the present, be it treasures or combat power, they were gradually weakening. The Time Temple was obsessed with exploring the past and prying into prehistoric secrets. They must want to obtain enough power from prehistoric times. Although he didn't know how his parents came to the lava giants, would they be tempted if they knew this history? The answer was definitely yes. At that time, the yin-yang world was trapped in the abyssal chasm and lived in a small world, and a small world had an upper limit of growth. Even if they cultivated hard in a small world for 100,000 years, they couldn't go further. At that time, the sea was chaotic and war was rising one after another. The sea demons, the merman royal family, and even the 36 mystic worlds were all enemies. What would they choose? As long as there was a trace of survival chance, they would try to pursue the power of this ancient legend. Although after crossing the Time River, one might not be able to really descend to that world or even be restricted by the rules of the heavenly Tao of that world, it was almost certain that he could obtain a trace of opportunity from the fog of history. However, at that time, they might not have considered the dangers they would face after crossing the Time River because they didn't have that concept. Even Han Fei didn't have this concept now. Only the people from the Time Temple and the creatures that could freely travel through the Time River might have this concept. Of course, although Han Fei didn't know the dangers they faced across the Time River, he knew that this matter was definitely not simple. Otherwise, the Time Temple would have been invincible. This might be the reason why his parents were trapped into the Time River. Because the lava giant didn't have much information about the pre-primordial era, the records seemed to have been written by someone with limited knowledge, so Han Fei read quickly. Just when Han Fei was about to finish reading all the historical materials, he suddenly saw that some things related to everyone were recorded in the historical materials, and this part was not a legend. According to historical records, at the end of the primordial era, the flames of chaos swept across. In order to continue the bloodlines of all races once joined forces to fuse the bloodlines of all races and create the bloodline divine tree and transplanted it into the soul sea to prevent it from being destroyed. The bloodline divine tree had controlled the bloodlines of all races since the chaotic era. Every time a creature was born among the myriad races, the bloodline divine tree would bless the bloodline, causing it to strengthen to a certain extent. However, when the bloodlines of the myriad races fused and the divine tree grew, endless bloodlines would inevitably develop, causing the bloodline to become more and more impure. Those who knew this didn't have to panic. Although bloodlines would change over time, as long as the myriad races still existed, some people's bloodlines would have atavism or even be awakened. As their strength grew and they constantly broke through the shackles, it was not impossible for them to reproduce their ancient bloodlines. Note, it's said that anyone who reproduces the ancient bloodline may be able to carry the heavenly Tao of the chaotic era and not be suppressed by other myriad Taos. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it. There are many secrets that I can't figure out, so I took down what I know here with the hope that my people won't give up hope. Hiss, bloodline divine tree, carry the heavenly Tao of the chaotic era? Luciency exclaimed. What about our demon plants? What should our demon plants do? We can only give birth to new lives by giving birth to seeds. Wouldn't our bloodline become more and more impure? Han Fei asked. Can you demon plants do that thing after transforming into humans? Luciency asked. What thing? Han Fei said. Well, Luciency, right? Han Fei said. Forget it. You'll find out when you meet some demon plant you like. Luciency said. Humans are strange. Ignoring Luciency, Han Fei was also shocked by the short description. The bloodline divine tree was transplanted into the soul sea. Every time a new life was born in this world, the bloodline divine tree would bless it and strengthen its bloodline. So there was a certain chance of causing these birthers to have atavism. For example, if the birther's mother and father's bloodlines weren't low to begin with, after giving birth to him, his bloodline might be slightly weakened, or he might perfectly inherit their bloodlines. On this basis, the bloodline divine tree in the soul sea would strengthen his bloodline a second time. The purpose of this second strengthening was not to strengthen him, but was that the bloodline divine tree wanted to see if it could make his bloodline atavistic. In any case, countless creatures were born every day. It would be a good thing if any of them had bloodline atavism. Or rather, bloodline atavism might happen countless times every day, but the degree of atavism was different. From this perspective, the so-called heavenly talents might not only be determined by their spiritual heritage, but more by their bloodline. Therefore, in the sea realm, there were many ways to devour bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the offspring. After repeating this process, the excellent genetic pairing would one day reproduce an ancient bloodline. Even if it couldn't reproduce the ancient bloodline, it might give birth to an acquired bloodline comparable to an ancient bloodline. Such a person had extremely high growth potential. His path of cultivation was smooth, and he could even become a god and carry the chaotic heavenly Tao. Interesting. Han Fei clicked his tongue in wonder and his imagination ran wild. However, he felt that his bloodline wasn't powerful at first, but his spiritual heritage was. In any case, it was already very powerful now. Thinking for a moment, Han Fei felt that many people in the sea realm must have known this secret. After all, this was something that all the former strong masters of the myriad races participated in. From the fact that there was a bloodline devouring technique in the sea realm, it could be seen that there must be someone who knew this secret and was already trying to combine strength with strength. The only problem was that the probability of strong masters giving birth to children was very small. This was the fundamental problem that prevented countless unparalleled heavenly talents from appearing in this world. Unfortunately, although this was a very interesting ancient secret, it didn't mean much to him. Even if he knew this secret, he couldn't just find some female cultivators with powerful bloodlines to have children with, right? Then what would he become? At this point, he had read most of the secrets about the pre-primordial era kept by the lava giants and memorized the information in his heart. However, this wasn't of much help for him to find the ominous Han Fei. This guy must have secretly checked the historical records of the lava giants, so he stole the essence blood of the ancient human race. But even if he could swallow the bloodline, Han Fei didn't believe that he could completely swallow this drop of essence blood in these few decades. He didn't have his origin star, so it would take him at least tens of thousands of years to swallow the essence blood of such a high level. Therefore, Han Fei was basically certain of one thing. The ominous Han Fei stole the essence blood not because he could swallow it, but because he didn't want him to get it. This was because he knew that once he got this drop of essence blood, with the ability of his origin star to accelerate time, he would definitely swallow it in 200 or 300 years, or even in a shorter period of time. Putting down the historical records of the lava giants, Han Fei put on a smile. Although he didn't have any direct gains from this trip, these historical records had helped him figure out many things. At the same time, they had pointed out a path for him and made him understand the importance of bloodline. Perhaps the war god couldn't become a god because of his bloodline? But for him, this restriction almost didn't exist. The Grand Elder asked, "Have you finished reading them? Do you have any thoughts?" The Grand Elder asked Han Fei what he thought, not what Han Fei had discovered. Obviously, he also knew the temptation of the chaotic era to people who had the great Tao of time. Han Fei said, "It's very tempting, but I'm not stupid. I won't pursue the illusory chaotic era directly. After severing my negative side and proving my Tao, I have my own path to walk." The Grand Elder nodded slightly. "It's good that you have this idea. Although these legends are only legends, there must be some credible parts. However, blindly pursuing the chaotic era isn't a right choice. Since you can cross the passage unhindered and appear here, I realize that this is an opportunity. I can't ask you to do anything, but can you send some of my people into the sea realm before you enter the Time River?" Han Fei knew that the Grand Elder of the Lava Giants was afraid that he would be trapped in the Time River and never return like his parents. However, Han Fei shook his head with a smile. "It's not that I don't want to send them over. Even if I send them over without my protection, how long do you think simple-minded people like the lava giants can live in the sea realm? Besides, the situation in the sea realm is much more complicated than you think. Let me tell you about the sea realm, in case you think I'm unwilling to help." Han Fei told the Grand Elder of the lava giants about the chaotic wasteland, which stunned him. The Grand Elder said, "Has the human race declined to this point?" Han Fei said, "Perhaps there are still human beings living in a corner of the sea realm. But now, the situation of human beings is like this. If I take your lava giants out now, where do you think I should take them? There are more than 4,000 of you in total. Without the protection of the strong, how long do you think they can live?" The Grand Elder was silent for a moment and said, "In this case, even if you have proved your Tao, so what?" Han Fei smiled casually. "This is my path. What I shoulder is not my own fate, but the fate of the entire human race. If I don't fight, shall I just wait to die?" Alas, after a long silence, the Grand Elder finally said, "If you enter the Time River, take this skeleton with you." Oh, Han Fei was overjoyed. He knew that the skeleton wasn't that simple. If the drop of essence blood of the ancient human race was important, what was the use of this corpse? If the drop of essence blood was important, just preserve it. But why was the entire corpse put here? Han Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave and even told the Grand Elder about the situation he was facing because he wanted to see if the Grand Elder would reveal some other secrets to him, such as this corpse. He even wanted to make the lava giants one of his trump cards. After all, he was the only chance for this Grand Elder. If he missed it, they could only continue to muddle along on this fragment of the primitive world. Han Fei pretended to be surprised. He looked at the corpse and said, "What's the use of a corpse that has been sealed for tens of thousands of years?" The Grand Elder looked at the corpse with a leisurely gaze. "This corpse alone is indeed useless. But if you can find the drop of ancient essence blood, you can use it. What do you mean? The Grand Elder seemed a little emotional, and even his voice was a little tired. He said, after all, it's the essence blood of the ancient human race. If you use the ancient blood sacrifice method, you can use this corpse once. However, it can only restore 50% of this ancient human powerhouse in a short period of time. When that drop of essence blood is burnt up, this corpse will disappear from this world. Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This was beyond his expectations. Could this thing be used in combat? However, when he first saw this corpse, he did sense that the bones in his body were much stronger than the heavenly Dao Jade essence or divine crystals. From the looks of it, this should be the last power of this corpse and the last role he could play. The Grand Elder said, if you can't find that drop of essence blood or get caught in the Time River, I don't have any requests. But if you can return, I hope you can give the lava giant race a future. You have to swear an oath. Han Fei said, okay. But I heard that in the West Sea divine realm of the Sea Realm there is a wild ancient race, who are the descendants of the god of war that I mentioned. I will tell you the way to communicate with the god of war. If I succeed, I can take the lava giants to the West Wilderness. With the oracle of the god of war, the wild ancient race will definitely accept your lava giants. This is the only way for you to survive. Grand Elder, okay you. The moment the Grand Elder of the lava giant tribe came out of the forbidden area, the Time River surged in the forbidden area. In the next moment, Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. What disappeared with him was the corpse of the primordial human race. Grand Elder, how is it going? Someone came up to greet him, but his eyes kept glancing at the forbidden area. The Grand Elder said, prepare the bonfire. Buzz. In the Time River, time passed. A big cocoon intertwined with the great Tao of time was swimming against the current here. It was also the first time that Han Fei had truly traveled in the Time River. If it weren't for the vast ocean navigator, he wouldn't know where to go. Therefore, the first use of the vast ocean navigator was to point out the direction he was looking for. The vast ocean navigator didn't disappoint him as usual. Going against the current in the Time River, Han Fei could judge time by the passage of time on his big time cocoon. Through the Time River, Han Fei could vaguely see some blurry world phantoms outside the Time River. As he had stepped into the Time River in the world of the lava giants, what he saw was the phantoms of the primordial world. After traversing 10,000 years, Han Fei discovered that he had consumed nearly half of his spiritual power. Sure enough, the Time River couldn't be crossed easily. Otherwise, wouldn't the strong masters of the Time Temple be invincible after crossing the Time River to arrive in the chaotic era? After traversing the time of 50,000 years, Lu Qianxi suddenly said, have you noticed that your lifespan has decreased? Huh? Reminded by Lu Qianxi, Han Fei sensed his river of life and was surprised to find that his lifespan had indeed shrunk. This made his heart skip a beat. It turned out that even if he could master the great Tao of time and cross the Time River, the price was his lifespan. How many years he traversed? How much his lifespan would shrink? Although as a perfected star transformation realm cultivator he could live for 1,000,000 years, it was almost impossible for him to pursue the chaotic era. In other words, to pursue the chaotic era, one had to be at least at the immortal level. This was because only when one reached the immortal level would he have a long enough lifespan. However, Han Fei didn't know if immortal level cultivators could really live forever. However, he felt that it shouldn't be possible. The Time Temple would definitely not lack immortal-level powerhouses. If immortal-level cultivators could really live forever, it was only a matter of time for them to cross to the chaotic era. Even the great monarchs probably couldn't cross the endless Time River to reach the chaotic era. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood why the Time Temple couldn't become the strongest existence. Sure enough, the great Tao of time wasn't invincible. Fortunately, when Han Fei landed in Yu City back then, it was 100,000 years ago. Then, theoretically speaking, it would only take him 100,000 years to arrive. If he had descended 1,000,000 years ago, wouldn't it have consumed 1,000,000 years of his lifespan? Lu Qianxi was a little horrified. How much time do we have to traverse? I feel that we may be exhausted to death. Han Fei said, don't panic. It will cost you 100,000 years at most. 100,000 years? Lu Qianxi was dumbfounded. That's 100,000 years. Why do you make it sound like 10 days? Lu Qianxi asked, is it too late for me to return to the lava giant tribe? Han Fei said, if you can go back on your own, I have no objection. Lu Qianxi, after Han Fei traveled 100,000 years, he began to use the vast ocean navigator. When he used it for the second time, Han Fei quickly found a node to leave the Time River. Swish to breaking through the Time River, Han Fei descended on the primeval land where the lava giants were. But this time, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he felt the power of the heavenly Tao surging in this place, and a terrifying force was crushing him, as if telling him that he didn't belong to this era and shouldn't be here. However, the heavenly Tao here didn't attack him. This was because he hadn't done anything to change this world. Han Fei calculated in his heart. At this time, the lava giants should still have 2 drops of the essence blood of the ancient human race. If he stole a drop, he would immediately have another trump card. However, stealing the essence blood of the ancient human race was equivalent to changing the current world. It was like stealing the drop of essence blood of the ancient human race that his parents took away. As a result, his parents wouldn't have had this drop of essence blood. Then could there be the subsequent story? If Han Fei guessed right, if he really did that, it might trigger some consequences that he couldn't bear. However, he felt that he still had to take a look. Because the ominous Han Fei could probably think what he could think of. Han Fei said to Lu Qianxi, "Don't make a sound later. Pretend to be a rod, I'll cover your breath." Han Fei activated the twin divine technique, wrapped Lu Qianxi in the black fog, and secretly found the forbidden area of the lava giants. At this moment, there was really no monarch guarding the forbidden area. In fact, Han Fei really regretted taking Lu Qianxi with him on this time trip. Although this guy was a monarch, he was a burden in the Time River. He wanted to take him with him just in case, but now he had to cover up for him, which was very troublesome. There was a layer of seal in this forbidden area. If he barged in, he would inevitably trigger the seal, which was unnecessary. If he attacked the lava giants guarding the forbidden area here, it would probably trigger the power of the heavenly Tao here. Han Fei thought for a moment and pretended to attack one of the two lava giants. But it wasn't a real attack. He simply laid the void lines on the lava giant and tried to control him. With this simple action, there was a loud bang in the sky, and a great Tao chain appeared. Han Fei was so frightened that he stopped thinking about controlling others. When Han Fei recalled the void lines, the heavenly Tao chains gradually died down. However, although the heavenly Tao chains had subsided, the lava giants were in a mess. Almost immediately, the two guards became vigilant as if facing a great enemy. Then, in less than half a second, the Grand Elder of the lava giants appeared outside the forbidden area. The Grand Elder asked, "Have you noticed anything unusual?" One of the lava giants responded, "Just like last time, nothing unusual for now." "Last time?" Han Fei frowned. Sure enough, the ominous Han Fei had been here. If he guessed right, he wanted to steal the essence blood of the ancient humans here, not giving Han Fei any chance. The Grand Elder opened the forbidden area. Seeing that the skeleton and the essence blood of the ancient human race were still there, he was relieved. He said, "Pass down my order. Don't go out for the time being. The heavenly Tao chains are triggered, so I'm afraid that there is a certain creature here who has reached the limit of what this world can bear." Taking advantage of the moment when the Grand Elder went in to investigate, Han Fei also took a look. After confirming that the skeleton and the essence blood of the primordial human race were both there, he left in satisfaction. This matter at least proved one thing. It was very difficult for people who weren't from this era to change this era. Otherwise, the most direct result might be being suppressed by the heavenly Tao chains. Han Fei knew that it was impossible, so he didn't do anything to this place. After confirming that the ominous wasn't causing trouble for the lava giants, Han Fei left quietly and used the vast ocean navigator for the third time. Han Fei guessed that his parents should have returned to the raging sea from this primeval land. This was because Yu City was definitely not in this primeval land. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, the vast ocean navigator pointed to the entrance to the raging sea. After a while, in the raging sea where the abyssal chasm was, murderous intent surged and poured out. Similarly, Han Fei felt the suppression of the power of the heavenly Tao again, but no heavenly Tao chains appeared. It could be seen that as long as he didn't interfere with this era and the normal development of this world, he wouldn't be suppressed. However, Han Fei quickly discovered the problem. He discovered that his great Tao of time was actually restricted. Yes, it was a very obvious restriction. When he wanted to enter the Time River, he was surprised to find that this part of the Time River was covered in a gray fog. As for himself, he was now in this mist. Furthermore, to his surprise, in this mist, he couldn't swim in the river during this period of time. However, Han Fei could clearly feel the flow of the Time River. This meant that everything in this world was developing normally, but he couldn't walk freely in the Time River. He could only pass this time year by year like the others in this world. Han Fei had never seen such a situation before. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that in the Tao Enlightenment Palace, the mysterious powerhouse said that he only had 800 years to deal with the ominous Han Fei. Why 800 years? Why did that person confirm that it was 800 years? Since he said so, it meant that within 800 years he would be fine, but it only took him less than 80 years to hunt the ominous down. There was still a long way to go before 800 years. As a result, he encountered this. Han Fei pondered for a moment. The vast ocean navigator should be right. This time node should correspond to before he was born, but he didn't know when he was born. After leaving the Time River, Han Fei waited for a day and reset the vast ocean navigator. After entering the Time River again, he used the vast ocean navigator again. As he expected, it pointed in the normal flowing direction of time. If what the mysterious powerhouse said was right, if he didn't take action or stop the ominous Han Fei, it meant that 800 years later, he would die. There were still more than 700 years left, which meant that the ominous Han Fei wouldn't take action until more than 700 years later. But the ominous Han Fei came 58 years earlier than him. Didn't this mean that this guy had been walking for 58 years in this time? If that was the case, wouldn't his timeline be different from his? Chapter 2663 Blade of Hope, Death of the Great Monarch 1. 2663 Blade of Hope, Death of the Great Monarch 1. Under normal circumstances, one could cross different timelines through the Great Tao of Time. But the great Tao of time was invalid here, which meant that he would never be able to catch up with the ominous Han Fei. The first thing Han Fei thought of was the Blade of Hope. So far, the only thing he knew that could break through time was the Blade of Hope. Han Fei held 2 knives in his hand. Although activating the Great Tao of Time couldn't break through the timeline here, the power of the Great Tao of Time was still there. The Blade of Hope was filled with Time Tao runes and slashed through the void. As I expected, Han Fei was delighted. The Blade of Hope could cut open the time river that was blocked by the mist, which meant that it would be easy for him to catch up with the ominous Han Fei. But while Han Fei looked delighted, he quickly fell into deep thought. The first thing he did was not step into this timeline, but sit cross-legged and begin to think. For some reason, he felt that this trip seemed to have gone too smoothly. Soon, Han Fei used the vast ocean navigator again. This time, he asked it to point at xuanhuan, and just like before, the vast ocean navigator was pointing in the flowing direction of the time river again. This meant that xuanhuan was also in this time river that was shrouded in mist. Huh? He took Xiaoqian with him? Han Fei wasn't surprised because the ominous Han Fei definitely knew that he had the vast ocean navigator, so he couldn't hide Xiaoqian. He took Xiaoqian away because he wanted to use her to threaten Han Fei. Killing Xiaoqian would only make Han Fei crazy, but he couldn't even open the coffin of the ancient tree of life. How could Han Fei be threatened? Although he still had doubts in his heart, it was time to end this matter. No matter what, he had to catch up. Han Fei didn't stop. The matter of severing the negative might be a little complicated, but it wouldn't be too troublesome. After killing the ominous Han Fei, everything would return to the right track. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the Blade of Hope burst into a strange brilliance and cut open a channel in the mist of time. When the vast ocean navigator pointed to a time node, Han Fei broke out of time. After he appeared, his perception swept tens of millions of kilometers away. It only took him a few hours to see U City. That's right. During this period of time, U City was still there and hadn't become the City of Justice. In addition to seeing U City, Han Fei also saw the former Great Wilderness Village, which was where he once lived as xuanhuan. In the place where he often barbecued mantis shrimp, there was a tree coffin erected beside the ominous Han Fei, and he was looking at him. Lu Qianxi exclaimed. "You found him," Han Fei said. "Shut up." Lu Qianxi, Han Fei, listen to my command later. Lu Qianxi nodded. Okay, you're here after all. Let me guess, you must have used the Blade of Hope to break the timeline in the mist, right? Han Fei didn't expect that the ominous Han Fei would be waiting for him here. As long as the ominous Han Fei had been sitting here for more than 700 years, when the time was up, he could attack his parents. 1 second later, Han Fei crossed thousands of kilometers and came to the Great Wilderness Village. Han Fei said, "You should know that you can't run away, let alone kill me before I was born." This was the first time he faced his ominous self head-on. The ominous Han Fei's current appearance was no different from his own. He must have used the heaven-concealing divine technique to hide the leakage of his ominous aura. The ominous Han Fei said, "Unfortunately, for some reason, I can't fish for the Blade of Hope. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now." Han Fei's heart did a flip, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Naturally, the ominous Han Fei knew the time-fishing technique. If he could fish the Blade of Hope and break through the mist of time, the consequences would be hard to say. Han Fei said, "So, have you given up?" The ominous Han Fei shook his head. "In the Tao Enlightenment Palace of the Divine Capital Dynasty, you heard what the mysterious powerhouse said, so did I. He said that I would trace back time and come back to kill you." "Look, what he said is proven true." "Impossible," Han Fei sneered. "At the moment you were slashed out, that person only said that he gave me a karma. He didn't say that you would trace back time to come back to kill me." The ominous Han Fei chuckled. "Did you forget that you mastered the ability of time traceability in the Prophecy House of the Divine Capital Dynasty?" "Oh, that's also the first time I mastered the ability of time tracing." "Heh, you left so many traces in the Divine Capital Dynasty. As long as I trace back, I can naturally know what you talked about back then," Han Fei sneered. "With that person's ability, if you look back in time to pry into him, do you think he won't discover?" The ominous Han Fei said, "Even if he finds out, so what? He just gave you a karma. As for whether I will peep on him or not and what I'll see, he doesn't care. Because this karma has been done. It was only because of his reminder that I knew I could kill you by tracing back time. This is the fruit. He even calculated that I would trace back time to see what you said." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out that it was not a good thing to have too many means. The ominous Han Fei would have as many means as he had. Han Fei said, "It turns out that even if you knew this karma, even if you took action in advance, I still caught up to you." Chapter 2664 Blade of Hope and Death of the Great Monarch 22664 Blade of Hope and Death of the Great Monarch 2 Haha. The ominous Han Fei chuckled. "Do you know why I couldn't open the ancient life tree coffin but still brought Xuanhuan here?" Han Fei didn't understand this. If the ancient life tree couldn't be opened, then it was meaningless for Han Fei to take it with him, because sooner or later he would find it and take it back safely. The ominous Han Fei said, "Because even if I can't open it, someone else can." With that, Han Fei patted the ancient life tree. The coffin lid opened, and Xuanhuan was lying quietly inside. Buzz. Han Fei felt that his head was exploding. The ancient tree of life had been opened. More importantly, the ominous Han Fei was the ominous. Han Fei didn't dare to imagine what the ominous Han Fei would do to xuanhuan. However, the ominous Han Fei continued, "Isn't it boring without anyone to accompany me? Don't worry. She's the woman you love and also the woman I love. She's carrying your child, but it's also my child. Therefore, I won't do anything to her." "But why should she only belong to you?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched wildly. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. Before he said anything, the ominous Han Fei said, "Come out. I've fulfilled my promise." Huh? In the next moment, Han Fei saw a man in a gold-threaded white robe and a golden crown walking out of the Time River. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The terrifying suppressing pressure had exceeded the immortal level. Buzz. Han Fei couldn't help but bleed from the corner of his mouth, and Lu Qianxi trembled crazily. Han Fei had planned to use Lu Qianxi as a trump card, but it was instantly exposed. "It's over. I'm dead. I'm dead for sure." Lu Qianxi almost collapsed. He was no match for this guy at all. He didn't even have the courage to resist this suppressing pressure. A mere Tao-proving level demon plant? The ominous Han Fei sneered in disdain. Han Fei's face was all dark. He had once reached the immortal level with the heaven-defying scales of the Azure Dragon and felt the power of the immortal level. However, the power this person showed was even stronger than the heaven-defying scales of the Azure Dragon, but it didn't seem to be stronger than senior brother Azure Dragon. Therefore, this person should be a great monarch, but he might not be so strong among the great monarchs. However, in any case, the other party was still a great monarch-level powerhouse that he couldn't resist. The moment this person appeared, Han Fei wanted to activate the Void Mark without hesitation. However, he was surprised to find that even if he activated the Void Mark, there was no response. The ominous Han Fei said, "There's no need to try. I know all your trump cards. Summoning eldest senior brother is your strongest trump card. That's why I exclaim that the vast ocean navigator is a good thing. It helped me find this powerhouse from the Time Temple. I know you look down upon the Time Temple, but as one of the 3 temples that have existed side by side with the Void Temple for so many years, you more or less know the means of the Void Temple. Only the people from the 3 temples can block the Void Mark and eldest senior brother's perception." The ominous Han Fei slowly got up. "I don't know if eldest senior brother is a great monarch or a god. Although the strong masters of the Time Temple can't beat eldest senior brother, I bet they have a way to block the connection between the Void Mark and eldest senior brother. Now it seems that I've won this round." The great monarch-level powerhouse from the Time Temple looked at the ominous Han Fei coldly. "How much do you still have to say?" the ominous Han Fei said. "Don't be hasty. Let me finish." The ominous Han Fei grinned and said, "Do you really think I'm sitting here waiting for this period of time to pass? Or do you really think I have to kill you before you were born? Although the mysterious powerhouse reminded me that I could trace back time and come to kill you, why do I have to do what he said? What if he deliberately tricked me? Anyway, as long as you die, I can return. What difference does it make if I kill you or if someone else kills you?" Han Fei couldn't move at this moment, but he had a chance to resist. He still had a divine tribulation. He just didn't expect that the divine tribulation given by his senior brother would come in handy so soon. Han Fei said coldly, "Do you think you can return to the ominous after I die? The 3 temples exist to deal with the ominous. Even if this senior from the Time Temple kills me, do you think you can escape?" "Tusk, tusk." The ominous Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "Everything can be negotiated. He can kill me, but he also has a reason to let me go. Do you think I will ask him to kill you without ensuring my own safety? If I die, the matter of you being killed by the Time Temple will appear in the eyes of the Void Temple somewhere. This is the basis of our deal. Don't waste your time." Sometimes, the simpler the deal, the more unbreakable it is. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the great monarch of the Time Temple, who looked dignified. "Hand over the double knives and the demon purification pot. Don't worry. After you die, even if he can return to the ominous, I will still kill my way into the ominous to avenge you when I rise. Besides, if you are willing to hand over these 2 things, I can spare the lives of your wife and child. This is my promise to you." Chapter 26665 Blade of Hope, Death of the Great Monarch. 26665 Blade of Hope, Death of the Great Monarch. 3. This strong master from the Time Temple didn't hide his hatred for the ominous. Of course, he didn't hide his greed for the Blade of Hope and the demon purification pot at all either. Those 2 things were too tempting. The Blade of Hope could cut through all the shackles of time. If he could obtain it, he might really be able to trace back to the chaotic era. As for the demon purification pot, it was even more terrifying. It was one of the strongest treasures known to date. The gods used the demon purification pot to resist the ominous. In fact, this great monarch of the Time Temple felt lucky that the ominous Han Fei found him. This was because the 2 treasures Han Fei had were too powerful. Either of them could change the fate of a strong master. He believed that if it were anyone else, they would not miss this opportunity. Han Fei's heart sank. At this moment, although he knew that it was useless to say anything, he still said, "Senior, have you ever thought that since he dares to let you get these 2 things, will he be afraid of them? However, the great monarch of the Time Temple shook his head slightly. You don't understand. He doesn't understand either. In the end, he isn't the ominous yet, but in the process of transformation. Therefore, he is only your negative side for the time being. He doesn't understand the significance of these two things at all. You don't understand the significance of these two things at all. Han Fei, I know you, so if you had chosen to join the Time Temple and only exposed those two knives after that, no one in this world would have been able to kill you, but you didn't join. What a pity, Han Fei sneered. If I had known that the Time Temple was like this, I would have been even more reluctant to join you. The dignified three temples actually cooperated with the ominous. If our Void Temple finds out, you will definitely die. The great monarch of the Time Temple seemed to want to completely disintegrate Han Fei's heart. He said, to tell you the truth, even the Master of the Void can't discover this interception. In fact, even without your negative side, you would have eventually fallen into the trap. This trap with your parents as bait has been set up for 100,000 years. Buzz, Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. What do you mean? The great monarch of the Time Temple seemed quite smug and said proudly, in fact, the Time Temple has been shadowing you since you were born, descended, sent to the future, and gained so many opportunities. Unfortunately, the world you were sent to has the demon purification pot, which can block the heavenly Tao and all prying eyes. Therefore, the Time Temple can't find and pry into your life, so we can only wait for your return. However, your return was too stunning. We only planned to get the demon purification pot, but you gave us these two knives. Sure enough, that's a blessing. Han Fei was shocked. For the first time, he truly felt the horror of these so-called strong masters. Han Fei gritted his teeth. How do you know that it's the demon purification pot that you can't pry into? The man said. The time worm, the space worm, and the demon purification pot were all obtained by Chu Hao. After Chu Hao disappeared, these two things appeared on your parents' bodies. From this, it can be concluded that the place they came from must be where the demon purification pot is. Therefore, as long as you are given enough opportunities, it's only a matter of time before you take the demon purification pot back. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Since you take my parents as the bait, if you want to get the demon purification pot, you can just search my soul. It doesn't have to be so complicated, the man said. You don't understand the power of the demon purification pot. Anyone who touches it will have his fate messed up. Even if we search your soul, we can't accurately find the way you came. You don't think the time nodes in the time river are fixed, do you? The great monarch chuckled. Of course, I shouldn't have obtained the demon purification pot, but your negative side happened to find me, so I knew before everyone else that you would take the bait. Therefore, I used the supreme nature treasure, the chaotic clock, to hide this place. Even if the gods were alive, they wouldn't be able to discover what's going on here. Therefore, the Master of the Void couldn't find me either. Have you given up? Oh? Are you sure? Just as this person finished speaking, another crack appeared in the time river, and a person wearing a silver silk veil walked out. Her valiant posture made everyone's eyes light up. The great monarch of the Time Temple couldn't help but ask in surprise, why are you here? Didn't you go to guard Mo Chi in her monarch tribulation? The ominous Han Fei frowned. He didn't expect that a second person would find this place. Who was this person? Even a great monarch didn't notice her appearance. She was probably also a great monarch. As for Lucienzi, he was completely dumbfounded. One great monarch was not enough. Now, there were two of them. Even if he had 10,000 lives today, it would probably not be enough. If he had known earlier, he might as well have applied to stay in the lava giant race. Being burned to death was better than being crushed by the great monarchs, right? Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. Mo Qi's teacher, however, why did she look a little familiar? Han Fei frowned. He seemed to have an answer in his heart. The scene of him and Mo Qi parting had probably been traced back in time. With her great monarch-level abilities, it wasn't difficult for her to trace back to the scene and find that he had the Blade of Hope. He had to blame himself for being too careless. He had always protected the demon purification pot very well, so outsiders wouldn't know its existence. However, he didn't use the Blade of Hope much. Before helping Mo Chi sever the negative, he didn't realize the powerful use of the Blade of Hope until Mo Chi reminded him. Chapter 26666, 2666 Blade of Hope as Death of the Great Monarch, 42666 Blade of Hope as Death of the Great Monarch, 4C666 Blade of Hope. From the looks of it, he couldn't escape today. Although eldest senior brother had given him a divine tribulation, there were two great monarchs here. Even if he could deal with one of them, what about the other? The life scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile could only resist the power of a great monarch. The scale of the demon god could only temporarily give him the combat power of an immortal level powerhouse. It was impossible for him to resist the attacks of these two. Here, even the omnipotent eldest senior brother couldn't be summoned, let alone the demon god. For the first time in his life, Han Fei felt that he had no trump cards to use. Yes, even if he used all his strength, it was impossible for him to escape from two great monarchs. In fact, from his birth, everything had been calculated. In the past, he thought that Old Han was helping him and calculating his life, but only now did he understand that Old Han was just a chess piece in their game. The woman said, "Ao Wutian, how dare you secretly use the chaotic clock? Do you really think no one can discover it?" The great monarch named Ao Wutian said solemnly, "Since you found it, you should have heard it just now. This person has 2 treasures, one for each of us. How does that sound? Okay." The woman simply responded and then asked, "Which one do you want?" Ao Wuchang was speechless. "Do we have to split them now?" the woman said. "Of course. Although we both belong to the Time Temple, our abilities are different. I have to make it clear what I should take first. After all, the chaotic clock is in your hands now. I'm still a little afraid." Ao Wuchang fell into a brief dilemma. It was really too difficult to choose between these 2 treasures. At this moment, he even had the thought of killing this woman to silence her. Yes, he wanted to kill this woman together with Han Fei. Just as she said, the chaotic clock was in his hands, and he was the one in control. After struggling for a long time in his mind, Ao Wuchang finally made a choice. "I choose the double knives. Okay, I have no objection." Ao Wuchang's heart was almost bleeding, but he already had a plan. The ominous Han Fei had told him that Han Fei's demon purification pot already had 6 small vines. However, he knew that the demon purification pot had 9 vines, which meant that the demon purification pot wasn't in its best state yet. In other words, even if the woman took it, she would have to spend time looking for the other vines. Besides, the demon purification pot couldn't be used as a weapon for direct combat. It could only be said that with the demon purification pot, one's cultivation speed would be extremely fast, and the upper limit of their growth would be extremely high. It was almost certain that they would become gods. However, it would take time. But the Blade of Hope was different. The Blade of Hope was the most complete, and it had the ability to cut through time. Its characteristics were quite effective in suppressing powerhouses who had mastered the great Tao of Time. Then, once he got the Blade of Hope, his combat power would definitely be greatly enhanced. As long as he feigned civility with this woman for a while and waited for her to find the next vine of the demon purification pot, the odds of success would be extremely high if he took her by surprise with the Blade of Hope. Ao Wutian quickly made the best choice in his heart. In his opinion, it was just a matter of time that these 2 treasures both became his. At this moment, the woman glanced at Han Fei and then at the ominous Han Fei. The ominous Han Fei immediately said, "No matter who you are, since you participated in this operation, you have no reason to kill me. Otherwise, the message I left behind will definitely let the Void Temple know that it was your people from the Time Temple who killed him." However, the woman said, "I hate threatening with girl and children the most." As she spoke, the woman reached out and grabbed the ancient life tree. It broke free from Han Fei's control and came to the woman's side. The woman looked at xuanhuan in the ancient tree of life, and there seemed to be an inexplicable meaning in her voice. She said, "She's indeed very beautiful." The ominous Han Fei didn't dare to say anything. He had no choice. Although he could cooperate with the great monarch of the Time Temple, the other party could crush him with one hand. Fortunately, it didn't matter whether xuanhuan was with him or not. After all, he still had feelings for xuanhuan. It would be a pity if she died, so he didn't say anything. Ao Wuchang didn't want to listen to her pretentiousness. He was originally in a good mood, but now he was in a bad mood. He had run out of patience, so he simply said, "Han Fei, take them out." Han Fei's face was all dark, but he seemed to have made a decision and opened his hands, and then the Blade of Hope flew out of his body. Han Fei knew that Ao Wutian didn't attack forcefully before just because the Blade of Hope hadn't left his body and was still under his control. With a thought, he could cause the Blade of Hope to explode. But he didn't dare to blow himself up, because xuanhuan was still in their hands. Who knew if this person would fly into a rage out of anger and attack xuanhuan? This kind of person couldn't give up anything for benefits. As a great monarch of the Time Temple, he could even cooperate with the ominous. What else couldn't he do? Now, xuanhuan was saved by this woman. Although Han Fei was still worried, it was better than her falling into the hands of this Ao Wutian. At least, Han Fei believed that she would definitely give xuanhuan and the child in her stomach a way out. Chapter 2667 Blade of Hope, A Death of the Great Monarch 5 2667 Blade of Hope, A Death of the Great Monarch 5. That was why Han Fei summoned the Blade of Hope. Sure enough, the moment the Blade of Hope left his body, it almost immediately left his control and flew towards Ao Wutian, Puff Mean. In the next second, Han Fei vomited blood. His connection with the Blade of Hope was severed. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to have lost something most important in his heart. Ao Wutian held the Blade of Hope with a burning look in his eyes. At that moment, some powers seemed to be about to burst out of the Blade of Hope. Time freezed, convertin. Just as Han Fei had this thought, time stopped. And on the Blade of Hope, a small blue dragon flew out and was grabbed by the woman. It's over. Han Fei's heart sank. He didn't expect that he couldn't even carry out the divine tribulation in front of the great monarch. He wanted to kill Ao Wutian with all his might, but this woman found out. Ao Wutian asked, "This is?" The woman held the little dragon and looked at it up and down. After a while, she confirmed, "It turns out to be a divine tribulation, another supreme treasure." When Ao Wutian heard that it was a divine tribulation, his heart skipped a beat, and for the first time, he broke into a cold sweat. A divine tribulation? This brat actually had such a treasure? Didn't they say that he had only been separated from his ominous body for decades? Ao Tian said coldly, the Void Temple is really generous. They even gave a divine tribulation to a disciple who hasn't proven his Tao yet. Ao Tian turned around and cupped his hands at the woman. Thank you, Puffer. At the moment when Ao Tian cupped his hands, the Blade of Hope turned into the supreme yin-yang wheel and crushed Ao Tian in an instant. At that moment, the power unleashed by the Blade of Hope was unimaginably powerful, not inferior to what Han Fei had used before. This unexpected scene directly shocked Han Fei, the ominous Han Fei, and Lu Qianzi. The ominous Han Fei looked at Han Fei, shocked beyond words. As for Lu Qianzi, he felt as if in a dream. Anyway, it seemed that the table had been turned. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked at the woman in shock because he knew that it was impossible for him to exert such a powerful supreme yin-yang wheel. So there were only two possibilities. One was that the Blade of Hope erupted on its own, and the other was that it was controlled by this woman. However, if it was controlled by this woman, wouldn't she, however, at this moment, the woman didn't look at Han Fei because a great monarch wouldn't die so easily. However, after Ao Tian was crushed, his body was burning with black smoke. His soul was twisting, and a bronze bell flew out of the bloody foam trying to resist. Flame of vengeance? Han Fei's pupils were suddenly constricted, and the ominous Han Fei was also shocked. How was it possible? However, in the next moment, the supreme yin-yang wheel spun and shattered the bronze bell that looked at least a chaotic spiritual treasure or even stronger, soul-devouring. The Blade of Hope turned black and swallowed nearly half of Ao Tian's soul the moment it cut open the bronze bell. How could Ao Tian expect this? He wanted to activate the great Tao of time. However, the woman said, you took the chaotic clock yourself and you locked this period of time yourself. Now you want to use the 6 divine techniques, but it's too late. Ao Tian's body had been minced and annihilated at the beginning. His soul-suppressing godly weapon had also been destroyed, but as a great monarch-level powerhouse, he still had many treasures. 7 pieces in a row, all of which were spiritual treasure-level weapons, tried to resist the supreme yin-yang wheel formed by the Blade of Hope. Unfortunately, these spiritual treasures couldn't resist the Blade of Hope. In the blink of an eye, 4 of them shattered. Crack, bam, the 5th piece exploded. Ao Tian roared in despair. Why? I don't understand. The woman slightly raised her head and said word by word, because he is my man. Chapter 2668-2668, Ximen Lingyu's Catharsis, 2 in 1. 2668, Ximen Lingyu's Catharsis, 2 in 1, crack. Crack, bang, the last spiritual treasure shattered. This great monarch had died silently in a corner of the world in the Longtime River. The ominous Han Fei lost his previous calmness, his face full of disbelief. He said in shock, Ximen Linglin? Han Fei was also shocked. He had always thought that Ximen Lingyu was already dead. When he got the Blade of Hope, he didn't see Ximen Lingan. It was the Blade of Hope that found him. At that time, even the Demon Purification Pot couldn't read the quality of the Blade of Hope, but the Demon Purification Pot once showed that Ximen Lingyu sacrificed her life for the blade and was willing to be a blade spirit. Then, with the polishing of time, the Blade of Hope was born. Anyone who saw this message would think that Ximen Lingyu was dead. However, at the same time, no one saw Ximen Linger die with their own eyes. However, Han Fei couldn't imagine how Ximen Lingan could become a great monarch of the Time Temple. Besides, Ao Tian just mentioned that Ximen Lingan had another identity, which was Mo Qi's master. When he parted with Mo Qi, she said that her master was coming, but who knew that Mo Qi's master would be Ximen Lingan? At this moment, the two of them looked at each other from a distance, and Han Fei felt extremely complicated. At this moment, there was actually a guy who was even more embarrassed than Han Fei, who was Lu Qianzi. Although Ximen Lingyu was looking at Han Fei, he felt that she was looking at him. At the same time, he was quite impressed by the number of Han Fei's girlfriends. Of course, at this moment, he didn't dare to think or say anything but muttered in his heart, I am a stick, I am a stick. Just when the atmosphere slightly changed, the ominous Han Fei said ominously, Linglin, no matter what, I am also Wang Han. The ominous Han Fei knew that he might not be able to survive, but he still wanted to fight for a survival chance, even if it was just a chance to fight Han Fei. However, Han Fei reacted greatly and roared, Shut up! Swish to Han Fei's great Tao was fully activated, the Ragnarok erupted, the invincible path enhanced his strength, the Tao of Slaughter God was integrated into the knife light, and the formless infinity sword slashed out. This strike was a combination of Han Fei's peak strength and the strongest blow. With the gap between Han Fei and the ominous Han Fei, even if the latter broke all his 5 Tao locks, he wouldn't be able to withstand this strike. The ominous Han Fei was horrified. He could see how terrifying this sword was, and he couldn't understand why Han Fei had become so strong after only a few decades. At this time, the ominous Han Fei also exerted all his strength. He set up 100,000 layers of God-sealing spears, and even burned all his strength in an attempt to block Han Fei's blow. But Han Fei had also mastered the God-sealing spears. As he waved his hand, the Tao patterns of the God-sealing spear array faded at a visible speed. Although the ominous Han Fei could basically do what he could, and the two of them basically had the same memories and methods, It was ridiculous for the ominous Han Fei to try to use the God-sealing spears to block him. After all, Han Fei could easily erase the Dao patterns on the God-sealing spears. Puff without giving the ominous Han Fei any chance. Han Fei slashed, and the ominous Han Fei was slashed into pieces, turning into a black fog and then shattered into nothingness by the swordlight. Although it was only less than 100 years later, the gap in combat power was too huge. It was so huge that it couldn't be made up for. Besides, the ominous Han Fei only had Han Fei's combat skills, techniques, and memories. He didn't have Han Fei's trump cards. He didn't have any of the treasures on Han Fei. This was the greatest gap. With a flash of cold sword light, Han Fei finally killed his negative side. However, Han Fei was not excited at all because he was not in the mood at all. From the beginning to the end, his eyes never even fell on the ominous Han Fei, as if the attack just now was just a casual attack. After the ominous Han Fei died, there was one thing that wasn't damaged. It was the essence blood of the ancient human race. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to it. He just casually picked it up and held it in his hand. Since Xuanhuan was dead, the ominous Han Fei certainly couldn't keep this drop of essence blood. The formless infinity sword disappeared in time, and everything returned to calm, while Han Fei and Zeman Lingyu were still looking at each other. Zeman Linglin slowly lifted the veil, revealing a face that Han Fei was familiar with, which made Han Fei feel as if he were in a dream. Han Fei was silent for a long time no see. I thought you, Zeman Lingyu's eyes revealed some complicated emotions, but her voice was a little cold. Did you think I'm dead, Han Fei? Han Fei hesitated for a long time but didn't know what to say. More importantly, he was not prepared at all. In the end, he could only ask, how did you enter the time temple? Zeman Lingyu quickly calmed herself down and said indifferently, does it matter? In order to leave me and dump me, you even created the illusion that you died. So, does it matter? There are some things that I had no choice but to do. I don't belong to that era. I have to return to my era. I have to make you believe that I have perished and completely left you. This way, as time goes by, maybe you will gradually get over it. Chapter 2669, 2669, Zeman Lingyu's Catharsis, 22669, Zeman Lingyu's Catharsis. 2. No, you belong to that era. Zeman Linglin said firmly. If you don't belong to that era, you can't interfere with anything in that era. Therefore, you belong to that era, but you haven't completely experienced it. You were born in your so-called era, but in fact, you don't belong to your era. I didn't understand this until I joined the Time Temple. Zeman Ling had kept some things in her heart for too long, and now she finally had a chance to speak out. She continued, because you felt that in that so-called era that you belonged to, there were very important things for you to do, so you gave up living in this era and gave up on me. If you really want me to die in peace, you can actually cultivate with me, grow up with me, and spend those 5,000 years with me. In that case, we will live happily for 5,000 years. No matter if I die in battle or die of old age in the end, at least I will live those 5,000 years happily. After 5,000 years, you can still return to your so-called era, and in that era you should have only spent a short period of time, so you gave up 5,000 years for your so-called years. Although Zeman Lingan was already a great monarch, her emotions seemed to be ignited at this moment. She was a little excited. The words that had been suppressed in her heart finally found an opening to vent. Han Fei was rendered speechless by her words. Although he really didn't know that hundreds of years in the Age of Doom only took dozens of days in the ideal palace, this wasn't an excuse. Compared to him, Zeman Lingan had waited for a full 5,000 years. Now, it had been more than 100,000 years. Ignoring Han Fei's silence, Zeman Linglin continued, I waited for you for 5,000 years. I cultivated hard, tried to become stronger, and tried to reach the Time River. But no, I just couldn't. I loved you for 5,000 years, and I hated you for 5,000 years, hated why you appeared in my world, hated why you left without saying goodbye. At the last moment of my life, in that big battle, I pulled my enemy into the Time River resolutely. I could feel the loss of my life. I could feel despair, but I couldn't accept it. I couldn't accept that I had waited for 5,000 years but only saw you in a hurry. I turned myself into the blade of vengeance and went to your side. I wanted to ask you, why did you leave me alone? Why, at this point, Zeman Lingan was already in tears. Realizing her emotions and state, Zeman Lingan issued an order in her heart, and the tears all over her face turned into water vapor and dissipated in the air. Her emotions gradually calmed down, and her expression gradually changed from excitement to indifference. She said, my soul, my life, my will, my love, my hate, all of me, at that moment, crazily surged into the blade of vengeance. At that moment, I realized that I was going to cut through time with mortal power, but it was also at that moment that my life came to an end. However, at the moment when I was about to die was everything I had. An invisible hand took me away from time. At that moment, my teacher gave me a new life, and I really needed a new life. Yes, why should I live for you? Without you, I, Zeman Lingyu, can still live and live better. At this point, her attitude had become extremely cold, and there were no emotional fluctuations in her words. She continued, now, I am me. I am Zimenling Yu. I have my own way of living, my own life, and my own pursuits. Han Fei, Han Fei, Han Fei, Han Fan. Seaman Lingland's words were like knives. Seaman Lingland's words were like knives carved into his bones. Han Fei could almost feel the despair, the grief, and the helplessness, but it was impossible for him to really feel it. In the end, he could only say sorry weakly. Seaman Ling Yu shook her head indifferently. You should feel sorry for me, but I don't care now. I am the most outstanding genius in the history of the Time Temple. I have the ability to cross time without damaging my lifespan. You are my man, but also the man who abandoned me. Our bond ends here. I'll return this blade of revenge to you. With that, the blade of hope shot out from Zeman Lingan's side and instantly entered Han Fei's body. Han Fei hurriedly said, "This is yours." However, Zeman Lingan shook her head and said, "That's the Zeman Lingan of the past. That's the Zeman Lingan who loved you. The past is the past. I don't want the things she gave you." After that, the coffin of the ancient tree of life flew to Han Fei's side. Zeman Linglan glanced at Xiaoxianchan again and said indifferently, "I finally know that the woman whose name you called countless times in your sleep looks like this. It's funny that you pretended to be stupid back then and planned to hide it from me for the rest of your life." Then, she snapped her fingers and shot a wisp of vitality into the coffin of the ancient tree of life. Han Fei asked, "What is this?" Zeman Ling Yu snorted coldly. The coffin of the ancient tree of life can protect her body for at most 100,000 years. Now that she has crossed the time river for 100,000 years, the vitality of this coffin is almost exhausted. Let me replenish some of it for her. At least it's enough for her to return. Why, do you think I want to harm her? Chapter 2670, Zeman Ling Yu's Catharsis, the 2670, Zeman Ling Yu's Catharsis, the 3 of course not. Han Fei opened his mouth and smiled bitterly in his heart. Only then did he remember that his eldest senior brother had indeed said that the ancient life tree could only protect the body in it for 100,000 years. After closing it, one couldn't open it until they proved Tao. What came back with the coffin of the ancient life tree was the divine tribulation. Just now, when Han Fei wanted to trigger this divine tribulation, he was stopped by Seaman Linglan, and now she gave it back to him. Han Fei said, "How about?" Seaman Ling Yu seemed to know what Han Fei was going to say and said firmly, "I don't want it. From today on, we have nothing to do with each other. If I take your divine tribulation and your primordial essence blood, what am I? I have my pride. I can become a god without relying on anyone. Why would I care about this trifling tribulation and a drop of blood? Linglan, you don't have to be so decisive. No need? Then why don't you choose between me and Xia Xiaoshan? Why are you hesitating? Indeed, women are cheap, Han Fei. Ha! Suddenly she looked at the void and pointed her finger. A golden chain disappeared into the void from her palm. Seaman Linglan said, "Ao Wutian has perished. The Time God Temple has already known. You don't have much time left. Today will be the last time we meet in this life." With that, Seaman Lingan reached out and grabbed it. Time shattered here, and the timeline that could only be cut open by the blade of hope was like nothing in her hand. Almost in an instant, time changed here. After breaking through countless timelines, they were still on the gravel beach in the great wilderness village. A middle-aged man carrying a fishing pole was walking to the gravel beach while eating a carrot. After seeing the middle-aged man, Han Fei couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Old Han?" Yes, if this person wasn't Han Guanshu, who could it be? Han Guanshu didn't have the Blade of Hope, nor did he have Zeman Linglan's ability, but he had the Time Worm that could penetrate time and appear in this time period. However, this time period was shrouded in fog, so he couldn't directly cross the 800-year timeline. He could only start from scratch and slowly live here, waiting for the right time to see Zhang Linxian. He would have met Zhang Linxian in 200 years, but he didn't expect his son to show up in front of him. He was rather shocked. Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei, at the expressionless Zeman Ling'an, and then at the coffin of the ancient tree of life beside Han Fei. He couldn't sense Zeman Ling'an's strength, nor did he know her, so he didn't feel anything. But he knew Xia Xiaoshan. Han Guanshu asked in surprise, "Why are you here? What happened to Xiaochan? Why did you bring her here?" Han Guanshu realized that he seemed to be asking a piece of nonsense. Then he said in shock, "It's only been 600 years, and you're already here? No, even if you could come, it's impossible for you to meet me. We're not in the same timeline." Han Fei glanced at Shiman Linglan and said, "It's a long story. Shiman Ling'an was quite decisive." "Then don't say anything." Then she waved her hand and the timeline changed again. When the timeline stopped changing, she waved her hand and they appeared in a palace. This palace was exactly the same as the one Han Fei dreamed of in the past. Even the gently floating gauze curtain hadn't changed. At this moment, a beautiful woman was standing in front of a table and drawing arrays with a brush and ink. The array patterns were extremely complicated and exquisite, as if she was drawing a painting of a great world. Beside her hand was a blue and white incense burner. The smoke from the incense burner fell on the array as if there was a fairyland in the painting. Suddenly, 3 living people, an ancient tree coffin, and a green trembling stick appeared in the palace. This caught her off guard and she was stunned. She had been here for more than 100,000 years, and this was the first time she had seen a group of people appear in this palace. But soon, she recognized the person. Shushu, old Han, was also shocked. Shangshan, this, old Han couldn't help but look at Han Fei, as if asking what the hell was going on. Zhang Linshan also looked at Han Fei, unable to move her eyes away, and the pen in her hand fell on the array. You, fire? At this moment, Han Fei finally saw Zhang Linxian in person, just like the person he saw in the dream. However, at that time, her hair was loose, but at this moment it was tied up casually, her eyes were watery, and she was wearing a misty purple brocade with golden threads. At this moment, her mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of surprise and joy. Mom, wait, isn't this time node my birth node? Zimin Linglin, it's fake. Time still flows. The stories here don't happen over and over again. It's just that their freedom is restricted. Going back to kill you before you were born is nothing but an illusion that doesn't exist. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Was that mysterious person wrong? Wait, maybe the mysterious person deliberately told this to the ominous Han Fei. It was possible. Chapter 2671-2671, Zimin Lingyu's Catharsis, 4-2671, Zimin Lingyu's Catharsis, 4. At this moment, seeing Jiang Lingxian, Han Fei couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of closeness. He knew that this was undoubtedly Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but be moved, but before she could speak, Zimin Linglin coldly interrupted the warm reunion of the mother and son. She said, I don't have time to watch you reunite here. She looked at Han Fei. As I said, from today on, we have nothing to do with each other. Seeing that Zimin Lingan was about to wave her hand again, Han Fei quickly interrupted her. Wait a minute, Ao Wutian said that this game was set up for 100,000 years, but you've destroyed it and Ao Wutian is dead. What will happen to you? Han Fei had an idea. Linglin, enter my void temple. My senior brothers and sisters are very nice. Heh, Zimin Lingyu sneered. I'm the 7th temple master of the Time Temple. I just broke a game and killed one person. Do you think this is a big deal? The Time Temple doesn't lack time at all. Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian were both stunned. They had no idea what Han Fei and Zimin Linglin were talking about. However, the Void Temple, the Time Temple, the 7th Temple Master, and so on all sounded very powerful. After that, she waved her hand and a golden gray light fell into her palm. Han Fei saw that it was a strange circular device that was spinning like a moon or a sunstone. Chaotic clock? Han Fei immediately guessed that it was the supreme treasure Ao Wutian mentioned, the chaotic clock. Immediately afterward, Zimin Lingan broke through countless timelines with a palm, forcibly opening a channel between this place and the Time River. She said, after leaving this place, you can re-establish the connection with the Void Temple. From now on, you have your path, and I have mine. You walk to the future, and I look back. The karma between us has been severed. Linglin, buzz. At that moment, this was no longer a palace. Han Fei, his parents, the ancient life tree coffin, and Lu Qianxi appeared in the Time River, and here Shimin Lingan was nowhere to be seen. Cut off karma? Han Fei looked at the flowing tide of time around him, which was full of blue flowing light, and roared, Shit! You think you can cut it off so easily? Han Fei wasn't stupid. He wasn't a newbie. How could he be fooled by Shimin Lingyu's words? The Time Temple doesn't lack time at all? The plan that they had set up for 100,000 years had been destroyed, and a great monarch-level powerhouse had been killed. Was this a small matter? Perhaps Zimin Lingan had a high status in the Time Temple now, and the 7th Temple Master might be one of the supreme thrones of the Time Temple. However, this matter couldn't be resolved so easily. What was the demon purification pot? It was something that even the gods had to compete for. How could a great monarch let it go so easily? No matter how strong the Time Temple was, it couldn't have a large group of great monarchs, but Zimin Linglin killed one of them. How could it be a small matter? At this moment, Lu Qianxi was still trembling and muttering, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive again. Han Guanshu hurriedly said, My son, what's going on? Zhang Linxian? Han Fei said, Don't talk to me. Let me make a call. Whatever. Han Fei frantically activated the void mark. Eldest senior brother, eldest senior brother, eldest senior brother, eldest, I'm here. Seeing that the eldest senior brother finally responded, Han Fei immediately said, Senior brother, it's an emergency. Can you help me get someone out of the Time Temple? Blah blah. Han Fei spoke in a hurry, and Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian were dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. Although they didn't know what Han Fei was doing, they didn't dare to say anything because Han Fei looked so nervous, and what happened today was too strange. Han Guanshu knew that it would be at least 200 years before he could meet Zhang Linxian, but the woman just now waved her hand, and he had crossed 200 years in that time that almost couldn't be crossed. Then the woman waved her hand again, and they came out of the palace that was almost impossible to come out of, and returned to the Time River. More importantly, there seemed to be a complicated relationship between the woman and Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei and the eldest senior brother finished speaking. The eldest senior brother was silent for a few seconds before saying, Little junior brother, I can't take this person back. Han Fei asked, Why? Eldest senior brother, you are so powerful. Eldest senior brother said, Some things are not as simple as you think. Just now, I felt the anomaly of the Master of Time. This person's strength is no weaker than me. Secondly, according to what you said, Zimin Linglin might be punished, but she definitely won't die. Not everyone can be a temple master of the Time Temple. No mortal in the history of the Time Temple can become a temple master of the Time Temple. If she comprehended time, it's very likely that she didn't just comprehend time, but directly comprehended the divine path of time. Therefore, this woman must be the strongest heavenly talent of the Time Temple in millions of years. No one can kill her, and the Time Temple won't let her leave the Time Temple. At most, she will be punished. Oh, is that so? Han Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He didn't know that Zemin Lingan was such a heavenly talent. In that case, he was at least a lot more at ease. As for the matter between them, although he couldn't do anything for now, he didn't believe that they would never meet again. Now that he knew that Zemin Lingan was still alive, how could they have nothing to do with each other? However, this matter couldn't be rushed. Since nothing big would happen to Zemin Lingan, he could at least be at ease. As for how to make it up to this woman, Han Fei seemed to have already had an idea. However, eldest senior brother continued, although I can't bring Zemin Lingan back from the Master of Time, I can't let go of the fact that the Time Temple schemed against the disciples of the Void Temple and even used the chaotic clock. Little junior brother, go do what you should do. I'll talk to the Master of Time. Okay, eldest senior brother, please ask the Master of Time not to punish her severely. Just let her stay in seclusion for 100 years. It was Ao Wutian who stole the chaotic clock and plotted against me. Although he's dead, he did this bastard thing. Eldest senior brother said, everyone has their own fate. It's her business how she should be punished. Everyone needs to experience countless tribulations to have great achievements. No one is an exception. If she's such a heavenly talent, she's no exception. If I interfere, it might affect her luck. Therefore, it depends on you. If you want me to protect her, I will. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Will it affect her becoming a god? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Well, then forget it. Chapter 2672, Simin Lingyu's punishment, Simin Lingyu's punishment, Simin Lingyu's punishment, Simin Lingyu's punishment, Simin Lingyu's. Since eldest senior brother said that he was going to talk to the Master of Time, it must be a deep talk. Eldest senior brother didn't mention the void mark, and he was going personally. This talk couldn't be simple. Unfortunately, Han Fei probably couldn't see it. Now he had mixed feelings and couldn't put them into words. When he saw Ximin Linglin again and heard about her experience, Han Fei thought that if he didn't get over it, it might become his inner demon. No one would become a peerless heavenly talent so easily. Ximin Lingan had used all her strength and was on the verge of death before she figured out an amazing path. But in Han Fei's opinion, it didn't matter if she had figured out a great path or not. What mattered was that Zemin Linglin was still alive and in the Time Temple. Now that he thought about it, Han Fei felt that the women around him seemed all quite unlucky yet unique. He didn't know where Xia Xiaochan's reincarnation body was, or how long she would sleep. Zemin Linglin seemed to hate him very much now, but Han Fei didn't feel that way. This woman's love was hot and unrestrained, and she always dared to love and hate. She was like this before and now. Even if she became a great monarch, she wouldn't hide it at all. As for Zhu Yinling, he didn't know where she was. She had a clear mind and a unique way of thinking. If she stayed with him, he would probably have a headache too. However, no matter how many feelings he had, he was still happy that Jimin Lingyu was still alive. In any case, no matter if their meeting was good or bad, there were many benefits to this meeting. Zemin Lingan had suppressed her emotions for 100,000 years and finally had a chance to vent, and his regret seemed to have been somewhat made up for. As for how Zemin Linglin would explain to the Time Temple, he would find a way to ask about it later. Master, can we leave quickly? Lu Qianxi, who had never experienced love, had just escaped death, so he felt as if he was on a roller coaster. If it weren't for his powerful master, he felt that he would have been scared to death. Han Fei finally came back to himself, only to see that old Han and his mother were both looking at him. They didn't dare to say anything, as if they were afraid that what they said would interrupt Han Fei's train of thought. Han Fei hurriedly said, Dad, Mom, let's go back first. As for the ancient life tree coffin, Han Fei wanted to put it into his origin star, but he couldn't do so after trying. However, he could understand it. This was in the Time River, which was different from the timeline of his origin star, so it was natural that he couldn't contact it. However, in the Time River, majestic vitality burst out of the coffin of the ancient life tree, which seemed to be protecting Xia Xiaochan with vitality, so it was not a big problem. Han Fei activated the Great Tao of Time, and the group quickly crossed the Time River, and the surrounding scenery changed. Han Fei discovered that the speed of traveling with the current was more than 10 times faster than against the current, and it seemed to show signs of accelerating. He hadn't noticed this before because he had never carried out a long-term flow and reverse flow in the Time River, so he couldn't perceive it. Now, he perceived the speed problem in the Time River. Did it mean that if one went against the flow for a long time, their speed would become slower and slower? Or rather, the closer one was to the ancient, the harder it was to go against the current. Instead, the closer one was to the future, the easier it was to go against the flow. Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian had seen a lot of things. When they first saw Han Fei, it was impossible for them not to be surprised. But now seeing Han Fei leading them all the way, they calmed down. Han Guanshu put on a gratified smile, as if he felt that his long-term plan and everything he had done didn't seem to be a loss. His son was too hard-working. It had only been 1,000 years since he set up everything, but Han Fei's current strength had already reached the perfected star transformation realm. This speed far exceeded his expectations. In fact, Han Fei was also a little surprised, because old Han and his mother originally established the sea in the Raging Sea. When they entered the Abyssal Chasm, they were only in the Sea Establishment realm. Perhaps because of the Time Worm and the Space Worm, they had the ability to travel through time and space, but the places they could travel to were none other than the primeval land where the lava giants lived. Logically speaking, with their strength back then, it was impossible for them to survive in the primeval land, because sea establishers basically couldn't even withstand the chaotic flames there, unless the strong masters of the lava giants protected them. But now, Han Fei had seen that his mother should have already proved Dao. His father was no longer a peak-level venerable like when he was in the yin-yang world, but a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, and he was definitely very powerful. At this moment, Zhang Linxian was smiling. She seemed to be a little gratified, just like Han Guanshu. She didn't expect her son to be so outstanding. Han Fei couldn't help but blush. "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Hee," Han Guanshu said. "Your mother hasn't seen you since you were born. What's wrong with her staring at you? By the way, what happened to Xiaochan? I saw that she seemed to be in a deep sleep. Did something happen to her?" Zhang Linxian asked. "Is she my daughter-in-law?" Han Guanshu nodded. "I haven't had the time to go back to see you, so you don't know." Xiaochan is the little princess of the Merman royal family. Her talent and bloodline are both extraordinary. Besides, she and Fire are childhood sweethearts. She is definitely going to be our daughter-in-law. Chapter 2673 Jimin Lingyu's Punishment 22673 Jimin Lingyu's Punishment 22673 Jimin Lingyu's Punishment 2 Han Fei looked at the coffin of the ancient life tree and said solemnly, "It's a long story. Xia Xiaoshan actually has the bloodline of a god, but because she's pregnant, the baby is very likely to be a divine child. The divine fetus needs too much vitality, and no one in the Raging Sea at that time can help her. So I asked my senior brother to put her in the ancient life tree to keep her safe." Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian were both shocked. Divine bloodline? Han Guanshu was also puzzled. Does Xia Xiaoshan have the divine bloodline too? Before Han Guanshu could explain, Zhang Linxian said softly, "I see that the vitality on this coffin is gradually fading. Can it last until it returns to the Raging Sea?" Han Guanshu asked. "I have no idea." "How should we deal with it?" Before Han Fei said anything, Zhang Linxian said, "Although this tree coffin is full of vitality, if the divine embryo swallows vitality coupled with the consumption of 200,000 years of vitality in this round trip, I'm afraid this coffin will decay even if it can hold out until it returns to the Raging Sea. But Fire, with my strength, I can probably protect her." Han Fei shook his head. "Thank you, Mother, but it's not necessary. I have a chaotic spiritual treasure. If nothing goes wrong, it shouldn't be a problem to extend its life by another 100,000 years. A chaotic spiritual treasure? Zhang Linxian and Han Guanshu couldn't help but click their tongues. What had Han Fei experienced all these years? How could he even have a chaotic spiritual treasure? How could his son take out such a treasure so easily? By the way, who is this? After all, Zhang Linxian was a Dao-proving realm powerhouse, so when she saw that Han Fei had been carrying a green bamboo rod with a strong vitality, she knew that it was also a Dao-proving realm powerhouse. Han Fei, "Oh, my follower, Lu Qianxi." Lu Qianxi trembled. "Old masters, how are you?" Slap. Han Fei patted him. "What are you talking about? Do my parents look old?" Lu Qianxi was speechless, but under Han Fei's threat, he still changed his words. "Hello, masters," Lu Qianxi thought to himself. "How damn weak am I? One master is not enough, and now there are two more." Jiang Linxian replied gently, "Qianxi, don't listen to him. Cultivators just call each other by name. My name is Jiang Linxian. You can call me Xianxian. This is Han Guanshu." "You can call him Shushu." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Come on, Mom, how can your names be so cheesy?" Cough, cough, Han Guanshu coughed and seemed a little embarrassed, but he couldn't bear to blame Zhang Linxian. He just said gently, "Xiangshan, our son is here." Zhang Linxian smiled. "Fire won't mind, right?" Han Fei turned his head away. "I don't mind. It's up to you." Lu Qianxi didn't dare to do what Jiang Linxian said. He thought to himself, "You don't know how terrifying your son is. I dare not call him that," Lu Qianxi said. "Lu Qianxi greets Master Xianxian and Master Shushu." Jiang Linxian smiled faintly, her eyebrows slightly curved, and she seemed to have the affinity of a girl, but she didn't talk about this form of address anymore. She knew Lu Qianxi wouldn't dare to call them by their names. However, on second thought, Han Fei was clearly only in the perfected star transformation realm, but he could already subdue a demon plant at the Dao-proving level. Was this normal? Only Han Guanshu was still frowning. Zhang Linxian was the only one who called him Shushu, but no one else had ever done that before. It felt a bit weird. Buzz. The speed of flowing with the current was very fast, especially when no one stopped them. Now that the scheme of the Time Temple had been exposed, it was impossible for them to attack him, neither did they dare. Otherwise, if eldest senior brother was angry, who else in the Time Temple could stop him except the Master of Time? It was hard to tell how much time had passed in time. After Han Fei consumed almost 60% of his spiritual power, they finally broke through the Time River and went to the raging sea under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator. Huff, Han Guanshu was slightly focused. We're back? Is this outside the abyssal chasm? Han Fei said. The chaos in the raging sea has been pacified by me, and now the human world is unified. The small world where the yin-yang world is located has long been moved out by me, so we will naturally appear outside the abyssal chasm. Han Guanshu was surprised. I believe that the human world has been unified. With your strength, no one should be a match for you in the raging sea. Zhang Linxian said, Fire, the ancient life tree is rotting. Do you want to use the spiritual treasure of chaos you mentioned now? At this moment, the vitality on the ancient life tree that had left the Time River was pitifully little. This vitality would probably completely dissipate in 200 or 300 years at most. Besides, this ancient life tree coffin was almost full of wrinkles. It seemed that it could only barely prevent itself from shattering on the spot. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei took out the divine blood bodhi that Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus had given him. This thing was born from divine blood. In addition to extending one's life by hundreds of thousands of years, there was an extremely low probability that it could illuminate one's divine path. After it was swallowed, it could strengthen one's bloodline and improve the power of one's soul. It could also possess a trace of the will of a god and withstand a basic divine tribulation. This divine blood bodhi was shockingly powerful. Han Fei had planned to use it, but the coffin of the ancient tree of life was decaying, which meant that the power protecting Xia Xiaoshan's body was gone. Without the protection of the ancient tree of life, the baby in Xia Xiaoshan's stomach would probably devour vitality again. Ordinary treasures would not be very effective on her. Chapter 2674 Zeman Lingyu's Punishment 3 2674 Zeman Lingyu's Punishment 3 Besides, how could ordinary treasures give birth to a divine child? Only the hint of a god's will in the divine blood bodhi could be absorbed by the divine fetus to temporarily protect Xia Xiaoqian. When the divine blood bodhi was taken out, Lu Qianxi buzzed and trembled. Zhang Linxian and Han Guanshu were shocked. As soon as this thing was taken out, the surrounding vitality immediately became thick and sticky. Furthermore, they could even vaguely see colorful rays of light, which even carried the pressure of a terrifying powerhouse. As for such a treasure, even if they didn't covet it at all, when they saw it, they couldn't help but want to eat it. Because the ancient tree of life had been opened, Han Fei didn't need to open it with a monarch realm strength anymore. Instead, he directly opened the coffin and stuffed the divine blood bodhi into Xia Xiao's mouth. He didn't let her swallow it, but just kept it in her mouth and let her digest it slowly. After doing all this, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the phantom of mountains and rivers appeared. Then, Xia Xiaoshan was absorbed into his origin star. Slurpao Lu Qianxi asked, Master, do you still have the fruit? Can you give me some of its skin? Ho, do you think it's possible, Lu Qianxi? Zhang Linxian smiled. Fire, don't be so strict with Qianxi. Let me take a good look at you. Yunshan. Fei was slightly embarrassed. This feeling of being looked up and down was really a little strange. Zhang Linxian walked around Han Fei and then grabbed Han Guanshu's hand with a smile. Shushu, our son has grown up so quickly. Han Fei, Han Guanshu said. Shangxian, Fire has experienced countless tribulations in this world. How can he not grow up? Zhang Linxian gestured. Fire was so small last time I saw him. Han Fei, Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei with a smile. Although your mother looks like a fairy when she doesn't speak, she's actually like a child. Han Fei nodded quickly. This was completely different from the Zhang Linxian he saw at first sight, and completely different from the Zhang Linxian he saw in the sea-quelling painting before. At that time, Zhang Linxian looked like a dignified and cold goddess, but at this moment, her image was ruined. Humph, Zhang Linxian snorted. You are like a child, not me. Fire, I can tell that your qi and blood are extremely powerful, and your strength seems to be fluctuating unnaturally. Have you already condensed 5 Dao locks? Han Guanshu echoed. I feel it too. Han Fei nodded. 5 Dao locks. I have to prove Dao within 100 years, or my current body won't be able to carry my strength. Han Guanshu chuckled. When you become strong, the way you talk has even changed. Zhang Linxian asked, Prove Dao in 100 years? In the raging sea? She sensed it and said, I'm afraid this place is not suitable for proving Dao. The power of the heavenly Dao in this world vaguely suppresses me, but I feel that this strength doesn't seem to be enough for you to prove Dao. Han Fei said, not in the raging sea, but in the sea realm. Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian looked at each other and stopped frolicking. Han Guanshu said, is it the place where the human king has gone to? Han Fei nodded. Yes, Gu Tingnan has proven his Dao now, but he's still oppressed in the sea realm. After that, Han Fei told Zhang Linxian and Han Guanshu about the situation in the sea realm. When they heard that 90% of all the humans that Gu Tingnan took out had been enslaved by the 10,000 scale race for 100,000 years, the smile on their faces disappeared. Zhang Linxian's face was slightly cold. What a great 10,000 scale race. Han Guanshu said, don't be rash. Didn't Han Fei just say that the power the 10,000 scale race showed on the surface is far from their true strength? Behind the 10,000 scale race, there will even be great monarchs. Zhang Linxian said, I'm not stupid. Fire, if the 10,000 scale race is really so strong, how can you deal with them? Right, I didn't ask before, but I can sense that the girl who saved us seems to be very powerful. Who is she? What realm is she in? Han Fei said. Well, Linglin is a great monarch at this moment, and she should be a very strong great monarch. As for Linglin, she is, Zhang Linxian asked curiously, is she also my daughter-in-law? Han Fei blushed. Our situation is rather complicated. Alas, I failed her. Zhang Linxian and Han Guanshu looked at each other in bewilderment. The great monarch realm daughter-in-law was failed by their son. What kind of drama was this? Han Guanshu couldn't help but say, you dare to bully a great monarch? Aren't you afraid that she will slap you to death? Han Fei's face changed. This matter was actually caused by you, mother. Me? Zhang Linxian was dumbfounded. What does it have to do with me? Han Fei asked. Was the ideal palace built by you? You intercepted a section of the Time River. Do you still remember it? Zhang Linxian asked. Don't tell me you met her when you went back to the past. But that section of the Time River was very small and could only carry the power of the Sea Establishment realm at most. Han Fei had to tell them what happened between him and Zeman Lingyu. He had no choice. If he didn't explain it clearly, there would be many things that he couldn't explain to them. Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian listened attentively like they were listening to storytelling. Zhang Linxian was sometimes worried, sometimes happy, sometimes angry, and sometimes regretful. It was obvious how fascinating the story between Han Fei and Zeman Lingyu was. Chapter 2675-2675 Zeman Lingyu's Punishment 4:2675 Zeman Lingyu's Punishment 4 Zhang Linxian almost burst into tears when she heard that Zeman Lingyan turned herself into a knife. Lu Xianxi was dumbfounded. What are they talking about? These humans are really strange. They are still wiping their tears here even though they have already proven their Tao. It's simply baffling. Zhang Linxian sighed. Linger is a good woman. If that's the case, it's not bad to have two daughters-in-law. Han Fei. In fact, Han Fei was also thinking about this problem, but after thinking about it for a while, he felt that the two women were not in good shape. And even if he wanted to, he couldn't find them one by one now. Shan was easy to find, but it was impossible for him to go to the Time Temple even if he had proven Tao, let alone take Shiman Linglin out. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, okay, let's not talk about this for the time being. Dad, Mom, enough about me. How did you get caught up in that period of time? This time, Han Guanshu could no longer hide anything because Han Fei was strong enough to save them out. Zhang Linxian said, back then, we were forced to seal the yin-yang world and the water-wood world in the abyssal chasm. But you know the upper limit of strength growth in small worlds. No matter how strong you are, it's difficult for you to prove Tao. Even without the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, it's actually very difficult for anyone to prove Tao. But we can't go out. We can only explore the abyssal chasm through the space worm. Fire, do you know about the space worm and time worm? Han Fei said. I know a little bit. If you're not going to enter the Time River again, these two insects might be of great use to me. Zhang Linxian said, then they're yours. It's not a good thing to have these two worms. Only when we really step into the Time River will we discover how simple our previous thoughts are and how far away our goal is. Zhang Linxian continued, because of the space worm, we found an ancient primeval land. Fortunately, the space worms broke through space and attracted the attention of the strong masters there. Otherwise, we might have died the moment we entered that place. Han Fei said, I know, I've already been to the lava giant race. Han Guanshu asked in surprise, that passage is not easy to pass, is it? It said that it's easy to collapse. How did you get there? Han Fei said, that passage is very stable for me. Continue. Zhang Linxian didn't doubt him and continued, we lived with the lava giants for a long time. We told them about the raging sea and they told us about ancient legends. Later, the lava giants discussed their cultivation methods and we found out how laughable our previous cultivation methods were. Under the guidance of the correct cultivation methods, your father and I cultivated at an extremely rapid speed. Because the primeval land didn't lack resources, we quickly reached the peak level of the Sea Establishment realm. With the help of the strong masters of the lava giants, we even opened the sky in a short 100 years. However, as you can see, the ancient legend of the lava giants is too tempting. It just so happens that we have mastered the time worm and the space worm, so after we entered the star transformation realm, we had the idea of entering the time river. Later, it became simple. We simply fell into a fog in the time river. Although we could walk out, we could only give the space worm and time worm to one person at a time to let him slowly walk out for a period of time, and the other person could only wait in the palace. Han Fei nodded. From that moment on, his father and mother had already been schemed against. It was just that they were relatively weak at that time and didn't know that they had been schemed against. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry to tell them now. He just said, by the way, since we're back, let's go to the lava giants first. I have an agreement with the Grand Elder. Zhang Linxian smiled. Okay, I miss them too. Just when Han Fei and the others decided to go to the lava giants first, a trial regarding Zeman Lingan was going on in the Time Temple. A powerhouse whose face couldn't be seen clearly with time flowing on the surface of his body was sitting on a towering throne. Below, 11 strong masters who were enshrouded in the law of time looked at the young woman who was bound by the lock of time in silence. The strong master on the throne said, "Seaman Lingan, do you plead guilty?" Seaman Linglin looked up at the strong master on the throne and said simply, "Yes." The latter continued, "I'll give you a chance to prove your innocence and even a chance to make up for your mistake. As long as you can bring that person back, I'll forgive you." A faint smile appeared on her face. "I'd better plead guilty. How dare you?" Zeman Lingan, don't think you can be unscrupulous with your master protecting you. I have nothing to say. I killed Aowutian, stole the chaotic clock, and set that person free. I'm willing to be punished. Although Zeman Lingan didn't steal the chaotic clock, since Aowutian was dead, she didn't bother to explain. Bang! The person on the throne slapped the throne angrily, and the temple masters of the Time Temple all fell silent. The man shouted, "You don't know repentance. You're giving up your bright future for a man. Foolish, since you refuse to admit your mistake, go ponder over your mistake. Come out when you've figured it out." The person on the throne shouted, "Zeman Lingan, the 7th temple master of the Time Temple, stole the chaotic clock, killed a fellow great monarch, Aowutian, and secretly destroyed the 100,000-year plan of the Time Temple. Her crimes are unforgivable. She was exiled to the river of eternal darkness for 100,000 years, suffering bone-burning and soul-tearing pain every day. Before the time is up, no one is allowed to plead for mercy for her." Chapter 2676, Eldest Senior Brother Reasoning with Time, 2676, Eldest Senior Brother Reasoning with Time Temple, 1. In front of the throne of the Void Temple, 8 alls of time formed by mystic time and filled with Tao patterns condensed one after another. Puff, puff, puff. 8 soul release alls, my lord, puffed. Among the temple masters, a woman was about to step out and beg for mercy when a snake of time suddenly crawled out of her mouth. The Master of Time said coldly, "As I said, before the time is up, no one is allowed to plead for mercy for her." Except for this temple master, no one was moved. Someone shook his head slightly. The soul release all was a seal that released the power of perception. 8 soul release alls could magnify the senses of Zeman Linger's body and soul by 8 times. Although she wouldn't die, to be honest, 100,000 years was too long. It was simply worse than death. Puffikoff's 6 soul release alls entered Zeman Linglin's body in a row, and the latter didn't make a sound. Just when the last 2 soul release alls were about to enter Zeman Ling's body, suddenly, the 2 soul release alls exploded, and the time law and mysterious patterns wrapped in them exploded. Buzz. Instantly, all the temple masters stared at the field, where a white-robed man suddenly appeared in the hall of the Time Temple with his hands behind his back. A god? All the temple masters were shocked. Whoever could do this couldn't be a great monarch, so there was only one answer, which was that this man was a god. Zeman Linglin also looked at this person in surprise, feeling puzzled. On the throne, the Master of the Time was still sitting upright, and his voice was indifferent. "Void, long time no see." The person looked gentle. There was no smile, seriousness, or solemnity on his face. He looked emotionless. Ignoring the Master of Time, he looked back at Zeman Linglin and said gently, "I am Han Fei's eldest senior brother. I approve of you. Do the people of our Time Temple need your approval?" Boom. The eldest senior brother frowned slightly, turned around, and punched out. It was like a river of stars flowing, like the sacred hand in the distant void, shocking and amazing. Bang, bang, bang. The punch seemed to have shattered tens of millions of years of time. Seeing that the fist mark was still there, the Master of Time finally had to get up. As time seemed to become illusory in front of him, the booming sound spread out in the endless time. This sacred and solemn temple was like ash in his hand, dispersed by the power of the void. As for the temple masters, they were all shocked. This master of void was indeed powerful. With a single punch, he destroyed the temple. This was not as simple as a palace. This was a time domain formed by time entanglement. Outside the temple was the Time River. At this moment, everyone was exposed to the Time River, and the throne of the Time God was also gone. The eldest senior brother said gently, "Can't you see I'm talking? It's very rude to interrupt others." Under the mask of the Master of Time, he snorted but didn't say anything else. He knew that if he really fought the Master of the Void, he wouldn't have a good ending. Besides, the Time Temple was in the wrong in this matter. Considering Void's personality, it was already beyond his expectations that Void didn't directly smash the door. Seeing this, Zeman Linglin was not shocked. She knew that Void had the strongest combat power in the 3 temples, so she was not surprised at all. However, Zeman Linglin still said, "Senior Void, this is an internal matter of our Time Temple, and I deserve this punishment. Please don't interfere." The eldest senior brother said gently, "That's right. However, I'm not here to intervene in your trial. It's my little junior brother's business to save you. I'm here to reason with the Time Temple. You're not bad, so I approve of you. A piece of Void is my gift to you, my sister-in-law." Zeman Linglin hurriedly said, "Senior, I have nothing to do with you. I don't need any gift." Besides, Zeman Linglin felt that her throat was itchy, and she didn't finish her sentence. The eldest senior brother still said gently, "The relationship between you and my little junior brother hasn't been cut off. How can you say that we have nothing to do with each other? We're family, so I should give you a gift." After that, eldest senior brother reached out and gently touched the center of Zeemanling's eyebrows. However, there was no light, no real thing, as if nothing had happened. After eldest senior brother finished speaking, the Master of Time said leisurely, "You interrupted her." Eldest senior brother looked back, still with his hands behind his back. "Yes, so I'm going to be unreasonable now. The Temple of Time, point." Boom. The time river around eldest senior brother began to reverse. A finger pierced through time and tore open a void in the river. Boom. In the next moment, eldest senior brother and the Master of Time were both gone, leaving only the corner of the Master of Time's clothes. In a flash, the Master of Time returned. But everyone knew that although he only disappeared for a moment, who knew how long it had been? What if they froze time and were fighting? Even if they fought for 10,000 years, in the eyes of outsiders, it was just a moment. At this moment, the Master of Time waved his hand and the time river began to close. As he sat down, the throne under him appeared again. Time condensed into a palace. In a moment, it returned to the previous magnificent palace scene. Chapter 2677 Eldest Senior Brother Reasoning with Time 2677 Eldest Senior Brother Reasoning with Time Temple 2677 looked at Zeeman Linglan quietly and snorted. He didn't inject another 2 soul release alls into her body but said annoyingly, "The trial is over. Take her away." When everyone disappeared in time, the Master of Time was still sitting on the throne, but his hands were trembling. The Lava Giants settlement. For the Lava Giants, Hanfei had only entered the Time River for a few days. Because of Hanfei's appearance, hope revived in many people's hearts. The Grand Elder hadn't even figured out how to tell his clansmen that Hanfei had left. However, this time, with a swish, Hanfei, Zhang Linxian, and the others appeared on the primeval land together, causing spatial fluctuations, so the Grand Elder and another monarch came to Hanfei and the others almost immediately. "Didn't you just go in, huh, Xian, Han Guanshu?" The Grand Elder looked shocked. He was surprised at Han Fei's return, but then he found that Zhang Linxian and Han Guanshu also came back, which shocked him. Zhang Linxian said, "Grandpa Elder, Uncle Firespear, long time no see. We're back." The Grand Elder didn't speak for a long time. The other monarch of the Lava Giant race was named Firespear. Because Han Fei came and left in a hurry, he didn't spend much time with the Lava Giant race, so he wasn't familiar with him. However, Zhang Linxian and Han Guanshu didn't leave until they entered the Star Transformation realm, so they were more familiar with the Lava Giants. Firespear put on a brilliant smile. "It's great that you're back." Although Firespear was speaking to Zhang Linxian, he couldn't help turning his eyes to Han Fei. He knew that the Grand Elder had made the right bet this time. He gambled 3 times in a row, but he made the right bet on the 3rd time. It was a miracle that Han Fei really brought them back from the Time River. The Grand Elder naturally understood the significance of this. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Zhang Linxian had proved Dao. Zhang Linxian had proved Dao, which meant that even the 2 of them might leave this primitive land. Han Fei said, "Grand Elder, this time we will take the entire Lava Giant race out. However, you might need to stay in my mother's and my origin stars for a period of time. This is because I will stay in the Raging Sea for a period of time to prepare to fight against external enemies." The Grand Elder nodded with a smile. Yes. The human race is in a difficult situation, so you naturally have to plan well. If a war really breaks out, our Lava Giants will naturally spare no effort to help you. Let's go back to our clan. I think everyone will be overjoyed when they hear this news. Several seconds later, the Lava Giants settlement. When the Grand Elder suddenly arrived, many people asked, "Grand Elder, how is the outsider doing? Can he take us out? Grand Elder, is this outsider reliable? Grand Elder, why don't I see that outsider?" The Grand Elder coughed and shouted, "Lava Giants gather. Remember, it's everyone. Call back the hunting teams outside. Buzz, bang, bang, bang." For a moment, the sky was full of big balls rolling around. Very few things in the Lava Giants were worth the Grand Elder's attention. Although they didn't know what had happened, they knew that something big must have happened. The only guess in their hearts was that there was a chance to get out. That must be the case. Otherwise, why did the Grand Elder gather all his clansmen after the outsider arrived? At the mention of going out, everyone moved unexpectedly fast, and most of them were packing up. They were certain that they could go out. After only a moment, the residence of the Lava Giants was already full of people. There were 4,362 people in total. Someone shouted, "Grand Elder, can we go out now? Grand Elder, it must be that outsider who can take us out, right? Grand Elder, where is the outsider?" For a moment, the scene was noisy. Everyone looked around expectantly, hoping to find Han Fei. At this moment, the Grand Elder looked at the void and said, "Xian, come out. We actually miss you." Buzz, Han Fei, Zhang Linxian, and Han Guanshu walked out of the void. The moment they appeared, it was in an uproar, and many people exclaimed, "Hiss duh. It's Miss Xianxian. Miss Xianxian is back. Ah, it's Brother Guanshu. Oh my god, Miss Xianxian and Brother Guanshu have returned from the Time River. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to see you again in my lifetime. I almost didn't recognize you at first sight. Brother Guanshu, I'm Tai Fei. I took you to mine before. Xiangxian, I am Fire Jade. I am Fire Jade." Zhang Linxian was also very happy. With a flash, she appeared on Fire Jade's shoulder and said, "Fire Jade's shoulder and said, 'Fire Jade, why have you grown so tall?' Fire Jade grinned and said, we haven't seen each other for more than 80,000 years. I must have grown taller. You, on the other hand, haven't changed at all. You're exactly the same as I remember. Han Guanshu was also surrounded by some burly lava giants. Chapter 2678 Eldest Senior Brother Reasoning with Time, Temple 32678, Eldest Senior Brother Reasoning with Time Temple, 3 Brother Guanshu, I'm Tang Fei. Let me show you the big sword I forged. I specially forged it for you back then, but you didn't come back after so many years. Brother Guanshu, don't look at the big sword. Look at the 10,000 blade mother-child saber I forged. This is the best work of my life. It's very powerful. I'll give it to you. Han Guanshu said, don't give it to me. Give it to my son. It's all because of my son that we can come back this time. Also, I told you that I would show you the sea. You will see it soon. Really? Is it the sea that is not hot at all and not flowing like magma? Han Guanshu said. I think it's inappropriate for you to use magma as an analogy. But you're right. When the seawater surges, it's quite similar to the magma lake. Ha ha ha, we can really get out. Smack. Someone patted the head of the laughing man and hurriedly said, we should thank Brother Guanshu's son. Hey, Brother Guanshu, what's your son's name? Han Guanshu smiled gently. Han Fei. Immediately, a group of people waved their hands at Han Fei. Nephew Han Fei, thank you so much. You're the one who brought us the hope of getting out. This 10,000 blade mother-child saber is for you. Me too. This big sword is for you. I have one too. I spent 8,000 years forging this dragon bone god seal with chaotic fire. It's a high-quality godly weapon. It's only one fire seed away from becoming an ultra-quality godly weapon. It's yours now. Ah, ha ha ha. They were unimaginably enthusiastic, but Han Fei didn't accept any of them. Han Fei said, everyone, listen to me. Please keep the best weapons for yourselves. This is because the outside world is not like here. The outside world is dangerous and has many bad people and enemies. How can we fight those people without the best weapons? We don't just want to go to the outside world. We also need a territory that belongs to us, a free and unrestrained world. So, seniors, please keep the best weapons for yourselves. It's best if you don't only have one, because it's really dangerous outside. Hiss, someone looked solemn, but in the next moment he shivered and nearly 100 sets of godly weapons appeared around him. He said solemnly, Nephew Han Fei, the outside world is so dangerous. Are these enough? The others followed suit. Each of them took out nearly 100 godly weapons, which stunned Han Fei. Fuck, I was wrong. Can I take my words back now? Are these people fucking monsters? Are they refining godly weapons all day long? Each of them can easily take out hundreds of godly weapons. Lu Qianxi trembled slightly. There are so many godly weapons. If you really don't want them, can I take two? Han Fei thought to himself, of course I want them, but I've already said it out loud that I don't want them. How can I ask for them now? Isn't this a slap in my face? However, Han Fei didn't take it too seriously. Although these were all godly weapons, there was still a gap between them and his godly weapons. Han Fei and the Grand Elder exchanged glances. The next moment, the Grand Elder shouted, be quiet, be quiet. The noise of excitement finally died down under the suppression of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder shouted, everyone, it's time for us to go out. As you can see, Xian and Guanshu have returned. All of this is thanks to little friend Han Fei. Today, they've returned to take us out. However, the outside world is in turmoil. The flames of war are raging, and the human race is being bullied. We have to stay on their origin stars for a period of time. When the time is right, when we go to a wider world, it will be time for us to come out. War? Someone laughed. Grand Elder, I'm not afraid of fighting at all. I've fought all kinds of ferocious enemies. I once fought 100,000 rounds with the flood dragons. I'm very tough. Someone patted the flesh armor on his body. Even the sharpest fire Buddha flying fish can't break my armor. Humph, whoever stands in our way will be flattened. Yes, everybody was talking at the same time. Some were showing their weapons, some were showing their flesh armor, some were showing off their wounds, and some were flexing their muscles. They seemed ready for a fight. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. These guys just had no idea about what the sea realm was like. However, this was not bad. Based on the lava giant's attitude, it could be said that if their team of more than 4,000 people was put in the sea realm, few people could withstand their bombardment unless monarchs appeared. Zhang Linxian also said, okay, since everyone is here, let's go out first. I know you're all anxious to see the outside. In that case, let's not chat here. After we go out, we'll have plenty of chances to chat. The Grand Elder also said, you guys, Xian, Han Fei, and the others still have a lot of things to do. Do you think they have nothing to do all day long like you? All of you, stand still and open your minds, preparing to enter their origin stars. Zhang Linxian pleaded, Grand Elder, Elder Firespear, please don't resist. Han Fei said, Mother, although you have proved Tao in the Time River, you haven't been to your origin star for many years, right? Can your origin star carry the Grand Elder and the others? Chapter 2679 Eldest Senior Brother Reasoning with Time, Temple 4. 2679 Eldest Senior Brother, Reasoning with Time Temple 4. Zhang Linxian said, it should be able to. Although I can't be connected to my origin star, my strength has grown rapidly in the past 100,000 years. Besides, my origin star seems to be growing spontaneously under this subtle growth. Perhaps my origin star isn't very strong now, and it might even be extremely lacking in resources, but it shouldn't be a problem for them to stay there for a period of time. Hanfei nodded slightly. In fact, he didn't lack star resources at all. There were a lot of sky-opening realm powerhouses who had died by his hands, and there was also a carefree realm powerhouse. He would give all the power of the origin star of the fifth sect powerhouse to his mother later. This way, he could solve the problems of her origin star in an extremely short period of time. Hanfei said, "Everyone, time waits for no man. We need to get out as soon as possible. If you still have anything to take with you, you'd better store it in your origin stars. Nephew Hanfei, you can take us in without worry. We don't have anything to bring with us. It's just some hammers and whatnot. They have long been stored in our origin stars." That being said, there were still some people who carried food such as fire flood dragons, thinking that it was better to bring some food in case. Another moment later, Hanfei said, "I will create a space exclusive to you on my origin star. Just wait for a while, and I will let you out." Buzz. When the world phantom appeared, the lava giants present disappeared on the spot. Hanfei's origin star, on the other hand, was in an uproar. The group of lava giants were stunned to see the towering trees, strange flowers, and colorful orchards in Hanfei's origin star. Wow, it's so cool here, and the spiritual energy is extremely abundant. It's not even burned by the chaotic fire. Is this a fairyland? Is this a tree? This tree is green. What a big tree. Hey, can I eat this fruit? The color looks nice. Do you feel this land? Unlike our rock-hard land, this land has extremely rich vitality. Hanfei specifically chose this place for them, and in this space, Hanfei canceled the time acceleration here. Firstly, these lava giants were very strong and didn't need time acceleration. Secondly, they were desperate to get out. If he really gave them time acceleration, one day would be equivalent to half a year. Hanfei's voice resounded between the heavens and earth. "Everyone, you can take any of these spiritual fruits as long as you don't uproot the fruit trees." As it happened, on Hanfei's origin star, the fruits had grown as big as footballs. Hanfei sometimes had a headache. These things were not easy to eat. But as soon as the lava giants heard Hanfei's words, they quickly picked a spiritual fruit each. Elder Giant Fire said, "Brother Hanfei is just being polite. Don't go too far. With so many mouths, how many spiritual fruits do you have to eat in one go? So you can't keep picking them. After eating one, stop it." Then Elder Giant Fire picked a peach from a peach tree. Gulper instantly, Elder Giant Fire was shocked. "Shit, what kind of divine spiritual fruit is this? Isn't it too delicious?" Most of the people around had the same reaction. However, since Elder Giant Fire had just given the order, many people couldn't bear to finish the fruit after taking a bite. However, Hanfei continued, "Everyone, there are not so many rules. Eat at ease. After you eat the fruits up, they will grow back. It's not like they won't grow back." Crunch, crunch, crunch. Now that Hanfei had said that, there was only the sound of people gobbling. Many people exclaimed while eating, "Nephew Hanfei, what a good man." Hanfei didn't really care. He was even glad that they were overjoyed by some fruits. How many good things had these lava giants missed? After arranging these lava giants, the Emperor Sparrow said, "We will return to this place again. After you prove Tao, I need to come here to prove Tao. I know. So far, this should be the most suitable place for you. Now that the danger in the chaotic wasteland is over, I'll come here with you again." On the other side, the Grand Elder and Elder Firespear had just entered his mother's origin star. Seeing that his mother's face seemed a little pale, Hanfei knew that it must still be a little difficult for her. After all, for so many years, she hadn't arranged her origin star much. Hanfei immediately took out dozens of ownerless refined stars and said, "Mother, make do and refine these stars first." Zhang Linxian said in surprise, These resources are too much. You'd better keep them for yourself." Hanfei smiled and said, "Don't worry. I have hundreds of thousands of refined stars like these now. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid you won't be able to refine them all at once, I could take out a lot more. When we return to the Raging Sea, you can repair your origin stars first. We'll talk about other things when it's done." Hundreds of thousands? Zhang Linxian, Han Guanshu thought to himself. This kid is still bragging. Do you know how huge a resource hundreds of thousands of refined stars of this level is? At this moment, there was no longer a lava giant here. Hanfei said, "Let's go. Let's meet Uncle Xuan and Yinner." Chapter 2680, Eldest Senior Brother Reasoning with Time, Temple 5. 2680 Eldest Senior Brother Reasoning with Time Temple 5 Yinner. Zhang Linxian's eyes lit up. "Okay, let's go." Zhang Linxian had a pair of children. She had seen Hanfei and was very gratified that he was so powerful. She hadn't seen Yinner yet. She didn't know what kind of girl Yinner had become and if she had a man she liked. Han Guanshu smiled and seemed to be emotional. It had been more than 100,000 years since he parted with Han Xuan. He wondered how Han Xuan was doing now. The Raging Sea, the Heavenly Realm, Nine Palace World. Yang Huihui, hurry up and go back to your Thug Academy. Why do you, a disciple of the Thug Academy, stay in the Nine Palace World every day? Aunt, I don't want to cultivate. This picture was of a smart little boy wheedling with a young woman. Han Yinner was speechless. How can I not know what you're thinking? Don't covet my disciple. You should cultivate hard at your age. Don't learn from your senior brothers and sisters in the Thug Academy who are busy falling in love all day long. Yang Huihui said, Auntie, you're wrong. I heard that my uncle has been in a relationship since he was a teenager. It was a legendary love story that made people cry. Why can't I do it? Han Yiner didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who's your uncle? Who's your aunt? Your mother is Zhang Qin, and your father is Yang Xie. They're only my brother's senior brother and senior sister, so he is your senior uncle. How did he become your uncle? Yang Huihui snorted. That's different. Among everyone, my mother and uncle got to know each other first. My mother even taught uncle for a period of time. So Master Human Emperor is actually my mother's younger brother. Isn't it only right for me to call him uncle? I should call him that. Since the Human Emperor is my uncle, aren't you my aunt? Han Yiner was rendered speechless again. Zhang Qin and Yang Xie were not very good at communicating, but their son was very eloquent. More importantly, this guy was shameless. Since he took a fancy to her disciple, he couldn't be driven away. At this moment, Yang Huihui was pestering Han Yiner with one hand waving behind his back as if signaling someone. On the other side, outside a certain trial field, a puddle of water was silently moving out. Han Yiner was lost for words. Yiner, where are you going? Ah, master. The water bulged and turned into a little girl, her face full of disappointment. She even glared at Yang Huihui, thinking to herself, I knew I couldn't run out. Yang Huihui, this idiot, he said his trick would work, but it's simply useless. Seeing this, Yang Huihui immediately lay on the ground and cried. Aunt, Yiner and I are truly in love. I'll just show her the Thug Academy and she'll come back soon, I promise. Han Yiner held her forehead. What if your senior sister Yixian leads her astray? Don't think I don't know why you become so eloquent. Other than Yixian, there's no one else. Yang Huihui pretended not to hear her. If my uncle were here, he would definitely support me. Aunt, don't be so strict. Live a good life and find a boyfriend. Smack, where are your manners? Yang Huihui's head was flicked. Just as Han Yiner was about to say something, she suddenly sensed something and turned around. Brother? Han Yiner exclaimed in delight. She never expected Han Fei to return. Just now, she felt something strange in her bloodline. She didn't expect it to be such a good thing. Yang Huihui was stunned and asked in confusion, Brother? Immediately, Yang Huihui widened his eyes and exclaimed, Fuck. Uncle Human Emperor? Immediately, Yang Huihui jumped up from the ground with a swish, looked at Han Fei, and then his eyes widened like copper bells. On the other side, Yiner also saw this scene and couldn't help but open her mouth. Is this Master Human Emperor? But who are the people beside him? Han Fei grinned and said, Yiner, this kid is right. You should have a boyfriend. Hey, the little guys want to fall in love. Just let them. Kid, what's your name? Gulper Yang Huihui? Zhang Qin is my mother, Uncle Human Emperor. I finally meet you. The boy wasn't shy at all. He even stuttered at the beginning, but then he directly called Han Fei Uncle Human Emperor. Han Fei, the smile on Han Fei's face froze. He grunted and then looked at the girl named Yiner, extending his hand and greeting her. Han Yiner said, Yiner, come and meet your uncle. Yiner hurried over and bowed. Greetings, Master Human Emperor. Han Fei nodded slightly and then said, Yiner's bloodline is extraordinary, but her innate spiritual heritage seems to be damaged. It's not easy for her, right? Han Yiner nodded. Yes, Yiner's a poor girl. Brother, please help her recover. Han Fei smiled and nodded. Yiner, come here. Yiner looked at Han Yiner, then took a deep breath, swallowed, and walked to Han Fei. Han Fei reached out and pressed his hand on her head. Instantly, divine brilliance descended and the heaven enlightenment divine technique burst out. The chaotic pulse in Yiner's body was repaired and her strength was recovering at a visible speed. In fact, it didn't take long. In just 10 seconds, Yiner was about to fall asleep. Han Fei said, Yang Huihui, right? Take Yiner to rest. She should wake up in a day. She will struggle during this period, but don't touch her. Yes, Uncle Human Emperor. Compared to Han Fei, Yang Huihui cared more about Yiner, so he carried Yiner and ran away. Only then did Han Yiner notice that there were 2 other people standing not far away. She couldn't help but look over. At first her eyes were blank, then her pupils gradually dilated. She looked at Han Fei as if she was asking. That was because Han Yiner had discovered that the woman looked like the statue of the sea god in the yin-yang world, and the man looked 70% like Uncle Xuanhuan. Dad? Mom? Chapter 2681, Starfish beaten to having a breakthrough. 2681, Starfish beaten to having a breakthrough. Although Han Fei didn't see Han Guanshu when he was young, he had Tanga, who was at least his family. Later, as he grew increasingly stronger, he didn't care about his parents that much. However, Yiner was different. Yiner had been taken care of by her master since she was young. As she only had young soul, she seemed to be a little retarded. During this period, she suffered the disdain and bullying of countless people. Her master was strict on her, so she still hoped to be doted on by her parents. Furthermore, girls' thoughts were always different from boys, so Yiner's personality was very introverted. Fortunately, Han Fei let Yiner live in the Thug Academy for a period of time, and she gradually became cheerful with the help of others. At this moment, she didn't know how to face her biological parents. She could only look at Han Fei for help. As if reading Yiner's thoughts, Zhang Linxian strode to Han Yiner and grabbed her hand, sobbing. Yiner, I'm sorry. Mother is back. Yiner looked at Han Fei in panic, and Han Fei cast an encouraging look at her. Gulp, Mom, Zhang Linqian's voice was gentle. Sigh, you may not know me now, but now that we're back, your father and I actually want to hear what you have experienced all these years. Are you willing to tell us? Although Han Guanshu's schemes were unparalleled, when facing his children, he was like a loving old father, especially when facing his daughter, which was different from facing Han Fei. At this moment, he was standing next to Zhang Linqian with a smile, but didn't say anything. However, Han Guanshu looked up at the tall building not far away, and Han Xuan happened to look at him. Han Guanshu simply said to him via voice transmission, "Let me reunite with my daughter first." After all, they were related by blood. With Han Fei around, Yinner quickly accepted Zhang Linqian and Han Guanshu. After all, Han Fei had long told Yinner about Han Guanshu and Zhang Linqian. This time, their sudden appearance meant that a lot of things must have happened. Under Jiang Linqian's care and concern, Yinner slowly confessed her growth. Later, it was just the mother and daughter talking, but Han Fei and Han Guanshu couldn't say anything. Han Guanshu said, "I'm going to meet Han Xuan." Jiang Linqian nodded slightly. "Go ahead, Yinner and I are chatting." After Han Guanshu and Han Xuan left, Jiang Linqian recounted the cause of her departure. "Your father and I were trapped in the Time River." Then Zhang Linqian asked, "How did your brother find you?" Speaking of Han Fei, Han Yinyer had a lot to say. This was because everyone knew about Han Fei's legendary life. Ever since Han Fei unified the human race, Han Fei's various upbringing experiences had been dug out. After all, Han Fei was extremely famous in the yin-yang world. In addition, the Thug Academy didn't lack big mouths, so his path to rise as the human emperor had long been compiled into a book that contained his various legendary experiences. While Zhang Linqian and Yinner were talking, Han Fei and Han Guanshu came to the star-picking tower. Han Xuan looked at Han Guanshu with a complicated expression. "I didn't expect to see you again in my lifetime." "What a surprise." Han Guanshu smiled faintly. "Yes, because I have a good son." Han Xuan glanced at Han Fei. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I'm afraid it was very dangerous for you to get them out, right?" "Han Fei, it was a close call." "Well, Uncle Xuan, why don't you talk to old Han alone?" Han Xuan asked. "Where are you going?" Han Fei said. "I'm going to meet some old friends and make a trip to the Merman royal family. By the way, Uncle Xuan, announce to the world that I've returned. During this period, everyone who has been cultivating outside can come back. It won't be long before we go out." "Oh?" Although Han Xuan had already guessed it, he was still shocked to hear the news that they were going out. This trip to the east was different from the one 100,000 years ago. Since Han Fei said that they were going out this time, it meant that he was already confident of establishing himself in the outside world. Han Xuan nodded. "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to inform them. I'll also send someone to inform the undersea humans." The giant beast settlement. On the corpse that was said to belong to a god and looked like a huge metal mine that stretched for 8,000 kilometers, a fat big starfish was sleeping soundly. Around him, there were all kinds of shiny rare treasures and a lot of spiritual mines. Every time he breathed, a large amount of spiritual energy would pour into his body. Who else could it be but the hexagon starfish? When Han Fei wanted to leave the raging sea, he had planned to take the hexagon starfish with him, but this guy refused to leave no matter what. In the end, Han Fei thought that if he took this burden to the sea realm, he would definitely be a trouble for him. After all, at that time, the hexagon starfish was not very strong. But now it seemed that this guy had almost reached the peak level of the sea establishment realm. A starfish who only knew how to sleep, massage, and enjoy had reached this level by sleeping. To be honest, Han Fei was quite surprised. Han Fei pondered. Perhaps there was really something special about the corpse of the metal mine, but at this moment no information appeared in the demon purification pot. Han Fei tried to use the time retrospective technique to see what this metal giant beast was. However, after he used the time retrospective technique, only a hazy mist of time appeared. It seems that the real origin of this metal giant beast is quite extraordinary. At least with my current ability, I still can't figure it out. Han Fei came to the hexagon starfish and knocked him twice with Lu Qianzi. The hexagon starfish didn't even open his eyes. He just mumbled, "Stop it, I'm sleeping." Boom, boom, "Hey, who is it? I'm sleeping. Can't you massage more gently?" Boom, boom, the hexagon starfish was infuriated. "I said stop it, didn't you hear me?" His 6 big eyes suddenly opened, and when the hexagon starfish was about to fly into a rage, what caught his eyes was a face that couldn't be more familiar. That smiling face was so scary. Shoot, the hexagon starfish was no longer sleepy. He darted out with a swish, muttering as he ran, "It's a dream. I must be dreaming. How can he come back? Absolutely impossible." Buzz. While the hexagon starfish was muttering, a big hand from the void grabbed his tentacles and pulled them back. "It hurts? Not good. It's actually real." The hexagon starfish exclaimed. Starfish didn't slack off. Starfish didn't slack off at all. Starfish cultivated diligently and attentively. "I really didn't slack off at all." Hehehe. Bang. The hexagon starfish, like a meteor, rolled tens of thousands of kilometers away with a bang, leaving a deep ravine on the ground. For a moment, dust flew everywhere. Alas, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. All the giant beasts were attracted by this sudden battle. No, to be precise, this was not a battle, but a one-sided abuse. The hexagon starfish was sent flying in midair. When everyone looked over, the hexagon starfish's body had been swollen by half. Buzz, the six-gate array burst out. However, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the six-gate array instantly dissipated. Han Fei held Lu Qianzi and struck out hundreds of times in an instant. Lu Qianzi shouted, "I'm a monarch, not a stick. Master, why don't you change to a rod?" Han Fei ignored him, and the hexagon starfish wailed, "Ouch, ouch, don't beat me, please. Starfish didn't do anything wrong. Woo wee wee," the giant beasts all gasped hard. "Shoot, the human emperor is back? Wow, beating up the hexagon starfish as soon as he comes back? I told him long ago that he had to cultivate hard. He can't just swallow and not cultivate. The human emperor is not beating him, but helping him refine and absorb the energy in his body. But this looks too painful. The hexagon starfish is a late-stage sea establisher, but he has no chance to fight back in the hands of the human emperor. Isn't that obvious? That's the human emperor, who can kill an emperor when he's only a sea establisher. The hexagon starfish doesn't even know how to fight. What's the use of its defense? Are we going over? Are you out of your mind? The human emperor is beating up the starfish. Why are you running over? Do you want to experience the feeling of being beaten up like the hexagon starfish? Forget it. A moment later, the hexagon starfish lay on the ground covered in blood with a swollen face, and tears were flowing out of his 6 big eyes. However, although he was heavily wounded, he recovered quickly and his overall strength seemed to be soaring. Crack. The hexagon starfish made a breakthrough. Yes, he was beaten to a breakthrough by Han Fei. Chapter 2682-2682, The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian, to 682, The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian, to 682, The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian. He made a breakthrough? I want to be beaten up too? Some giant beasts sighed, feeling that they were not even as useful as a starfish. It's not that everyone can make a breakthrough by being beaten up. Strangely enough, the hexagon starfish has been growing too fast. Since he established the sea, he has been sleeping with a lot of spiritual stones and minerals every day. I don't know how his strength has increased so fast. A toad said, I learned from him for 100 years and slept on the metal corpse for a full 100 years. It was useless. My strength didn't increase at all. Next door, a large group of giant beasts were looking at the hexagon starfish enviously. Of course, the hexagon starfish didn't think this was enviable at all. Why do you have to hit starfish? Starfish is very hard-working, Han Fei said crossly. You've been sleeping so hard that your spiritual heritage is blocked and your vitality has clotted, right? Lying on the ground like a pile of mud, the hexagon starfish said aggrievedly, I'm just communicating with this big metal monster. I'm listening to it and visualizing it. Look at my strength. I've crossed a whole realm. It's only been 600 years, Han Fei scoffed. Haha. I don't believe you. I can't even feel the slightest fluctuation of this metal monster. How can you? The hexagon starfish said. You're too eager. You have to feel it with your heart. Ouch, it hurts. Can you give me a healing divine light? Heh, just endure it. The injuries on your body can accelerate the digestion of your strength. If I beat you up 2 more times, you will be able to completely consolidate your strength as a peak-level sea establisher. Hiss. The hexagon starfish twitched in fright, and his 6 big eyes rolled crazily like yo-yos. Can you not hit me? Starfish is going to the Thug Academy to train with them. Han Fei reached out and grabbed, and the hexagon starfish immediately became palm-sized. He patted him on the ground and said, No chance. I'm going to take everyone into the sea realm this time. The hexagon starfish immediately said, Can starfish not go there? Han Fei sneered. No, you have to go even if you don't want to. Besides, I'll take everyone away. If you don't go with us, you'll be the only one left in this world. Do you want to stay? Then I'll go. At this point, Han Fei looked at the giant beasts and said, Everyone, come here. A large group of giant beasts gathered around. When they saw Han Fei, they were a little hesitant. The big toad said, Master Human Emperor, can you beat me up too? I'm only a little bit away from a breakthrough. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Do you think everyone will make a breakthrough after being beaten up? However, Han Fei threw a level 7 mineral over. This mineral can help you completely open your origin sea. Then you will be a peak-level sea establisher. Hiss! The giant beasts were shocked. Stott, is it that simple? Master Human Emperor, I'm about to make a breakthrough too. I'm also lacking an opportunity. Master Human Emperor, can I take a beating from you? Master Human Emperor, the hexagon starfish was dumbfounded. What kind of people are these? Why are they so eager to be beaten up? Lu Qianzi was even more speechless. Were these big guys crazy? They were so big, but their brains were not normal. Some even liked to be beaten up. However, Han Fei smiled casually. Come on, one for each of you. You won't be able to digest it all at once. But don't panic. Take your time. Let me tell you, even an emperor can't get such a level 7 mineral. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you some. Thank you, Master Human Emperor. Thank you, Human Emperor. Of course, Han Fei was not a spendthrift. First of all, these giant beasts, as they said, most of them were in a bottleneck. This was because the resources in the raging sea were limited after all. There were almost no high-quality minerals here, so such a level 7 mineral was of great significance to them. In fact, this level 7 mineral could even help them open the sky. Besides, after they used the level 7 mineral, they would know how precious the level 7 mineral was. In the future, they would have to follow him. Once these giant beasts opened the sky, they would be quite strong. Therefore, Han Fei was not stingy. The hexagon starfish could feel the energy fluctuations on the level 7 minerals. The power of the minerals simply maxed out the temptation. He shamelessly flew over and tugged at Han Fei's shoulder. Starfish wants it too. Starfish want it too. Han Fei sneered. You don't have it. When you refine all the energy and vitality in your body, I can give you one. The hexagon starfish, as for the big toad, after swallowing the level 7 mineral, only 10 seconds later, it exclaimed, strong. What a powerful treasure. It has become the dominator of my origin sea all of a sudden. Isn't it too strong? Really? So powerful? No, I have to try. Seeing the giant beasts talking, Han Fei had no time to listen to their nonsense. He said, don't forget the time. I'll give you a month to report to the human world. If anyone doesn't come by then, they might have to stay in this world forever. Chapter 2683-2683, The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian, 2-2683. The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian, 26. Don't worry, Master Human Emperor, we'll be there within a month. Master Human Emperor, we'll set off immediately. Han Fei didn't care when they would set off. He had already said what he wanted to say and disappeared in an instant. Before he left, he took the hexagon starfish off his shoulder and threw him on the ground. Beat him up once every 5 days. If he dares to resist, tell me. I don't care how you beat him, but the next time I see him, his realm must be stabilized. Immediately, the giant beasts all said, Master Human Emperor, we promise to complete the task. Wadi est, Master Human Emperor, I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. Heh, I can finally show my strength. The hexagon starfish, no, Wat, Est, and Fei came to the mermaid royal city again. It had only been a few days since he left. At this moment, Xiahongju and Chunhuangdian had just recovered from their injuries and were consolidating their realm. But Han Fei's appearance made Xiahongju directly open the gate of the palace. It was better to open the gate herself than to watch Han Fei barge in. Seeing that Han Fei was here again, Chunhuangdian just frowned, and Xiahongju took the initiative to ask, why haven't you set off yet? Xiahongju and Chunhuangdian were nervous because they weren't sure if this was the real Han Fei or the fake one. Han Fei explained, no, I'm back. Buzz. In the next moment, the almost rotten coffin of the ancient tree of life appeared. As the coffin lid was opened, Xia Xiaoshan's exquisite face appeared in front of Xiahongju and Chunhuangdian. However, Xiahongju and Chunhuangdian couldn't tell if Han Fei was real or fake, but how did the ancient tree of life coffin become like this? And why did the coffin lid open? Xiahongju suddenly stood up. No one can open the coffin until he proves Dao. Also, what's wrong with the ancient tree of life? Han Fei said, the process is not important. All you need to know is that Xia Xiaoshan is back, but I won't put her in the mermaid royal city anymore. Why? Han Fei said. Mother-in-law, please gather all the members of the merman royal family in a month. It's time for us to leave the raging sea. Xia Xiaoshan was not surprised by Han Fei's decision, but she still said tentatively, Xiaoshan can stay with me. Han Fei smiled casually. To be honest, you can't protect her. I have a chaotic spiritual treasure to extend her life. Do you have one? With that, Han Fei turned around and said indifferently, out of the raging sea, our biggest enemy is not the city of origin, but the city of scavengers. Xiahongju asked, what do you have to fight them? Han Fei said, mother-in-law, you just need to know that as the human emperor, I won't risk the lives of billions of human beings. After Han Fei left, Xiahongju didn't come back to herself for a long time. In the end, she said, he is stronger than Gu Tingnan. Gu Tingnan went to the sea realm without knowing anything, but the human race ended up being enslaved. She also led the merman royal family to explore the way, but she was taken away by the An family. Although they said they were protecting her, they were actually harming her. Now, Han Fei had returned from the exploration of the sea realm and could embark on the journey to the east again. How bold was he? This decision would decide the fate of billions of people. If he made the wrong decision, Han Fei's Dao path would be severed. Therefore, he was much more courageous than her and Gu Tingnan. Besides, the self-severing tribulation was so powerful, but this guy solved it in a few days. When the ominous Han Fei came, she and Chunhuangdian were easily beaten by him. Xiahongju looked at Chunhuangdian and asked, what do you think? Chunhuangdian said solemnly, I think we should go. Since he dares to bet like this, he must be confident of winning. Besides, even if we stay here, it's meaningless. The raging sea is too small. Even if we cultivate for another 10,000 years and gather the countless resources in the raging sea, we won't be able to prove Dao. Therefore, we have to go, Xiahongju said. I think so too. I just can't think of any way for him to resist the city of scavengers and the city of origin. After visiting the merman royal family, Han Fei's next stop was naturally the monarch palace. In fact, this was not Han Fei's original plan. He wanted to go to the heavenly race again and try to get some more spring of life before he conquered the city of scavengers. But now, he only had 9 drops of the spring of life, and he didn't know if it was enough. This was because he had guessed that Chu Hao's strength was definitely at the great monarch level. If he weren't a great monarch, he wouldn't have been able to escape from so many strong masters. Even the strong masters of the Time Temple couldn't find him. Furthermore, based on what he had seen and heard in the Sea Realm, he had basically guessed Chu Hao's background. He must be the divine son from the primordial divine race that had basically been wiped out in the previous war. However, Chu Hao was clearly stronger. He had actually run into such a hidden corner. There was no telling if it was a coincidence or something else. In the Monarch Palace. As if knowing that Han Fei was coming before Han Fei arrived, a passage directly appeared in the void. Without hesitation, Han Fei stepped into it. This meeting was more formal. Han Fei came to the core palace of the Monarch Palace. Even last time, he had never been to this place. Chapter 2684, The True Identities of Han Guanshu, and Zhang Linxian 32684, The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian. 3. This core was surrounded by many energy storage arrays and vitality arrays. It seemed to be able to connect to the world origin of the Raging Sea. In the middle of the hall, Chu Hao, who was dressed in black, appeared. He was in a soul-body state. Even this soul shadow was only a remnant soul. This time when he saw Chu Hao again, Han Fei was different from last time. He felt the power of this remnant soul. Even if he fought him one-on-one now, he should be no match for him at all. Therefore, Chu Hao didn't show his real strength back then. He wasn't as miserable as he said. Chu Hao said, "You're here? This day came much earlier than I expected. Even if you are a disciple of the Void Temple, I still think you came too early." Han Fei said, "Okay, then I'll leave now and come back in 10,000 years, alright? Chu Hao, I was just kidding." Han Fei didn't take out the Spring of Life directly, but said, "If I'm not wrong, you should be from the primordial divine race and be their divine son. You should be very strong, or you wouldn't have been able to obtain things like the demon purification pot, the time worm, and the space worm. But at the same time, because of your identity as a member of the primordial divine race, you actually have many enemies in the Sea Realm, right?" Chu Hao was silent for a moment. "I didn't expect you to know so much information after only being away for hundreds of years. But even so, how can you be sure of my identity? Few people know about this, and you probably haven't come into contact with the people who hunted me back then," Han Fei said. "The Mirror of Infinity is modeled after the yin-yang heavenly mirror of the primordial divine race. I can make a bold guess based on that alone." "I see," Chu Hao said indifferently. "That's right, I'm indeed the divine son of the primordial divine race. If I appear in the Sea Realm, once my identity is exposed, it might cause turmoil in the Sea Realm. Under such circumstances, are you still willing to save me?" Han Fei smiled. "Why not? What does the turmoil in the Sea Realm have anything to do with me? Even if they're to be after someone, they will be after you. Of course, the biggest problem in saving you is that once you expose your identity, it might be traced back to me." "Then the secret of the demon purification pot will be exposed," Chu Hao said. "You're a disciple of the Void Temple. Why would you be afraid of this?" Han Fei said. "Treasures are tempting. Your primordial divine race are even descendants of gods, but you were still robbed. Therefore saving you, I, and the human race actually took a huge risk. I think you should admit this." Chu Hao nodded and didn't deny it. Then he said, "Tell me, what information do you want to get from me?" Han Fei asked. "Is the yin-yang heavenly mirror still in this world?" Chu Hao nodded. "Yes, it's still in the West Wilderness, but it's hard to say who has it. This is because the yin-yang heavenly mirror has a certain self-will. If it wants to hide, ordinary people won't be able to find it." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "I am not an ordinary person, and I have the vast ocean navigator." Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm afraid I'll have to go to the West Wilderness sooner or later, not just because of the yin-yang heavenly mirror, but also because of the lava giants and the wild ancient race." Han Fei said again, "I have 2 more questions." Chu Hao said, "What are they?" Han Fei asked, "Why the Raging Sea? Why did you choose to hide in the Raging Sea?" "This matter confuses me. Logically speaking, the upper limit of cultivation in the Raging Sea is very low, except that the place is slightly larger, but it's still too small compared to the Sea Realm. It's difficult to prove Tao here. Why did you choose this place? Don't say it was unintentional. I don't believe it. Heh, why do you think there's a problem with the Raging Sea?" Han Fei didn't hide it. "Firstly, I haven't heard of any pure-blooded human beings in any place except for the Sea Realm, but there are those in the Raging Sea. As one of the 6 ancient bloodlines, the human race is definitely not simple. So far, all I know is that there are only humans in the Raging Sea besides the Sea Realm. Secondly, the 3 temples all appeared in the small Raging Sea. Is it because they have nothing to do? I don't think so. Therefore, I believe you didn't find this place randomly." Chu Hao seemed to be slightly emotional. "Sure enough, you even know that the human race is one of the 6 ancient bloodlines. You still have doubts about this." This time, Chu Hao didn't hide anything. Instead, he said, "The heavenly Tao here seems ordinary, but it's actually because the Raging Sea is actually the origin of the ancient human race. This world is far from as simple as you think. This world once experienced the primordial era, the age of gods, the age of doom, and even the earliest chaotic era. This world survived even though it was about to be destroyed several times. Therefore, this world is definitely not as simple as it looks now, even if it does look ordinary now. If I were you, I would definitely choose this place to prove Tao." He didn't expect the Raging Sea to have such a long history. Wasn't it said that the primordial human race only existed in the chaotic era? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if the Raging Sea used to belong to the chaotic era. Chu Hao asked, "What's the other problem?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "You should know how powerful the demon purification pot is. Then why did you give it up?" "I don't believe that you just want to find someone who can take in and use the demon purification pot. If it were anyone else, their first thought would be to take this treasure for themselves. Why did you give it away?" Chapter 2685 The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian and 42685 The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian. 4 Chu Hao chuckled. "I'm already a useless person. Even if I control the demon purification pot, what can I do?" Han Fei shook his head. "I don't think so, but I happen to hear some rumors. In the chaotic era, there was a vine with 6 ancient veins, which were the 6 ancient bloodlines. Do you think this vine has anything to do with the vine of the demon purification pot?" Chu Hao said. "Heh. It seems that the race in the abyssal chasm has left a lot of history." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Chu Hao didn't refute, which meant that his guess was very likely to be close to the truth. If the demon purification pot produced 6 ancient bloodlines, would it be the first small vine of the demon purification pot, or would this only happen once? Chu Hao said, "Actually, it's meaningless for you to dwell on this now. As you grow stronger, the little vines of the demon purification pot will return one after another. At that time, you will know a lot of such secrets. There's no need to get to the bottom of it now." Han Fei nodded slightly. He didn't expect to know everything immediately, he just asked tentatively today. But the answer was already beyond his expectations. The Raging Sea was clearly much more mysterious than he thought. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei took out 8 drops of the Spring of Life and said, "I don't know how many drops of the Spring of Life you need, but that's all I've got so far. Is it enough for you to recover?" 8 drops? Chu Hao frowned slightly and said, "Although the Spring of Life is powerful, 8 drops are not much. Just reshaping myself requires at least 8 drops of the Spring of Life. So these drops of the Spring of Life are at most enough for me to return to the Tao proving level, and I'll still be far away from my peak state," Han Fei said. "Even now, you can unleash the Monarch Realm combat power, or even surpass it, so these 8 drops of the Spring of Life should be able to help you unleash the combat power of the Immortal level, or even a Great Monarch for a short period of time." Chu Hao said, "You're overthinking it. The strength varies greatly among each level in the Monarch Realm. Immortal level, I need at least 30 drops to reach that level. And if I want to return to the Great Monarch level, I naturally need more." Han Fei had thought that if Chu Hao really needed it, he could take out the last drop of the Spring of Life. However, when he heard that he needed 30 drops to return to the Immortal level, it didn't seem to make a difference whether he gave him this drop or not. Anyway, Chu Hao could only return to the Tao proving level now. But on second thought, Han Fei asked, "If you return to the Tao proving level, how much combat power can you unleash? Can you unleash the combat power of a Great Monarch in a short period of time?" Chu Hao shook his head. "Of course not. The Spring of Life is not omnipotent. It's already not bad if it can help me replenish some of my soul power and rebuild my body." With that, Han Fei saw that the 8 drops of the Spring of Life were immediately swept into the black shadow by Chu Hao. Immediately afterward, the entire Monarch Palace began to tremble. Instantly, countless powers of the Great Tao gathered here. The bronze divine tree he had once seen appeared in front of Han Fei and was growing rapidly, quickly intertwining into the shape of a human meridian. Stat! Han Fei's pupils were constricted. So this thing was formed from Chu Hao's spiritual heritage? At this moment, a large amount of vitality flowed out of the spiritual heritage of the bronze divine tree. Han Fei saw that many secret realm-like places in the Monarch Palace had opened, and a large number of rare treasures surged into the growing meridians. Some turned into bones, and some turned into blood. Han Fei saw a giant growing at a visible speed. After more than 4 hours, Chu Hao's body was finally rebuilt with the support of the Spring of Life. However, in order to reconstruct this body, 99% of the secret realms in Chu Hao's Monarch Palace were empty. It was no longer the Monarch Palace that was filled with treasures. "It's been 100,000 years. I've finally revived," Chu Hao was muttering to himself, as if he was exclaiming about his new life. Han Fei interrupted, "Don't be happy yet. You should know why I'm here. A big war is about to begin. You and I are on the same boat. If you still want to borrow my strength in the future, you must participate in this war," Chu Hao said leisurely. "If necessary, I can help you kill 3 carefree level or 1 immortal level cultivator. This is my limit. After all, I'm still far from my peak state. Even if I can exert greater strength in a short period of time, that's all I can do." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, it's a deal." With that, Han Fei left. Chu Hao needed to consolidate his foundation, and he needed some time to prepare. Han Fei didn't expect that a few drops of the Spring of Life could restore a great monarch. If the Spring of Life was really so powerful, how could the heavenly race lack Tao-proving level powerhouses? Therefore, Chu Hao's promise to him had exceeded his expectations. This was because he hadn't counted Chu Hao in his plan before, because he wasn't sure if a few drops of the Spring of Life could revive him. If they couldn't revive Chu Hao, everything he planned would have been in vain. After that, Han Fei went to the Beast King. After staying for half a day, he hurried back to the heavenly realm. This round trip had actually taken him a lot of time. After all, he couldn't exert the fastest speed here. Interestingly, the power of faith had begun to soar recently. It seemed that the news of Han Fei's return had already begun to spread, so the power of faith soared all of a sudden. Chapter 2686, The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian 52686. The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian 5 Wanshu and Zhang Linxian 5. When Han Fei returned to the human world, he saw the sky full of strong masters flying around. All kinds of fishing boats gathered from the 4 seas, and a large number of undersea humans were marching at the bottom of the sea. The giant beasts were all mobilized. When they approached the human world, many people circled them. For the first time, the merman royal family began to gather near the human world. Those who didn't know better would think that a war was about to break out. When the news of Han Fei's return spread, almost all humans realized that they were about to embark on a new journey. Ordinary people didn't know whether this matter was good or bad, nor did they know how fierce this trip was. They were just happy and felt that the human emperor was going to lead them to open a new world. They were curious about what the new world was like. As for fighting, they didn't think that if they were caught in a war, it would be their turn to fight. Ordinary people didn't have any worries but excitement and joy, which made those who knew the secrets sigh. Han Fei spent nearly half a month on this trip. By the time he returned to the 9-palace world, Han Guanshu, Zhang Linxian, and the others had already finished talking. At this moment, Han Guanshu and Han Xuan were sitting on the star-picking tower playing chess, while Jiang Linxian was teaching Yinner cultivation. In fact, Yinner's strength hadn't grown slowly. The last time Han Fei saw her, she was already at the late stage of the sea establishment realm. Han Xuan had definitely helped her a lot. However, in just a few days, Yinner had already reached the peak level of the sea establishment realm. Indeed, the personal instruction of a former god was different. The moment Han Fei returned, Zhang Linxian smiled and waved at him. Fire, Han Fei smiled and said, "Old Han Mom, I think we need to talk." Oh, Han Guanshu was about to place a chess piece, but then his hand stopped in midair and he said to Han Xuan with a smile, "I'll come back later." This time, Han Fei and his parents went to an empty place alone. Han Guanshu still had a faint smile on his face. He felt good to be home. He said, "Son, why didn't you call Yinner over?" Han Fei looked at Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian solemnly. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "In fact, you know that you were being used as pawns, right?" Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian looked at each other. In the end, Zhang Linxian smiled and nodded. "I know," Han Fei said. "When Zeman Linglin mentioned the Time Temple and the Void Temple, you weren't surprised at all. When you learned that Zeman Linglin was a great monarch, you weren't surprised either. Also, after thinking about it, there are no conditions for proving Tao in the Time River. How did you prove Tao? Use the Time Worm and Space Worm. But in theory, you have to return to the modern world to prove Tao because this is your era, right?" Before they could speak, Han Fei continued, "Old Han, I heard from Uncle Xuan that you used to want to forge something like the Vast Ocean Navigator. But the ability of the Vast Ocean Navigator is too powerful, a sacred weapon that can grow. I don't know how it grows, but I know it's almost omnipotent. Even if it's a god, it can point to where the god is. But the 9-palace luck ruler didn't work well when it reached the sky-opening realm. This shows that the Vast Ocean Navigator's level is countless times higher than the 9-palace luck ruler. I don't believe such a treasure was made by kings or emperors. No matter how great an opportunity they have, I don't believe they can make it. Unless this treasure isn't yours, or you aren't in the realm I'm seeing now." Han Guanshu said. "Son," Han Fei said, "wait a minute, don't interrupt me, I haven't finished." Han Fei paused for a moment and said, "Also, when I was in the Lava Giant tribe, I learned that there was a bloodline divine tree in the Soul Sea. I didn't think much of it because my bloodline didn't seem to be that good. However, my spiritual heritage is unbelievably powerful. Perhaps it's unique in the entire sea realm. Even the gods said that people with double spiritual heritages almost didn't exist, but I was born with them. If it's a coincidence, then it's too much of a coincidence. Why me and not others? Am I the most special one among the trillions of creatures?" After that, I thought to myself, spiritual heritage is preordained by the heavens, but the heavens don't allow 2 spiritual heritages. This is contradictory. Lastly, when I mentioned that Xia Xiaoshan had a divine bloodline, Old Han, you asked, "Does she have a divine bloodline too?" Don't pretend I didn't hear you. My ears are very good. Why do you use 2? Alas, Han Fei sighed and rubbed between his eyebrows. To be honest, these traps are too tiring. I can't tell who's setting up the traps, who's the chess piece, or if you're both chess players and chess pieces. What I'm even less sure of is whether you are my biological parents or not. Who are you exactly? Han Fei said everything he wanted to say in one breath. This was because some things were too unreasonable. The most unreasonable thing was his dual spiritual heritages, followed by the Vast Ocean Navigator. But all the facts prove that Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian were born in the Raging Sea. When they were in the 36 Mystic Worlds, they broke into the Monarch Palace like others. Later in the 36 Mystic Worlds battle, they were forced to hide in the Abyssal Chasm because they were beaten. Chapter 2687, 2687, The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian, 62687, The True Identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian, 6. Everything seemed so logical, but no matter how logical the story was, there were still some things that couldn't be explained. Han Guanshu chuckled and looked at Zhang Linxian. Xiangxian, you tell him? Zhang Linxian nodded slightly and took Han Fei's hand. Fire, we knew that sooner or later you would raise these questions. It's not that your father and I are hiding it from you, but even if you know it now, it doesn't make much difference. But since you asked, I can't keep it a secret anymore. Han Fei was refreshed. He knew that there was a secret behind it. Zhang Linxian's voice was gentle and elegant. First of all, your bloodline is actually not weak. It's just that I removed your bloodline. Otherwise, your bloodline would be very powerful, much stronger than you think. Han Fei raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. Zhang Linxian said leisurely, I don't know if you know, but the raging sea we're in is not as simple as you think. The source of the raging sea can be traced back to the chaotic era, when the world was first created and all things were chaotic. The primordial human race was born from this world. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had just learned this from Chu Hao, but Chu Hao didn't make it clear. Therefore, Han Fei only knew that the raging sea wasn't simple. Zhang Linxian continued. In the chaotic era, there was no primordial world, but vast lands of stars. In the chaotic era, races were born, various strange treasures appeared, and everything evolved from it. When the myriad races evolved, something incomprehensible was born in the chaotic era, called the ominous. The ominous? Zhang Linxian looked at the void, her previous playful expression gone, and she seemed to have resumed her fairy-like posture. At first, no one cared about it. At that time, the ominous was just like a star in the sea of stars, even inferior to it. And the entire sea of stars was chaotic, so no one cared about it. But by the time everyone realized its existence, the ominous had grown to an unimaginable level. Therefore, the myriad races fused, resisted, and fought the ominous, creating the primordial land. At the beginning of the primordial age, the primordial races fought the ominous. But the fighting style at that time was different from now. At that time, there were billions of treasures hidden in the chaos, so there were plenty of ways to purify the ominous. Therefore, in that war, the myriad races won a huge victory, and the ominous was annihilated. Unfortunately, no one knew that it was indestructible. Until the end of the primordial age, the races fought each other for supremacy. Through the entire primordial age, too many chaotic void had been explored. Although the world was still filled with treasures, the races weren't united. When the ominous's invasion was discovered, it was imaginable that there were heavy casualties. Only then did the strong masters of the myriad races realize how terrifying the ominous was. Some people thought that since the ominous devoured the chaos, why not destroy it with the chaos? Therefore, someone led the chaotic fire sea to collide with the ominous. Han Fei asked, Is that why the chaotic fire burnt all races? Zhang Linxian nodded. Yes, the ominous indeed couldn't withstand the burning and purification of the chaotic fire sea, so it was annihilated. But the chaotic fire sea burst the dam, and 9 out of 10 races were destroyed. From then on, the primordial era ended. Han Fei was shocked. He couldn't imagine how miserable the scene was when the chaotic fire burst the dam and how horrible the ominous was. Han Fei asked, Then it's the age of the gods? The ominous came again? Why did it come again? Is it really indestructible? Han Guanshu smiled and said, I also want to know why it came again, but can I ask it? Zhang Linxian continued, In the age of the gods, everyone had already realized how horrible the ominous was, so they focused on cultivation and began to study the ominous. But at that time, most of the ancient races had already died, only leaving some strong descendants. Because of the loss of bloodlines and cultivation techniques, and over-scavenging of the treasures in the chaos, the overall strength of the myriad races had actually dropped by a large level in the Age of the Gods. However, there was always a way out. In the Age of Gods, people mostly used treasures to resist the ominous. With their bloodlines and talents, even if many people were not gods, they could still have power comparable to gods. Not gods, but they could resist the ominous with their bloodlines and talents? Zhang Linxian said. It's like when you have a powerful treasure, you can easily cross realms to kill enemies. This kind of thing was very common in that era. Han Fei asked, So, how do you know so much about these things? Even the lava giants don't have records of these things. How do you know? Zhang Linxian smiled. Because your father and I had experienced all the 3 ominous wars. But the last time, we were too seriously injured and chose to return to our ancestral land. Speaking of which, this is the 9th life of me and your father. It's just that we couldn't recall our past memories until we established the sea, so before we awaken, we can only have vague memories. As for hiding in the abyssal chasm, it's not to avoid war, but to find a place of peace and do what we should do. For example, the vast ocean navigator is the treasure left behind by the ancient human powerhouses in order to hunt for treasure in the chaos. Gulp the 9th life? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and it took him a long time to come back to himself. So, what were your strengths before? Han Guanshu smiled and said, If you must ask, it's the divine realm. Han Fei, although Han Fei was already dumbfounded, he was dumbstruck when he heard that his parents were actually two gods. If Seaman Linglan could be resurrected, why couldn't his parents be gods? Han Fei forced himself to accept the information. Then he asked, "Then what era were you in your first life?" Han Guanshu sighed. "The first life, the end of the primordial era." Han Fei, Chapter 2688-2688, Human Races Eastern Expedition 12688, Human Races Eastern Expedition 12688, 1. The end of the primordial era. Han Fei was a little lost in thought. How long had it been since the end of the primordial era? They had even participated in all the 3 ominous wars, which was a little unacceptable to him. Han Guanshu laid a hand on Han Fei's shoulder and said, "The entire age of the gods lasted for about 30 million years. The first 20 million years were the era of pathfinding. It was only nearly 10 million years ago that the concept of gods appeared. In fact, there was no difference in essence, but people in the past didn't call it that. This was because people in the past had naturally become gods by cultivating with their bloodlines and talents, but at that time, people wouldn't claim to be gods. Later, those who found ways created cultivation paths for ordinary people, and then the realm of gods was officially confirmed. Han Fei, naturally become gods? Han Fei felt that these words were the same as saying that one became a god as he ate and slept. He probably didn't know why. It was just because he had a strong bloodline, good talent, and good spiritual heritage that he became a god for no reason. If this news spread out, countless people would be madly jealous. Han Fei asked, "What realm were you in before there was the divine realm?" Zhang Linxian said, "Indestructible realm." There wasn't the concept of great monarchs either. Everyone called it the immortal realm. However, immortal is not truly immortal, so it's called the indestructible realm. But it turns out that the only thing that can be indestructible now is the ominous. Han Fei asked, "So you were in the indestructible realm in your first lives?" Han Fei felt that 90% of the ancient races had been wiped out when the chaotic fire burned the primordial world. Those who were still alive must be top-notch. Zhang Linxian nodded. "Yes. Just because we reach the indestructible realm, which is the current divine realm, can we live so long?" Han Fei hurriedly said, "That's not right. Sky openers can live for 1,000,000 years, so it shouldn't be a problem to live for 10 million years when you become great monarchs. Wouldn't a god live for billions of years? Why have you lived 9 lives? Zhang Linxian smiled faintly. "Because your parents are trying to take some different paths. Facts have proven that cultivators in the divine realm can fight the ominous, but can't destroy it, and there's a risk of death. The indestructible realm and gods are actually the same. After we reach our limits in each life, we find that we still can't deal with the ominous, so we have to start a new life to take a different path." Han Guanshu smiled and said, "Otherwise, we'll be killed by the ominous for nothing. We might as well keep reincarnating." Han Fei, Farnest. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. These two were really tough, reincarnating 9 lives and becoming gods in each life. This made him doubt his infinite yearning for gods. Han Fei asked, "Then have you found your way?" Han Guanshu sighed and said, "It's not that we haven't found it, but it's a little different in this life. Your mother and I are trying. I can't tell you that now. You have your own path to walk. As you said, you have dual spiritual heritages, and there is no one among billions of creatures, so your path is worth looking forward to." Han Fei suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "I heard that the divine path in this era has been severed, and the remaining gods have all survived the age of the gods. So, can you become gods again in this life?" Zhang Linxian said with a smile. "Fire, you can try not to regard gods as your ultimate pursuit. God is just a title. Some people become gods by fusing with the heavenly Tao. Some have indestructible souls, some have indestructible bodies, and some have fused with their ancestors. The so-called divine realm is just a hurdle. There are many ways to get over this hurdle. You don't even have to cross this hurdle. It's not impossible for me to cross another hurdle. In short, when I'm strong enough and transcend the tribulation of eternal life, I'll be a god. There won't be a so-called path severing. What's severed is just the hope in people's hearts. What was severed was just the hope in people's hearts." Han Fei remembered this sentence. Although he couldn't understand it well now, he would remember it. The tribulation of eternal life, Han Fei thought to himself. It should be the so-called divine realm, but everyone called it by a different name. Han Fei calmed himself down. Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian had their own paths and ideas. But Han Fei was still a little puzzled. Since you know that it was a trap, why didn't you break it? There's no reason for you to wait for this scene today, because if you hadn't entered the trap, I wouldn't have gone back in time to kill my negative side. Han Guanshu smiled and said, "Son, you think too highly of your mother and me. Even if we were gods in each of our previous lives, it doesn't mean that we are strong now. We are recultivating, and our strength is just like this. No matter how strong we are no match for them, right?" Han Fei didn't believe it. He didn't believe it at all. Maybe this game was set up by them. Han Fei said, "I'm going to lead the human race out of the raging sea. What do you think?" Zhang Linxian smiled and said, "Very good. After all, the ancestral land is the ancestral land. Not to mention that the human race's ancestral land hasn't recovered since the last ominous battle. People have to walk out eventually to see how big the world is and the glory of all races. Fire, I'm not giving you any advice, but your father has already walked the path of the human emperor. Perhaps you'll be walking this path in a different way from your father, but this might as well be a reference. Han Fei couldn't help but turn his head to look at old Han. He was lost for words. Old Han had walked this path too? He looked so gentle and relaxed. He didn't look like a human emperor at all. Had he embarked on some smiling face path after reincarnation? Chapter 2689 Human Races Eastern Expedition 2. 2689 Human Races Eastern Expedition 2. Han Guanshu put on a smile like an elegant elder scholar. He said, I'll give you a suggestion too. Anyway, you're going to take away everyone in the Raging Sea. This world doesn't need to nourish anyone for the time being, so this place is still enough for you to prove your Tao once. Chu Hao had told him this before. Han Fei had thought that he had an origin ground to prove Tao. But no matter what origin ground he had, would it be better than the ancestral land of the human race? Therefore, Han Fei made a judgment almost immediately. Han Guanshu asked, Son, is there anything else you want to ask? No. In fact, Han Fei only suspected the identities of old Han and Zhang Linxian at first. If these two people wanted to lie to him, it would be easy, but they chose to tell him the truth. However, Han Fei didn't feel the joy of having big shots behind him at all, because even strong masters like his parents had to constantly recultivate and find their way, which made him feel inexplicably depressed. One had to know that as gods, they chose to recultivate. How bold was that? More importantly, they didn't recultivate once, but 8 times. Han Fei believed that if it were him, he would probably go crazy. Han Fei paused. Are you going to participate in the human race's expedition? Zhang Linxian reached out and rubbed Han Fei's head. Of course, we are not gods now. In fact, we are not of much use. Besides, since we are all back, how can we miss your battle to prove Tao? Han Fei nodded and said, Let's go back. I think I won't tell Yinner about this for the time being. Zhang Linxian nodded slightly. In fact, what they told Han Fei would only increase Han Fei's burden. This was because the ominous would be back sooner or later. It was useless to tell it to those who were not strong enough. They told Han Fei because of Han Fei's potential and the speed of his growth. He was qualified to listen. But at the same time, he would shoulder the hope of the human race. Half a month later, those who were supposed to return had already returned from various places. Those who weren't strong enough couldn't go far. Besides, this time, the undersea human race, the merman royal family, and the human race had all returned in large numbers except for those who ran to extremely distant places, causing a huge commotion. But even so, it was not a big problem. Even if someone failed to make it to this wave, once the chaotic wasteland was cleared, the people in the Raging Sea would have plenty of chances to enter the sea realm. On this day, the sun was high in the sky, the sea breeze was soothing, and the clouds in the sky were thin. Above the 9 heavens, many strong masters walked in the air and arrived from the sky, standing on the various islands that used to be the 36 mystic worlds. After the 36 mystic worlds merged, the islands were connected, so countless people saw a large number of strong masters descending from the sky. Without needing anyone to say anything, everyone walked out of their houses spontaneously and looked up at the sky. Toot mystic sounds resounded between the heavens and earth, and ripples spread out to 1,000,000 kilometers away. Countless youths exclaimed, Is it really the human emperor? Is the human emperor coming out? A boy asked his parents, Dad, what does the human emperor look like? Is he really the same as the statue? The father sighed. He's definitely more powerful than the statue. The appearance of the human emperor is like the descent of a god. The venerables were full of anticipation. They had only received the notice that they would go to a new world on this trip, Thug Academy. Qu Jinan and Ling Yuan led Yi Xian, Su Daiji, and the others, as well as the hundreds of disciples who had entered the Thug Academy later. The moment the mystic sound sounded, they stood at the entrance of the Thug Academy, waiting. Yi Xian said, I haven't seen my honey in a long time. I wonder if he has returned with senior brother. Qu Jinan shook his head. I don't think so, but you should be able to see him when we go out this time. A new disciple of the Thug Academy said, Senior brother Q, is eldest senior brother strict? Senior sister Ling Yuan, do you think eldest senior brother will give us a gift? Senior brother Songqian, I heard that eldest senior brother personally selected you to enter the Thug Academy. Isn't he easy to talk to, Mr. Court? Xiaozhan, I'm told that the 5 of them were no match for you even when they joined hands. Is it true? Be quiet. Ling Yuan shouted in a low voice, Senior brother is no longer just a senior brother of our Thug Academy. He is also the emperor of the entire human race. This trip to the east will definitely not be easy. Now is not the time for you to ask so many questions happily. Those who knew the danger of this trip knew it, and those who didn't knew it were full of anticipation and yearning. Buzz. Suddenly, golden light flashed in hundreds of places in the sky. In the dazzling light, there was a figure 1,000 feet tall. He stepped on the spiritual energy tide and flew into the sky like the seawater rolling back and hanging in the sky. At that moment, everyone held their breath and watched this scene quietly, but they mostly saw the blurry shadow of a strong master. It was difficult for them to see through the dazzling light and see Han Fei's appearance clearly. A dignified voice sounded in everyone's ears. I am human Emperor Han Fei. 600 years ago, I traveled east in search of a new world. Now I've returned. Firstly, I want to tell all the humans in the Raging Sea, the undersea humans and the merfolks about the world outside the Raging Sea, and about the fate of our human race. Secondly, I want to take the hundreds of millions of humans in the Raging Sea to the outside world to fight for a glorious future. Chapter 2690 Human Race's Eastern Expedition 32690 Human Race's Eastern Expedition 3 His Certain Expedition. Boom. Even in the past, most people could only hear about Han Fei's legend, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. They all knew that Han Fei had led a group of strong masters to the east, but they didn't know where he had gone or what he had encountered. Now that Han Fei had personally told them, their interest in the outside world was aroused. Han Fei's voice was majestic. 100,000 years ago, the Age of Doom came. The former human emperor, Gu Tingnan, led the strong masters of the human race to travel to the east, broke the shackles of the Raging Sea, and entered a place called the Sea Realm. The Sea Realm is as large as the Starry River. There are as many races as the stars in the sky. Spiritual energy is so abundant that it's several times or even dozens of times more abundant than the Raging Sea. Resources are as abundant as sand in the sea. These few words made everyone's mind wander. After hearing them, they looked even more excited. But Han Fei changed the topic. However, the Sea Realm is dangerous. There are strong masters everywhere and as many venerables as fish in the sea. A grand event can gather tens of millions of kings and millions of emperors. Gulp. In a corner of the yin-yang world, Han Fei's old opponents, Yang Deyu, Yang Nanxi, Mo Feiyan, Cao Chu, Cao Jiaren, and the others, all sighed. Especially Cao Chu, his strength grew so fast that he became one of the best in his generation. But now hearing what Han Fei said, he suddenly felt that he was useless. Also, Yang Nanxi, who had been tricked by Han Fei into believing that she would definitely become a king, had indeed become a sea establisher now. She had been yearning to fight Han Fei again one day, but now that Han Fei said so, she was a little stunned. There were 10 million kings at a random event? Was what this person said real? The disciples of the Thug Academy were also in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "Can it be so horrible? Is eldest senior brother trying to scare us?" "Shut up." Someone shouted, "What do you know? Eldest senior brother will only reserve but won't exaggerate. If he says there are 10 million kings, there must be 10 million kings. This is the case for both kings and emperors. Otherwise, how can it be called a great world?" Kyujinin also frowned and said, "I don't want to hear anyone doubting eldest senior brother again. However, don't look down on yourselves. Although we have never been to the Sea Realm, we are the best in the Raging Sea. With the same resources and environment, we will only grow faster and more quickly. We are not strong enough now just because we are not in the Sea Realm." Su Daiji waved her giant hammer. "That's right. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll hammer you." Han Fei was still describing the Sea Realm. After describing the situation of the strong masters of the Sea Realm, Han Fei said, "As I said, the Sea Realm is also extremely dangerous. 100,000 years ago, Gu Tingnan and countless strong masters of the human race crossed the sea and traveled to the east. As a result, they were discovered by the local forces of the Sea Realm and almost the entire human race was enslaved. Except for Gu Tingnan and a few other people, no one was spared. This enemy is called the 10,000 scale race. The 10,000 scale race has hundreds of thousands of kings and many emperors, including monarchs. They have enslaved billions of human beings for 100,000 years. They treat the human race as livestock and exploit them to obtain resources for them. To this day, these humans and their descendants are still in dire straits. Ashhole, fish shit. Countless people were filled with righteous indignation, and someone cursed, "This fish shit, 10,000 scale race. Aha, I'm so angry. Son of a botch, how dare they enslave our human race? Damn it, let's fight them." Someone rolled his eyes. "What have you got to fight them? Even the former human emperor failed." "What can you do? Didn't you hear? They even have monarchs. Many monarchs." "Hiss, monarchs, aren't they adepts who only exist in legends? Fuck, then how can we fight them? Wouldn't we be courting death if we go out? What's the rush? Let's wait for Master Human Emperor to finish speaking." Han Fei continued, "Everyone, although the enemy is strong, we're not weak. Today, I want to tell you, the undersea human race and the merman royal family. I'm here to take you out. I want to take you out to kill kings, annihilate emperors, and slay monarchs. Our human race is an ancient big race that has existed for billions of years. Our human race is indomitable, united, and invincible. Our human race is fearless and will kill anyone who stands in our way. Since I dare to take you out, I can win this battle. I will let you witness the destruction of the 10,000 scales race with your own eyes. I want you to know that among all the races in the world, only our human race is invincible. I want you to see the talent and potential of our human race. I want the human race to rise and reproduce our golden age. Buzz. Roar. For a moment, the people from the human world and even the heavenly realm were all utterly excited. The human emperor is invincible. Destroy the 10,000 scale race. Our human race is invincible. Our human race is invincible. I believe in Master Human Emperor. Whoever dares enslave our human race must die. I knew it. The human emperor is invincible. Long live the human emperor. Kill our way out. Even if we die, it doesn't matter, roar Ri. In the past, a few desolate tombs were placed in the former plantation where the Heavenly Water Village was located. On the tombstones were the names of the old village leader, He Mingtong, Han Fei's teacher, Wang Jie, and others. Chapter 2691 Human Race's Eastern Expedition 42691 Human Race's Eastern Expedition 4 Their cultivation talent was limited. Although they had come to the raging sea, they had wasted too much time and could no longer be stronger. Hundreds of years had passed, and only their tombs were left. In front of a grave, He Xiaoyu sat in front of He Mingtong and her mother's tombstone, looking at the dazzling light in the distant sky and the figure that was already beyond her reach, and said indifferently, "Dad, Mom, village leader, teacher, did you hear that? I'm leaving. I don't know if I will return to the Heavenly Water Village in this life. Perhaps this is the loneliness of cultivation. Don't worry, I don't have any illusions anymore. Now I have nothing to worry about in this world. I think I will become a strong master." At that moment, the entire world was in an uproar. Shouts shook the sky. Killing intent surged in the world. Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian stood in the void, and Zhang Linxian giggled. "Shushu, you weren't as awesome as fire back then." Han Guanshu touched his nose and said, "I wasn't?" Zhang Linxian pinched her little finger and said, "Just a little bit worse." Han Guanshu chuckled. The Merman royal family, Xia Hongju and Xuanhuan, watched this scene quietly. Xia Hongju said, "If the human race wins this battle, the sea realm will definitely have a place for the human race." Someone from the undersea humans asked weakly, "Then are we considered human beings?" Someone immediately responded, "Of course. Although we are a little ugly, you can't say that we are not human beings. Otherwise, why would Master Human Emperor take us with him?" Someone echoed, "That's right. Come, cheer with me." "The human emperor is awesome," Han Fei said. "Now, please pack your belongings and gather in the center of each island. When I come, I will bring you into my origin world. I said that I would let you witness the destruction of the 10,000 scale race and the rise of our human race with your own eyes. I won't go back on my word. Buzz, let's go. Gather up. Hurry up." Many people rushed to the centers of the islands crazily. Come on, the human emperor would take them out personally. They couldn't be slow. At this moment, the strong masters of various parties spontaneously began to organize. Someone was clearing the crowd and shouting, "Don't push. Everyone will go, so don't be anxious." Someone asked while running, "By the way, what is the origin world that Master Human Emperor mentioned?" Someone responded, "Who cares what it is? Just go." "Master Human Emperor is our emperor. He won't harm us." Someone said, "I know. I heard that when a king establishes the sea, he creates a sea world of his own. When he opens the sky, he creates a sky of his own, so this should be a world unique to Master Human Emperor." Of course, not everyone was so crazy. Those with families were not so crazy. At least, they would run with their families to prevent them from being lost. As for the big families, they gathered groups of disciples and set off in an orderly manner. Perhaps a few people would doubt Han Fei, but they were also convinced by the unprecedented grand occasion. If so many people went out together, even if there was a problem, it would be a problem for everyone. But most people had absolute trust in Han Fei. After all, Han Fei's image in their hearts had already been deified. He unified the 36 mystic worlds, destroyed the sea demons, subdued the undersea humans, made peace with the merman royal family, and created today's golden age. In the last 600 years, all kinds of legends about Han Fei spread among the people. If anyone asked who the younger generation of the human race admired the most, it would definitely be the human emperor. This was the status and significance of the position of the human emperor in people's hearts. Han Fei felt that the power of faith was accelerating. He even wondered if he could directly prove Tao with the power of faith he had absorbed. The blessing of the power of faith of a race was terrifying. This made Han Fei very confident in proving Tao. Originally, his self-severing tribulation had disappeared, and he still had 8 heavenly tribulations. Now, he had collected too much power of faith. To be honest, Han Fei felt that no matter how dangerous the heavenly tribulation was, he could weather through several of them with the power of faith alone. Old Han, since you have walked the human emperor path, do you know what the power of faith can be used for in the end? Han Guanshu said gently, "When the power of faith reaches a certain level, it will turn into the power of race and finally into the Tao of humans. Of course, this is what I experienced back then. You might not be like me, but the result is probably the same. As the human emperor, when you prove your Tao, you can take them with you. Then you will understand the use of these powers," Han Guanshu answered, but he didn't dissect it completely for Han Fei to hear, because it was meaningless. Han Fei would soon understand it anyway, so he didn't explain it thoroughly, which would be better for Han Fei. Putting away the void descending art, Han Fei landed in the yin-yang world first half a day later. He glanced around and saw many acquaintances, but he only nodded at them from a distance. When the phantom of his origin star appeared, everyone was taken in. Han Fei's origin star was very large, covering 8,000 kilometers. How much space could a single person occupy? Even if the 36 mystic worlds had a population of billions, his origin star could accommodate more than enough people. Different from Han Fei, Gu Tingnan built an ark ship and took the people out with him. Otherwise, if he took everyone into his origin star, the outcome might be much better. Of course, Gu Tingnan chose not to put people into his origin star for reasons. He was the pillar of the human race. If he put everyone into his origin star, once he was killed, these people would never be able to come out. For this reason, Gu Tingnan didn't take many people away. There might only be hundreds of millions of people, but Han Fei was different. He took everyone with him. In terms of numbers, Gu Tingnan was simply incomparable to Han Fei. Chapter 2692, Human Races Eastern Expedition 5 2692, Human Races Eastern Expedition 5. After Han Fei collected the humans and the sea demons into his origin star, he came to the merman royal family. To Han Fei's surprise, he had thought that Xiahongju might take all the merfolks into her origin star. Unexpectedly, Xiahongju didn't do that. It seemed that she chose to hand the merfolks over to Han Fei. Before Han Fei asked, Xiahongju had said, "I know the dangers of the sea realm, so I am not as naive as ordinary people. Although my strength has returned to its peak, the result of encountering the strong masters of the sea realm will not be any better. Instead of letting them bear the danger of dying with me, I might as well let them follow you. After all, if we lose this time, the human race may be directly annihilated and completely disappear from history. Since you have taken such a bet, there is no reason for me not to believe you." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Then what about you, mother-in-law?" Xiahongju said. "Xuanhuan and I will participate in the war. Be it the city of origin or the city of scavengers, they are not only your enemies, but also mine." Okay, Thug Academy. This was Han Fei's last stop. Old Bai, Old Jiang, and Qiujinan had been waiting here for a long time with their fellow disciples. Buzz. When Han Fei appeared at the entrance of the Thug Academy, he could clearly feel hundreds of gazes staring at him. Han Fei looked back with a faint smile, only to see many people avoiding his eyes and then couldn't help but steal glances at him. Seeing Han Fei walking towards them, Qiujinan and Lingyuan hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." "Ha, Nan, why are you suddenly so reserved?" As they talked, Han Fei had already come to Qiujinan and Lingyuan. He patted Qiujinan's shoulder and said, "Nan, Lingyuan, I figured out a new knife technique outside. I'll secretly teach it to you later." Ugh! Qiujinan and Lingyuan shivered and felt a chill down their spines. It was the most horrifying thing to learn knife techniques from Han Fei. In the past, before Yixian and the others were in the school, Han Fei had taught them knife techniques and almost killed them. The knife intent that contained an invincible almost crushed them. God knew how badly they had been slashed during that period of time. After that, he taught them a few more times. Every time, they were almost tortured to death. Now he was going to teach them knife techniques again? Of course, although it was terrifying, Han Fei was serious about teaching them knife techniques. He had indeed taught them a knife technique every time, and it was extremely powerful. Once they comprehended the essence, they could use it as an absolute trump card. At this moment, Yixian stuck her head out and asked, "Eldest senior brother, why isn't my husband back?" Han Fei looked at the girl who had already become a dazzlingly beautiful woman. He wondered if Zhang Xuanyu could still hold back when he saw Yixian again. Han Fei smiled and said, "Zhang Xuanyu should be studying and growing up in a superpower in the sea realm. Everyone who goes out has their own path to walk. If I've guessed right, he should have become an emperor by now, a very strong one. So, in order to prevent your husband from being seduced by the little coquettes in the sea realm, Yang Yan, you have to try harder." "Ah, are there many little coquettes in the sea realm?" Han Fei, everyone, Han Fei thought to himself. "I'm just afraid that your honey can't resist the temptation. There's nothing I can do, Su Daiji, senior brother." Han Fei saw Su Daiji, who also became a beautiful woman but still had 2 braided hair. She extended a hand to him. What was this? She was asking for a gift, of course. However, something like the cube clearly couldn't satisfy Su Daiji. Han Fei wondered what complicated things he could give Su Daiji. He couldn't just give her the vast ocean navigator, right? Therefore, Han Fei thought for a moment and took out a long spear. Normal people couldn't understand the dense Tao patterns and talismans on it at all. This was naturally a god-sealing spear. Su Daiji looked blankly at the god-sealing spear stuffed into her hand and paused. "Is this a toy?" Han Fei said. "If you are willing to treat the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth as toys, you can make many fun toys with them. This is an entry-level one. Try it." "Okay," Han Fei said. "By the way, if you can erase the patterns on the spear with Tao patterns, you will find a little surprise that I hid in the spear." "Huh? Thank you, eldest senior brother." Su Daiji immediately put away the god-sealing spear. This game was interesting and should be able to last longer. Han Fei smiled faintly. The god-sealing spear technique was hidden inside. This was a divine technique. If Su Daiji could get started with it, it wouldn't be a problem for her to inherit this divine technique. Of course, Su Sanqian, Gu Qi, Xing Yue, and even Yi Xian didn't have any rewards. It was mainly because they didn't have Su Daiji's brains. If they wanted treasures, they could find them themselves when they went to the sea realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cultivated hard if he gave each of them a godly weapon. Uncle Human Emperor Wu Yanghui's mouth was covered by Zhangqin, and Zhangqin's face turned red. God knew why her son acted as if he knew Han Fei so well that he even called him Uncle Human Emperor. Han Fei grinned and said, Sister Qin, long time no see. Chapter 2693, Human Races Eastern Expedition 7 2693. Human Races Eastern Expedition 7, well. Long time no see, Han Fei thought for a moment and said, By the way, Sister Qin, I remember that your Tao of law enforcement was a little special. It just so happened that I accidentally mastered a similar great Tao. Han Fei raised his hand and condensed a bead that was full of killing intent. In this bead, Han Fei injected a wisp of the Tao of Slaughter God. If Zhangqin could deduce her path to the end, it would be the same as the Tao of Slaughter God. Now that he gave it to Zhangqin, she probably still didn't understand, but it would definitely help her. Sure enough, when Zhangqin felt the killing intent in this bead, she was stunned for a few seconds, then took it and said, Don't give this child any gifts. He has been spoiled and got a lot of good things. Han Fei said with a smile, Yang Huihui, since your mother said so, I won't give you any gift, but I will definitely help you intercede with your aunt and let you interact more with Yaner in the future. Woo, woo, woo. Although Yang Huihui's mouth was covered, he nodded quickly. Although treasures were important, they were not as important as love. Zhangqin opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She just sighed in her heart. This kid is going to be lawless again. On the other side, Wang Dashui waved at Han Fei. In front of him and Bai Lu, there was a big girl, but this girl's physique was terrifyingly sturdy. She was even sturdier than Wang Dashui. The girl kept hiding behind Bai Lu. Born with great strength? Han Fei couldn't help but think of the story of 100% catching blades empty-handed. Han Fei asked, Senior brother Dashui, senior sister Bai Lu, this is, Wang Dashui said, Haha, my daughter, Wang Xiaoxiao. Han Fei? Hey, Han Fei? Han Fei certainly couldn't show any surprise on his face. He thought for a moment and said, Has she refined the purity mystic body? Bai Lu nodded. Junior brother Han Fei, she has refined the purity mystic body and the ancient desolate war body, but her physique can't return to normal. Xiao Xiao is a girl after all. Can you help her? Wang Dashui asked. Hey, isn't this great? Bai Lu glared at him. Good my ass. Why does a girl need such a big body? Han Fei said. Xiao Xiao, come here. Wang Xiaoxiao was still shy, but Bai Lu pushed her forward and said, Your junior uncle is calling for you. Don't you want to see junior uncle Han Fei the most? Why are you shy in front of him? Wang Xiaoxiao lowered her head. Obviously, this girl was a bit introverted and unconfident. Han Fei smiled and said, Xiao Xiao, you have to know that this is your talent. After you establish the sea and open the sky, you can have any figure you want. Of course, I can give you a try now. Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her head. Junior uncle, can you? Han Fei pressed his hand on Wang Xiaoxiao's head and activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. He was not healing her, but trying to see if he could perfect Wang Xiaoxiao's spiritual heritage. However, after this attempt, Wang Xiaoxiao's skin became fairer and softer, her cheeks became thinner, but her build didn't change much. Han Fei thought for a moment and the power of lightning flashed in his palm. This was the technique of the treasure form Thunderhammer deduced by the demon purification pot. He tried to forge Wang Xiaoxiao's bones. It was obvious that Wang Xiaoxiao was struggling. She must be in pain, but she had been holding it back. After half an hour, everyone gathered in a circle. Finally, someone shouted, Wow, Wang Xiaoxiao has really shrunk. Wow, eldest senior brother is really awesome. He can even change one's physique. He's so strong. But her size doesn't seem to change much. After half an hour, the lightning arcs on Han Fei's palm disappeared, and Wang Xiaoxiao woke up. She first found that she seemed to be shorter, then her arms seemed to be thinner, and so was her waist. She was overjoyed, but she also quickly discovered that she didn't lose much weight, and her bones seemed to be only 1/10 less thick than before. Wang Xiaoxiao immediately looked at Han Fei eagerly. Junior uncle. Han Fei thought for a moment and then looked at Wang Dashui and Bai Lu. Xiaoxiao is very talented. If I've guessed right, she is showing signs of atavism. I have 2 suggestions now. Bai Lu and Wang Xiaoxiao were both overjoyed. Did this mean that her build could be changed? Han Fei said, The first is that I can teach her the cultivation method of the lightning body. She can forge great bones on her own. Her born strength will be maintained, and her body shape will gradually return to normal. However, Xiaoxiao's talent is more than that. Her bloodline has atavism. Even I can't directly resolve it. It can be seen how great the atavism is. Wang Dashui asked. Is atavism a good thing or a bad thing? Han Fei said. It's a good thing, a very good thing, but it depends on how you use it. My suggestion is to let Xiaoxiao cultivate the giant beast divine Tao. Hiss. When Bai Lu heard that, she immediately said, Isn't the giant beast divine Tao the Tao of giant beasts? Their sizes are so big, easily hundreds of kilometers long. Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head too. Cultivate the giant beast divine Tao? She would turn into a monster. Han Fei smiled and said, It's okay. Let me tell you, the first cultivator of the giant beast divine Tao is a human being, and that person has directly reached the divine realm. Of course, it depends on luck. The divine realm is too far away, but the giant beasts and the human body are not conflicting. The two can be transformed into each other. Xiao can cultivate both the lightning body and the giant beast divine Tao. With both Taos, she will have a certain chance to become a monarch in the future. Chapter 2694 Human Races Eastern Expedition 82694 Human Races Eastern Expedition 8 Hiss. Instantly Old Bai rushed over. What? Become a monarch? Xiao? Hanfei nodded. As long as she doesn't die halfway, there's at least an 80% chance. Good. Old Bai looked directly at Wang Dashuai and Bai Lu and said, that's it. Isn't it good to cultivate both techniques at the same time? She can transform into a giant beast in combat, and when she's not fighting, she's still a little girl. How many people will envy her? Old Jiang nodded. Yes, Hanfei. Can you check if Yang Huihui can cultivate this giant beast divine Tao or not? Hanfei shook his head. He can take this path forcibly, but Xiao has got talent on this. Lost for words, old Jiang glared at Yang Huihui. Yang Huihui? He didn't even need to look at the future to confirm that she could become a monarch in the future. Of course, this was also the only one that Hanfei found to have such a talent. Perhaps there were still such people, but that needed to be discovered. Perhaps there might be only one in the entire Raging Sea. A monarch. One of a kind in the entire Raging Sea. Even in the sea realm, a monarch was definitely a strong master. Hanfei glanced at the remaining latecomers of the Thug Academy. Although they were talented, he didn't find anyone whose talent could be found special at a glance. Hanfei said, all right, everyone, open your minds and enter my origin star. At this moment, Hanfei's origin star was in an uproar. Hanfei had even greatly adjusted the concentration of spiritual energy inside and converted a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Otherwise, most people couldn't endure an environment with such a tense amount of spiritual energy. But even so, countless people were still amazed. Wow, the spiritual energy here is too rich, more than 3 times that of the Raging Sea. Is this Master Human Emperor's world? It's so large that it can accommodate the entire human race. Can I eat the spiritual fruits here? There were some naturally growing spiritual fruits where someone was standing. Many people were tempted. However, someone immediately shouted, everyone, don't touch these spiritual fruits. Not just because these spiritual fruits belong to Master Human Emperor, but because you can't digest these spiritual fruits at all. Do you want to explode and die? Gulp. Although they wanted to pick it, no one really took it after the strong masters reminded them. Besides, there were so many pairs of eyes watching. Did they really think they would be fine after taking these spiritual fruits off? But this was the human's reaction. In Hanfei's origin star, there was a sneaky starfish with 6 spiritual fruits hanging on his 6 tentacles. Occasionally, he would move his body and find a shiny stone in a corner. He didn't know what it was, but he just threw it into his doors. Hanfei was too lazy to care about him. When the hexagon starfish threw in a few more, he would find that he couldn't bear it anymore and would have to spit them all out. This was the first time Hanfei's origin star had accommodated so many people. He didn't know if these people's entry into his origin star would change his origin star, but at least it was fine for now. Just as everyone was amazed that Hanfei's origin star was a holy land of cultivation and treasures were everywhere, Hanfei's voice sounded, all humans, undersea humans, and the Merman royal family can cultivate on your own. Those above the peak level of explorers can pick a spiritual fruit. Others don't touch any spiritual fruit. It's harmful to you. I'm about to go to war. When the war starts, I'll let the entire human race witness the destruction of the 10,000 scale race and the strength of the human race. Hanfei completely adjusted the time acceleration. Otherwise, although his origin star was extremely powerful and had abundant resources, he wouldn't be able to sustain 1 trillion people cultivating here for a year and a half. There were so many people here. If each of them absorbed a wisp of spiritual energy, it would be 1 trillion wisps of spiritual energy, which could suck him up in half a month. Fortunately, at Hanfei's level, he could already absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from the Sea of Stars, and he had the origin stars of many monarchs, which were enough for now. In the end, only Old Han, Zhang Linxian, Zhao Hongzhu, and Chunhuangdian didn't enter Hanfei's origin star and went to the sea realm with him. Zhao Hongzhu and Chunhuangdian were reluctant to enter Hanfei's origin star, so they met Old Han and Hanfei's mother. At this moment, Zhao Hongzhu saw that both Zhang Linxian and Hanfei were smiling, but she couldn't tell their strength, so she looked at Hanfei. Who are these two? Hanfei said. Mother-in-law, this is my mother, Zhang Linxian, and this is my father, Han Guanshu. Do you have, Zhao Hongzhu wanted to say, since when do you have parents? But it was obviously inappropriate to say this, so she swallowed it. Zhao Hongzhu slightly frowned. For some reason, she felt that when facing these two people, her bloodline was somewhat dormant. It seemed that she instinctively felt that these two people were very powerful, and she was afraid that she was not their match at all. Zhang Linxian put on a dignified smile and said, You're my in-law, right? We've seen Xiaoshan. She's a good girl. Fire will definitely protect her and the baby in her stomach. It's only a matter of time before she wakes up. Han Guanshu nodded in agreement. Yes. In-law? The corner of Zhao Hongzhu's mouth twitched. Fine, your family is powerful. Your family has the final say, all right? At this moment, Xia Hongju was just a mother and hadn't accompanied Xia Xiaochan for long, so she couldn't make a decision for Xia Xiaochan. Chapter 2695 Human Races Eastern Expedition 2695 Human Races Eastern Expedition 9. Besides, if Xia Xiaoshan were to choose for herself, she would definitely favor Han Fei, so Xia Hongju just smiled and nodded without saying anything. Several days later, at the edge of the raging sea, when Han Fei and the others arrived, the Beast King and Chu Hao had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Zhang Linxian and Han Guanshu, Chu Hao exclaimed. He remembered the two of them back then. It was also these two who took away the demon purification pot. He didn't expect that when he met them again, one of them had proven Dao and the other had reached the perfected star transformation realm. Zhang Linxian naturally recognized Chu Hao. They had met before, so she nodded at Chu Hao. Chu Hao felt that these two people were really bold. Didn't they know his strength? However, only Han Fei knew that Chu Hao was nothing in front of old Han and his mother. And the Beast King was really stunned, because he couldn't see through Zhang Linxian's strength, but he vaguely felt that although this person was standing there with a smile, he was probably no match for her in a real fight. As for Chunhuangdian, he frowned slightly and had vaguely guessed something. He had never seen the Beast King or Chu Hao, but these two people were obviously stronger than him. If Zhang Linxian was included, didn't it mean that there were 3 monarchs here? In terms of the number of monarchs, it seemed that there were only 2 in the city of origin and only 1 in the city of scavengers. He couldn't help thinking, is this why Han Fei thinks he can conquer the city of scavengers? The Beast King knew Han Fei's purpose, so he was not surprised at the identities of Zhang Linxian and the others, but their strength. The Beast King asked, "My disciple, have you brought everyone?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, the raging sea needs some time to recover. Let's go. Everyone, please listen to my arrangements. Sea, chaotic wasteland." The ice was dense, and the upside-down ice cones were like upside-down mountains. The area around a certain primitive black fog began to tremble violently. After all, the people who came out this time were not ordinary people. Chu Hao and Zhang Linxian, which one of them was a simple person? If the heavenly Tao of the raging sea was conscious, seeing these strong masters leave the raging sea, he might have jumped up in joy, thinking that these big shots had finally left. Of course, such a shot couldn't be hidden from the city of scavengers and the city of origin, including Gu Tingnan, who had been paying attention to this place. When he sensed the anomaly here, he suddenly opened his eyes. He knew that the time had come, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Gu Tingnan shouted, "Jingyu, Duan Qingxi, Lin Yu, Long Xing, where are you?" These 4 people were the 4 generals of the city of wanderers. Among them, Jingyu was the weakest, and Lin Yu and Long Xing rarely appeared, but their real strength was at the level of 5 Dao Locks. The moment Han Fei entered the raging sea, Gu Tingnan began to make preparations. At this moment, whether it would work or not, a great battle was bound to begin. Toot! In the sky above the entire city of wanderers, an alarm sounded. Those who were doing business in the city and cultivating at home immediately put down everything. The entire city of wanderers was filled with all kinds of shouts. "We're on full alert. All combatants above the venerable realm are to be armed. Hurry up, everyone, gather according to your sequence." Gu Tingnan said, "You can begin what I asked you for to do. You'll have to fight this battle alone. I'll leave the wanderers to you." Buzz! Gu Tingnan instantly disappeared. Duan Qingxi said, "According to our previous arrangements, Lin Yu is the strongest among the 4 of us. You and Xing Yu will be responsible for the siege against the city of scavengers. Unless the other party threatens sea establishers or below, no matter what happens, you don't have to take action." Lin Yu nodded solemnly. "Be careful." It was also at this moment, in the city of scavengers, the fake 10,000 scale monarch suddenly stood up and said, "Found it." In the city of origin, Anbeilin and Enheng, 2 monarchs appeared in the void almost at the same time. Anbeilin sneered. Good. We've finally found it." Anheng, on the other hand, frowned slightly. "The fluctuations are a bit obvious. Will there be a problem?" Anbeilin said, "That damn place only has 1.5 Dao proving level cultivators in total. What problem can there be? Don't forget that we are more prepared this time. The billions of humans will definitely be in the hands of our city of origin, and so will the merfolks." Chapter 2696 Start the War by Killing Monarchs 12696 Start the War by Killing Monarchs 1 For the city of scavengers and the city of origin, the real reason they wanted to conquer the raging sea was not just because of the resources in the raging sea. In fact, no matter how many resources there were in the raging sea, how could they compare to the sea realm? Outside the chaotic wasteland, the wilderness was boundless. There were actually more resources than the raging sea, not to mention that the chaotic wasteland had many primitive tombs. Many of these tombs were recovering. Therefore, what the city of scavengers and city of origin actually wanted more was people. In the cultivation environment of the sea realm, the population at the bottom determined the ratio of the strong. The city of scavengers had established hundreds of cities just by taking down the people Gu Tingnan had brought out in the past. As long as they were nurtured a little in the early stages, these people would become free labor and could provide a large number of resources to the city of scavengers indefinitely. If they took down the entire raging sea, it was conceivable that the layout of the chaotic wasteland would change. At that time, not only would the city of scavengers enslave the human race, but the city of origin would also do the same. Therefore, the monarchs from the two cities attacked without hesitation when they sensed the turmoil within their targeted range. Logically speaking, after leaving the raging sea and sealing the entrance, Han Fei and the others would walk out of the chaotic wasteland as soon as possible in order to leave as soon as possible in case they were caught by the city of scavengers and the city of origin. They did do that, so they were naturally intercepted. Whether it was the city of scavengers or the city of origin, in order to take action as soon as possible, they had already set up a teleportation door. Although they didn't know the exact location of the raging sea, the general range was locked. Therefore, in less than 5 seconds, the 10,000 scale races Ning Tianlong, the heavenly cicada clans in Beilin and Anheng had appeared in this area. According to the void fluctuations, it was quite easy to catch up with a group of people who were completely unfamiliar with the chaotic wasteland. Therefore, in the 8th second after Han Fei and the others came out and pretended to be looking for directions, several figures stepped out of the void with swishes. 3 monarchs? The moment Beilin and the others arrived, they were also slightly shocked, but it also made them understand why the void fluctuation this time was so strong. It was because the people in the raging sea were leaving. They felt that with the 3 monarchs they were qualified to leave. However, Ning Tianlong and Beilin and Anheng blocked their way without hesitation. The moment Beilin appeared, he said leisurely, 3 Dao proving level cultivators. It seems that something special happened in the raging sea. Tisk, but why do you think with these 3 people you can break into the sea realm? Yes, Han Fei, Old Han, and the others were ignored by him. In the eyes of monarchs, there were only monarchs. And among Han Fei's team, there were only Beast Kings, Chu Hao, and Zhang Linxian who were monarchs. Furthermore, because Chu Hao had just rebuilt his body, his realm looked rather unstable, giving people the feeling that he had just proved Dao. Xia Hongzhu suddenly burst out with overwhelming killing intent and said coldly, An, Bai, Ling, a trace of disdain appeared on Beilin's face. Xia Hongzhu, I didn't expect you to still be alive. I underestimated you. Logically speaking, you should be dead at this time after losing the divine blood. Well, I guess that beast-starred Xuanhuan finally awakened the divine blood, so you drew her blood and then your bloodline revived? Beilin had been hunting Xuanhuan in order to annihilate the divine bloodline of the Merman royal family, but unfortunately he failed to stop it from happening. But Beilin suddenly chuckled. Since your divine blood has been revived, you should have waited. When you prove Dao, your team will have 4 monarchs. The 10,000 scale monarch said, the capacity of the raging sea is much higher than I imagined. There are 3 people who have proved Dao. Plus Gu Tingnan, they have 4 monarchs, right? As he spoke, 10,000 scale monarch looked into the void. We've been fighting for so many years. Do you think we don't know whether you're here or not? Buzz. Gu Tingnan appeared and said, in the past, I fought alone and couldn't do anything to you. But today, you 3 dare to appear? Aren't you afraid of dying here? And Beilin chuckled and said, die here? With just 3.5 monarchs and 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators? Oh, there's also a guy in the late stage star transformation realm. You're called Xuanhuan, right? I remember you. Who gave you the courage to stand here with your pitiful strength? Xuanhuan said indifferently. Because I want to see you die with my own eyes. Ha ha ha! And Beilin only felt that Xuanhuan was telling a joke, so he laughed ferociously and crazily. He said, Ning Tianlong, this time, I want 70% of the human race, and the merfolks will belong to our city of origin too. Ning Tianlong, who was now 10,000 scale monarch, snorted coldly. You have a big appetite. Do you think I'm here to beg? And Beilin said, don't worry, you'll be willing. I'm just reminding you. Gu Tingnan didn't pay attention to the nonsense of Beilin and Ning Tianlong. He and Han Fei had already made a plan, but Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian weren't included in the plan. Chapter 2697 Start the War by Killing Monarchs. 2697 Start the War by Killing Monarchs. 2. They naturally knew each other from 100,000 years ago. In Han Fei's plan, there were only the Beast King and Chu Hao, and he had informed Gu Tingnan in advance. However, Gu Tingnan thought to himself, it didn't seem to matter. And Beilin and the others wouldn't care about the 4 monarchs of the human race. Perhaps this could force them to take action and see their real strength. Gu Tingnan said, everyone, charge out with me. Don't fight here. This chaotic wasteland is more complicated than you think. The Beast King pretended to roar, let's go. But just as the Beast King tore open the void and was about to cross, suddenly a saber beam swept past, bursting out of the void torn open by the Beast King. Crack. Puffed. The Beast King could barely block it with his long stick, but the mid-quality godly weapon-level long stick broke with a bang, and half of his body was torn apart by the remaining knife light. Not good. Chu Hao pretended to attack. He raised his hand and a void shield appeared in front of the Beast King. Immediately, a hand stretched out of the void and pressed on the void shield. Boom. Boom. The Beast King and Chu Hao were shaken back at the same time. Chu Hao's hands were even still trembling. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Isn't your acting a bit too much? Previously, Gu Tingnan had mentioned to Han Fei that based on his many years of understanding of the chaotic wasteland, he felt that there should be one or two more monarchs in the chaotic wasteland who were not in that secret place, but they just didn't appear. Therefore, at this moment, he was actually just fishing. Sure enough, after a simple try, someone came out. Furthermore, the person who came didn't seem to be weak. After all, although the Beast King and Chu Hao were acting, they couldn't act too poorly. They had to somewhat show their strength. However, they were repelled by this person with a single blow. With this strength, this person should be at the carefree level. A woman in black gauze walked out of the void. She looked at Balin and said indifferently, "It seems that your guess is correct. The last anomaly was a test. These people still have to come out." Balin said, "I didn't want to trouble you, but this time I don't want this huge human race to be taken from our hand by anyone." Ning Tianlong didn't look too good at the moment. 3 monarchs, including a carefree realm powerhouse, had come from the city of origin for this day. If they took down these people now, the city of scavengers would probably only get 30% of the spoils, or even less. At this time, the Beast King roared, "Old Chu!" Chu Hao suddenly retreated a distance, and Zhang Linxian suddenly pounced. The void behind Chu Hao opened, indicating that his mastery of the great Tao of space far exceeded others. Anheng suddenly roared, "Not good, he's running. The humans must be in his origin sea." Instantly, Balin and Anheng attacked at the same time. However, how could the Beast King and Zhang Linxian let them attack? However, the woman who appeared just now moved. She sneered and thought to herself, "I'm a dignified, carefree realm powerhouse. How can I let a guy who has just proved Tao escape right under my nose?" Gu Tingnan immediately tried to stop her. With a chirp, the woman's speed seemed to have instantly escaped everyone's perception. As for Ning Tianlong, although he also took action, he seemed to be a step slower. Everyone knew that there were mostly the people of the city of origin here. Ning Tianlong deliberately slowed down. The chaotic wasteland was so big. They had to have a place to run, right? At least, if they were intercepted by the city of origin here, it would be a huge loss to the city of scavengers. However, Ning Tianlong didn't think that Chu Hao, a new Tao prover, could escape from a carefree realm cultivator. At this critical moment, just when Balin and the others felt that Chu Hao couldn't escape, suddenly, Chu Hao, whose body had almost disappeared into the void, turned around. He didn't look at the woman chasing him, but at Han Fei. "Take action now." Huh? The woman, Balin, and the others suddenly realized something when they were stunned. Unfortunately, it was too late when they realized that something was wrong. Chu Hao was a former great monarch, and he was not much weaker than this woman at this moment. He raised his hand and pointed. A spiral appeared in the woman's chest and began to twist. In an instant, the carefree realm cultivator's body exploded into pieces. Not good. We've been tricked. Realizing that something was wrong, Anheng was about to take Zhang Linxian's blow head-on and retreat. However, he was too naive. He shouldn't have been hit by Zhang Linxian at all. After being hit by Zhang Linxian's palm, Anheng found that his body tightened, and inexplicable Tao patterns were crawling all over his body. At that moment, he couldn't feel the laws, the great Tao, or even his power. He had been completely sealed. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This was the first time he had seen his mother attack. Wasn't this too simple and casual? One slap to kill a Tao-proving realm cultivator? Ning Tianlong's expression changed drastically as he retreated in shock. Who was plotting against the city of scavengers and the city of origin? Did Gu Tingnan have the strength? He directly denied this possibility in his heart. The reason why Gu Tingnan was still in the chaotic wasteland was that the other 2 cities needed the city of wanderers that he led to serve as a tool for them to train their soldiers. To put it bluntly, the city of wanderers was just a tool. Chapter 2698 Start the War by Killing Monarchs 32698 Start the war by killing monarchs. 3. However, these people seemed to know Gu Tingnan. Could it be that someone from that place had returned? Ning Tianlong realized that something was wrong. This was definitely not the strength the human race should have. In the blink of an eye, 2 monarchs were killed. One of them was even a carefree realm powerhouse from the city of origin. With her speed, she couldn't avoid a newcomer who had just proved Tao. This was unbelievable. Ning Tianlong felt lucky that he was one step slower because he didn't want to attack. Otherwise, he would have been killed too. However, just when Ning Tianlong felt that he was far away from them and should be able to escape, he suddenly felt that his body was entangled by something. When he looked again, a mass of black hair appeared out of nowhere and had already entangled him. At the end of the black hair, there was a bamboo-like stick stuck in the seabed. Pfft! At this moment, a spear shadow nailed Ning Tianlong to the bottom of the sea. Turtle shell sky sealing technique. In the next moment, Han Fei took action and nailed Ning Tianlong through with the god-sealing spear. Then, the mystic martial monarch armor appeared. Everyone, including Ning Tianlong, was sealed. After all, no one cared about Han Fei, who was only in the perfected star transformation realm, so this raid completely exceeded Ning Tianlong's expectations. And Balin, who was fighting the Beast King, was shocked. Impossible. The Raging Sea can't have such combat power. Who are you? And Balin was burning his essence blood, seeming to have activated a great technique and the god's arrival technique. However, when the god's arrival technique was about to be fully activated, a pair of scissors cut down in the void with a click, and the power of the god's arrival technique disappeared without a trace. Chirp, the heavenly cicada spread its wings. The moment he found that the god's arrival technique didn't work, he tried to buy some time for himself with speed. Crack, however, when the scissors cut again, and Balin discovered, to his shock, that his speed law had been cut off and couldn't be reconnected in a short period of time. An ultra-quality godly weapon? Han Fei chuckled. Perhaps the highest level weapons that Balin could think of were ultra-quality godly weapons. Although an ultra-quality godly weapon was theoretically no weaker than a connate spiritual treasure, the latter was more functional. For example, the god-shattering scissors were a connate spiritual treasure that could sever karma and laws. In terms of function, they were stronger than ordinary ultra-quality godly weapons. Of course, if it was a specially made ultra-quality godly weapon that focused only on one function, it wouldn't be weaker than a connate spiritual treasure. Han Fei said unhurriedly, Balin, I'd like to say hello to you on behalf of xuanhuan. Swish! Han Fei extended his fingers and slashed out all great douse in one sword. At this moment, Balin could only resist with his own combat power. However, he didn't expect that a mere perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator would attack him. Even now, he still felt that even if he took a blow from this perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator, so what? Could he kill him? Hearing xuanhuan's name, Balin guessed that since this person was related to xuanhuan, if he caught this guy, could he use him to threaten others to let him go? Therefore, Balin didn't care if the heavenly cicada wings lost effect or not. Instead, he reached out to grab Han Fei, trying to crush Han Fei's all great dows in one sword. Han Fei looked at Balin as if he was looking at an idiot. If he were a real powerhouse, he wouldn't have used his hand to block all great dows in one sword, because strong masters could tell the shape of all great dows in one sword at a glance. Unfortunately, Balin didn't have such a vision for the time being. This guy had stolen the divine bloodline of the Merman royal family to prove Dao. Therefore, even if he had proved Dao, he hadn't gone far on this path. It was only natural that he couldn't discover Han Fei's means. Therefore, when Balin touched Han Fei's sword, his heart skipped a beat. How could this be the power of a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator? The power of his law couldn't play any role under this sword and was directly pierced through. One of Balin's arms exploded, but all great dows in one sword failed to break Balin's body. Han Fei frowned slightly, thinking that this guy was still wearing treasure armor. How scared of death was this guy? Unfortunately, it was just a piece of armor, which was at most worth another attack from Han Fei. However, this attack directly changed from all great douse in one sword to the formless infinity sword. However, even this attack still failed to cut through the treasure armor and could only make Balin vomit blood. With a thought, Han Fei still used the void-stealing technique. In the next moment, the treasure armor appeared in front of him. It was a treasure armor forged with heavenly Dao jade essence and the bones of some creature. It was made of countless nail-sized pieces of armor, and every small piece of armor was engraved with array patterns. No wonder. With such dense great arrays, this thing is probably close to an ultra-quality godly weapon. How is it possible? My heaven-suppressing armor. The third time Han Fei attacked, Balin couldn't hold on anymore and was nailed to the bottom of the sea by the divine sealing spear. At this point, the four monarchs had all been beaten. In fact, Han Fei didn't care about these people. If it was just to deal with Balin and the others, there was no need to beat around the bush. But he had no choice. At this moment, the four monarchs of the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin were all defeated and suppressed. Chapter 2699-2699, Start the War by Killing Monarchs. 42699, Start the War by Killing Monarchs. 4. However, according to Gu Tingnan, there should still be one left. Although Gu Tingnan had only guessed based on the evidence, there must be a reason for what could arouse a monarch's suspicion. Han Fei said, "Let's not kill them for now. There's no point in killing them now." Han Fei didn't use the vast ocean navigator to find the person. If he was, with his mother and Chu Hao's strength, they should be able to find him. Since neither of them responded, it meant that the person was at least not here. Han Fei looked at Gu Tingnan. "How is it going? Has the plan begun?" Gu Tingnan nodded. "The moment I came, it had already begun. Now it's only your people who need to take action." Han Fei's men were naturally the 7-kill army. They were scattered and hid in various villages and towns in the City of Scavengers. Han Fei said, "Wait, things are going very smoothly on our side, but your people can't be so fast. So, wait a moment." Since they still needed to wait for the right time, Han Fei and the others were not in a hurry to take action. At this moment, Sha Hongzhu was staring at Balin coldly. If she could kill someone with her icy stares, Balin would have been frozen to death 1,000 or 10,000 times. Han Fei came to Balin with a smile. Before he said anything, Balin said, "You have no idea what you're doing. You have to pay the price for killing us." Bang! Without a word, Han Fei stepped up and crushed its head. Anyway, it didn't matter if the head of a monarch was crushed. Han Fei waved his hand, divine sheen fell, and An Balin's head grew out again. This time, Han Fei directly stepped on his head. To be honest, others can die, but you can't. How can I let you die so easily? In fact, you should be my father-in-law. When I'm in the raging sea, the soul-sealing world controlled by you kept hunting me and Shan. We were almost killed by you several times. Now, the tables have turned. Do you think you can be spared? Well, I forgot that there are people here who want to torture you more than me, and Balin's expression changed slightly. As if afraid that Han Fei and the others couldn't understand him, he emphasized, no matter what your plan is, it's only a matter of time before your plan is exposed. The chaotic wasteland has its own monitoring mechanism. After a certain period of time, even if we don't die or there isn't any weather changes, someone will still notice. I bet you won't be able to torture me for long, Han Fei chuckled. You're quite courageous. After that, Han Fei looked at Xiahongju. Mother-in-law, why don't you do it? Xiahongju didn't refuse. Okay, Xiahongju didn't refuse. She knew that even if her bloodline recovered, she wouldn't be able to take down An Bailin so easily. Therefore, she wouldn't let go of this opportunity. An Bailin grinned and said with a creepy smile, You? As a woman who hasn't proved Dao, you can't even break my defense. Xiahongju said coldly, There's no need to break your defense. You drew all my divine blood, so I'll do the same to you. After all, the blood flowing in your body is mine. And Balin's expression suddenly changed. His current bloodline did belong to her. If Xiahongju did this, his path would be completely severed and his strength might even drop in realm. This was the last thing he could accept. With the help of the merfolk bloodline, he had been the head of the An family for 100,000 years. If he became a sky opener or fell to the early stage of the Dao proving level, he wouldn't accept it. However, Han Fei and the others wouldn't care about his thoughts. Ah! A moment later, An Bailin let out a heart-wrenching roar. He was still cursing. Xiahongju, you print percent, you won't be able to walk out of the chaotic wasteland. I'll skin you alive, cut your bodies into pieces, and torture your souls. Han Fei shook his head slightly. With a thought, he changed a few Dao patterns on the god-sealing spear, and then An Bailin couldn't make a sound anymore. Stupid. Sure enough, a guy who became a monarch through abnormal means was lame. The other 3 monarchs were also suppressed, but they were all very quiet. Only this guy was chattering. At this point, everyone was ready to die, but this guy still tried to threaten Han Fei and the others to stop. It was simply incomprehensible. Han Fei said casually, It seems that whether or not a person proves Dao has little to do with his intelligence. 7 days later, when Han Fei felt that it was about time, he summoned the god-shattering scissors and cut and hang into pieces. The power of his soul was also destroyed by Han Fei's Ragnarok, rumble. At that moment, a great Dao cracked above the chaotic wasteland. The carefree realm powerhouse from the An family and Ning Tianlong from the city of scavengers were both shocked. Are these people really going to kill them? They had to know that once they killed a monarch, things would go out of control. Also at this moment, in the towns under the jurisdiction of the city of scavengers, many people suddenly looked up. Someone was surprised. Why is there a great Dao crack here? And the fluctuation is so strong? Someone was puzzled. Who knows? Did some strong masters start a fight? Someone, on the other hand, rose silently and put on a smile. This is earlier than we expected. It's only been a few months, and Master Human Emperor has already taken action? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost at the same time, in tens of thousands of villages, some sea establishers suddenly soared into the sky. My fellow human beings, it's time to get rid of the enslavement of the 10,000 scale race. I'm a member of the 7-kill army under the Human Emperor. Now, please put down everything in your hands and listen to me. Chapter 2700. I am xuanhuan 2700. I am xuanhuan 2700s. Under the rule of the City of Scavengers, the 77th ranked Black Ice City had a total of 132 villages, in a village called the Black Earth Village. Rumble. The great Dao crack in the sky attracted countless people to walk out of their houses or put down what they were doing and look up. Someone exclaimed, Is this a great Dao crack? Who died to leave such a huge and spectacular great Dao crack in the chaotic wasteland? Someone was surprised. I can be sure that this is definitely not a sign of the death of a sea establisher. For a moment, countless people were speechless. Isn't that obvious? It's not like we haven't seen sea establishment realm powerhouses die. It's impossible for them to leave a great Dao crack in the chaotic wasteland. There isn't even any weather change. A venerable said, You might not believe it, but I think even a sky opener might not be able to leave such a spectacular great Dao crack. This astronomical phenomenon covers a huge area, and perception can't reach its source at all. Someone sneered. How far is your perception range? The village leader observed the crack and couldn't help but sigh. Can the death of a sky opener cause such an astronomical phenomenon? Just as everyone was discussing the changes in the weather, Zhou Chuan walked out of his hut and strode along the main road of the village to the courtyard of the village leader's house. After only a few steps, someone said, Huh, Brother Joe, why are you so happy? Why are you smiling so happily? Are you smiling because of the great Tao crack? Is it so funny? Someone joked. What do you know? Brother Joe has probably made a breakthrough, right? Someone was puzzled. Brother Joe, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going? Xuanhuan laughed out loud. Then his body grew taller. His originally rough face was changing into the appearance of a young man. More importantly, his momentum was soaring. Originally, he was only pretending to be a junior venerable, but at this moment, with every few steps, Xuanhuan's momentum was soaring. In just a few seconds, his strength had reached the peak of the venerable realm. Bang! In the next moment, the king realm pressure soared to the sky. At that moment, the strong masters in the Black Earth village cast their gazes over. After all, the Black Earth village was very small, with a total population of less than 300,000. And the space where 300,000 people lived was extremely limited. In this era of universal cultivation, one only needed to take a look to know who was where. Xuanhuan's laughter resounded throughout the village. His cheerful and excited voice sounded very strange to many people. Because Xuanhuan was an outsider, he said he wanted to devote himself to the village, and the village leader took him in because he was a pure-blood human. During the months he spent in the Black Earth village, everyone treated him very well. After all, they were all grassroots humans. It wasn't easy for everyone. Xuanhuan must have encountered some difficulties, so he chose to devote himself to the Black Earth village. But now, all the strong masters in the Black Earth village rose into the air. The village leader even shouted at Xuanhuan from a distance. Who are you exactly? Why are you hiding in our Black Earth village? The people who teased Xuanhuan just now also backed off. There were still venerables who wanted to stop Xuanhuan, but when they found that Xuanhuan was a sea establisher, they hurriedly dodged. However, when everyone looked at Xuanhuan, he removed the heaven-deceiving technique, put on an excited smile, and returned to his original appearance. At this moment, the village leader suddenly exclaimed, Xuanhuan, you are Xuanhuan. Didn't you go to the Black Ice City 2,000 years ago? I heard that you were recommended by the higher-ups to go to the city of scavengers. Why are you back? What? Xuanhuan? Someone recognized Xuanhuan and asked in surprise, Are you really Xuanhuan, Uncle Chuan? Are you Uncle Chuan? Someone in the law enforcement team said in shock, Old Joe, is that you? Ha ha ha. Xuanhuan laughed out loud again and shouted, It's me, I'm Xuanhuan. Leader, long time no see. The village leader shouted in a low voice, Xuanhuan, what's the meaning of this? Why do you hide your identity and return to the Black Earth village? How can you prove that you are Xuanhuan? A law enforcer also shouted, Everyone, back off and prepare to fight the enemy. Old Joe, if we don't make things clear today, we can't let you go. However, Xuanhuan's momentum was still soaring. He stepped into the air and reached the mid-stage of the Sea Establishment realm. Another step, the late Sea Establishment realm. He took another step and reached the peak level of the Sea Establishment realm, Hisso peak level of the Sea Establishment realm. The village leader roared, Everyone, step back. He is a peak level Sea Establisher. At this moment, the only 5 Sea Establishment realm powerhouses in the Black Earth village all stood up and blocked Xuanhuan's path. In a small village like theirs, it was very rare to see a peak level Sea Establisher. In ordinary villages, no one had the ability to fill up the Origin Sea. It was said that only by going to the city of scavengers and obtaining an opportunity could one's Origin Sea be filled up. Therefore, in the eyes of the Sea Establishment realm powerhouses of the Black Earth village, a peak-level Sea Establisher was already a top powerhouse. Even in the Black Ice City, there were usually not many or even fewer than 5. Xuanhuan stood still and bowed to the village leader, which stunned him. Chapter 2701-2701 I am xuanhuan 22701. I am xuanhuan 2. Then, before the village leader could react, Xuanhuan shouted, My fellow humans in the Black Earth village, have you seen the great Tao crack in the sky? Everyone was puzzled, not knowing what Xuanhuan was going to say. Most people were still in a state of panic and wished they could stay far away from Xuanhuan. However, Xuanhuan said, My fellow human beings, this crack in the great Tao foreshadows the death of a monarch. Hiss, how is that possible? How can a monarch die? Nonsense. It's said that there's only one monarch in the city of scavengers, and that's 10,000 scale monarch. How can such a peerless powerhouse die? However, Xuanhuan's voice quickly overshadowed everyone's. He shouted, My fellow human beings, the day has come when we are free from the enslavement of the 10,000 scale race. I am Xuanhuan, a former member of the Black Earth village. After walking out of the Black Earth village, I entered the Black Ice City and was then selected to the city of scavengers because of my outstanding performance. I originally thought that I could finally become stronger and cultivate stronger techniques to gain more resources. However, what awaits me is the bullying and endless insult of the 10,000 scale race. The 10,000 scale race threw the sea establishers of our human race into the trial ground and made us kill each other. I have experienced countless trials and have already lost hope for my life. However, the great master human emperor has come. He saved us from despair and taught us peerless techniques and even divine quality techniques. Xuanhuan's voice changed from sorrow to excitement and impassion. In the end, he opened his arms and shouted, I, Xuanhuan, am now a member of the 7-kill army under Master Human Emperor. In order to prevent the 10,000 scale race from noticing, I'm ordered to return secretly. I'm waiting for the signal of the Human Emperor to counterattack. Now, please put down everything in your hands and listen to me. Master Human Emperor is the Human Emperor of our human race. He even has had the strength to kill a monarch. The great Tao crack today is the agreement between Master Human Emperor and us. When the crack appears, the Human Emperor's counterattack begins, and my goal is to take away the humans of the Black Earth village. My fellow humans, it has been 100,000 years. We have been enslaved for 100,000 years. Today is our chance to get freedom. Today, we are making history. Please believe me and enter my origin sea. I will take you away, and I will take you to meet Master Human Emperor. Time waits for no man. Lord Village Leader, please lead our fellow humans from the Black Earth village into my origin sea, and I will take you away. The village leader was stunned. The law enforcement team was stunned. Everyone in the Black Earth village was stunned. They couldn't believe what they had heard. The human race had got an emperor who could even kill a monarch, and he had actually arranged for someone to save them from the Black Earth village and the control of the 10,000 scales race. Was this true? This matter was really too sudden. The village leader couldn't make up his mind for a moment, because his current decision would decide the fate of everyone in the Black Earth village. Xuanhuan knew the village leader's concerns. He said, Leader, it's not just our Black Earth village or Black Ice City. It's all the villages under the jurisdiction of the entire city of scavengers. Master Human Emperor has already made arrangements. I'm not alone. Brothers, come out. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, 4 more people walked out of the crowd of the Black Earth village. The strength these 4 people showed was of the sea establishment realm, and even the weakest of them was an intermediate sea establisher. Xuanhuan shouted, My fellow human beings, to be frank, if the 5 of us really want to murder the people of the Black Earth village, no one here can stop us. However, please believe that for the sake of the human race's counterattack, Master Human Emperor has convinced the Master of Silence of the City of Wanderers to fight with us. In a moment, our brothers from the City of Wanderers will come to open a passage for us to evacuate. Well, the village leader was tempted. No, everyone was tempted. If they could escape the enslavement of the 10,000 scales, who wouldn't want to? As for the City of Wanderers, it had attacked the City of Scavengers more than once. Almost everyone in the entire chaotic wasteland knew that the City of Wanderers was a free city. It was the yearning of many humans who had been enslaved by the 10,000 scale race. However, this journey to that city had been difficult and too dangerous. It was said that there was a place called the Graveyard Battlefield between the City of Scavengers and the City of Wanderers. Almost no one could cross the Graveyard Battlefield alive to reach the City of Wanderers on the other side. Therefore, if people from the City of Wanderers really came, they could really testify to everything Xuanhuan said. Just as Xuanhuan finished speaking, less than 5 seconds later, a sea establisher appeared outside the Black Earth village with 5 or 6 venerables. This person didn't look like a human, but a mushroom-like creature. The man shouted, I am Greenbone, a subordinate of the 4 generals of the City of Wanderers. I'm here under orders to clear the way for the human race. The situation is tense. Time waits for no man. All the strong masters in the sky-opening realm in our City of Wanderers have been deployed to contain all the cities under the jurisdiction of the City of Scavengers and buy us time. Hurry, hurry, hurry.